Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Chapter 1, New Power and New Dimension. The bloody rays of sunset streaming through the haze above the battlefield drew strange patterns on the earth torn up by explosions. There, among the rubble and ashes, stood Uzumaki Naruto, covered in blood, with a miraculously unbroken kunai blade in his hand. Naruto's thoughts. This is the end. It seems like I'm exhausted. After all, I gave it my all to protect Konoha. But what now? Why is everything going blurry before my eyes? His vision was blurry. The air suddenly began to distort with a strange shimmer. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, as if reality itself was cracking at the seams. And the next second, the space around Naruto literally opened up into a black abyss, like the mouth of a monster. Huh? What? The young man blurted out. The body was pulled down, as if gravity had increased tenfold. Naruto tried to thrust the kunai into the ground to hold on, but the kunai broke. Another wave of hot wind hit his face. Sparks swam before his eyes, and then darkness. Naruto's thoughts. I'm falling. It seems I can't get out. Is this my death? I'm sorry, Kurama. But in the depths of his consciousness, a low roar resembling the waves of a distant ocean was heard. It was Kurama, the Nine-Tails, who was still trying to say something, but the gap that had broken through sucked them both in. The first thing Naruto felt when he opened his eyes was cold. He was lying on hard asphalt, in the middle of a dimly lit street. The night sky hung overhead, and around him towered high-rises in the style of a modern metropolis. Naruto's thoughts. Where am I? Some place that looks like the Metal Village? But no, this isn't the shinobi world at all. The buildings are so tall. He sat up with difficulty, trying to assess his condition. Kurama's spirit inside him seemed depressed, but alive. At that moment, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes, like a menu window in a computer game. System. Welcome, Shadow Lord. Initial status check in progress. Life, 30%. Activating emergency healing. Naruto froze, stunned. Who's speaking? Naruto's thoughts. Am I delirious? Maybe I died and went to the spirit world? But a pleasant warmth suddenly spread through his body, healing the wounds and restoring energy. A minute later, Naruto could move more freely. The screen lit up with a new message. System. Master, Uzumaki Naruto. Role, Shadow Lord, Awakening Stage 0.1. Current level, 1. Total chakra/mana, 25%, hard to access natural chakra. Active skills, Summon Shadow Soldier, F, blocked, Self-Recovery, F, enabled. Shadow Lord? Naruto grinned wryly, sitting up. What the fuck? However, the system's voice was no longer heard. Another sound came into Naruto's mind, Kurama's heavy but weak breathing. Naruto's thoughts. Kurama. You're here, right? Answer. Damn it, little one. Ninetales' quiet voice rang out in his mind. I don't know where we've ended up, but this place is saturated with strange magic. I'm almost helpless. Try to survive while I recover. Naruto blinked. The draft was chilling his skin, and the wind was flapping his torn clothes. There was not a soul around. Scratched, he moved down the street, trying to get his bearings. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, let's find a place to hide first. Maybe someone can explain what kind of world this is. But as soon as he took a few steps, he heard a woman scream from behind the nearest alley. Help! Naruto tensed, his rescuer and shinobi instincts kicking in. Forgetting his own wounds, he ran towards the sound. Around the corner, the following was discovered: two strange winged creatures, with black, raven-like wings, pressed a pale girl with light brown hair against the wall. A doll's handbag was lying on the ground, and next to it were fragments of something resembling a holy symbol. The girl was breathing heavily, and there was fear in her eyes. Girl's thoughts, Asia. Oh no, I didn't expect them to attack here. God, why is this happening to me? Hey, you! Naruto shouted loudly, running into the alley. Let her go. One of the winged ones turned around with a grin. Boy? Get out of here while you're still in one piece. The second one narrowed his eyes, flapping his wings. A black light flashed in the air. It seemed they were creating a spear from demonic or angelic, more likely, fallen, energy. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, they have something like chakra, but not quite. It's probably magic or the light of the fallen. Well, yeah, since they have wings. I won't leave. Naruto shouted. I won't let you do evil. He tried to form a Rasengan, a technique he was accustomed to, and saw that the ball barely appeared and quickly faded. His chakra supply was exhausted. The guy cursed through his teeth, clenching his fists. Naruto's thoughts. I'll have to fight hand to hand. I hope my physical skills are still there. Stupid human, one of the fallen angels growled and threw a spear of light straight at Naruto's chest. Naruto barely managed to move to the side, but the spear caught his shoulder, a sharp pain pierced his body. Aaa! He screamed, but did not retreat. With great effort he jumped forward and tried to hit one of the enemies in the jaw. He flew back a couple of meters, but the second fallen one was already preparing the next attack. At that moment, the screen flashed before Naruto's eyes again. System. Self-recovery, F, activated. Life, 60%. Threat detected. Suggest using, summon Shadow Soldier, F. Activate? Yes/no. What? He muttered. But there was no choice. Yes, activate. The eyes glowed purple and the shadow beneath Naruto's feet grew thicker. From it rose a shadowy figure resembling a ninja warrior, all black and smoky. What is this? One of the fallen cried out. A dark creature? The shadow rushed into battle. The two fallen angels tried to fight back with their spears of light, dumbfounded, but the shadow figure moved too fast and smoothly. It grabbed one of the fallen angels by the arm, delivering a short knee to the stomach. He howled in pain. Naruto, gathering himself, jumped up to the other and punched him with all that was left of his strength. Cough, the fallen one sobbed hoarsely, flying into the wall, dropping the spear of light. Asia's thoughts. What power! This boy seemed so exhausted, and now. God, what kind of shadow magic is he using? But he's clearly trying to protect me. The fallen angel who remained on his feet cast a disparaging glance at Naruto, deciding to attack once more. He created an impressive sphere of light energy above his palm, which began to be saturated with black sparks, a powerful spear of the fallen angel. Die, mortal. Time seemed to slow down. Naruto felt something inside him being pulled, as if the air itself was beginning to change. A haze surrounded his body, and he somehow knew that this was a shadow dash. For just a split second, he merged with his own shadow and jumped to the side, avoiding the blow. The sphere struck the wall, destroying bricks and raising dust. "How did you?" the fallen angel roared. "You filthy bird, take that!" Naruto yelled, appearing on his flank and delivering a powerful punch with his fist. The enemy was thrown back again, and this time he fell to the ground, coughing. The shadow soldier meanwhile neutralized the second one. Judging by the muffled groans, both fallen were incapacitated. The silhouette of the ninja warrior inclined his head towards Naruto, as if waiting for the command, "What next?" But Naruto himself did not know. "Go, disappear," he said uncertainly. The soldier dissolved into a haze and disappeared into the shadows. The fallen angels lay unconscious on the asphalt. Naruto's thoughts. "This is cool, but so unexpected. I was actually able to summon a shadow soldier. It reminds me of something from stories about summoning animals, but a completely different energy. Well, the main thing is that I saved the girl." Naruto ran up to the stranger. "How are you? Are you okay?" The girl nodded cautiously, looking at him with wide eyes. Yeah, a little scratched. Thank you very much. My name is Asia Argento. If it weren't for you, I would," she trembled and almost cried. Asia's thoughts. How brave he is. And yet he is all wounded. I need to help him. Pleased to meet you. I'm, Uzumaki Naruto, he smiled, breathing heavily. Excuse me, but what is this place? Where am I? The girl looked embarrassed. This is Kuo City. Are you not from here? Then, noticing the blood on Naruto's shoulder, she gasped. You're hurt. Let me. She brought her palms to the wound and whispered something like a prayer. A warm light spread around, slowly healing the wound. Naruto's thoughts. This isn't chakra healing, this is some kind of holy power. It seems like some strange magic or technique. But it's so gentle, it feels kind. Thank you, he said. However, the calm did not last long. Footsteps were heard from around the corner, and soon new figures appeared. This time it was Rias Gremory, a red-haired girl in a school uniform, followed by Akeno, a long-haired beauty with a slight smile on her lips, Kiba, a blonde man with a sword, Koneko, a short white-haired girl with a serious expression. Everyone looked very focused. Asia! Rias exclaimed when she saw the young healer. I felt a surge of fallen energy. Are you okay? Asia sighed with relief. Thank you, Rias-sama. I'm fine, I was saved by, Naruto-san. The red-haired beauty turned her gaze to the young man. Her seriousness gave way to slight interest. Rias's thoughts. Golden hair, unusual clothes, wounds, but at the same time a strange, dark aura around. Not demonic, not angelic, not dragon. What kind of creature is he? Naruto, huh? She asked softly. I'm Rias Gremory, this is my team. Thank you for helping Asia. Naruto's thoughts. Gremory? And she has red hair, and she's really pretty. Maybe she's a princess or something. Wait, did she say, team? You're welcome, I just couldn't leave her in trouble, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I see, Rias nodded. But we're not here for nothing either. There have been cases of fallen angels attacking in this area before. They do it quietly. And you, she looked closer. You're all scratched up. You're not from this world, are you? Well, Naruto hesitated. He still didn't understand what exactly he should tell. Akeno came closer, smiling half brazenly, half good-naturedly. Don't worry, we're not going to interrogate you or intimidate you. Rias just wants to understand who you are so she can decide how to react. We don't like baseless aggression. Akeno's thoughts. What a strange guy. His aura shimmers with darkness and light. It's so unusual. And he looks like a brave warrior. I wonder. Kiba looked carefully at Naruto's body, noting his fighting stance, albeit weakened. Friend, you have the fighting skills of a well-trained hand-to-hand swordsman. But at the same time, I do not feel the demonic seal at all. Kiba's thoughts. Is this really a human? Or a new type of supernatural? My swordsman instinct tells me that he is a fighter with great potential. Koneko, who was standing to the side, frowned, but only muttered quietly. He smells different. And also, there's some kind of dark wave coming from him, but not an evil one. Kaneko's thoughts. I don't feel the usual demonic pressure or killing intent. But its strength is alarming. Naruto looked at everyone in turn and, sighing, said. I don't know where I ended up. I'm from far away. He didn't go into detail, that I'm from another world. Where I can go and how to live on, I can't imagine. But I see that you help people. Maybe I can stay with you, at least for a while. Rias looked into his eyes carefully. She thought she saw sincerity, and also hidden pain and longing. Okay, she said finally. Come to our place. I have a mansion and an old school club where we gather. You'll rest, we'll talk, and I'll explain everything, about angels, fallen angels, devils, and this city. Asuya, you're coming too. The girl nodded, looking at Naruto with relief. Asia's thoughts. Thank God, he won't be alone. Even though Rias is a devil, she's a good person. They'll help him. I hope everything will be fine. Naruto sighed in relief as he straightened up. Confusion was still seething inside him, but at least he wasn't alone on the dark street anymore. Naruto's thoughts. Well, all that's left is to figure out what this system is and why I became the Shadow Monarch. And to understand what kind of world this is around. Soon, a small group arrived at a luxurious mansion, or it could be a former school building, where Rias and her servants, members of the Devil's Circle, were housed. It was new to Naruto, such classical architecture with a touch of European style, as if he had ended up in a palace. Rias's thoughts. He's really in shock. I can feel his aura contracting and expanding. If he wants to understand what we're doing, I'll have to tell him. Make yourself comfortable here, she suggested, pointing to one of the spacious rooms. Take off your shoes if you want. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway. I'll give you a change of clothes until we find something suitable. Naruto looked around. Impressive. Thank you. He changed his shoes out of habit, trying not to lose his balance. He still felt tired. As soon as he entered the living room, the others gathered around, Akeno watching him awkwardly as he looked around, Kiba waiting to the side, and Koneko sitting in a chair with an indifferent look. Asia seemed to feel calmer under the protection of Rias and the team. Well. Rias began, sitting down on the couch and crossing her legs. Welcome to our little headquarters. Since you're in this city, you should know that there are 3 main factions: angels, fallen angels, and devils. We, the Gremory team, are devils, but, she raised a finger, noticing Naruto tense up, we're not evil like many people think. We have a peace agreement with the angels and fallen angels. Although, of course, the renegades and radical groups sometimes break the truce. Naruto's thoughts. Wait, so she's a devil? But she looks human. I wonder if all devils are this beautiful? Rias caught his gaze and chuckled, shaking her head slightly. Yes, we are almost no different from humans in appearance. But we have demonic abilities, wings, destruction magic, and more. Fallen angels are similar, but their wings are blacker, and angels have snow-white wings and light energy. And everyone has their own quirks. Kiba interjected. Of course, everything is more complicated, but in short, it's like this. I see, Naruto drawled. And those two who attacked Asia were fallen angels? Akeno nodded. Right. It looks like they were looking for something. Asia used to be a holy sister at the church with the gift of healing, so maybe they needed her power. Or they wanted to eliminate her so that she wouldn't help the devils. We're not entirely sure. Naruto shook his head, looking at Asia. Poor thing. Asia smiled sheepishly. I'm used to it, but it's still scary every time. Thanks again, Naruto-san. He just waved his hand, as if it were nothing. But curiosity flared up inside him again. Naruto's thoughts. In my world, religion and fallen angels weren't common, but there were Bijou demons. And here, everything is different. But they are friendly, which is good. What about your power? Akeno asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. You use some kind of shadow, right? Is that demonic magic? I don't know, he admitted. It's something like a system in me. I can see screens, like in the game. It says, Shadow Lord, there, I can summon shadow soldiers. Screens? Kiba was surprised. You mean right in front of my eyes? Yes. Akeno's thoughts. It looks like something like a sacred artifact, but a completely different type. Maybe it was brought from another reality? Rias smiled. Good, so we're dealing with something unique. Maybe you came from another dimension. You know, the DXD world has many parallel dimensions, where the rules may be completely different. Don't worry, everything will become clear with time. I hope so, Naruto sighed. Okay, thank you for the shelter. I am truly exhausted. Rias nodded in agreement. Akeno will show you to your room. Rest. Tomorrow we will discuss everything in detail, how you can live here, what to do next. And maybe you will agree to help me with some matters. Then I will officially make you a map of living in the city. Rias's thoughts. He is strong. I should gain his trust and friendship. If this is a great power, it is better to have it on your side than against. Naruto smiled silently, watching Rias stand up and demonstratively stretch. Her magnetic charm warmed his soul a little. Half an hour later, Naruto was already stretched out on the bed in the small guest room. A piece of the night sky over Kuo City was visible from the window. Outside the wall, he could hear Rias and Akeno talking quietly in the hallway. They seemed to be discussing how to live with a person with a strange power. He closed his eyes and imagined Konoha, his friends, Sakura, Kakashi, Tsunade, Irika, Hinata. His heart sank. Naruto's thoughts. Friends. I don't know if I can go back. But I must not lose heart. The Hokage never gives up, no matter where he is. Kurama's inner voice responded faintly. Don't make noise, let me sleep. I'm saving up my strength. We'll discuss your plans tomorrow, little one. Naruto smiled slightly. Yes, at least I have Kurama. He was about to fall into a half-sleep, when the door quietly opened. It was Asia, peeking out, holding a small tray of food in her hands. Sorry to bother you. I brought you some food, she said timidly. I thought you might be hungry. Asia's thoughts. Naruto-san has been through so much today. I need to take care of him, help him somehow. He stood up. Thank you. I really haven't eaten. I can't even remember the last time. She came in and placed the tray on the bedside table. There was soup, rice balls, and some salad. I hope you like it. I'm just learning how to cook, but I'm trying. Naruto smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat with gusto. Wow, it's delicious. Really delicious. Naruto's thoughts. How great. Real home-cooked food. It reminds me of Ichiraku's ramen, but it's still nice after everything that happened. Asia hesitantly sat down on the chair next to him and watched him eat, smiling. I'm glad you like it. She suddenly looked away, her lips trembling. Look, I wanted to say, thank you so much again for saving me. Oh come on, it's fine, Naruto waved his hand, embarrassed. I just did what I had to. But still, she pressed her hands to her chest. If it weren't for you, I might already be lying wounded somewhere, or worse. Sometimes I'm scared to live in this world, knowing that there are many dark forces around. Asia's thoughts. And he's so brave. Despite all the dangers, he rushed into battle. Maybe he really is a hero from another world? I understand, Naruto said quietly. There were enough dangers in my world too. But I always try to protect those who are dear to me. And I don't abandon people in trouble, even if I don't know their names. Asia felt her heart squeeze from the warm tenderness with which he spoke. She thought that she had never met such a sincere person before. You can just call me Asia, she whispered. Without any san. I am glad that we now know each other. Okay, Asia, Naruto smiled, finishing his soup. Still, it's time for you to rest. The night is already deep. She nodded, but did not go out right away. It was clear that she was still uneasy after the attack. Naruto offered. If you want, you can stay here for a while. I'll keep an eye out. Asia blushed and shook her head. No, I don't want to disturb your sleep. It's just, thank you. I'll go. She ran out of the room, closing the door behind her silently. Naruto sighed and continued eating, thinking about what strange twist of fate had brought him here. Naruto's thoughts. I need to pull myself together. Tomorrow will be a new day, and I'll try to understand this world, my strength, and maybe I can help them with something. He finished his food, quickly washed himself in the bathroom, admiring the modern furnishings, tiles, hot and cold taps, everything is different from Konoha, and finally lay down. Sleep came almost instantly. With the first rays of the sun, Naruto opened his eyes and sat up in bed, stretching. He felt that there was almost no pain in his body, self-healing, and peace did their job. A translucent screen immediately appeared. System. Good morning, Lord of Shadows. Overall status, Level 1, Experience, 70/200. Quests available. Explore the area around Kuo Town. Learn about the factions and their leaders. Reward, plus 100 XP, plus 1 skill point. Penalty, none. Quests. Naruto said in surprise, wiping the drowsiness from his eyes. Naruto's thoughts. Just like in a game. Well, I wonder what will happen if I do them. I need to at least gain a level to become stronger and learn how to summon shadows more confidently. He stood up and put on the simple black shirt and pants he was given. Going out into the corridor, he ran into Koneko, who was carrying a tray with some jars. Good morning, he nodded to her. Koneko muttered. Rias is waiting for you downstairs. Kaneko's thoughts. He looks rested. He's still strange. But kind. Although I don't like to judge people too early. She walked past without showing any emotion. Naruto snorted, mentally noting that she was very silent, but still didn't seem angry. When Naruto went down to the living room, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, and Asia were already gathered there. Breakfast was on the table. Rias invited him to sit down. Good morning, Naruto. How are you feeling? Everything is fine, he smiled. Thanks for the shelter. Rias's thoughts. How polite, despite his wild appearance. It seems that in his world there is good upbringing, or this is innate kindness. Excellent. Today I will show you our school, the red-haired girl said. I will introduce you to the Occult Science Research Club, which we call a club here for cover. Although all the members are my team of devils. Naruto nodded, reluctantly drinking his juice. Everything seemed unreal to him. But since this is the world, he will have to adapt. Akeno's thoughts. I wonder how they'll react to him at school. He's so feisty and yet so naively open. There'll probably be some funny scenes. Can I come with you? Asia asked, looking around at everyone. I'd like to help if something happens. Rias reluctantly agreed. Okay, but don't get involved if it's dangerous. Just stay close. And so it was decided. After finishing breakfast, they set off for Kuo High. The city appeared to Naruto in a completely different light during the day: wide streets, cars, people in school uniforms, advertising signs. All of this amazed his imagination. He reminded himself a little of a simpleton tourist, turning his head in all directions. Naruto's thoughts. The technique is so advanced. How would Sakura do here? Or Shikamaru? I wonder if there are ninja here. Most likely not. When Naruto reached Kuo High, he noticed that some of the students were casting admiring glances at Rias. She was the school's idol, a beauty, and the club president. He himself also caught curious or stunned glances, a new guy accompanied by the queen of the school herself. Is this Rias Senpai's friend? Some girls whispered. Look at him, he's so cute, others whispered. Akeno laughed. Well, now do you understand how much attention Rias is getting? And you too, the new kid. Akeno's thoughts. He's being funny when he's embarrassed. I wonder how far his modesty will go when faced with our piquant situations. Naruto pretended to cough, trying to remain serious. At that moment, Sona Shirtorai, a cute girl with glasses and long dark hair, the student council president, came out to meet them in the hallway. Next to her was Tsubaki Shinra, her queen. Hello, Rias, Sona greeted dryly. Do you have a new team member? Sona's thoughts. Who is this guy? I definitely don't sense a demonic seal on him. However, his aura is not weak. Rias smiled slightly. Hello, Sona. I don't know yet whether he will be a member of my team. Just a friend. Sona turned to Naruto. I hope he won't cause any trouble in my territory. Naruto, not used to such an arrogant manner of politeness, muttered. Actually, I'm not planning on it. Nice to meet you, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Sona raised an eyebrow slightly. Sona Shirtorai, the student council president. She narrowed her eyes. Well, behave yourself. I have a meeting in an hour. If you want. Take a look. She walked on, and Tsubaki bowed silently and followed her mistress as well. Naruto's thoughts. How strict. She reminds me a bit of Sasuke in her seriousness. Okay, maybe that's just the way they do things. Rias nodded. Don't worry, she's not mean. She's just cautious. We can continue the tour. So Naruto and Asia were shown around the classrooms, the gym, the schoolyard, and told about the rating games that the higher devils sometimes hold to find out who is stronger. Naruto's thoughts. Fights? That sounds interesting. Maybe I can participate to pump up my system skills. Finally, the small group entered a separate outbuilding where the Occult Science Research Club was located, the gathering place of Rias's team. The room inside looked cozy: antique furniture, a sofa, a table, maps of Kuo City on the walls, magic seals. Koneko sat in the corner, nibbling on a chocolate bar, while Kiba stood to the side, looking out the window. Akeno went to the coffee maker to make a drink. Rias turned to Naruto. We do most of our tasks here, from helping people who summon devils to discussing strategies against enemies. Sometimes we practice magic right here. She pointed to the teleport circle etched into the floor. This is our seal, allowing us to go on contracts or quickly return to the mansion. Of course, you can't use it yet, not being a full-fledged devil on my team. A devil, Naruto frowned. So, it's not necessary, right? It's not necessary, she confirmed, shaking her head. But if you want to legally enter my territory, this is the most convenient way. Otherwise, you can be considered a free element that upsets the balance. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, politics. In my world, there were all sorts of rules for ninja from different villages too. It seems that everything is arranged similarly, just different factions. Got it, he said. The quiet ringing sounded inside his head again. A new quest from the system popped up before his eyes. System. New quest: become a recognized territory protector or an official member of Rias Gremory's team. Reward: plus 150 XP, plus 1 stat point, Shadow Link, F, skill unlocked. Penalty: possible forced exile or clash with the city security forces. St. He muttered under his breath. Naruto's thoughts. It seems the system is literally pushing me to cooperate with Rias. Maybe that's a good thing, they are friendly after all. Is everything okay? Asia asked, noticing his wince for a moment. Yeah, it's fine. Naruto waved his hand. Rias came closer. If you want, we can watch you summon shadows right now. Will you show me? Rias's thoughts. I can't wait to see how great his power is. Judging from the skirmish yesterday, his soldiers were small, but what if he could create more? Naruto looked around. Do you have a place to train in the yard? Yes, Akeno smiled. Let's go. There was a small training ground in the club's yard, targets, wooden dummies, and plenty of open space. Begin, Rias suggested, crossing her arms over her chest. Naruto inhaled, concentrating. System: summon Shadow Soldier, he mentally commanded. The shadow beneath his feet trembled and blurred. A few seconds later, a figure similar to the one summoned in the battle with the fallen angels rose from it, a dark silhouette of a ninja. The tips of his hands shimmered, as if holding a ghostly kunai. Kiba whistled. Impressive. Is he real? To check, he approached and tried to touch it, but his hand passed through the smoky surface, not completely, but as if through a thick substance. Ah, Kiba shuddered. Unusual sensations. Naruto ordered the soldier to attack the wooden dummy. The shadow darted and cut it in half with a light movement. True, it was clear that the power of the blow was not colossal, but very dangerous. Akeno narrowed her eyes appraisingly. How many of these soldiers can you summon? I don't know, let's try, Naruto suggested. He concentrated again, trying to summon a second. This time, something twitched inside, Kurama's chakra responded weakly, and the system signaled a low mana reserve. But the shadow began to appear. Alas, a second later it blinked and disappeared. Looks like there is not enough energy, he sighed. I can only hold one, and not for long. Rias put her fist under her chin in a thoughtful pose. So, at this stage, your abilities are limited. But if you can level up, as your game system says, then the number of soldiers and their strength will probably increase soon. Naruto nodded, rubbing the back of his head. Exactly. By the way, after yesterday's battle, I already have 70 to 200 points to level 2, oh, this is going to sound weird, but I have an experience bar there. Akeno laughed softly. An experience bar, huh? How funny. But it sounds like you have a lot of opportunities ahead of you. Koneko, who had been watching silently the entire time, finally said. He smells weird, but he doesn't harm us. That's good. Kaneko's thoughts. At least he's not dangerous now. What if he gets stronger? Well, I hope he's a good guy. He saved Asia, so he's a good guy. Kiba smiled. Yeah, it's better if he's our ally. Naruto shrugged. I'll try not to let you down. Rias stepped forward and placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Listen, if you want, I can officially take you under my wing so the local factions won't bother you. But to do that, I'll have to transform you into my servant, a devil. Are you ready? Naruto frowned, inwardly shuddering at the thought of becoming a devil. Can I think about it for now? I don't want to lose my essence. I'm a shinobi after all. Okay, Rias chuckled, removing her hand. I won't recruit you by force. But know this, sooner or later, other factions might become interested in your power. I'm sure Vala Lucifer or the fallen angels will want to get their hands on you. And I'm not kidding. Rias's thoughts. It's a shame, but I won't push it. I hope he'll understand that he'll be safer with us. Akeno shook her head, adding. We don't want to scare you, but the DxD world really isn't that peaceful. There's always someone who wants a strong fighting unit. I understand, Naruto muttered, clenching his fists. Okay, if I have no other choice, I'll come to you and ask to be one of your team. But for now, I want to figure out my abilities on my own. Okay, Rias smiled. Naruto's thoughts. It's good that they're not pressuring me. But sooner or later, I'll have to decide something. Suddenly, in the middle of a clear day, a loud signal cut through the air. Akeno took a small magical communicator out of her pocket and looked at it. Rias, a warning has been received that fallen angel activity has been detected somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Perhaps the same ones that escaped yesterday. Rias pressed her lips together. I'll have to check. Kiba, Koneko, get the equipment. Akeno, prepare for battle. Asia, are you staying here or do you want to come with us? I'll go, but I'll hang back, Asia said decisively. Asia's thoughts. I have to help treat the wounded, if anything. Agreed. Rias then turned to Naruto. Do you want to come with us? Or are you going to rest? Naruto nodded silently, his eyes flashing with determination. Of course I'll go. Maybe those two are already angry with me. I don't want innocents to be attacked again. Naruto's thoughts. Besides, it's a chance to gain experience, since the system is apparently leveling up me for fighting. Rias smiled slightly. Very well then. Let's go. They quickly armed themselves. Kiba took his sword, Akeno prepared a lightning spell, Rias tuned her devil power, and the group left the school grounds. Meanwhile, a figure in a white cloak stood high on the roof of a nearby building. Long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and purple sparks danced in his pupils. He watched as Rias's team and Naruto got into a car or teleported through a demonic circle. So then, the stranger, who a careful reader might recognize as Vala Lucifer or one of his allies, said quietly. A new player. Naruto, huh? Interesting. I've never seen such power, to summon a shadow out of thin air. It's not just magic. A stranger's thoughts. If he's truly strong, should test him later. And if he's weak, then there's no need to worry. Although my instincts tell me he's dangerous. And that excites my dragon spirit. With those words, he dissolved into a glow of white wings and glided away. The world of High School DxD is full of secrets and political games. The appearance of Naruto, an outsider and the Shadow Lord, will surely attract the attention of all the strongest players. Naruto himself didn't yet know how many dangers and temptations this reality had in store for him. He had only taken the first step by befriending Rias and her team. But there were great battles ahead, unexpected alliances, and, perhaps a new love. Naruto's thoughts. I hope this world doesn't collapse on me with all its secrets. But if anything, I have the system and kurama. I won't give up. Behind the scenes, in the shadows, Ophis, one of the strongest dragon gods, may have already sensed the strange energy fluctuations associated with the Shadow Monarch. Great Red continues to float in the dream dimension. Azazel is probably writing down another theory in his Gremory headquarters about what sacred artifact has manifested in Kuo City. Political clouds are gathering. And Naruto just wants to understand what kind of system is talking to him and how to get along with his new friends. His thoughts stubbornly returned to the image of his native village, which he so suddenly left. But inside, deep down, he felt a strange premonition. Perhaps right here and now a new stage of his destiny begins, where he is not just Naruto the Jinchuriki, but the Lord of Shadows, fighting for those he loves and decides to protect. Chapter 2, Accepting the New Reality. A quick recap of the previous events. Naruto was suddenly transported from his home world, where a tough battle had just ended, to Kuo City, which belongs to the DxD universe. He discovered a new power within himself, the Shadow Monarch System, which gives him the ability to summon shadow soldiers and level up. Saved a girl named Asia Argento from an attack by fallen angels, met Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Koneko Tojo, Kiba Yuto, and the rest of the Gremory team. Naruto temporarily moved into Rias's mansion, received an invitation/advice to join her as a devil ally, but is hesitant. A new threat of fallen angels looms on the horizon, as well as interest in Naruto from various factions. The light of the morning sun softly penetrated the window of the guest room assigned to Naruto. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth on his eyelids, and slowly sat up in bed, stretching. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, it's already morning. And this isn't Konoha, but the strange city of Kuo. So what now? Kurama's inner voice, which had woken up a little earlier, muttered slightly grumpily. Kid, you finally opened your eyes. By the way, I spent the whole night trying to figure out your new system, but everything is sealed for me there. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, Kurama isn't happy either. On the other hand, he's alive, which means I'm not so lonely. Calm down, Fox, we'll figure it out, Naruto said out loud, although from the outside it might seem like he was talking to himself. His gaze slid over the translucent menu hanging in space, visible only to him. It said, System. Level 1, Experience, 70/200. New quest, cooperate with Team Gremory and secure your status in Kuo City. Reward, plus 100 XP, plus 1 stat point. Penalty, possible conflicts with other factions. Naruto nodded, then pulled off his night shirt and quickly changed into the school uniform that he had been given, temporarily, a simple white shirt, trousers and a tie. He had to give up his usual orange clothes for now. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, I think we discussed today that I would be going to Kuo High School and somehow fit in with the local life. It was certainly unusual, but he had to start somewhere. Akeno was already waiting for him in the living room, beaming a soft smile. Asia was sitting at the table with food, looking calmer after yesterday's worries. Koneko, in her usual appearance, was quietly and sullenly eating her breakfast. For hers, it was a carton of milk and a few freshly baked buns. Kiba was absent, probably somewhere with Rias. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Akeno sang, pouring him coffee. Did you sleep soundly? Akeno's thoughts. His funny tousled hair is touching. I wonder what his plans are for today. Naruto sniffed, smelling the coffee. Yeah, fine. Thank you for your concern. He glanced at Asia, who, noticing his gaze, became embarrassed and smiled slightly. "Good morning, Naruto-san." Asia's thoughts. "I wonder if he's okay in this new world. I hope everything will be fine for him." Koneko sipped her milk and muttered briefly. I heard that you'll be going to school as a student today." Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Rias said to officially register me. Her brother, Surzex, must have done the paperwork somehow." "I think that's right," Akeno added, watching Naruto as he reached for his breakfast plate. "Rias just wants you to have some kind of protection in the city. If you're listed as a student at Kuo High, then you'll be formally under their protection." Naruto sighed. "I understand. Okay, I don't want to argue. This is much better than hanging around doing nothing. Maybe I'll learn something new." Soon, Rias herself entered the living room, adjusting a strand of her luxurious red hair, and announced, "Everything is ready. Naruto, after breakfast, I will take you to the principal's office. There they will give you a class, introductory sheets. In general, you will have to study a little." Rias's thoughts. "I wish this guy would agree to become my servant. But for now, I won't push him. I wonder how our classmates will react to his character." Naruto drawled thoughtfully. "Okay, well, I will study. Thank you for doing so much for me." Leaving the mansion, Naruto and Rias walked along the quiet streets, and behind them, a little further away, walked Asia and Akeno. Koneko had already gone ahead or went another way. Kiba had also gone somewhere. Naruto stole glances at Rias. She was wearing her school uniform, but she had such a regal look, as if she didn't even notice that she looked like a model on the catwalk. Naruto's thoughts. Well, she's a devil, but at the same time so sweet and caring for her comrades. In my world, the demons were bijou, although we have good and evil people too. Maybe it's like that here too. You look tense, she noted. I'm just wondering what awaits me at school. I don't know their subjects, after all, he admitted. Rias laughed softly. Don't worry. I made it so that you officially transferred from abroad, and no one will harshly check your level of knowledge. The main thing is to behave decently and not give away that we are devils. Naruto nodded, exhaling internally. By the way, Rias added, covering her lips with her hand, about your power. If you suddenly feel a surge of shadow summoning right at school, try to be alone. The local people don't know anything about the supernatural. Understood, I'll be careful. They continued walking. Akeno's quiet chuckle was heard behind them. Akeno's thoughts. If only someone would break the secrecy, and then I would joke about it. But it's better not to put Naruto in an awkward position. Asia, walking next to them, suddenly asked. Naruto, aren't you afraid of studying at a new school? He just shrugged. It's been so long since I've been to school. My life is endless ninja training, missions, and battles. Compared to that, sitting in class even sounds funny. Asia smiled, thinking that, apparently, for him, a new life could be a respite from constant battles, although who knows how long the peaceful period will last. Entering Kuo High, they immediately headed towards the administrative wing. Along the way, they were again surrounded by curious glances of students, and here and there they could hear quiet whispers. Look, it's Ria-senpai. Who's that blonde guy with her? Could it be some handsome guy again? Naruto pretended not to notice, but inside he felt mixed feelings, from embarrassment to slight pleasure. It was nice to be surrounded by such cute faces and not perceived as a Jinchuriki monster. In the principal's reception area, he met a dry-looking man who, as soon as he saw Rias, stood up and respectfully bowed his head. Gremory-san, hello. Is this your, new transfer student? Yes, Principal-san, Rias confirmed. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. The formalities have already been agreed upon with the committee and the school council. Got it, got it. Here, he pulled out a stack of sheets of paper, is the questionnaire and schedule. His class is 2B. I hope everything goes smoothly. The principal's thoughts. Since Rias Gremory herself asked for it, I'll definitely do everything that needs to be done. Moreover, we have already had strange cases. Naruto took the papers, trying not to get confused. Thank you. I hope there will be no problems. Go, they are already waiting for you, the director nodded, although a slight worry flashed in his eyes. After leaving the classroom, Rias turned to Naruto. Well, you're now a student of 2B. Come, I'll introduce you to the class. Akeno and Asia can wait for now. You can come to the club after class. Okay, he nodded. Naruto's thoughts. It seems like the usual school routine really awaits me. Although, considering that there are a lot of devils and angels here, maybe it won't be so boring. Class 2B turned out to be a bright classroom, full of ordinary students. When Rias appeared, who, as a class representative or one of the influential students, had the right to enter different classes, many of the boys immediately straightened up and began to whisper. The girls also looked at her with interest. Good afternoon, Rias said formally, looking at the teacher, a short young woman. Allow me to introduce the new exchange student, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walked in, smiled tightly and bowed slightly. Hello everyone. I'm Naruto, I'll be studying with you. Nice to meet you. Naruto's thoughts. I hope I don't blurt out anything unnecessary. Like, I'm here because I was transported through a dimensional hole, that would be weird. The teacher introduced herself as Mito-sensei, code name. She asked Naruto to take an empty seat near the window. As Naruto walked through the classroom, he felt many eyes on him. The girls smiled welcomingly, some guys looked reservedly, and some clearly felt envy or distrust. Well, muttered one of his classmates, barely whispering, a new competitor? Listen, he's hanging out with Ria-senpai herself. Probably someone influential, another one echoed. Naruto tried to pretend he didn't hear. Having sat down, he looked around. Somewhere in the back of the class, a desk door slammed, and someone started whispering loudly. On the right, a girl with blonde ponytails threw him a friendly smile. On the left, by the window, a bespectacled guy squinted suspiciously, examining the newcomer. Mito-sensei cleared her throat. Okay, guys, let's continue the lesson. The topic is literary analysis. I hope Uzumaki-san will quickly join our team. The teacher's thoughts. The main thing is that he doesn't turn out to be some kind of hooligan. But if Rias vouched for him. Thus began Naruto's first day of school at Kuo High. During recess, several kids approached him. Hey, Naruto, where exactly are you from? And what is your connection with Ria-senpai? What club are you going to be in? Some asked in a friendly manner, some slightly mockingly. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm from far away, lived in the mountainous area. He lied about that, of course. Rias and I are just acquaintances, she helped me get settled in. I haven't decided about the club yet. One of his classmates, a cute girl with pink hairpins, smiled. Okay, if anything happens, come to me. I'm Miyako. I can tell you how things work here. Naruto thanked her, relieved to have at least one friendly source of information. But soon two guys with sly faces snuck up on him, Matsuda and Motohama, familiar to DxD fans, the perverts. Listen, you newbie, Matsuda hissed. We saw you walking with Ria-senpai. Don't think we're just going to let this go. She's the goddess of Kuo High. Motohama added, adjusting his glasses. There should be more grace with her than just hanging out. Naruto looked at them in bewilderment. Why are you guys so aggressive? Because we're jealous. They both admitted in unison. Don't you dare ruin Ria-senpai's reputation. If you're a couple, then, we can't stand this. Naruto's thoughts. Huh? What weird guys. Rias and I aren't a couple. Although she really is pretty. Maybe they're just jealous? He sighed. Calm down, we're not a couple. I'm just living in her house, but it's temporary and not what you think. The words living in her house shocked both of them, and they clutched their hearts, falling to their knees. What? You're already living under the same roof with her? Ah. Kill us. You're sick, Naruto muttered, stepping aside. The teacher, noticing the noise, told everyone to return to class. With that, the first break ended, and Naruto sighed with relief, anticipating that this day would be long. During the second period, when Mito-sensei was talking about historical events, Naruto suddenly felt a strange inner impulse. A screen appeared in front of his eyes for a second. System. Warning: abnormal fallen angel activity detected in the city. Threat level: low. Location: shopping mall district. Shit, he whispered, automatically tensing up. Naruto's thoughts. So it's those fallen angels again. Haven't they calmed down? But it's class time. I can't contact Rias. What should I do? Mito-sensei raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki-san, is there something you want to ask? Naruto shuddered. No, it's fine, Mito-sensei. He tried to suppress his anxiety, but his thoughts were racing. If the threat was low, maybe it was just some small-time fallen angel spies. Perhaps Rias already knew. System, however, wasn't giving any details. Shit. He whispered again. Miyako's classmate friend, who was sitting next to him, asked. What happened? Everything's fine, he replied with a forced smile. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, better let Rias figure it out herself. I can't just skip class without making a fuss right now. He rubbed his forehead, trying to calm down. If the situation got serious, the system would probably give him a quest. For now, he'd have to act calmly, trying not to disrupt the lesson. The end of classes finally rang. Naruto gathered his things and headed to the Occult Research Club, ORC, as instructed by Rias. Along the way, he met Asia, who was waiting for him at the exit. Hello. How was your first day? Asia's thoughts. I hope he didn't have any troubles. Not bad, he replied with a wry smile. Although I kept getting stared at. How was your day? She smiled softly. I was doing some small things for the club, and then I helped the students who had headaches. I used a little healing power. I hope no one noticed. Asia's thoughts. It's not okay to openly display holy powers in front of regular people. I see. Okay, let's go to the club. They walked down the corridor together, but at the entrance to the wing where the Khan resided, Sona Shirtorai and her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, blocked their way. Good afternoon, Sona said politely, adjusting her glasses. This is Naruto, right? Yes, he nodded. And you are the council president, Sona Shirtorai, if I'm not mistaken? That's right. Tell me, how was your first day of school? I heard from the principal that you were enrolled in 2B. Sona's thoughts. I want to understand if he poses a threat to discipline. If he is Rias's special person, then I need to be on my guard. Seems fine, Naruto muttered. I try not to stand out. Sona raised an eyebrow slightly. Okay. Keep in mind that if you have any conflicts with other students or any unclear situations, contact the council. But I warn you, in school, we do not allow the use of any combat or magical techniques without a good reason. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Understood, I will try not to break the rules. Tsubaki, standing behind Sona, watched him carefully, but said nothing. Then Sona nodded briefly and stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Naruto's thoughts. Strict. Oh well, maybe we'll get along with each other in time. Asia, seeing that the tension had eased, smiled and led Naruto to the clubhouse doors. Inside the club, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, and Koneko were already waiting for them. Rias was sitting in her favorite chair, crossing her legs, Akeno was standing next to her, and Koneko was leafing through some magazine. Kiba, as usual, was looking reservedly out the window. "Hello, Naruto," Rias began. "How was your first day?" "Fine, just a couple of strange guys bothering me. And overall, it's unusual." Rias's thoughts. Well, that was to be expected, a newcomer always arouses interest. The main thing is that he doesn't reveal his system to our students. I see. About the other topic, she pointed to the city map hanging on the wall, where red flags were marked. Today, we received another signal about fallen angels in the shopping area. Were our fears confirmed? Naruto nodded. The system told me about it too. The threat level was low. Kiba became wary at these words. Your system can scan the situation. Interesting. Kiba's thoughts. This is a very useful ability. If he joins us, we will be able to prevent many incidents in advance. Rias ran her hand through her hair. We checked that area. Indeed, a couple of fallen angels were circling around, but they quickly disappeared when they sensed us. It seems they are not ready to engage in battle yet. Maybe they are looking for something? Akeno suggested. Most likely, Rias nodded. In any case, we must be on guard. Naruto, I would like you to practice controlling your shadows and master at least basic stealth. If your power is used in front of ordinary people, it might cause panic. Okay, Naruto agreed. Naruto's thoughts. And really, I need to learn how to manage summonings, so as not to accidentally summon a soldier in the middle of class. Kiba, practice with him. Find out how his shadow chakra works, Rias ordered. Kiba nodded willingly. Will do. So, the plans for tonight are, a short training session in the backyard of the clubhouse. Koneko only occasionally frowned as she listened. She seemed to be holding back her curiosity about Naruto's unique power. In the backyard of the school, surrounded by a fence and trees, where no one usually goes after school, Naruto and Kiba stood opposite each other. Asia, Akeno, and Koneko positioned themselves nearby to watch. Rias left to sort out some business with the administration. So, show me how you summon your soldier, Kiba asked. Naruto concentrated, mentally activating Summon Shadow Soldier, F. The shadow stretched out at his feet, and from it slowly rose a vague silhouette, similar to a smoky ninja. Kiba drawled, examining the creature. Try giving it the command to attack me. Just be careful. Asia exclaimed, worried. Asia's thoughts. What if Kiba gets injured? She needs to be prepared to heal. Kiba only smiled at her reassuringly. Then he nodded to Naruto. Go ahead. Naruto mentally commanded the shadow to attack. The soldier rushed forward, his arms stretched out, forming smoky blades. But Kiba, possessing the skill of a swordsman, drew a short training sword, wooden, but reinforced with magic, and parried the blow. A dull thud was heard. The soldier moved again, Kiba jumped to the side, counterattacking. The shadow figure seemed to falter slightly, but quickly recovered. At least his speed is good, commented Kiba. But his attacks are not very strong, and his defense is low. Apparently, this is the initial level of summoning. Naruto clenched his fists. Yeah, I also feel like I could summon something more powerful if I level up the system. Let's try. He tried to concentrate to increase the power of the soldier, but it felt like pain flared up in his chest. Somewhere out there, Kurama growled in displeasure, "Don't rip everything at once, little one." The system flashed a message. System. Insufficient mana/chakra to improve the summoned soldier. Level up. Naruto cursed. Kiba, noticing his pained expression, said softly. Apparently it's not that simple. Okay, but what about your own fight? What if you have a technique like taijutsu? Well, yeah. I'm a shinobi, no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. Can we spar? Great, Kiba smiled. The shadow figure dissipated. Naruto finished the summoning, deciding to fight with his own forces. He and Kiba took their stances. Kiba slid along the ground almost silently, having learned perfect balance back in the Devil Academy. I'm starting, Naruto said, darting forward. He tried a series of punches and kicks, as he usually did in sparring with Sasuke or Lee. Kiba blocked or dodged. The guys moved quickly, a light breeze rose from their movements. Asia gasped at each powerful blow. Pretty good, Kiba praised, feeling Naruto's strength in close combat. Although I have an advantage in demonic reflexes. He delivered a counterstrike, aiming for the side. Naruto deftly ducked, although the blow grazed the edge. Feeling a slight pain, he jumped back, wincing. St. Don't relax, Kiba said admonishingly. Fighting fallen angels will be much more difficult. Naruto frowned and gathered his strength. A few more exchanges of blows until Kiba stopped, raising his hand. Okay, that's enough for now. You're doing well. With your shinobi skills, you can do great in close combat. But be careful, the enemies here often have all sorts of light spears or magic techniques. Naruto, out of breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you. I understand. Naruto's thoughts. Kiba really is good. And I'm a bit tired, I didn't fully recover yesterday after all. Asia ran up. Naruto, are you okay? Do you need treatment? A couple of bruises, nothing serious, he reassured her. But the girl still touched his shoulder, and a weak golden light enveloped the bruise. The pain noticeably subsided. Oh, thank you, he smiled with relief. You're simply wonderful, Asia. The girl blushed deeply, hiding her gaze. Asia's thoughts. He thanks me so sincerely. What a warm feeling inside. Akeno, who was watching the scene, giggled softly. Akeno's thoughts. An interesting rapprochement is already brewing. And we have Rias, Koneko, and other girls. It seems that this guy does not notice how many women's gazes are around him. Koneko just silently turned away, as if she did not attach any importance to it. Although deep down she thought. Kaneko's thoughts. He is kind, but so noisy. I do not know yet whether to trust him completely. But Asia is clearly drawn to him. Having finished training, they returned to the club room. Rias was already waiting there, talking on the phone. Having finished the call, she nodded to them. Well done, I see you have already practiced something. Kiba, what are your impressions? The guy is not bad, hand-to-hand skills like an experienced warrior, answered Kiba. But the shadow summoning is still weak, apparently he needs to improve his level. I understand, Rias switched her gaze to Naruto. As you can see, in this world we have a lot tied to magic or demonic energy, and your system is a separate force. But if you cooperate with us, we can develop joint techniques. Naruto nodded, thinking. Yes, I am ready to help if enemies appear. And also, he lowered his voice, if I manage to level up, maybe I will be able to return to my world someday. I want to find a way to open a portal or something like that. Naruto's thoughts. Will I ever return home? But for now, I will have to help these guys. Rias looked at him sympathetically. We can help you in your search. But know that portals between worlds are an extremely rare thing. Angels, fallen ones, and the God from the Bible could do this, but now, a lot is confused. Rias's thoughts. He clearly misses home, but hides it behind a smile. Fine, I will support him. She mentally decided that she would try to console him later, in private. For now, we have our next task. We are planning a patrol in the eastern part of the city tomorrow evening. There are reports of a new concentration of fallen. Be prepared for battle. Okay, Naruto said decisively. I want to show off my best side, so as not to give him a ride. Kaneko's thoughts. How stubborn he is, just like ISE, although with a different type of power. Akeno smiled slightly. Then you can rest today. We will have dinner at the mansion and tomorrow we will start with renewed vigor. Naruto agreed. Secretly glad to have the opportunity to eat normal food. The Gremory team visibly relaxed as they returned home. They decided to cook something special for dinner. Akeno happily took on part of the cooking, and Asia helped her. Naruto, of course, also volunteered, but his uncoordinated movements in the kitchen caused laughter. Sometimes he held the knife on an unusual side, as if he was about to perform ninjutsu. Be careful, Asia laughed, or you'll get hurt. Asia's thoughts. How sweet that he was trying to help, even though he didn't seem to be very good at cooking regular food. Akeno also took the chance to tease him. Naruto-kun, maybe you should set the table? Okay, he replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Kaneko was silently setting out the plates and glasses. Occasionally, she would glance briefly at Naruto, as if she was thinking about something of her own. Kaneko's thoughts. He has such a strong smell of chakra mixed with darkness. I don't feel evil, but there is too much darkness. Okay, as long as he is not an enemy. When everything was ready, they gathered at the large table. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, Asia, and Naruto. There was a delicious smell of food, rice, fish, battered vegetables, miso soup. It looks excellent, Kiba praised. Enjoy your meal, everyone, Rias said, and everyone started eating. Naruto felt warm and calm inside. He remembered how he used to have dinner with friends in Konoha. Iruka-sensei treated him to ramen. Sakura talked about missions. Now everything was different, but the cozy atmosphere was similar to those he liked. Naruto's thoughts. I wish it could always be like this, without wars and conflicts. But I understand that this is the world of DXD, and there are enough problems here too. The conversations at the table were casual, about school, about the latest news, about how many souls the team had accepted in a day. According to contracts, after all, devils have a service for fulfilling people's wishes. Naruto listened, occasionally asking questions. He understood that most of the guys' everyday concerns were not related to global battles, which meant that life could be full. Dinner came to an end. Naruto volunteered to help clear the dishes. Akeno and Asia were already busy washing up, so he brought a pile of plates into the kitchen. Napkins and bowls were on top. Careful! Asia snapped, seeing that the plates were about to fall. It's okay. He began, but suddenly his foot caught on the edge of the rug. The dishes wobbled. Naruto screamed and, losing his balance, flew forward, miraculously trying not to spill everything around. Akeno, who was standing at the sink, turned around, and the next second Naruto literally fell on her from the side, slightly pushing her with his chest. Akeno gasped, a stream of water from the faucet splashed to the side. Oops! Naruto blurted out. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, I literally just crushed Akeno. And I feel the touch of her. He flushed, feeling the soft touch of her forms. Akeno just sighed softly, and then smiled shyly, although her cheeks were slightly red. Oh, Naruto-kun, so impulsive. Sorry. He jumped up like a bullet, recoiling. I didn't mean to. Akeno's thoughts. He's being cutely shy. And it seems his reaction is even brighter than that of ordinary guys. Asia pressed her hand to her lips in confusion, watching Naruto blush. Koneko, who had peeked into the kitchen, only slightly raised an eyebrow. It looks like everything is very fun here. Trying to smooth things over, Naruto rushed to collect the fallen plates. Sorry, Akeno, it was an accident though. Oh, come on, everything is fine, she reassured with a smile. The main thing is that no one got hurt. Naruto's thoughts. Phew, I'll have to be more careful in this world, the girls here are more open, it seems. His heart was beating faster as he made his way out of the kitchen, carrying the rest of the dishes. Such an awkward situation, which, however, added to his embarrassment even more. Asia, noticing that he was blushing, mentally thought. Asia's thoughts. He's like a child, awkward and touching. But maybe this is a personality trait of his? Later, when everyone had already gone to their rooms, Naruto decided to go out onto the balcony of the mansion to get some fresh air and calm down. The moon was shining brightly, the stars were twinkling. He stood leaning on the railing, thinking about home. Naruto's thoughts. Konoha. How is it now? I hope the guys are alive, Sakura, Kakashi, everyone. Maybe Sasuke came back. At least everything is okay. Suddenly, quiet footsteps were heard behind him. Turning around, he saw Rias, who also apparently decided to enjoy the night air. Aren't you sleeping? She asked quietly, her voice sounding soft and concerned. Yeah, I just can't sleep. Too many thoughts. Rias came closer, her gaze directed at the night sky. I understand. It must be hard for you to get used to a new world. Meanwhile, we all live our usual lives here, school, work, contracts, and you suddenly plunged into all this. Rias's thoughts. He's so strong-willed, yet so vulnerable. I want to support him. Naruto nodded softly. I'm grateful that you accepted me so quickly. Back in my world, many people avoided me because I had a demon fox inside me. But here, things are different. Rias pushed back a strand of her hair. We have our own system. We can tell people apart by their deeds, not by what's inside them. So, just be glad you've made new friends. Naruto's thoughts. New friends. It warmed him up. They really are good guys. And Rias in particular. He looked at her soft profile in the moonlight. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor. She really was an unusually beautiful girl. A warm feeling pricked his heart. Thank you, he finally said. Rias smiled, and their eyes met for a moment. A comfortable silence filled with soft breathing hung between them. Good night, Naruto, she whispered after a minute, turning to leave. Good night. He echoed. She disappeared behind the door, and he stood for a long time under the flickering sky, trying to understand the strange excitement in his chest. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, what's wrong with me? I've never felt this way about girls, except maybe Hinata, but everything is so new here. And so this warm minute of night harmony passed. The next evening arrived. According to Rias's plan, they were supposed to split into groups and inspect the eastern quarters of the city, where fallen angels had been spotted more than once. The fog slowly enveloped the streets, the lanterns cast a dim light. So, Rias ordered in the club, looking at the map, Kiba and Koneko, you go through the alleys. Akeno and Asia, look around the area near the cathedral. Naruto and I will go to the shopping area. If you find anything, give a signal. Naruto nodded, clenching his fists. He was wearing a dark jacket, suitable for combat, and a special amulet that Rias had given him to hide his presence from ordinary people. Naruto's thoughts. Finally, here we go. I can gain combat experience and perhaps level up. The main thing is not to harm people. The group left the club and, having activated light magical barriers, went their separate ways. Naruto and Rias walked slowly down a narrow alley lit by yellow lanterns. From time to time, the sounds of working shops and the laughter of passers-by could be heard, but by nightfall the crowd had thinned out noticeably. Are you worried? Rias asked, sensing Naruto's tension. A little, he admitted. I've never fought fallen angels in an urban setting. I'm afraid that someone might get hurt by accident. That's why we put up barriers, just in case. People usually don't notice our battles, they either lose consciousness or see only selfish nightmares, Rias explained. But yes, we must be careful. Rias's thoughts. I wonder how he will show himself in battle. He is strong, but inexperienced in our reality. I hope he will not get into trouble. Naruto listened to the streets, trying to catch something suspicious. But so far everything was calm. Suddenly, the system flashed. System. Enemy detected, fallen angels, 2 PCS. Threat level, medium. Distance, -300 m north. Quest, defeat enemies and prevent them from attacking residents. Reward, +80 XP, +1 skill point. Penalty, death of civilians. Rias, Naruto called out quietly, they are 300 meters to the north. What? She narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? My system says, he shrugged vaguely. Can we check? Okay, let's go, she agreed, but be careful. They raced down the deserted street. About a few minutes later, they noticed dark silhouettes near the wall of an old warehouse. 2 winged ones, their black feathers shimmering in the dim moonlight. The fallen angels were obviously looking for something, maybe they were breaking down the warehouse door. Hey! Naruto shouted loudly, not wanting to attack from behind. What are you doing here? They turned around. One was tall, with a cheeky squint, forming a spear of dark light in his hands. The second was a little shorter, but with a darker aura. Those devils again, and some human. Get out, the tall one growled. Unlikely, Rias answered coldly, releasing a purple ball of destruction magic into her hand. You are in Gremory territory. I don't think you came with good intentions. Rias's thoughts. Hostile right away. But it's better to attack decisively than to give them a chance to attack first. Naruto summoned the Shadow Soldier, F, just in case. The figure appeared, ready for battle. Pfft. The short fallen smirked. Let's see what you're good for. He threw the spear of light towards Naruto. He barely managed to react, commanding the shadow to intercept the spear. The shadow took the blow, hissed, but softened it. Meanwhile, Naruto himself jumped to the side, trying to get closer to the enemy. Rias attacked the second one, released a cloud of destructive magic. The fallen one managed to dodge, flying up several meters. His wings spread out, and he gathered another spear of light in his hand, throwing it down. Damn fallen ones, Rias cursed, recoiling and releasing a counter-volley. The clot collided with the spear, the air crackled with sparks. The tall fallen one jumped at Naruto, trying to hit with a light blade. Naruto responded with a series of hand-to-hand techniques, but he felt that the enemy was strong. Anxiety flared up inside him. If he failed, passers-by could die. And Rias. Shadow Soldier, help, he shouted. The soldier rushed at the fallen one, distracting him. Naruto took advantage of the opportunity, moving behind the enemy and striking him with his fist. He hissed and flew back a couple of meters. But then, shaking off his numbness, he raised his hand. Die, the fallen one growled, creating a huge ball of light, entwined with black lightning. Naruto felt a threat. He would not dodge so easily. He tried to do a shadow dash, but the maneuver might not be enough. Suddenly, a purple flash flashed from the side. Rias reacted, hitting the enemy in the side with her destructive magic. The fallen one's charge broke off and went into the wall, leaving a hole there. Thank you. Naruto called out. Focus. Rias shouted. She herself was facing another fallen one, who had already created a long spear of light, and was rolling with powerful lunges. Rias tried to block it, releasing purple flashes. Naruto's thoughts. I need to finish off my opponent as quickly as possible and help Rias. He again called upon all the available chakra to strengthen his fist. It was a weak analog of the Rasengan, a small whirlwind of chakra. The fallen threw the spear. Naruto jumped back, and then slammed a ball of energy into his chest. Flash! Ah! The fallen one screamed, flying into the wall and landing on the ground. It seemed to have seriously affected him. Naruto approached, clenching his fists. Surrender, or I'll finish you off. He spat out blood. Fuck you. I can't take it anymore. Cough. Damn devils. The fallen one's strength was running out. Naruto felt the system award him experience, plus 40 XP. And in total, he already had more than 110 out of 200. Naruto's thoughts. Great, almost halfway to the next level. There was another enemy left, which Rias was fighting. But it was clearly easier for her. Since she was a more experienced fighter, her destruction magic affected the fallen one's aerial maneuvers. When Naruto arrived, he saw how he was already writhing, having received a powerful charge to the wing. Damn it, the fallen one croaked, looking from Rias to Naruto. You are strong. But don't think that this is the end. We have a master who will, cough, grind you into dust. Who is your master? Rias asked coldly. Speak. I won't tell, he hissed, then rushed upward with force, managing to create the rest of his energy, and disappeared into the night sky, leaving behind a black silhouette. It seemed that he had sapped the last of his strength in order to escape. Shit, we missed it, Rias exhaled, breathing heavily. Naruto turned around and saw that his opponent was still lying down. But when he approached, he too disappeared, leaving only a gray feather. Perhaps he activated the teleportation spell. Naruto's thoughts. They both escaped. Their magic is strong. Well, at least they didn't kill them. Rias threw her head back, calming her breathing. Well, the main thing is that we repelled their attack. And, fortunately, none of the locals were hurt. At that moment, Rias received a message from Kiba on her phone. Everything is calm in our sector. How are you? She replied that they encountered 2 fallen angels, the battle was over, the enemies fled. Naruto dismissed the summoned soldier, feeling weak, because he spent a lot of chakra. Phew. I hope this will buy us time. But it seems like they have some kind of leader, since they say master. Naruto's thoughts. I wonder if this is related to that same Chaos Brigade I heard about in passing? Rias frowned. It seems so. I will inform Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. He should know who is sowing discord in his ranks. In the meantime, let's return to the others. On the way back, the system suddenly flashed. System. Congratulations. The Shadow Sovereign has reached level 2. +1 stat point, +1 skill point. New function, skill menu. Naruto almost jumped with joy, but then remembered that Rias was nearby. He had to restrain himself. Is everything okay? Rias asked, noticing how he made a sharp wave of his hand. Yeah, it's just, that same system said that I leveled up, he admitted with embarrassment. Rias smiled widely. Ah, so you're getting stronger. Congratulations. Maybe you can show me what's changed? Rias's thoughts. I wonder if he'll be able to summon 2 soldiers now, or improve their attack. Naruto checked the menu, seeing +1 stat point. He thought about it, and put it into mana/chakra to increase his magic reserve. As a result, his stats became slightly higher. He also had a list of skills open up. Shadow Soldier Summon, F. Shadow Dash Attack, F. Self-Recovery, F. New F skill slot. His heart was beating faster, he wanted to test it right away, but the place and time weren't right. I'll try it at home anyway, he concluded, turning to Rias. Let's get back to the others. Naruto's thoughts. Finally. New possibilities have opened up for me. I should remember to try summoning a second soldier or something. They hurried back. After meeting up with Kiba, Koneko, Akeno, and Asia, who had found no serious enemies, Rias gave a brief report on the encounter. 2 fallen. Managed to injure them, but they escaped. They were talking about a master. Perhaps something big is awaiting us. Kiba winced. Then we'll have to increase our patrols. I see. Next time, we'll take someone with defensive skills. Akeno bit her lip. If these aren't just stragglers, but an organized group, then we should warn Azazel. Yes, I'll do that tomorrow, Rias confirmed. Koneko looked at Naruto cautiously. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Thank you, Koneko, he replied. Surprisingly, she asked. Kaneko's thoughts. He must really be good, or maybe I'm starting to get used to him. Asia sighed in relief. It's good that everything worked out. Asia's thoughts. Someday, I want to learn even better moves so I can help. I can't just stand on the sidelines forever. Rias summed it up. So it's been a relative lull for now. But we shouldn't relax. Naruto, you did well, you proved yourself in battle. She smiled faintly, her voice slightly warmer than usual. I think you'll become one of the best fighters in the future if you keep training. Naruto was embarrassed, but he responded with gratitude. I'll try not to let you down. Late in the evening, everyone returned to the mansion. Naruto went out onto the balcony again to get some fresh air. He felt a mixture of satisfaction, he helped repel the attack, and anxiety. What kind of a master do the fallen have, and what are the consequences of all this? He mentally opened the System panel. System. Level 2, Experience 10 out of 300. Stats, Base. Strength, 16. Dexterity, 19. Endurance, 23. Intelligence/Wisdom, 12. Mana/Chakra, 21. Skills, 1, Summon Shadow Soldier, F, 2, Shadow Dash Attack, F, 3, Self-Recovery, F. New skill slot available, F. Naruto's thoughts. Great, I'm already stronger. But I have a feeling that there is a much more serious danger ahead than a couple of fallen ones. He sighed, grinning at his own ardor. Then he heard quiet footsteps and turned around. It was Akeno, who came up to the balcony with a cup of tea. Oh, Naruto-kun, are you there? Am I disturbing you? No, he responded. I was just checking my system. She came closer, leaning on the railing. She smelled of light perfume with the scent of jasmine. Are you feeling heavy? Yes, that is, Naruto admitted. So many thoughts about the future and threats. Akeno's thoughts. He is so sincere. Usually guys try to act invincible. She touched his shoulder. Don't be afraid. We are a team, and Rias would never abandon her own. Kiba, Koneko, Asia and I, we will cover each other. And you. I hope you will join us fully soon. Naruto felt her warm hand on his shoulder and felt embarrassed. His heart skipped a beat. I am grateful to you all, he muttered. Naruto's thoughts. Akeno is very beautiful and kind, I feel some elusive energy. Strange. Did I really have embarrassed feelings now? She smiled, noticing his flushed cheeks, but decided not to tease him again, remembering the scene in the kitchen that morning. Okay, then good night, Naruto-kun. There are many things to do tomorrow. Good night, he echoed. When Akeno left, he was left alone, absorbed in his thoughts. Over these 2 days, he has already found himself in several piquant situations, felt kindness and support. And he realized that he was becoming more and more attached to these people. Maybe this is fate? End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Summoning from the Shadows. The morning sun softly illuminated the corridors of the Gremory mansion. Birds chirped outside, but inside, there was a sleepy silence. Naruto woke up with a slight heaviness in his chest. The system was silent, but he felt an uneasy premonition that something big was coming. Naruto's thoughts. We encountered the Fallen yesterday. They mentioned, Master. Are they preparing for a bigger attack? Or is this all some kind of gang? He stood up, stretched, and opened the system menu. It read. System. Level 2, EXP, 10/300. Free skill slot, F. It is recommended to learn a new skill to increase combat effectiveness. Yeah, right, he muttered. We need to choose something useful. Maybe strengthen the summoning. Or get another skill? From his experience with RPGs in his world, though he didn't know much about them, he guessed that the system would offer several options if he somehow activated the skill list window. But now he was prevented from doing so by his internal hunger and the fact that it was time to get ready for school. Akeno, passing by the door, heard his voice and knocked quietly. Naruto-kun, are you up yet? We're making breakfast. Akeno's thoughts. It looks like he's talking to the system. Or to himself again. How funny. Yeah, I'm coming, he responded. Having changed into his school uniform and throwing his bag over his shoulder, Naruto went down to the living room, where Rias, Kiba, Koneko and Asia were already sitting at the table, and Akeno was bringing fresh tea. Good morning, Rias smiled. You look focused. I keep thinking about those fallen ones, Naruto admitted. Rias's thoughts. He adapted to our reality so quickly. The fight yesterday hadn't scared him, but only fueled his desire to figure out what was going on. Yeah, I contacted Azazel, Rias added. He said he'd check who these renegades are and where their master came from. No details yet. Yeah, Naruto sighed, accepting a plate of toast from Akeno. Well, we'll see. Koneko just nodded, taking a bite of her sweet bun. Asia was concentrating on pouring herself some juice. We have classes today, and then a club meeting, Rias continued. Zenobia and Irina should be stopping by, remember them? They're from the church, friends with Asia. They might want to help too if things get serious. Naruto's thoughts. Zenobia and Irina. I think I've heard of them. The exorcist swordswomen who defected to Rias's side? I wonder what they're like. I see, it will be interesting to meet you, he said out loud. That was the end of the conversation, it was time to run to school. The school day went on as usual. Naruto sat in class 2B, trying hard to pretend that he understood the explanations in math. Nearby, his classmates chatted, occasionally glancing at Naruto, the new cute guy who lives in Rias Gremory's house. These rumors were already circulating throughout the school. Tell me, Naruto-kun, Miyako, the same kind girl with pink hairpins, addressed him during recess, is it true that you have a special relationship with Ria-senpai? They say you spend the night at her place. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, how can I explain to them that it's because of magic and all that? He smiled tensely. No, I'm just staying in her mansion by invitation. I have problems with housing, that's all. Wow, Miyako narrowed her eyes slyly. And there are also rumors that you often contact Akeno-senpai and even that gentle blonde, Asia. Do you have a harem by any chance? Naruto choked. What are you making up? Some of his classmates giggled. Matsuda and Motohama, having learned about these conversations, hissed angrily from the corner. I swear, he gathered the whole cream of the school, this lucky guy. Yeah, his life is the dream of any of us. Naruto sighed heavily, feeling himself starting to blush. Naruto's thoughts. Look at this. Although it is true, there is a lot of attention from beautiful girls. But I am not here for vanity. The teacher called him to class, and the scandal died down. Naruto was sincerely glad of the saving change of topic. During the lunch break, Naruto retired to a secluded place, the backyard of the school, where several sakura trees grew. He sat down on the bench and opened the system panel. System. Level 2, Experience, 10 out of 300. New skill, F, available. Choose from the following options. Enhanced Soldier Summon, allows you to increase the strength of one summoned soldier by 10%. Shadow Absorption, provides a short-term boost to stats by disintegrating a killed monster/enemy. Shadow Curtain, creates a small invisibility field for 5 seconds. Naruto's thoughts. So that's it. 3 options. Which one is better? He figured, Enhanced Summon looks useful for fights when the shadow is weak. Shadow Absorption is more like an increase in personal stats, but you'll have to finish off enemies. Shadow Curtain can be a great help in hiding or attacking unnoticed. They're all interesting. Remembering how often he lacked stealth, especially when fighting in the middle of the city, Naruto decided. Okay, I'll choose Shadow Curtain. Concealment wouldn't hurt. He mentally confirmed the choice. The system blinked. System. New skill, F, acquired, Shadow Curtain. Description, creates a short-term invisibility area around the owner, radius -1 m, duration 5 seconds. Mana costs, moderate intelligence. Naruto's thoughts. Great, 5 seconds to run away or strike suddenly. With my shinobi skills, this could work great. He closed the panel, smiling contentedly. He barely managed to stand up when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Koneko. Ah, Koneko, he exclaimed. Why are you here alone? She asked calmly. Holding a bag of milk and a pie in her hands. Just thinking about some of my business, he pressed his palm to the back of his head. Kaneko's thoughts. Probably fiddling with his system again. I won't pry. I see. She handed him a second can of milk. Would you like some? Naruto was unexpectedly tempted by the treat. Oh, thank you. How did you know I like milk? I have a habit of sharing. Koneko shrugged slightly, turning away. Kaneko's thoughts. He really doesn't mind. Oh well, it's a small thing, but nice. Thank you, Naruto repeated, feeling his heart grow warmer. Koneko, though silent, was becoming kinder to him with each passing day. They stood there for a couple of minutes, sipping milk, and then went to class. After class, Naruto went to the Occult Science Research Club. When he entered, he saw 2 unfamiliar girls in the living room. One was blue-haired, almost turquoise hair, stately, with a sword behind her back, and looked serious. The second one had chestnut hair pulled back into a ponytail, was smiling and more cheerful. "Oh, you must be Zenovia and Irina?" Naruto guessed. "Right," the blue-haired girl, Zenovia Quarta, nodded. "And you are Naruto, then? The one we were talking about?" "Yeah," he smiled. "Nice to meet you." The chestnut-haired Irina Shido widened her eyes. "Wow, so you were the one saving Asia-chan from the fallen angels? Cool." Irina's thoughts. A guy with a kind face and, apparently, a ninja? I wonder what kind of abilities he has. Naruto was a little embarrassed. "Well, yeah. I just happened to be nearby." Rias, sitting at her master table, nodded. "Naruto, meet Zenovia and Irina. They are former exorcists of the church, and now they cooperate more with us. Especially after some events. Zenovia has the sacred sword Durandal, and Irina has the power of an angel and also wields a sacred sword." Zenovia looked at Naruto coldly. "Rias said that you came from another world and wield shadow power. I hope this is not demonic filth." "No," he shrugged, "I seem to be a human. I just have a system that I can't explain." Irina giggled. "Hey, Zenovia, don't be so harsh. If Rias accepted him, then he's definitely not a villain." "Okay," she chuckled, softening her tone a little. Asia, who was standing nearby, happily greeted her old friends. "Zenovia, Irina, it's been a while. How are things at the church?" "It's all right," Zenovia nodded. "But right now we have a special mission. We need to check if any of the former knights of the church are participating in the attacks along with the fallen angels. We heard that there are skirmishes in the city." Rias spread her hands. "That's exactly why I asked you to come by. We might have to join forces." Kiba smiled cautiously. "With allies like these, we won't be afraid of any fallen angels." "I'm glad you're back in action, Zenovia, Irina." Kiba's thoughts. "Even though I have a difficult past with the exorcists, I already trust these two after everything we've been through." Naruto smiled, feeling interested in his new allies. They looked strong and attractive, especially blue-haired Zenovia with her straightforward look and angular character, and cheerful Irina, who was more like a bright ray of sunshine. Naruto's thoughts. "It seems that there are a lot of beautiful and dangerous girls in this world. I need to be careful with my emotions so as not to seem frivolous." Rias had a map of the city with marks on her desk. She pointed to several points. "News signals came in last night. Fallen angels appeared on the western outskirts, where few people go. Also, 2 suspicious types were seen in the south. They don't seem to be human. I need to check it out." Zenovia, crossing her arms over her chest. "Great, give me a mission to the west. I'll be glad if one of you goes with me. I don't want to work alone, you never know, there's a whole gang of them there." Irina snapped her fingers cheerfully. "I'll go with Zenovia. We'll work together, right, my friend?" "Yes," she nodded. "Then I'll go south with Akeno," Rias continued, "and the rest of us will stay behind in case any emergency messages come through." "Naruto, what do you want to do?" "You can join Zenovia and Irina if you're interested." Naruto hesitated slightly, glancing at Kiba and Koneko. They just shrugged. "We can back up the city," Kiba said. "We'll take Asia with us for treatment." Yes," Koneko confirmed briefly. Naruto's thoughts. Zenovia and Irina are combat exorcists. If I join, I'll be able to earn experience faster, and test out my new skill, Shadow Veil. Okay, I'll go with them, he decided. Zenovia just nodded, and Irina clapped her hands happily. Excellent. It'll be an interesting raid. You don't mind, right, Zenovia? I don't care, the blue-haired girl responded dryly. Rias smiled with satisfaction. Then it's decided. Be careful. And be sure to report if anything goes wrong. As dusk fell, Naruto, Zenovia, and Irina headed to the western outskirts of the city. The area was half abandoned, although the lights of small houses could still be seen here and there. The wind blew scraps of newspaper and dry leaves along the sidewalks. Do you feel anything? Naruto asked quietly, looking around. Zenovia frowned. Not yet. But we just got here. They usually wouldn't be out openly at this hour unless they were setting up an ambush. Irina looked around feigning cheerfulness. If they attack, I'd like to do it right away, so I don't have to wander around here all night. Naruto's thoughts. She speaks easily, but I can see that she's on guard too. She can hardly be that careless, since exorcists can sense evil. After passing several empty courtyards, they turned into an alley. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Naruto's mind, a message from the system. System. Warning, pattern shadow detected, threat level, unknown. Direction, 50 m northwest. Hey, I think there's something, Naruto whispered, stopping. About 50 meters from here. Zenovia became wary. Are you sure? I don't feel anything. My system is indicating. Let's go. Irina exchanged glances with Zenovia. Okay, let's trust. Let's go. They moved in the direction where the system had picked up the signature. They passed a fence made of rusty bars and came out into the courtyard of an abandoned enterprise. Several storage boxes and broken windows were visible in the moonlight. Dead silence reigned inside. Shoo, Zenovia ordered, raising her palm. Suddenly, wings rustled above them. Naruto raised his head, a dark silhouette with a pair of black wings slid across the sky. Fallen angel. Irina exclaimed. Shit, he noticed us, Zenovia muttered, drawing her sword, the faint glow of the Durandal on her blade. Get ready. But the fallen one did not attack, he only whistled, apparently giving a signal. Two more winged ones appeared from somewhere in the shadows, armed with light spears. 3. Naruto frowned. Looks like they are waiting for reinforcements? Possibly. We will act quickly, Zenovia decided. Irina, take the left, I'll take the right. Naruto, cover the center. Got it. He responded. Irina activated her sacred sword, the golden blade flashed. She pounced on one of the fallen, who was trying to throw a spear. Zenovia moved towards the other one, whose gaze was particularly vicious. Naruto focused on the third one, deciding to test out the shadow veil. He activated the new skill, and for a split second, a shimmer formed around him, absorbing silhouettes. Naruto disappeared from the fallen's sight, causing him to freeze in shock. What the fuck? A second later, Naruto appeared behind him and slammed his fist into his back. The fallen flew back, almost dropping his spear. Naruto's thoughts. Great. This trick actually works. He hissed, trying to attack again, but Naruto summoned Shadow Soldier, F. The shadow rushed forward, distracting the enemy. Naruto darted under the wing of the fallen one, delivering a hook from below. It hit the shiny armor on the opponent's chest, but still hit him. The fallen one gasped and began to retreat, probably to swing his spear wider. A loud explosion was heard from behind. It was Irina using angelic power, reflecting the light spear. Zenovia, in turn, accurately cut off a part of the wing of one of the fallen ones. He howled. Damn it, he cursed. Where did you get such power? None of your business, Zenovia cut off coldly, attacking again. The Durandal sword left a glowing trail. Naruto turned around. His opponent, seeing how the other two were in a difficult situation, seemed to be starting to panic. The system beeped, indicating the growing alarm of the enemies. The fallen one tried to fly away, but Naruto commanded the soldier to catch up with him, and he himself performed a shadow dash, drawing a dark trail in the air. His body seemed to move a couple of meters forward. The fallen one lost his trajectory, having received a blow to the wing from the shadow soldier. He howled and fell to the ground, hitting himself painfully. Got it. Naruto breathed out, then rushed to help Zenovia and Irina. Meanwhile, Irina pierced the fallen angel's spear with her sword, destroying his light form. He jumped back, glaring furiously. At this time, Zenovia finished off the second one, or rather, seriously wounded him, so that he fell, clutching his bloody side. Shit, the last survivor hissed, looking around. Losing again. Tell me, who is your master? Zenovia barked, holding the blade to his neck. He hissed and spat in her face. Get the fuck out. I won't tell. She barely contained her rage, so as not to plunge the sword into his throat. Irina approached, holding her fallen enemy at gunpoint. Looks like it's pointless. They either don't know, or don't want to tell. Naruto looked around and noticed that one of the fallen men, whom he himself had knocked down, was still moving, trying to crawl away. He decided to go up to him and pin him to the ground. Hey, listen, tell me, who is your master? Why are you attacking? Haha, he grinned crookedly in a hoarse voice, turning his head. Soon you will regret getting involved in our affairs. I won't say anything. Naruto's thoughts. How stubborn they are. It looks like there really is something big here. Okay, he sighed, I guess you'll leave again, like those two. And indeed, the fallen one hissed, and a moment later a black glow flared up around him, as if he had activated an emergency spell. The enemy's body dissolved into sparks, leaving only a couple of feathers. It seemed that the other two had similarly used a self-salvation spell. In Irina's hands, already deprived of her rival, only an empty cloak remained. Oh, they flew away, she said disappointedly. I wish we could have detained at least one of them. As luck would have it, Zenovia grumbled, putting away her sword. But at least we stopped them from doing anything here. Naruto nodded. Yeah, and we found out that they really don't want to reveal the master. Naruto's thoughts. The same thing happened during the encounters with Rias. Well, sooner or later we'll get to the truth. They checked a couple more buildings to make sure there were no enemies left. After making sure that everything was quiet, the three headed back. On the way, Irina looked at Naruto. Listen, Naruto, you're so good. You're so mobile, you disappear, then jump out of the shadows. Is it because of the system? Yes, he admitted sheepishly. I got new skills, like in the game. They're weak for now, but I hope to develop them. Zenovia, walking next to him. Interesting. I haven't seen such systems in demons or angels. Perhaps it's something from another dimension. I mean, it makes sense, since you're from another world yourself. Something like that. Zenovia's thoughts. What a strange guy. But he doesn't look dangerous or evil anymore. I have to keep in mind that this could become a colossal force if he grows up. Irina smiled enthusiastically. Hey, were you a famous ninja in your world? Oh, that's so interesting. I love martial arts, could I learn a few tricks from you? Well, Naruto blushed, why not? I can show you a few basic moves. Naruto's thoughts. She's so straightforward and cheerful, as if she's beaming with joy. Cool girl. Zenovia, hearing this, also perked up. I'd like to watch it too. I've never studied ninja techniques, but additional close combat techniques will come in handy. Of course, Naruto answered. Any time, if you want. Zenovia's thoughts. He's good at taijutsu. Maybe it will strengthen my sword skills? So, discussing future training, they reached the busier streets, got into a taxi and went to Kuo High School, where they had arranged to meet the others. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko and Asia were already waiting at the club. Everyone looked worried. "Are you back? How was the sortie?" Rias asked. Zenobia answered for everyone. "We encountered 3 fallen ones. We drove them away, but we couldn't capture them, they used an escape spell." Irina sighed. "The same stubborn ones who don't say anything about the master." Rias frowned. "It seems that these fallen ones are clearly not loners, but members of some organization. Akeno and I also went to the south, we saw traces of magic, but we didn't find anyone." Naruto, sitting down on the couch next to Asia. "So we haven't learned anything again. We need to change tactics." Kiba crossed his arms over his chest. "I also think that we need to either involve more serious forces or lure the enemy into a trap. Otherwise, they will continue to attack in fits and starts." Kiba's thoughts. "I feel like there is a big battle ahead. I don't want to put the townspeople at risk." Rias was about to say something when the doors to the club suddenly opened. Vala Lucifer, a white-haired youth with piercing eyes, stood at the threshold, and behind him were a couple of individuals in cloaks. "Greetings, Rias Gremory," Vala said in an even tone. "I hope I am not violating the boundaries." A tense silence hung in the hall. Kiba narrowed his eyes, and Koneko literally tensed, feeling the pressure of Vala's magical power. "Vala," Rias said coldly. "What do you want?" Naruto's thoughts. "Who is this? He feels like he has power comparable to Rias. But his aura is different, something white and blue. Maybe this is the White Dragon?" Vala chuckled. "Nothing special. I came for information. I heard that your city is having problems with a certain group of fallen. I am also interested in what they are planning." Akeno slightly raised an eyebrow. "And you just decided to help? I can't believe that the Vala team has time for this." He sighed, took a couple of steps into the room. "To be honest, I have a personal interest. I suspect that there may be a figure associated with the Chaos Brigade behind them. Or maybe someone from the hero faction. In general, I don't like it when outsiders interfere with my hunt." Naruto's thoughts. "He speaks in riddles. But he is clearly looking for a way to satisfy his own interests." Rias looked at him appraisingly. "And what do you want from us?" Vala shrugged. "Just share what you know, and I'll probably help you track down their master. Or at least stay out of your way. You don't want to get into a fight with me, do you?" "We need to consult," Rias said through gritted teeth. "But I don't like all this secrecy." Vala smiled at the corners of his lips. "That's your business. I'll stay in the city for a while. If you want to find me, just send a demonic acquaintance. That's all." He turned to the exit. "Oh, and by the way," his gaze suddenly fell on Naruto. Vala squinted at him. "Are you that guy with the shadows? There are already rumors about you." Naruto felt a strange tension. White hair, confident gaze. Dragon power? "Yeah, so what?" he answered, trying not to show his embarrassment. Vala squinted. "It's interesting that your power is not of this world. Maybe I'll want to have a duel with you someday. I like to test my strength." Naruto's thoughts. A duel? With him? I sense something very dangerous in him, like Sasuke in Cursed Seal mode. "We'll see," Naruto said shortly. Vala grinned and waved his hand. His companions, without saying a word, turned around after him and disappeared through the door. When they left, a heavy silence hung in the hall. "What a boor," Akeno gritted her teeth. "Yes, but he is very strong. He is the White Dragon," Rias explained to Naruto. "His name is Valley, the bearer of the sacred artifact Divine Dividing, and he is a descendant of Lucifer. In fact, one of the strongest of our peers. But extremely arrogant. Zenobia frowned. If he gets involved, it means that everything is more serious than we thought. Irina glanced at Naruto. Be careful with him. Valley is not a friendly guy. Naruto's thoughts. It seems that there are so many cool fighters here that I still have a lot of growing to do to avoid becoming a whipping boy. Rias sat down at the table and sighed. Okay, we understand about Valley. He can either help or complicate things. But for now, let's focus on our plan. We need to figure out where the master of these fallen is. Maybe they want to cause chaos, like the Cows Brigade. Or is it a new player? Kiba suggested. We can strengthen patrols, set a trap, placing magic sensors. And we should also warn the Council of Devils and Azazel. Yes, I agree, Rias nodded. Well, Zenobia, Irina, can you stay in the city? You will help. Of course, they answered almost in chorus. Naruto, she turned to the blonde. You should train some more. Perhaps we will have a major fight, and the power of shadows will play a key role. I understand, he nodded seriously. I will be glad of any training. Rias smiled a little softer. Thank you. We are all on the same ship. Now, it's time to rest. Tomorrow we will prepare a trap. The next day, before classes, Naruto, Zenobia and Irina agreed to meet in the Kuo school gym when no one would be there. At 6 a.m., only a few athletes were hanging out at the stadium, so the hall was empty. Okay, I'll show you a couple of basic taijutsu techniques, Naruto said, changing into a comfortable training suit. Zenobia and Irina also put on something sporty, shorts and a t-shirt. Naruto, seeing their slightly exposed stomachs and thighs, almost blushed. Naruto's thoughts. Wow. The girls are not shy here. Well, it's just training, let's focus. Zenobia took a wooden sword. I'm mostly used to fencing, but it wouldn't hurt to reinforce close combat techniques once again. Irina, more frivolously twirling the training sword in her hands. I would like to learn your tackles and sweeps to surprise the enemy. Naruto showed them some basic stances, explaining how to distribute body weight, block blows, and counterattack. The girls listened attentively, and then practiced the techniques, trying them on each other. Like this, Naruto corrected them, showing them how to move their elbows and knees. Try to take advantage of the moment when the opponent loses their balance. Zenobia caught on quickly, practicing the movements with cold precision. Irina, more impetuous but with good coordination, periodically laughed with pleasure when she succeeded. Zenobia's thoughts. Not bad, he really knows how to teach. Now I understand how he manages to dodge. Irina's thoughts. Wow, these feints are so funny. Like in ninja movies. I'll look cool in a fight with the fallen. In the end, Naruto suggested a light sparring match, one of them versus himself. Zenobia agreed. Let's see what you taught me. They took a stance. Zenobia went on the attack without hesitation, trying to hit with conventional lunges. Naruto dodged, reminding her to use the elements she had just learned. The clashes continued for a while until Zenobia growled in frustration. Fuck, too fast. Sorry, he chuckled, slowing down and letting her light blow pass. It's just a habit of mine, I practiced my speed in fights with Sasuke, Lee, and other shinobi. But you're doing well too. Zenobia frowned, but still managed a smile. Okay, looks like I have something to learn. Irina watched and clapped her hands. Cool. Naruto, you're awesome. He looked embarrassed. Thank you. I hope this will help you against the fallen. And I, in turn, want to watch you use a sword. May I? Of course, Zenobia snorted. You'll have a short lesson on how to cut down demons. Or shadows. Thus began an exchange of experiences. It was obvious that friendly chemistry was developing between them. Naruto felt a quiet respect for his interlocutors, who also recognized his talent. Naruto's thoughts. It seems like I'm collecting more and more girlfriends. Heh, just a little more and those rumors about my harem will turn out to be true. He caught himself thinking this and blushed internally, immediately looking away. At the end of the training, when everyone was tired, Irina suggested, "We should freshen up. There are showers here. Let's take turns. I'll go first." Zenovia nodded. "Okay, I'll wait." Naruto also went to the men's shower, but in the locker room he suddenly discovered that he hadn't taken a towel. Sighing, he decided to quickly go get it from the storage shelf in the small corridor. Naruto's thoughts. Where is it? Here it is, I think. He grabbed the towel, turned around, and unexpectedly bumped into Irina, who had just come out of the shower, wrapped only in a small towel. "Aaa!" Both screamed in unison. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, instantly blushing and covering her chest with her hand. Naruto threw the towel, starting to panic. "Sorry, it was an accident. I didn't know you were coming out right now. I'm so sorry." Naruto's thoughts. Oh my god, how embarrassing. She's almost naked. Irina was also rushing about, not knowing where to run. At that moment, Zenovia pulled herself up, saw the scene and sighed. "Hey, what are you yelling about?" But, noticing Irina's half-naked body, she chuckled, "Ah. I see. Go away already." Irina shouted, blushing. Naruto darted to the side like a bullet, grabbed his towel and disappeared behind the door of the men's locker room, his heart pounding like crazy. Naruto's thoughts. What a mess. In my world I didn't encounter situations like this that often, although it did happen with Jiraiya. But it's still embarrassing. Soon he heard Zenovia's muffled laughter. Irina seemed to mutter something about perverts, but then she fell silent. When everyone got dressed 10 minutes later, Irina and Naruto had a slight pinkish blush of embarrassment on their faces. Zenovia remained calm, but watched. Zenovia's thoughts. It looks like there might be an interesting spark between them. Well, in this world, from what I heard, there are complex relationships. However, Irina clearly wasn't seriously offended, but rather felt awkward. And so, the slightly embarrassed company finished training and hurried home, or rather, to school for classes. During one of the breaks, Naruto went out into the schoolyard to have a snack. To his surprise, Koneko was already sitting there, clutching a bag of dried fruit in her hands. He sat down next to her. "Hey, do you mind if I keep you company?" She shrugged. "Sit down." They were silent for a while, looking at the sparse clouds. Naruto took a sip from his juice box, then said, "You know, I was wondering, you're very sensitive to energy. Have you noticed anything strange around here?" Koneko frowned slightly. "Yes, I can sense that there's been an increase in dark activity in the city. Not just fallen angels, but also something that looks like a yokai or dragon energy. Perhaps Valley is already wandering around here." "I see," Naruto nodded, "perhaps this is a sign of a big fight to come." "Yes," Koneko agreed. "Be careful." Kaneko's thoughts. "I didn't like his shadow powers before, but I can see that he uses them with good intentions. I can fully accept him being around." Naruto smiled. "Thank you. By the way, thank you for giving me the milk yesterday. I appreciate it." She responded shortly, her eyes softening slightly. Naruto's thoughts. Koneko is reserved, but it feels like she's pleased that her concern is noticed. Suddenly the bell rang, and they had to go back to class. But both of them felt a little warmer in their hearts, another small step in their mutual understanding. The next evening, the Occult Research Club was as lively as ever. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Naruto were seated at a long table. Zenobia and Irina stood to the side, and posters with diagrams were placed against the wall. The special teleportation circle Rias had prepared glowed on the floor. So, Rias began, we want to set a trap. Fallen ones are known to appear periodically in the far quarter, near the abandoned churches. We will place magical markers so that when they appear, we will seal their space. Then they will not have a chance to teleport or use an emergency spell. We will be able to interrogate at least one of them. Kiba nodded. That sounds reasonable. Akeno added. I have prepared a barrier. It will activate when the fallen ones appear, cutting off their escape routes. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Okay, but what if we're outnumbered? We'll split into two groups, Rias replied. The first is the combat team, Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, Koneko, and myself. The second is the support and reserves, Akeno, Naruto, Asia. If the enemy is too strong, you'll come out to help. I can be in the first team. Naruto exclaimed, wanting to fight. Rias shook her head. No, we already have enough fighters up there. You'll be an important backup link, your shadow ambush could be the deciding factor, plus Asia needs to be protected, and Akeno will be monitoring the barrier from above. Naruto sighed, but agreed. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, Rias probably knows better how to position people. She's an experienced leader after all. Asia timidly placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's okay, you and I will back up together. If someone gets hurt, I can heal them. And you will back me up, right? He smiled. Of course, don't worry. Koneko chuckled softly. It's all decided then. That night, both squads took up positions near a dilapidated church. The building was surrounded by a sagging fence, with weeds growing thickly around it. Magic marks had been secretly installed around the perimeter, tuned to react to fallen or evil energy. Squad 1, Rias, Kiba, Koneko, Zenobia, Irina, hid inside the building, hiding their aura. Squad 2, Akeno, Naruto, Asia, took up residence in the nearby bell tower, where Akeno could perform the ritual if necessary. Quiet, Rias whispered over the comm, magic channel. We're waiting. Naruto, sitting behind the railing, tensed up, peering into the moonlit shadows. Naruto's thoughts. Heart pounding. Hopefully our plan will work and we won't encounter anything too strong. Asia was clasping her hands anxiously next to her, and Akeno looked outwardly relaxed, even though she had her magic seal at the ready. Minutes of silence stretched around, with the occasional sounds of night insects. Suddenly, the markers flashed blue. A quiet, alarming vibration sounded in Naruto's ears, an enemy had appeared. Naruto's thoughts. Here it is. Akeno looked up at the sky, and whispered the spell. A barrier began to rise above the area. Now the fallen would not be able to teleport. Voices sounded in the darkness below, apparently 2, maybe 3. Sure enough, a silhouette with black wings appeared from the west, and another from the north. Squad 1 immediately moved to attack. Naruto heard Koneko shout something, and Kiba raised his sword. Rias released her destruction magic. Flashes lit up the air. Aha, enemy caught, Akeno muttered, entering the spell stage. The barrier will end now, just a little more. Naruto looked closely, trying to figure out how many fallen were there. There looked to be 4. But somewhere behind him, an additional figure flashed. It looked like another one. The system beeped. System. Enemy, fallen angel, Class B, 2 more A-level signatures detected? High danger. Level A? Naruto gasped. That means someone is very strong. Akeno frowned. Okay, I'll go help. Naruto, cover Asia. If someone strong appears, step in. Got it. He nodded, feeling his heart pounding. Akeno took off, spreading the black and purple wings of a fallen angel, or rather, a hybrid, and releasing lightning. Naruto stayed next to Asia, watching the battle unfold below. Sparks, explosions, screams. It seemed like the barrier had already been established, the fallen ones couldn't escape. But then there was a whistle of air behind him. Naruto turned around abruptly and saw a female figure with dark wings landing on top of the bell tower. Huh? He blurted out. She put her hands on her hips and smirked. Hello, boys and girls. So you set a trap? Funny. Too bad you didn't consider that someone could bypass the magic circle from above. She was tall, with a languid look and ample breasts, wearing a revealing leather outfit. Asia gasped and recoiled. Are you a fallen angel? Naruto blurted out. I noticed. I am Riisa, or some other name suitable for one of the senior fallen, one of those who listens to our master's orders. And it seems you are the blonde with the shadow power? Naruto tensed, throwing up his hands. If you want to fight, I won't let you touch Asia. Oh, what a protector, Riisa snorted playfully. Although I don't need your girl. I need you. The Lord wants your shadows, they are supposedly able to strengthen our army. Naruto's thoughts. So the motive is revealed. They want to use my power. You won't get it. He decisively released the shadow soldier. Don't touch Asia. Riisa only sighed indulgently. Okay, I'll have to take you by force. Cutie, get ready. She shook her wings and created a blood-red spear of light. Naruto covered Asia with his body. Asia, stay behind. I'll handle this. The shadow soldier rushed towards Riisa, who playfully swatted it away, sending out waves of light. The shadow hissed and flew away, cracking. Naruto was taken aback, it was very strong. It looked like it was rank A. Oh, you didn't expect that? Riisa said mockingly. I'm not one of the ranks. Now take it. She threw the spear. Naruto rolled to the side, preparing to use Shadow Curtain. A short flash, and he disappeared from sight, sneaking up from behind. However, Riisa seemed to notice his movement. She raised her hand and released a shockwave back. Oh, how clever. She laughed as Naruto received a noticeable blow to the side and flew into the stone balustrade, almost falling. Shit, he groaned, clutching his ribs. Asia screamed. Naruto-san. Are you hurt? Yes, but not critically. Riisa, sensing the advantage, lazily stepped forward. Listen, boy, surrender. Or I will finish off your cute girlfriend. Don't you dare. He jumped up, gasping for breath. Naruto's thoughts. We need to buy time, maybe one of my friends will notice or show up. Okay, I'll have to take a risk, using everything I have. The system beeped, issuing a sudden quest. System. Warning, enemy is dangerous, rank A. Defeat or delay until allies arrive. Reward, plus 100 XP. Penalty, possible death. No way, I won't die. He whispered. He gathered his strength, summoned the soldier again, putting more chakra into it. The shadow became a little denser. Riisa was surprised for a moment. Oh, you can still do it? Okay, let's see how persistent you are. She rushed forward, attacking with her spear. Naruto blocked with a movement of his forearm, enhanced by chakra, and commanded the soldier to strike Riasa's legs. The shadow cut through the air, but she deftly jumped back, shaking her hips, releasing another wave of red-black energy. Naruto barely dodged, getting a burn on his shoulder. Ah! He screamed in pain. But he did not give up. Naruto's thoughts. This won't do. She's too fast. I need to catch her off guard. His gaze slid to the balcony, where Asia stood, pressed against the wall. If Riasa decided to hit her, everything was lost. I needed to distract her. Naruto remembered how Shadow Dash allowed him to change his position abruptly. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, he activated Shadow Curtain, disappearing for literally an instant. Hiding in the darkness? Riasa was confused for a second. Naruto emerged next to her, trying to deliver a precise blow to her hand holding the spear. But Riasa, having good reflexes, moved, and the handle of the spear poked him in the stomach. The guy bent over, clearing his throat, but managed to grab her wrist with his other hand. GH. The shadow soldier jumped up to attack from the other side. Riasa raised her eyebrows. Not bad, but not good enough. She pulled her hand out of Naruto's grip and hit him in the jaw with her elbow, sending him flying back to the railing, staggering. The shadow lunged at her, but the fallen one countered with a light strike, sending her flying as well. Cough. Naruto breathed out, feeling a metallic taste in his mouth. Strong. Asia almost cried as she watched him fall. She rushed to heal him, but Riasa blocked his path. Stop. Or you will not live. At that moment, lightning fell from somewhere above. A bright flash with a crack passed a few centimeters from Riasa, forcing her to jump back. Akeno appeared, gliding through the air on her wings. Get away from them, she shouted angrily, her eyes blazing with a deadly fire. Ugh, it's a bit late, Riasa chuckled, flying back. However, I already realized that time was lost. The barrier blocked our escape anyway. We'll have to take a risk. She raised her hand and seemed to activate a hidden amulet. Akeno discharged another lightning bolt at her, but Riasa disappeared in a flash of black light, exploding into a gray haze. Either a suicidal or an emergency interruption. She was gone, only fragments of something like a talisman remained. You escaped again. Akeno cursed. Naruto was staggering, clutching his side and shoulder, from which blood was oozing. Asia rushed to him. Naruto-san, hold on. I will heal you. He felt dizzy. But, feeling the warmth of healing, he exhaled with relief. The painful pulsation began to fade. Akeno helped him sit down on the stone. Sorry I was late. I didn't think that someone would get through the barrier from above so cleverly. It's nothing, he muttered. It's good that you came. Naruto's thoughts. We missed a strong enemy again. But at least now it's clear that they really need my shadow power. By that time, the battle below had also ended. Squad 1 managed to catch one of the fallen angels, but it turned out to be a small fry who didn't know anything about the master. The rest escaped again through similar amulets. Rias, seeing the injured Naruto, quickly approached. Are you okay? He blinked and smiled. Asia has already healed everything. I feel better. Rias clenched her fists. I should have put you in the first squad. I didn't think that someone would get through the barrier so cleverly. Rias's thoughts. I was outplayed again. I hate this feeling. And Naruto got hurt. Koneko and Kiba came too. Sorry, Naruto, Kiba said. We couldn't stop fighting down there. Koneko quietly added. It's good that you're alive. Don't do that again. Zenobia and Irina were upset that the enemies had gotten away again, but Irina sighed in relief when she saw Naruto was on his feet. Thank God, everything turned out well. Naruto's thoughts. So much support. Yeah, I need to get stronger so I don't let them down. Back at the club, Rias held an emergency meeting. It turned out that the fallen were trying their best to escape, and it became clear that the master was a very influential figure. Perhaps he was a former Mao or an extremist from the Chaos Brigade. Vala said he could help, Akeno reminded. Maybe we should contact him? Rias squinted and thought. Valley is a real guy, but I guess there's no other way. We don't have much information. Kiba agreed. Yeah, and Azazel can help too. Together, they'll track down the gang. Zenobia suggested. We should also send a message to the church, so they can be ready. Irina slapped her palm. Great, I can do that. At that moment, Naruto suddenly stood up. Rias, I want to ask, should I become your servant? Everyone stared at him, shocked. Rias blinked. Why now? Naruto looked into her eyes. I realize that you have to cover for me all the time. But you have your own hierarchy, and if I officially became part of the team, I would have more opportunities to train with you, receive protection, and give protection. And the political aspects. You yourself said that this would give me the right to be in the city. Naruto's thoughts. I don't want to be a burden. If I am their servant in the devil hierarchy, it means that I will be able to officially participate in battles and protect them, and they will be able to protect me. And it will help me grow faster in the system. Akeno half smiled. That sounds reasonable. But it is irreversible, right? Once you become a devil, you will no longer be an ordinary person. Rias bit her lip. That's right. Implanting a devil pawn will change your nature. Are you sure? Naruto thought for a moment about his friends from Konoha, about how he promised to remain true to the shinobi way. But, sighing, he answered. I will not give up on myself. But in order to be by your side and continue to protect this world, I need to accept its rules. I agree. Rias smiled softly and said quietly. Okay. Then let's discuss this in more detail. Rias's thoughts. Finally. I admit, I'm glad that he will be under my wing. But I will need to perform the ritual correctly. Koneko, Kiba, Asia, Akeno, Zenobia, Irina, they all looked at Naruto with respect, and sometimes with anxiety, realizing that he was taking an important step. Perhaps this is when he will finally become a part of the Gremory family. Already late at night, in the Gremory mansion, in one of the ritual rooms, Rias prepared the seal. Naruto stood in the center of the circle, nervously fiddling with his fingers. So, Rias said, holding up the evil pieces, magical chess pieces that devils use to transform people. I usually have all my pieces taken, but I can trade some of them with my brother, Surzex. I just happen to have a couple free. I hope they'll suit your power. Naruto's thoughts. What an intricate device. All for the sake of making me a servant? Oh well. Rias activated the spell, and two of the pawns glowed crimson, slowly rising into the air. One of them vibrated more strongly, as if resisting. Rias frowned. Wow, your aura is such that it requires more than one pawn. Okay, let's try. The pawns approached Naruto's chest, merging into his body. Naruto felt a powerful magical injection, like a hot wave passing through his veins, mixing with the system. Something flashed inside Naruto's head. System. Warning. Devil conversion process detected. The system is adapting. Mutation risk, low. Integration allowed. Naruto groaned, feeling the heat and aches. It seemed that Kurama's chakra also moved, but not particularly hostilely, rather, cautiously. Rias, biting her lip, tried to complete the ritual, reading the necessary words. A minute later, the red glow faded, the pawns disappeared inside Naruto's body. He was breathing heavily, clasping his sides with his hands. "Did it work?" asked Akeno, who was standing next to him as an assistant. Rias made a short gesture. "I think so." "Naruto, how are you?" He raised his head, trying to assess his feelings. He felt something new flowing through his veins, a mixture of chakra and demonic energy. But the system balanced these flows, preventing them from conflicting. Naruto's thoughts. "My body feels a little different. But everything seems to be fine. I'm alive. And everything seems to be fine." He croaked. Rias smiled with relief. "Then congratulations, Naruto. You are now my servant, or rather, a devil from the Gremory family. I hope you won't regret it." Akeno clapped her hands. "Congratulations. We are now formally teammates." Koneko also quietly said. "It will be easier to protect each other." Asia, although not a devil, still beamed with joy. "Naruto-san, I'm glad everything worked out for you." Kiba smiled. "Welcome to the family." Naruto's thoughts. Family. Sounds touching. That's it, now I have a new home in this world. I'm not alone. Zenobia and Irina looked at this from the side with slight envy, but they understood that this was Naruto's choice. Perhaps he would now be more closely associated with the Gremory team. As soon as everyone left the ritual hall, the system lit up again with a message from Naruto. System. Detected infusion of demonic energy into the core. Adaptation was successful. Unlocked branch, Dark Chakra, F rank, allows you to slightly strengthen summoned soldiers with demonic power. Rating, Mana/Chakra, Stat +2. Naruto's thoughts. So, I've grown in strength a little? And now I can make a dark version of shadow soldiers? Cool. He barely held back a smile. It seemed like everyone around him could see how happy he was. But after a minute, Naruto felt a surge of weakness from the ritual he had experienced. I think I'm tired, can I go to bed? Of course, Rias nodded. Go. Tomorrow is a day off. You can rest. Rias's thoughts. Now he is officially my servant. I will have to teach him everything the Gremory family knows, how to use demonic power, how to participate in the raiding games, but most importantly, protect him. And so this important day ended, and Naruto went to bed with the thought that he had taken another step into a new world. At night, Naruto found himself inside his conscious sphere, where Kurama lived. The bars were still there, the seal was still in effect, but the atmosphere was calmer. The nine-tailed beast half closed its eyes, seeing Naruto enter. Kid, what are you, the devil now? Kurama muttered, stretching his mouth. Looks like it, Naruto grinned. But I'm still me. Heh, I don't care, as long as you don't get weak. It would be better, on the contrary, to become stronger. If this demonic energy helps us sweep away the enemies, then go ahead. Naruto's thoughts. Kurama cares that we don't die. Although he expresses it in his own way. Okay, Fox, he said. Good night. And in the morning we will have a new life, heh. Kurama only snorted, disappearing into the darkness. Naruto left the spiritual space, plunging into a deep sleep. In the morning, he woke up in his room at the Gremory mansion, feeling a strange lightness. The demonic energy and the system seemed to have found a stable balance. Looking out the window, he felt a surge of determination. Naruto's thoughts. A new day, I am a Gremory devil, a shinobi from Konoha, and a Shadow Monarch, what a mess. But I will do all this with the power to protect the people dear to me. I need to check if there were any messages from Rias. The system was silent for now. But he knew that enemies were not asleep. The Lord of the Fallen Angels, Valley with his mysterious plans, and even the faction politics of the DXD world itself, all of this awaited him ahead. And then there was the mysterious figure of Ophis, Great Red, perhaps a clash with the Cows Brigade. But now he was no longer an outsider, he was part of a strong team, he had friends, and also, a growing harem of sympathies. Who knows, maybe the relationship with Rias, Akeno, Asia, Koneko, Zenobia, Irina and other beautiful girls will become even warmer. Thus, Chapter 3 ends. Chapter 4. The Devil's Power and New Trials. Naruto woke up in his room, the rays of dawn playing on the curtains. He stretched, and immediately felt an unusual tingling in his hands, as if an electric current ran through his veins. Naruto's thoughts. Is this demonic energy? I feel something new, but not unpleasant. Like a slightly different breath inside me. He sat up in bed, looking at the system panel. It responded with a slight delay, but soon showed. System status, Level 2, Experience 10/300. Demonic energy, active, fusion with chakra. Skill, Dark Chakra, F, allowed for use. Stats have increased slightly due to conversion to the devil. So everything is in place, he muttered. Okay, good. His head ached a little, apparently his body was still adapting to the new state. And yet Naruto felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Now he was truly a part of the Gremory team, he had the right to train, participate in the raiding games, and in general protect the city legally. Changing into a regular t-shirt and pants, he opened the door and went out into the hallway. Immediately he ran into Asia, she was carrying a small tray with tea. Oh, good morning, Naruto-san. She greeted happily. How are you feeling? Almost great. He smiled. As if a lot of energy. And, a slightly unfamiliar feeling. Asia's thoughts. It's great that he is happy. I was afraid that the ritual would weaken him or cause pain. If something hurts, she said out loud, come to me. I will heal it. Thank you, Asia, he responded warmly. They went down together to the living room, where Rias, Akeno and Koneko, as well as Kiba, were already. Breakfast was on the table, warm bread, fruit, juice. When Naruto entered, Rias was the first to raise her head. Good morning, Naruto. Well, you are now officially my servant pawn. Congratulations on the first day of your new life. Her smile was dazzling. And Naruto felt embarrassed, remembering how yesterday's ritual ended with him collapsing from exhaustion, and she supporting his shoulders. Thank you, he said, trying to look confident. I hope I won't disappoint you. Naruto's thoughts. I've already gotten used to her radiant beauty, but my heart skips a beat every time. Akeno winked. Well, since you've become a devil, we can safely share many secrets with you. For example, the nuances of the raiding games. If you want, we can arrange a training match against another team. Naruto frowned. Raiding games? Is that when devil clans compete? Kiba interjected. Correct. In a combat format, using the skills of the team. For experienced players, it's like a sporting event, but the level of danger is closer to a real fight. If you want to quickly level up your experience and learn new techniques, this is a good way. Kiba's thoughts. The guy is developing so quickly, perhaps it will do him good. Although against strong opponents it can be risky. Koneko added, biting off a piece of cookie. True, not all devils approve of quick matches. But Rias is a special case. She can agree to hold a training match. Naruto shrugged. Quite interesting. I'm ready. Moreover, the system will probably count experience for such fights. You've convinced me, Rias smiled. I will still think about the optimal opponent so that this does not end in tragedy. After finishing breakfast, everyone gradually went their separate ways. Kiba, Koneko and Asia went to school, where they were on duty. Naruto, Rias and Akeno stayed to sort out the issues of Naruto's training. Soon Naruto, Rias and Akeno found themselves in the backyard of the mansion, in a specially equipped place for training. There were mannequins reinforced with magic, and a large enough area for experiments. So, Rias began, crossing her arms over her chest, "I want to test how you can use demonic energy with your chakra. Devils usually have a basic ability, forming balls or beams of pure demonic power. Try it." Naruto nodded, raising his palm. From his ninja experience, he understood that he needed to concentrate the energy in a specific point. He felt a familiar flow of chakra in himself, mixed with a new dark shade. He concentrated, imagining a demonic charge forming in his hand. At first, he felt only warmth, then a flash of black and purple shimmer flowed between his fingers. "Good," Akeno assessed. "Go on, form a ball and try to release it forward." Naruto swallowed, tensing a little more. The demonic energy tried to escape chaotically, but he caught its streams, as he once learned Rasengan. As a result, a small ball of dark light began to pulsate in his palm, about the size of an orange. "It worked!" he exclaimed. Naruto's thoughts. "It looks like a miniature void ball, but of a completely different origin. Mixed with chakra." Rias smiled. "Excellent for the first time. Now try to shoot it at that dummy." Naruto aimed and released the ball. It flew a couple of meters, slightly swaying, and crashed into the dummy, creating a small splash, scorching the wooden, or rather, magical, surface. "Not bad," Rias praised. "For the first time, the result is even very good. With time, you will be able to form balls more powerful and accurate." Akeno added. "For example, I combine demonic energy and the energy of a fallen angel. It gives electric discharges. Perhaps you can create unique effects by mixing chakra." Naruto lit up with enthusiasm. "Sounds cool. I'll definitely try it." He summoned the blast again, a little larger this time, and fired it at the target. The dummy staggered, shrouded in a light haze. Naruto's thoughts. "Surely the system will somehow count my experiments too. I need to level up to be ready for stronger fallen." Nothing was popping up in the interface yet, but Naruto felt a joyful energy in his body, a sign that he was moving in the right direction. With the basic demon ball finished, Rias suggested moving on to how Naruto could now strengthen the shadow soldiers. "You have the dark chakra, skill, right?" she reminded. "Try using it on the soldier you summoned." "That's right," Naruto perked up. Bringing up the system menu. The skills tab suggested that he could drench the soldier in demonic energy for a short time, increasing the strength of the blow and speed. He summoned one shadow soldier and concentrated, releasing dark chakra. The shadow began to shimmer with a black lilac light, as if its density had increased. "Wow," Akeno exhaled, watching the process, "the soldier looks more powerful. Try testing it on a dummy." The soldier rushed at the target on command. This time, the blow left a deep furrow, while usually the damage was superficial. "Excellent," Rias admired. "It became stronger by about 20 to 30%. But, probably, it is short-lived?" "Yes, the system says that the effect lasts for a couple of minutes," Naruto explained. "But, perhaps, it will come in handy at a crucial moment." "Undoubtedly," Akeno agreed. "If you pump up the level, the time and power will increase." Naruto smiled, removing the soldier. Naruto's thoughts. Everything is going well. It seemed that the combination of powers produced a good synergistic effect. However, a slight weakness suddenly appeared inside, and a notification appeared in the system menu. "System Mana/chakra consumption has reached 75% in a short period. It is recommended to rest to prevent exhaustion. Oops, he muttered. I guess I overdid it. That's enough for today, Rias suggested, noticing that he had turned pale. We'll continue the rest another time. We have a week until the supposed training match. Naruto didn't argue, and bowed gratefully. Thank you for the training. I can already feel that I'm getting stronger. A happy anticipation flared up inside him. How many opportunities were now opening up? After training, Naruto decided to rest in the living room of the mansion. Akeno brought him a bowl of fragrant soup and smiled. Replenish your strength, otherwise your mana may not have time to recover. Thank you, he smiled, taking a sip from the spoon. Delicious. Naruto's thoughts. Akeno is caring, and, by the way, incredibly seductive when she's this close. He suddenly realized that Akeno had leaned towards him with a slight curve of her body, and her hair was gently brushing his shoulder. Naruto's heart began to beat faster. What is it? She asked, noticing his gaze and raising an eyebrow slyly. And nothing. He pulled back, embarrassed. Akeno laughed softly. Oh, you're shy. But now that you're a devil, be prepared for more frank company. We devils aren't that modest in our displays of affection. She deliberately paused, looking into his eyes. Naruto blushed deeply, remembering how many times he'd gotten into piquant situations with her and others, but he kept silent, burying his face in his plate. Akeno's thoughts. Cute guy. How funny he is at responding to innuendo. At that moment, Asia entered the living room, smiling. Oh, Akeno-san, I was just looking for you. Naruto-san, how are you feeling? Better, he replied. Thank you for your concern, Asia. Akeno, seeing Asia looking softly at Naruto, chuckled to herself again. Akeno's thoughts. It seems Asia is not indifferent to him either. Well, a harem? Why not? This is the world of DXD. Later in the evening, when Naruto decided to take a walk to school, he ran into Zenovia and Irina, who were just returning from another patrol. They were wearing simple casual clothes, jeans and t-shirts, which made them look like ordinary city dwellers. Hey, Naruto. Irina was happy. How are your devilish affairs? He smiled sheepishly. Nothing, I'm learning magic from Rias and Akeno. Great. You know, we were going to buy something for dinner. Maybe you'd like to join us? Irina suggested. Zenovia agreed. Yeah, it's more fun together. I don't really know much about the local stores. Naruto thought that it wouldn't hurt to stretch his legs and take a walk. So the three of them walked along the streets, stopping at different stores. Irina was happily running from one shelf to another, choosing sauces and sweets, and Zenovia was thoroughly studying the meat and vegetable section. Naruto's thoughts. It's funny how two exorcists usually fight fallen ones. But here they act like regular girlfriends. Naruto, what kind of meat do you like? Zenovia asked, taking a package of chicken. I like everything, but especially ramen with a good broth. I just don't know if there are any normal ingredients here, he admitted. Zenovia looked at him with her serious eyes. Let's try to cook something together. At least once in my life I'll be the hostess. We don't have the conditions at home. Irina clapped her hands. Wow, that's right. We can use the kitchen in the Gremory mansion, there's plenty of space there. And you, Naruto, will you help? Why not? He responded. Naruto's thoughts. Cooking again. I hope I won't cause a rush. Well, at least I can stir the sauce and chop the vegetables. They left the store in high spirits with full bags. Irina was leading the most animated conversation, Zenovia was nodding, and Naruto was listening, interjecting jokes. It was clear that the three of them had become good friends. So in the evening at the Gremory mansion, several people ended up in the kitchen at once: Naruto, Zenovia, Irina, and a little later, Asia and Koneko joined them, attracted by the aroma and noise. Akeno was in the living room, but promised to drop by. Rias had left for a short meeting with Sona Shirtorai on school business. Irina, taking on the role of host, chatted about recipes she had once seen. Zenovia was focused on cutting up the chicken, Naruto was helping chop the vegetables. Koneko sat on a chair, occasionally reaching out her paw for a piece of meat. Just try it. Don't worry, and Asia put on water for the broth. Naruto's thoughts. An incredibly homely atmosphere. So warm and cozy. At some point, Irina began to work on the sauce, and she was stirring so passionately that the hot broth slightly splashed onto her hand. She gasped and flinched, dropping the ladle. Ouch, it's hot. Naruto immediately jumped up, grabbed her wrist, checking to see if she was badly burned. Is everything okay? Show me. Her hand was slightly reddened, but there was no serious burn. Asia immediately offered. I'll cure you, and cast light healing magic. Irina sighed in relief. Phew, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thanks, guys. Naruto, you caught me so carefully. Then she noticed that their faces were very close. He was still holding her hand, and she leaned towards him slightly. Both of their cheeks flushed. Koneko snorted. Were you having a romantic moment here? Zenovia looked calmly, shrugging her shoulders. The main thing is that the food didn't spoil. Asia couldn't help but think. Asia's thoughts. They are so cute, but my heart is slightly constricted. I want Naruto to protect me like that too. Naruto nervously cleared his throat and walked away, letting go of Irina's hand. Yeah, it's okay. Let's continue cooking. Everyone bustled about to prevent the topic of embarrassment from developing further. In the end, after an hour, they had several dishes: chicken ramen, vegetable stew, and fruit dessert. They set the table in the common dining room. Akeno also joined in, and a little later Rias returned, smelling the delicious aroma. The mixed company of girls and Naruto gathered together to have dinner. Naruto's thoughts. What a dinner in good company. I never thought that the devil world could be so family-like. The atmosphere at the table was cheerful. Irina burst into laughter, telling how she had to cook for a huge number of nuns in the church, and that Asia saved them all then. Zenovia calmly ate the meat, interjecting short comments. Koneko purred over her plate, occasionally ruffling her ears, or maybe it seemed that way. Akeno poured juice, making fun of Naruto's clumsiness. And Rias, looking at all this, smiled serenely. At some point, Asia timidly raised her voice. By the way, Naruto-san, if you need to additionally restore your strength, I can make a special tea with the addition of medicinal herbs. I can teach you. Wow, go ahead, he said happily. I often lack mana. Great. Asia was very inspired, happy that she could be of use to him. Irina quickly noticed how Asia lit up when she spoke to Naruto and thought to herself. Irina's thoughts. She's so attached to him. Maybe they already have feelings. I want to be closer too, but how can I not get in their way? Rias, on the other hand, was watching the whole panorama: Akeno flirting, Asia caring, Koneko building her quiet friendship. Zenovia and Irina were also clearly drawn to Naruto. Her lips stretched into a knowing smile. Rias's thoughts. How sweet that Naruto is already surrounded by attention. He doesn't notice all the signs yet, but maybe this is how a harem is formed. Let's see how this develops. After dinner, everyone was satisfied, exchanging praises. It felt like the team had become closer. Naruto caught the girl's smiles on himself and was surprised to notice how warm and happy he felt inside. Naruto's thoughts. For the first time since Konoha, I feel so cozy. It's like I've found a second family. And, maybe a little more than family. The next morning, right during classes at school, Sona Shirtorai, the council president, Rias's friend and rival, met Naruto in the hallway. Uzumaki, she addressed him dryly. Are you now, as I understand, Rias's pawn? He nodded. Yes, the ritual took place yesterday. Sona adjusted her glasses. I see. I've already heard. So, I have a proposal for Rias, to hold a training match between our teams in the format of a mini-rating game. This will allow her to test the combat effectiveness of the new servant, that is, you, and the others. Will you agree? Naruto, slightly taken aback, remembered that Rias was indeed planning something like this. I think so. But it's up to Rias to decide. Okay, Sona nodded coldly. Then tell her that I'm ready for the match in 3 days, at the training arena. Sona's thoughts. Let's see what her new Shadow Monarch is worth. I don't want a potential threat to appear at school. Got it, I'll pass it on, he responded. He noticed that Sona was looking at him tensely, as if assessing him. Her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, stood next to him and nodded reservedly. We're waiting for an answer. Then they left, leaving Naruto in thought. Naruto's thoughts. So, there's a match against Sona's team. I wonder what it's like. I'll have to talk to Rias. After school, Naruto relayed Sona's words to Rias in the clubhouse. All the members of the Gremory team were there, Kiba, Koneko, Akeno, Asia, even though she's not a devil, she still helps, and Naruto himself. Zenovia and Irina also came, although their status does not allow them to directly participate, but they can cheer and help with advice. 3 days until the match? Rias asked. Well, that's to our advantage. A great opportunity to rehearse team tactics with Naruto in mind. Agree, Kiba suggested. This way we can test Naruto's new powers. Koneko, sitting to the side, added. Sona's team is strong, especially her rook Sabaki. But we have Akeno and Rias, a powerful duo. Akeno smiled at the corners of her lips. Plus Naruto's shadow soldiers are a good backup in a mass battle. Rias nodded. Okay, then we'll do that. I'll tell Sona that we accept the challenge. The match will take place in the small arena of the rating games, projected into our dimension. We'll form a team. I'm the king, Akeno is the queen, Kiba and Koneko are the knights/rooks, and Naruto is my pawn. My other pieces are either occupied or... Well, we don't have a full lineup, but I don't think Sona has all her pieces in use either. Rias's thoughts. It's a shame that Issei, the canon pawn, is missing or unmentioned in this version, but that's okay, we have Naruto. We'll need to do some team training, she added. Asia modestly raised her hand. I can help with healing, even though I'm not on the official list. But if someone suddenly gets sick... Thank you, Rias smiled warmly. Yes, your support is important. Now, is everyone ready? Ready, everyone responded. The next day, Rias rented a small, magic field outside the city to simulate the conditions of the rating game. The team assembled, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, and Naruto. Asia, as a medic, and Irina and Zenovia, as spectators, were also present. Now then, Rias said. A match is usually divided into 2 phases, reconnaissance and active attack. Koneko, Kiba, you can act as the vanguard. Naruto will be in a group with Akeno and me, using shadows for support. But if necessary, he can use shadow charge to quickly reach the enemy. Naruto nodded, recalling the explanation. I see, so I am essentially a combination of support and attack. Naruto's thoughts. Yes, it is similar to ninja tactics, where I am both a saboteur and a frontline participant, depending on the situation. Kiba suggested. Maybe we should practice the call signal? For example, if I find an enemy, give a sign, and Naruto will teleport to me with a shadow jump or dash. Rias agreed. Right. And Akeno and I will deliver ranged attacks. And if necessary, Naruto will cover me. Akeno smiled briefly. I hope the opponents will not be too cunning. But Sona is smart, she likes tactics with illusions and water magic. All the more reason to practice, Rias concluded. Let's get started. Then they simulated the situation for several hours. Kiba and Koneko go on reconnaissance, then run into virtual opponents, magic dolls, give a signal. Naruto uses a shadow dash, or quick movement through the shadows, to come to the rescue. Akeno covers from the air with her lightning. Rias shoots destruction magic from afar. Naruto got used to the new methods. He quickly jumped into battle, summoned a soldier, and strengthened it with dark chakra. Sometimes, however, he got confused in coordination, but gradually he began to understand the logic. Naruto's thoughts. It's like missions in Konoha, but still different, because here I act in a group with magicians and swordsmen. I wonder if it's possible, for example, to use clones? Yes, but there's not enough chakra. I need to level up. Rias stopped the process from time to time, pointing out mistakes. Kiba, don't go so far. Koneko, cover the flank. Naruto, don't forget about the distant balls, etc. Gradually, the coherence grew. Already in the evening, when the team was finishing, a white flash flashed in the sky. Naruto raised his head and saw Valley, the white-haired young man they had met at the club. He was hovering at a height of several meters, his arms folded across his chest. Hello, he said slightly mockingly. Are you training for the raiding match? Rias's expression darkened. What do you want, Valley? We don't want to get into a fight with you. Valley smirked. Relax. I'm just watching the new guy. He glanced at Naruto. They say you've already become a pawn? What a fall, hee. Naruto felt annoyance at his tone. If you came to laugh, get lost. Well, no. I'm just curious how your shadows will get along with demonic power. Maybe when you grow up, I'll give you a real test. But for now, you're still young. Naruto's thoughts. Why is he teasing me? They say he likes challenges, but now is not the time. Valley then added. By the way, about the fallen ones you're looking for. I dug up something. I think their master is called Gregorius, a former bishop who was exiled from the church and joined the heroic faction of the Chaos Brigade. But I'm not exactly sure. Be on guard. Otherwise, you'll be crushed. When he finished, he turned and disappeared in a white glow, leaving behind an awkward silence. Ugh, how arrogant, muttered Akeno. But if the information is correct, we will have to inform Azazel. Yes, nodded Rias. Nasty guys, although sometimes they bring useful information. Naruto's thoughts. So, the Fallen might have a connection with the Chaos Brigade. It is dangerous, because Ophis, Great Red, a lot of strong enemies are there. But for now, let's concentrate on the upcoming match. At that point, they finished training, tired, but satisfied with the result. Late in the evening, when everyone was already resting, Naruto decided to go down to the living room of the mansion, just to get some air by the fireplace. But there he found Rias, comfortably settled in an armchair and reading some book. Oh, Naruto? She was surprised. Can't sleep? Yeah, I'm a bit nervous before tomorrow's match. Decided to clear my head. He admitted. Rias smiled, motioning for him to sit down next to her. I understand. Even though I have experience, I still get a little nervous before any raiding match. He sank down onto the couch, feeling the pleasant warmth of the fireplace. They sat in silence for a while. Then Rias asked, "Tell me, Naruto, do you regret becoming a devil? It means a change in your destiny after all." He looked at her sincerely. "No. Rather, I'm glad that I was able to gain a foothold here. And I like your team, it makes me feel like I'm not alone." Rias smiled slightly, putting her book down. Inside, her heart ached. Rias's thoughts. He's so sincere. He doesn't want to be a burden. I want him to know that we value him. You know, she said quietly, when I first started this school business, everything seemed new and difficult to me too. But I've discovered that the team is my family. I hope we can become a family for you, too. Naruto nodded heartfelt. Suddenly their gazes met, and he realized how close Rias was. Her eyes shimmered in the dim light, her smile was inviting. For a moment, he felt an intoxicating feeling. Was all he could say. Rias chuckled, running her hand through his hair. You're so cute when you're embarrassed. Naruto's thoughts. His heart is pounding. She's close. For a split second, it seemed like a kiss was about to happen. But then the door creaked and Akeno peered into the room. Oh, I'm sorry, did I interrupt? She said in a deliberately apologetic tone, although there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Rias removed her hand and stepped back. I'm fine, Akeno. Did something happen? No, I just wanted to say that I'll prepare your uniform for the match tomorrow morning. And to say goodnight. Naruto jumped up. Thank you, Akeno. I think I'll go to bed too. He mentally thanked her for rescuing him from an awkward situation, although a part of him regretted that the moment of breakdown did not happen. Rias wished him good night with a soft smile, remaining by the fireplace in thought. Rias's thoughts. He is so immature, but kind and strong. I will continue to support him. Just before falling asleep, Naruto looked at the system panel. To his surprise, a new task popped up. System. Side task, eliminate the Night Wolf, rank E, that appeared on the outskirts of the city, Area 24. Reward, plus 40 XP. Penalty, possible attacks on residents. What is this, Night Wolf? He muttered. Where did it come from? He remembered Valley saying something about other creatures yesterday. Maybe it was another monster that escaped from the labs or was related to dark magic. Naruto's thoughts. It's unlikely to be anything big, level E. I can quickly go, knock it out, and come back. He was about to call someone for help, but he decided that the small creature was within his power. But he didn't want to wake Rias or the others. He quietly slipped out of the mansion, grinding down his steps so that no one would notice. The Area 24 that the system had spoken of was on the outskirts of the park. Naruto slipped past several houses and quickly got there, relying on streetlights and the map on his phone. He soon noticed a strip of moonlight falling on an overgrown path. There was a clear anomaly in the air. Is that wolf here? He whispered, moving forward. The system blinked, indicating the direction. Naruto saw the beast, a dark gray creature with glowing red eyes, about as tall as a man's chest, with bloody fangs. It looked like it had just attacked a stray dog or other victim. Hey! Naruto shouted. You won't get another victim. The beast growled, baring its fangs, and jumped at him. Naruto dodged, immediately summoning a shadow soldier, strengthening it with dark chakra. The soldier pounced on the beast with a roar, clinging to its side. The wolf howled, swung its paw, leaving a long stripe on the shadow's body, but the soldier did not disperse. Not bad, Naruto praised himself, then activated Shadow Curtain and moved behind the beast. The beast did not expect such a reception. Naruto hit it with a fist with chakra, causing the monster to fly back and crash into a tree. With a wheeze, he jumped up, but Naruto finished him off with a demonic ball, aiming it at the head. The wolf collapsed lifeless, disintegrating into black dust. System. Mission completed. Plus 40 XP. Current experience, 50/300. Great, he exhaled, smiling. It's as easy as pie. But before he could rejoice, a flapping of wings was heard from behind the trees. Naruto instantly turned around, preparing the ball. But it turned out to be Kuroka, Kaneko's older sister, if we follow the canon, a black-haired Nikomata, a former member of Vala's team. "Hello," Kuroka said in a cheeky manner, looking at the defeated wolf. "You're quick. I saw how you dealt with that beast." Naruto tensed up. "You're Kuroka, huh? Kaneko's sister? Why are you here?" "I was just taking a walk, checking out the surroundings," she replied, smiling slyly. "And I see, our newly minted devil is chasing the night wolves. Funny." Naruto's thoughts. Is she related to Valley? So she can tell him everything. But she doesn't seem to be hostile. "Okay, nothing special," he said. "Just a small monster. Thanks for not interfering, I was able to level up, hee. Kuroka shook her head, her cat ears twitching. So you're also a gamer? Or what do you mean, level up?" "Oh, it's a long story." He waved her off modestly, not revealing the system. "Since it's all over, I think I'll be going." Kuroka took a step forward. "Look, I know Valley is interested in your strength. And I am too. If you suddenly want to show me something else, we can spar. I like to spar." She winked and licked her lips gracefully, which made Naruto blush. Naruto's thoughts. Wow, she's even more playful than Kaneko. But so cheeky. Well, he mumbled, maybe someday. But for now. I have a rating match tomorrow. Oh yeah, I heard. Good luck. Show me what you've got. Kuroka smirked, waved her hand and disappeared into the darkness, as if she had dissolved. Naruto exhaled, trying to come to his senses. Naruto's thoughts. So, it seems like there are more and more beauties around me. This is getting too exciting. After checking that the wolf had disappeared without a trace, he returned to the mansion, trying not to make any noise and sleep to gain strength. The day of the match had arrived. All members of the Gremory team were in uniform, Rias in a luxurious king outfit, Akeno in a more combat-ready one, meager, but effective, Kiba and Kaneko in regular combat gear, and Naruto in a black and red pawn uniform, specially ordered by Rias, reminiscent of a combination of a shinobi suit and a devilish style. They entered the arena, a magical space recreated as a city block. The seconds announced that the goal was to capture the opponent's king or disable the entire team. Sona's team was also not complete, but her queen, Tsubaki, rooks, bishops, and a couple of pawns were present. Naruto's thoughts. It all looks very realistic. Like a hostage rescue mission. Let's begin. The signal from the referee sounded. Rias' team split up, Kiba and Kaneko went to the left, Akeno to the right flank, Rias and Naruto in the center to act as the main attack. Soon Kiba encountered Sona's knight, a fencing duel ensued, Kaneko fought off the rook. On the right flank, Akeno clashed with a mage from Sona's team, lightning versus water magic. And Rias and Naruto went to Tsubaki, the queen, and one bishop piece. Be careful, Tsubaki is strong in illusions, Rias warned. Naruto nodded, activating the soldier and dark chakra. Tsubaki bowed politely. Nice to meet you, Rias Butcho. And you, Naruto-kun? Show me what you've learned. She created a magic seal, and mirror shards flashed around, her signature technique. Naruto flinched, the mirrors reflected his image, confusing his orientation. Rias released a ball of destruction, but Tsubaki dodged, summoning the image of a double, distracting Naruto. Meanwhile, Sona's bishop released a stream of water, attacking Rias. Naruto muttered, deciding to hit the mirrors with a demonic ball. A couple of the mirrors broke, but Tsubaki deftly moved behind him, grabbing her katana. Quick! Naruto barely managed to block. Calling on a shadow dash to escape. Rias drove away the elephant's water attack, shooting destructive magic. However, the elephant, a girl with a neat haircut, repeatedly strengthened her water field. Naruto's thoughts. We need to knock out Tsubaki or at least neutralize her mirrors, otherwise Rias will have a hard time. He ordered a soldier to attack Tsubaki head-on, and he himself darted around, preparing a ball with amplification. Tsubaki intercepted the soldier, blocking him with her katana, but lost sight of Naruto. He appeared behind her and released a ball close to her. The blow was accurate, Tsubaki flew back, wheezing. Not bad. But she was still holding on. She tried to activate another mirror aimed at Naruto. The reflected beam of light cut his side. He hissed in pain, but did not fall. Enough of this trick. He shouted in his hearts, putting the rest of his strength into a Rasengan-like vortex of chakra and demonic energy, a simple ball, but more concentrated. Tsubaki took a step back, trying to defend herself, but Naruto broke through the mirror, hitting her right in the chest. The girl screamed, and a magical signal appeared in the air. Sona's queen was out of the fight. Excellent! Naruto shouted, overcoming the pain. Meanwhile, Rias also dealt with the bishop. Her destruction magic broke through the water defense, and her opponent surrendered. Rias's thoughts. Well done, Naruto. He coordinated perfectly. On the other side, Kiba had already won the fencing match. Although he had received a wound, Koneko had defeated the Rook. Akeno, releasing lightning, forced the mage and the others to retreat, and in the end, Sona was left almost alone. Then the final was announced. Sona Shirtorai went to the center of the arena and surrendered, since the Gremory team clearly outnumbered her, and Sona's queen was knocked out. The winners are Rias Gremory's team. A triumphant voice rang out. Naruto's system flashed. System. Team victory in the mock match, plus 80 XP. Current experience, 130 out of 300. Naruto wanted to cry out in joy, but the pain in his side reminded him of itself. He swayed slightly. Treat. Asia quickly responded, running up. Naruto-san, are you badly hurt? Not that bad, he exhaled, but it hurts a little. The soft golden light healed the wound, leaving a slight pain. He smiled at Asia. Thank you, it feels better right away. Naruto's thoughts. This is what teamwork is all about. Rias came up to him, touching his shoulder. Good job, Naruto. For a first match, it's excellent. Kiba, Koneko, and Akeno also praised his participation. From Sona's side, Shirtorai congratulated him on his victory, noting that Naruto quickly got his bearings. Tsubaki was tired, but she also acknowledged his strength. Later, in the real world, the Gremory team returned to the club to celebrate their victory. Rias looked pleased. Even though this was a training match, we showed a good level. Naruto's abilities fit perfectly into the overall tactics. Akeno giggled. Maybe in the future we should register for a full-fledged raiding tournament. Then we'll declare ourselves to everyone. Kiba nodded, smiling. The main thing is not to get cocky. But yes, I enjoyed fighting side by side with Naruto. Koneko hummed something quietly, apparently agreeing. Asia beamed with pride for Naruto. Zenobia and Irina, who were watching the match, also congratulated him on his success. That was impressive, Zenobia admitted. You blocked Tsubaki's katana. It's quite strong. Irina added. Yes, Naruto, you did well. I wish I could fight in an arena like this someday. Naruto's thoughts. How nice it is to receive praise from such strong people. He himself felt a pleasant aftertaste from the team battle. But he understood that this was only the beginning. Clashes with real enemies still loom ahead, fallen angels, the Chaos Brigade, their master. And, of course, Valley is somewhere nearby. For now, in this 4th chapter, the story ends on a positive note. Chapter 5. The Hidden Threat and the Path to Power. A festive morning at the Gremory mansion. The morning after defeating Sona's team. Naruto woke up in his room at the mansion. Light was streaming through the slightly open curtains, his soul was pleasant and calm. He stretched, checked the system. System. Level 2, EXP, 130/300. Note, a side quest for strengthening is available. It is recommended to increase stats through training, learn additional techniques. Statistics, Naruto muttered. Well, the main thing is that everything is okay. He quickly washed up and changed his clothes, went out into the hallway. He was surprised to see Koneko standing by the window, thoughtfully looking out into the yard. She turned around at the sound of footsteps. Good morning, Uzumaki Naruto. And to you, Koneko. Listen, are you up so early? She sighed. I feel uneasy. Like something is changing in the city. Yokai intuition signals that the black aura is thickening. Naruto's thoughts. Koneko, as a Nikomata, is probably more sensitive to dark energy. Maybe the fallen angels have become active again? Do you think it's the fallen angels again? He asked. Koneko raised her eyebrows. Maybe. We need to talk to Rias Butcho. Got it, we'll do it, Naruto nodded. They went downstairs for breakfast together. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Asia, Zenobia, Irina were already in the living room, and Kuroka flashed by in the hallway. Apparently she came to visit? Naruto, seeing everyone at once, felt surrounded by a feminine aura, which made him blush slightly. Naruto's thoughts. And why am I always the center of attention of such beauties? Let's focus on the matter at hand. Rias greeted him with a smile. Good morning, my pawn. I hope you got enough sleep. Yes, thank you, he responded. Koneko says that she senses some kind of dark energy in the city. Rias sighed. I myself was informed of a couple of incidents last night, attacks by some monsters, possibly summoned by the fallen ones again. We need to look into it. Koneko added. Yes. We can check with Kiba and Zenobia. Kiba and Zenobia nodded. With pleasure. Irina smiled. I am also ready to help if needed. Rias's thoughts. So many volunteers. Asia can heal, Irina and Zenobia are exorcists, Kiba and Koneko are strength and agility. Naruto is a shadow unit. Great. Okay, then after school we'll gather in the club and discuss the plan, Rias summed up. We need to catch at least one of these monsters alive to find out how they are connected to the fallen. The day at school was almost routine. Naruto moved between classes during breaks, sometimes chatting with acquaintances. But during one break, Sona Shirtorai approached him, apparently still discussing the results of the match. Uzumaki, she addressed him formally, adjusting her glasses, you showed an unexpected result on the field. Congratulations on your victory. Oh, thank you, he was embarrassed. Sona's thoughts. The guy really got strong in a short time. I wonder how much it will grow further. By the way, she continued, if you need more frequent practice, we can arrange another match in a couple of weeks. But keep in mind, I will prepare much more seriously. Naruto grinned. No problem, always happy to level up. Although we do have other training as well. Sona frowned, as if remembering something. By the way, I have information that the fallen in the city have become more aggressive. Please do not destroy the school if you encounter them. Heh, we will try, he promised. Sona nodded and left. Naruto smiled, realizing that inside she was still worried about the school and the city. All this diplomacy between factions is a very delicate thing, he thought. In the afternoon, when classes were ending, screams were heard in the school corridor. Naruto rushed towards the sound and saw two strange creatures, resembling hybrids of bats and wolves, who broke through the first-floor window. They growled at the frightened students. Fuck, monsters. Naruto blurted out, not expecting this in the middle of the day. His gaze darted to the side. Kiba and Koneko had apparently heard the screams too and were already rushing to the scene. Naruto rushed after them. Hey, you, he shouted at the monsters, trying to distract them from the people. Over here, freaks. One beast, sensing him, rushed to attack, mad with rage. Naruto dodged, creating a shadow soldier. It instantly grabbed the monster's paw, preventing it from jumping on the students. Kiba had already jumped up and thrust his magic sword into the side of the second monster. It howled. Koneko, clenching her fists, knocked it into the wall with a powerful uppercut. It hissed, spitting out blood or black saliva. We need to detain at least one. Kiba shouted. Okay. Naruto responded, summoning a second shadow, for a short time. Let's surround them. The soldiers grabbed the first monster from both sides. Koneko finished off the second with a knee strike. It tried to break free, but from the wounds it received, it only howled and collapsed, losing consciousness. The first one was also shackled. Naruto stunned it with a demonic ball to the head. Got it, he exhaled, shaking with adrenaline. The students, hiding behind the doors, watched in fear. At that moment, Sona Shirtorai appeared with her queen, Tsubaki, having arrived in time to assess the damage. Sona frowned, looking at the defeated monsters. I'll put up barriers so that people don't remember this. And memory erasure, too. Tsubaki nodded, activating her magic. Naruto caught his breath. Kiba and Koneko approached him. Good work, Kiba praised. Now we'll call Rias to take these creatures away. Maybe we can interrogate them or study them. Koneko nodded as well. But we're not medical devils. Asia needs to check if they're carrying a poisonous infection. Naruto realized that the situation was getting serious. The monsters weren't just attacking the outskirts anymore, but were also breaking into the school. Did that mean that the Master of the Fallen had already gone all in? Naruto's thoughts. Maybe we should act more decisively. Looking for the Master. In the afternoon, after classes ended, everyone gathered in the Occult Research Club. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and, of course, Naruto. They managed to drag one half-dead monster, a hybrid of a bat and a wolf, tied up with magic chains, to try to understand its origin. Excellent, Rias said, examining the defeated beast, which was growling and baring its fangs. It looks like it's under the influence of someone's black magic. Maybe the fallen angels created these creatures artificially? Akeno nodded. Same idea. And probably through amulets or rituals. Look, there's a piece of a chain with a seal hanging around its neck. She leaned over, showing a small symbol pressed into a piece of metal. Naruto came closer, trying to make out. G-Ri. He read. Does it look like a name? Gri. Gregorias, Zenobia prompted. I heard of a bishop named Gregorias. He was exiled from the church and joined dangerous cults. Naruto's thoughts. So this confirms what Valis said, Gregorius is a master. Kiba frowned. So now we know for sure who is behind these monsters. The question is, where should we look? Rias clenched her fist. As far as I know, the former bishop may have found refuge in an abandoned factory north of the city, where the fallen angels' magic circles have been spotted before. But without more information, we can't break in. Asia asked quietly. But if we hesitate, the monsters might attack again like today. What should we do? Rias's thoughts. We must act carefully, but we must not waste time. Zenobia gripped the hilt of her sword. I am ready to lead the group on the offensive. We have enough strength. Irina smiled. I am also for active measures. Destroying the lair of the fallen is my sacred duty. Koneko said. Maybe it's a trap. Akeno nodded. Still, we better do it as soon as possible. Rias looked at everyone, turned her gaze to Naruto. What do you think? He sighed. I don't want any more innocent residents to suffer. Especially since that creature has already broken through to the school. I think we should go to that warehouse or factory and find out everything on the spot. Naruto's thoughts. Experience is important to me, but it is even more important to prevent evil from spreading. Rias took on a determined look. Then tomorrow evening we will gather a squad and move north. I will inform Azazel and perhaps Sona to block the retreat of the fallen. The main thing is to be ready to fight Gregorius if he ends up there. Everyone agreed. A joint operation was scheduled. Naruto felt a thrill, because this was no longer just a small skirmish, this was a real assault on the base of a dangerous enemy. In the evening, when the plan of action was made, many went to their rooms to rest. Zenobia and Irina stayed in the club for a while, discussing the details of the attack with Koneko and Kiba. And Naruto and Asia went out into the fresh air. They walked through the courtyard of Kuo School, lit by lanterns. I'm worried, Asia admitted, clasping her hands. Tomorrow is a dangerous task. I hope none of us get hurt. We can handle it, Naruto smiled, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. You'll be there if something happens. Your healing power will save many. Asia was embarrassed. Thank you. Yes, I want to help. Asia's thoughts. He's so kind, he cares. It's nice that we spend time together. They stopped under a tree. Suddenly, a soft rustle was heard. It was Irina coming out from around the corner. She had a small bundle in her hands. Oh, sorry, she said, noticing Naruto and Asia talking. I just wanted to give you something, Naruto. For me? He asked, surprised. Irina held out the package. This is an amulet protector that some angels I know make. They say it increases protection against poisonous spells. Maybe it will come in handy tomorrow. Naruto's thoughts. Ah, another gift. I am surrounded by care. But I hope it doesn't look like I always accept gifts and never give anything in return. Thank you, Irina, he said, accepting the amulet. It will definitely come in handy. Asia looked at them with slight jealousy, although she tried not to show it. Asia's thoughts. Yeah, Irina wants to take care of Naruto too. But that's good. The main thing is that Naruto doesn't forget about me too. Well, see you tomorrow, Irina said, leaving. Rest, guys. Naruto and Asia were left alone. The girl looked away. I can also give you something, she muttered, as if embarrassed. Naruto gently ruffled her hair. You already have a gift, it's your ability to heal me and the others. It's more important than any amulet. Don't worry. She smiled relaxedly. The evening ended warmly, although both felt nervous before tomorrow's test. The next evening, a combat-ready group gathered at the Gremory mansion. Rias, the commander. Akeno. Kiba. Koneko. Naruto. Zenobia and Irina, as allies, although they are not Rias's servants. Asia, on standby for healing. Also standing to the side was Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, with whom Rias had managed to contact. He came to check if there would be a factional war. Okay, Azazel said, looking at the map. For my part, I will set up a perimeter blockade so that the Gregorias cannot escape. But I won't go inside the warehouse, so there won't be a conflict of interest. Act on your own. Azazel's thoughts. I hope this isn't a trap, otherwise I'll have to intervene myself. Rias nodded. Thank you, Azazel. If all goes well, we'll deal with Gregorias and his monsters. Good luck, he grumbled, turning to leave. Rias looked around the group. Let's go, let's teleport to the point. The glow of a transfer circle surrounded them. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to the northern industrial area. Naruto shivered as he felt the cold wind. There were gloomy warehouses all around, some abandoned, the windows boarded up. Naruto's thoughts. This is it, the lair of the fallen angels, or rather, Gregorias. As soon as they entered the territory, they came across a group of monsters, similar hybrids of wolves and bats, only in greater numbers. They were clearly being controlled by the lower, fallen angels. A couple of winged figures stood on the roofs, shouting orders. They're here, huh? One of the fallen angels yelled from above. Stupid devils. You're going to regret that you even tried. Charge. Rias said. Sending a magic wave of destruction at the winged one. It howled and dodged, but part of the roof collapsed. Kiba and Koneko rushed forward, dealing with a couple of monsters. Zenobia and Irina engaged another fallen one, bringing down swords charged with holy and angelic light. Akeno unleashed lightning from the sky, scaring off a flock of flying creatures. Naruto, summoning a shadow soldier, began to hold off another wave of wolf mice together. He threw a demonic ball and then shadow dash to jump up and stun the closest monster with a punch to the jaw. Oh, these creatures. He breathed out, kicking one in the stomach. Fortunately, their strength is not that great, and the team clears it out effectively. Naruto noticed the fallen angels using amulets, similar to the ones from before. Were they going to escape again? Don't let them get away. Rias shouted, realizing that they could teleport. Koneko lunged at one of the fallen angels, knocking the amulet out of his hand. He screamed as her fist hit him in the solar plexus. But the other one still managed to break his amulet, as a black glow enveloped him and he disappeared. St. Kiba muttered. Soon, most of the monsters and fallen angels, who were able, fled or were killed/stunned. Rias walked up to the captured fallen angel, pinning him to the wall. Where is Gregorius? Speak. He was shaking, spitting out blood. He's inside, in the main hall. You're done for anyway. Rias turned to the team. Well then, let's go. Let's go to the main hall. The old rusty door opened with a terrible creak. It was dimly lit inside, and strange magical symbols on the floor could be seen in the depths. There was a feeling of heavy dark power in the air. Right here, Zenobia said quietly, tightening her grip on the hilt of the Durandal. Irina stood next to him, clutching her sacred sword. Naruto felt a chill. The system was also reacting, issuing a warning. System. Danger, high concentration of dark magic. Enemies may be A rank or higher. Rias gestured for them to move on. In the center of the room stood several fallen angels, surrounded by a few dozen more monsters. On a raised platform stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, with a thin, haggard face and glowing red eyes. In his hand, he held a staff with an intricate knot. Gregorius, Rias whispered. Huh. He grinned, holding out his hand. So you came on your own. What a gift. So you were the ones interfering with my experiments? Kiba stepped forward. Experiments? You're releasing monsters on the streets, threatening innocent people. Stop. Gregorius burst out laughing. Humans? Pfft. Grains of sand in the grand scheme. I researched the sins for the sake of regaining true power. And by the way, he glanced sharply at Naruto, are you that shadow boy? Naruto felt the mage's gaze fixate on him. Fanatical interest was evident in his eyes. So there were rumors that you possessed powers from another world. Would you like to join me, to share your gift? Gregorius asked, raising an eyebrow slyly. No way, Naruto answered firmly. I don't serve psychos like you. Gregorius snorted contemptuously. Too bad. Well, I'll have to take your power by force. He raised his staff, releasing bolts of dark energy into the air. Rias's squad felt a sharp wave, as if the pressure had increased. The monsters howled and rushed to attack. The fallen angels around Gregorius activated spears of light, building up their master's defense. Fight! Rias shouted. Kiba and Zenobia attacked the group of fallen, exchanging blows with swords and light spears. Irina supported them with angelic magic, protecting them from enemy shots. Koneko and Akeno took on a large group of monsters, Koneko breaking their bones with her fists, and Akeno striking them with lightning from above. Rias focused on Gregorius himself, trying to break through his magical defense with Destruction Wave. Naruto also rushed into battle, summoning 2 shadow soldiers, for a short time, and strengthening them with dark chakra. However, Gregorius had a special, protective barrier around him. The soldiers flew away when they touched his shield. Naruto realized that he needed to break through or disable this shield, otherwise he would not be able to get to Gregorius. Naruto's thoughts. System, give me a hint. The system only gave a general answer, high-ranking enemy, the barrier is supported by several sources. Naruto noticed that there were 4 crystals in the corners of the room, sparkling with a dark light. They were probably powering the barrier. Rias, he shouted over the roar. We need to destroy the crystals. She turned around and saw where he was pointing. Right. Team, destroy those things. Koneko and Kiba, noticing this, rushed towards 2 crystals. Zenobia, with Irina's help, towards the 3rd. Naruto took the 4th himself. Okay, I can do it. But one of the fallen angels blocked their way, holding a spear of light at the ready. Where are you going, pathetic devil? He hissed. Get away, Naruto barked, releasing a shadow dash to rush past. But the fallen one was agile, the spear almost grazed Naruto's side. The young man managed to slip away and counterattacked with a demonic ball, wounding the enemy. He gasped and staggered. However, Gregorius, noticing the plan, clapped his hands, releasing a new wave of magic. The floor shook, and 3 skeletal creatures, shrouded in darkness, crawled out from under the slabs. Huh, no way. My servants will tear you apart. The magician yelled, holding the barrier. Naruto collided with these skeletons. He called a soldier, generously poured in dark chakra, he became more massive. The soldier grabbed 2 skeletons at once, and Naruto rushed to the 3rd. The bone enemy swung his sword, grinding, and Naruto barely dodged. A drop of something terribly foul fell from above. He clenched his teeth and charged his fist with chakra, crushing the skeleton's sword. Another blow, and the skeleton crumbled, but left several scratches on Naruto's body, filled with a vile spirit. Naruto's thoughts. Also magic. We must hurry. Having walked around the remains, he saw a crystal shimmering with purple light. Just then, Asia ran up to him, wanting to help. But from around the corner, one of the monsters rushed at her. "Watch out!" Naruto shouted, rushing to intercept. He felt pain in his shoulder as the beast slashed at him with its paw, but he still knocked the creature away with an elbow strike. Asia, sighing in fear, shone her healing aura on Naruto's wound. "Sorry, I didn't notice." "It's okay, it's fine," he barked, kicking the monster away. "You better move away." Together, they reached the crystal. Naruto tried to hit it with a Rasengan-like ball, but the ball bounced off, as if the crystal had its own defense. Not that easy," he muttered. "Maybe we can try attacking together?" Asia suggested. Naruto's thoughts. But Asia is not a fighter. Although she does have holy power. "Wait," he suddenly said. "You do have the holy twilight healing, right? Can you direct it to the crystal?" Asia blinked. "But it heals, not destroys." "Yeah, but can it neutralize evil energy?" "Try it." She nodded and concentrated the golden light of her palms on the crystal. It hissed as if it had been exposed to acid. Naruto saw the evil aura waver. He added Demon Ball, a double blow, holy energy plus demonic. The crystal pulsed and burst with a roar. It worked. Naruto rejoiced. Gregorius growled. "No! You broke one." Crackling sounds were heard from all over the hall, meaning that the other crystals were breaking as well. The barrier system had failed, and Gregorius's defenses had weakened. Rias, sensing this, fired the destruction wave with all her might. A stream of purple power pierced the spatial partition around the mage. "Ah," he cried out, feeling the blow. "It's not easy, but I won't give in." He tried to activate the emergency amulet, like the fallen did. But Akeno knocked the artifact out of his hand with a well-aimed throw of lightning. Gregorius turned pale, realizing that his escape route was cut off. And yet he began to chant a complex spell, apparently the final one. A giant shadow began to stir under the floor. Naruto's thoughts. Some last trump card? A huge monster crawled out of the crack in the floor, something like a golem, with horns and pulsating veins of black magic. It roared, throwing lumps of darkness into the air. Rias and Akeno jumped back, avoiding the hit, but the monster turned to Naruto and hit him with a huge fist. The boy didn't have time to dodge completely, he was thrown into the wall. His eyes darkened for a moment from the pain. "Naruto!" Asia screamed. "I'm fine," he groaned, getting to his feet. "It's a huge beast." Rias, clenching her fists, fired a volley of energy at the golem. It staggered, but did not fall. Koneko and Kiba tried to strike from the flanks, but their weapons had difficulty penetrating the armor made of black substance. Akeno threw lightning, and the monster roared, covering himself with a massive shield arm. "Ha ha ha!" Gregorius, already wounded, but triumphant, screamed with a distorted face. "My dark golem is invincible. Surrender. Fuck it." Naruto shouted, wiping the blood from his lips. "It's clear that the system considers him very dangerous, but I won't back down." He summoned 2 shadow soldiers, strengthening them with dark chakra as much as possible, and made sure that they jumped on the golem, distracting it. Meanwhile, he activated Shadow Curtain, approaching the golem from the side. The golem raised its paw, trying to throw off the soldiers, but they grabbed on, tearing the magical seams. "Well done!" Naruto shouted. "Hold on." He, putting all his chakra and demonic energy, began to form a ball of larger volume, trying to recreate something like Rasengan, but imbued with shadow and demonic power. The ball pulsed with black and blue light and grew to the size of a basketball. Naruto's thoughts. It should work. System, don't let me down. When the golem briefly turned towards him, he used Shadow Dash to get to the monster's head in a split second, and slammed the ball with all his might right into the golem's forehead. There was a roar, a flash of black and blue energy. The golem's head partially exploded. It staggered, losing its balance. "Now!" Rias commanded, firing her finishing salvo of destruction into the already damaged body. The golem roared, falling apart. The countdown was counting down on the second as the monster collapsed, raising a cloud of stone dust and darkness. Gregorius froze in horror, not believing that his trump card had been destroyed. No. How is this possible? Naruto's thoughts. Phew. It seems that the monster is finished. Gregorius, left defenseless, staggered, his strength was running out. Rias approached him, gathering a ball of energy just in case. That's it. The end. Surrender. He fell to his knees, holding his hand on his bleeding side. Damn it, you devils, he suddenly grinned, his gaze flashing madly. But I won't leave empty-handed. He pulled out the last amulet from his sleeve with a sharp movement, clearly more powerful. Akeno tried to knock it out with lightning, but he had already managed to activate it. The space trembled, bursting into black smoke. Gregorius screamed shrilly, as if making a deal with an otherworldly force. Careful! Koneko screamed. A flash of black light covered Gregorius. When the smoke cleared, all that was left in his place was a mangled figure, quickly crumbling into ash. Rias watched, dumbfounded. He, apparently sacrificed himself to disappear? Kiba bit his lip. And once again, we're missing the leader. And it looks like he's self-destructed? Naruto felt a bitter disappointment. The system confirmed. System. The enemy, Gregorius, has cast a suicide spell. Body and soul lost. So he's really dead, he muttered. And we won't get any information from him? Zenobia slashed her sword at the floor. Oh, SHT. Rias cursed under her breath. Well, at least his lair and experiments are destroyed. The monsters will probably stop appearing in such numbers. Irina looked around meaningfully. Look, many documents burned. Nothing was left. The fallen angels who remained alive were either killed or fled. The surviving monsters also disintegrated after the seal was destroyed. The goal, to stop Gregorius's experiments, was achieved, but the feeling of dissatisfaction remained. The squad teleported back to the mansion, tired, but alive. Asia immediately began to heal the wounds. Kiba had a deep cut, Koneko had a dislocated wrist, Naruto had a severe hematoma on his chest and a deep scratch on his shoulder. Sit down, Asia said softly, laying Naruto on the couch. I'll heal everything. He clenched his teeth, allowing her to apply the light. He felt a pleasant warmth, the pain subsided. Irina and Zenobia sat down next to him, taking turns giving him water and a towel. You did well, Irina praised, looking at him with a warm smile. You blew up that golem point blank. Zenobia nodded. I admire your ball too. It looks like Rasengan, but with darkness, right? Excellent strike. Naruto's thoughts. This is the result of my training. Thank you, girls, he responded embarrassedly. Rias and Akeno also came up. Thank you everyone. Our victory, even though Gregorius hid more secrets from us than he revealed, Rias sighed. But the city will be calmer. The monster den is closed. Koneko sat down next to us, handing Naruto a bag of cookies, a kind of sign of concern. He smiled gratefully. Naruto's thoughts. They're surrounding us with attention from all sides. I'm embarrassed, but it's nice. After the wounds were healed, Rias sent a message to Azazel, saying, Gregorius's lab has been destroyed, he himself has died, there is no more threat. The team relaxed, talking. But suddenly, someone moved at the window of the mansion. They opened it. There was Valley sitting on the windowsill, as if nothing had happened. "Did you do it again without me?" he asked sarcastically. Rias frowned. "You came late. Gregorius is already dead." "Heh, yeah, I know. I was just going for his head, but you ruined it." Valley shrugged. "Alright, forget it. Don't worry, the Chaos Brigade has plenty of other scumbags." Naruto's thoughts. Is he really connected to that brigade? Or is he hunting them? Valley narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "I heard you showed off your skills against the golem. I hope to fight you someday. I'm curious to experience the full power of your Shadow system." Naruto replied. "Why is everyone so attracted to my power? Would you like to just have a friendly duel?" "Maybe friendly, maybe not," Valley chuckled. "In any case, don't relax. You think you've won now, but your problems are just beginning." "What do you mean?" Rias asked, her voice tense. Valley sighed. That Gregorius was just a pawn in a larger plan. The Chaos Brigade. And the other factions. But that's your concern. Farewell. He waved his hand, rose into the air, and disappeared in a flash of white wings. Naruto's thoughts. More riddles. But at least the city isn't suffering from monsters now. Rias watched Valley go. I don't know what you're planning, but it's obvious that we have even bigger conflicts ahead. Now that the most pressing threat has been removed, it's time to relax a little." In the mansion, Naruto was surrounded by care in the evening. Asia was making him delicious herbal tea. Irina and Zenobia were putting pillows up to make him sit more comfortably. And Koneko was bringing dessert. Akeno and Rias would sometimes come up to him, asking if he was in pain. Naruto's thoughts. As if I were some kind of king. It's even awkward. Asuya smiled. "I'm glad your wounds have almost healed. Was my tea infusion helpful?" "Yes, thank you," he replied, sipping the aromatic drink. "It tastes very good." Irina sat down quickly next to him. "By the way, Naruto, when you get better, would it be possible to have hand-to-hand training again? I want to improve my skills." "Of course," he smiled. "I need to practice too." Zenobia, hearing this, responded. "And I will join. We have a trio of close combat fighters. Maybe Irina will focus on acrobatics, and I will focus on power strikes?" "Great idea," he nodded, slightly embarrassed, because he already had 2 students. Koneko muttered something under her breath. "And invite me." Apparently, she did not want to be left behind. Akeno, passing by, slyly winked. "Naruto, are you going to train with all the girls? Will you not burn out?" He blushed. I can handle it, it's fine." Naruto's thoughts. Damn, what a situation. I feel like in the eyes of the system I am standing in the way of a harem quest. There was a slight jealousy in the air between the girls, but they were getting along peacefully for now, exchanging friendly jabs. Rias smiled softly, watching from the sidelines. Rias's thoughts. They all like him. We need to somehow maintain balance. It looks like we'll have to keep an eye on things so they don't get into a fight. A couple of days later, when the wounds had healed, Naruto was full of energy again. In the morning, Rias called him into the living room. "Well, Naruto, you've already gotten used to your status as a devil and proved yourself in battle. What are your plans?" He scratched the back of his head. "I want to continue protecting the city and helping the team. And, of course, develop my system. Maybe reach level 3. Rias nodded. "I understand. By the way, about the rating games. I was thinking about participating in a real match. But before that, we need to assemble a full team. We might have to bring in another pawn or bishop. Or, she fell silent, probably remembering Issei, in canon, or others. Naruto's thoughts. That would be interesting. To fight in an official game. But I need to get stronger. I'm ready, he said out loud. Just let's practice beforehand. Definitely, Rias smiled. And also, someday, I will help you find a way to your home world, if it's possible. Don't forget, I promised you my support. Naruto was touched by her attention. Thank you. But I'm not sure I'm ready to leave this world anymore. Yes, I want to see my friends, but, he sighed, I'm afraid of losing you all. Rias looked down. I understand. Well, we'll discuss it in the future. For now, just know that you have a home here. A warm silence hung between them. Naruto smiled slightly, feeling gratitude and sympathy for her in his heart. Naruto's thoughts. Initially, I wanted to return to Konoha, but now life here is dear to me too. That afternoon, Rias received an invitation from Azazel to meet him. She took Naruto and Akeno with her. They met the fallen governor in a cafe on the outskirts of town, who was friendly. Hello, Rias, Azazel said, sipping his coffee. I'm glad you took down Gregoria's lab. He was a violent criminal even by fallen standards. Rias nodded. Yes, but he destroyed himself, and we didn't find out much about his plans. Well, basically, he was acting on the orders of the Cows Brigade, Azazel explained. There are many branches. It's possible that new enemies will surface soon. So don't relax. Akeno snorted. We never relax, believe me. Azazel looked at Naruto. So you're Uzumaki Naruto. I heard you have a shadow system. Interesting. I would like to take an energy sample from you later to study it, so I can better understand how it works. Is that okay? Naruto was confused. Well, if it's not dangerous. Okay, I can give you chakra samples. Azazel smiled. Great. It might help in the fight against the Cows Brigade or other threats. After all, we all want peace, right? Naruto's thoughts. It feels like everyone wants something from my power. But maybe Azazel can really help us understand where the system comes from? After finishing the formalities, they parted ways. Azazel promised to keep them informed of global movements and, if necessary, provide the fallen angels, those under his command, with support to protect the city. Returning to the mansion, Naruto saw Rias reading a letter she had just received with the seal of Mao. The envelope had the emblem of Leviathan on it. It seemed to be from Seraphol Leviathan, Sona's sister, one of Mao's strongest and a powerful devil. Rias frowned, running her eyes over the text. Seraphol is inviting us to some official event, the Faction Unification Festival. He says there will be many guests, angels, devils, yokai. And he asks that our team come too. Akeno raised her eyebrows. A festival? Perhaps this is part of the diplomacy that began after the peace treaties. Perhaps leaders like Michael, Azazel will appear there. Koneko stared. Maybe Valley and his faction will appear too. Naruto read Rias's confused look. Would you mind? I would go, especially since it's a chance to strengthen ties. Rias smiled for a moment. Yeah, I guess we should participate. Especially since Seraphol loves such events. Rias's thoughts. I'll have to take everyone, and at the same time see if any hidden enemies will appear there. So it was decided that in a few days, they would attend the Unification Festival, a large-scale event where new intrigues might unfold. The next day after lunch, Naruto was wandering the halls of the mansion, looking for where he left his phone. He saw a door to one room slightly open, and decided to take a look. He suddenly noticed Akeno there, who was changing her clothes. She took off the top part of her clothes, standing with her back to the door. He froze, blushing. Oh, he whispered, getting ready to jump out. But then the floorboard creaked, and Akeno turned around, seeing him in the mirror. "Oh, Naruto-kun. Hehe, are you peeking?" He was terribly embarrassed, realizing that she was only in her underwear. "Sorry, I didn't know there was someone here. I'll go." She turned around, slowly approaching half a step, and his heart pounded loudly. Akeno smiled playfully. "Come on, I don't mind if you want to watch." Naruto's thoughts. "Oh my god, is she kidding me? And no. He babbled, turning away so as not to see her revealing forms. "Looking for a phone. Sorry, I'm leaving." Akeno giggled slightly, noticing how crimson his ears were. "Phone? It's on the table over there. Take it and get out of here before you pass out from the sight of my charms." Without looking, he darted to the table, grabbed the phone and ran out into the corridor, shaking his head to get his thoughts in order. Naruto's thoughts. "I see, she's deliberately teasing. He needs to be more careful." His heart continued to pound for a long time, and his head was in chaos. To calm down, Naruto decided to take a walk in the courtyard, where he ran into Zenovia and Irina, relaxing by the fountain. They invited him to sit down. He readily agreed. "How about a quick training session?" Zenovia asked. "We need a plan. I want to hone my fencing against your shadows." "And I, to practice hand-to-hand combat techniques," added Irina. "And learn to block demonic blows." Naruto, remembering the scene with Akeno, blushed, but concentrated on the dialogue. "Okay, we can start tomorrow. Or even today, if you want." Irina smiled slightly, looking at him. "And you won't overexert yourself?" "Nothing, I'm fine." He tapped his chest, as if showing that he had fully recovered from the fight with Gregorius. Zenovia's thoughts. "He really does regenerate quickly. It's probably the combination of chakra and demonic energy, and Asia is helping too." "Well then, after dinner," suggested Zenovia. "We'll wait." Both girls looked at Naruto with satisfaction. He barely hid his embarrassment. It seemed that in his life there were more and more moments of intimacy with different heroines, and he no longer knew how to react so as not to offend anyone. Naruto's thoughts. "I'll have to learn to balance between everyone." Chapter 6, The Unification Festival, New Faces, and the First Sparks of Conflict. Several days had passed since the battle with Gregorius. In the morning, Rias sat in the living room of the Gremory mansion, looking over the list of participants for the upcoming Faction Unification Festival, kindly sent by Seraph Leviathan. The list was impressively long. Representatives of the angels, led by Michael. Fallen angels, Azazel promised to come. Devils, Seraph Leviathan, some of the higher clans, including the Shirtorai family. Yokai and northern gods, perhaps someone from the Asgardian world? Guests from other pantheons. "This is more serious than I thought," Rias mentally noted, feeling a slight anxiety building up inside her. She blinked as she heard footsteps. Naruto, Uzumaki, entered the living room. "Good morning, Rias," he said cheerfully. Rias smiled. "Hello. I was just checking out who's going to be at the festival. A lot of important people. If anything happens, a whole diplomatic conflict could break out if something goes wrong." Rias's thoughts. "Oh God, I hope there are no terrorist attacks, or scandals." Naruto came closer, glancing at the list. "Wow, there's Azazel, and Michael, and one of the northern gods. I hope it won't be like ours, where enemies are constantly attacking." "That's what I hope," Rias nodded thoughtfully. But as practice has shown, any large event where representatives of different factions gather can turn into an arena for terrorists. "We need to be on our guard." "Understood," he nodded. "By the way, who's going with us?" Rias put the papers down. "Me, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, and you, as my official pawn. Asia and the others? She paused. Well, Asia isn't a devil, but she can come as a guest. Zenobia and Irina too, if they want. But it will depend on the rules. The festival is strictly for official representatives. We'll see. Naruto's thoughts. I see, so part of the team will go as VIPs, and the rest as escorts. Okay, he said. I'll help as much as I can. The main thing is not to screw up. She smiled, feeling a small wave of warmth. The guy who came from another world has already become an important support for me, Rias thought. While Rias and Naruto discussed the format of the trip, a bustling conversation reigned in the next room. Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Koneko shared their plans for what to wear and how to act at such an official event. Asia shyly asked if she could wear a simple dress or if she wanted something formal. Irina suggested lighter outfits to emphasize her angelic nature. Zenobia, who does not like luxury, said that she would wear something comfortable, but Irina persuaded her to be more feminine. Koneko only quietly mumbled that she does not like puffy dresses. Akeno smiled slyly as she listened to everyone. Girls, you're so worried about your clothes. Maybe you're more worried about how Naruto will look at you. Everyone paused. Asia immediately blushed. And no, I just want to look decent. Irina admitted with a laugh. Well, of course, I also want to look decent, so that Naruto and Rias can appreciate my, official side. Zenobia chuckled laconically. Yeah, since everyone's trying to look prettier. But I'm more worried about whether there will be terrorist attacks than someone's gaze. Koneko just shrugged, although a blush flashed across her cheeks. Kaneko's thoughts, well, maybe I want him to pay attention too. Akeno's thoughts. The situation is developing like a classic harem anime. Let's see what happens next. That same day, closer to evening, Naruto kept his promise. He organized a small sparring session in the training area of the mansion, where he invited Irina, Zenobia, and later Koneko joined. They wanted to work on hand-to-hand combat, and also to see how Naruto combines shadow power and demonic energy in close combat. Zenobia and Irina practiced stances, counterattacks. Koneko participated as an example of a strong fighter. She very deftly smashed wooden dummies. Naruto showed steps, dodges, short sweeps, recalling taijutsu techniques from Konoha. During the break, when everyone was out of breath, Asia brought cold water and towels. Zenobia gratefully said, "Thank you, Asia, you are on time as always." Irina, taking a sip of water, turned to Naruto. "Wow, you are very agile. I still can't catch you when you turn on Shadow Dash." He scratched the back of his head. "Yes, it's my thing. But the move requires a lot of energy, so you can't not use it often. But at a critical moment, it works great." Zenobia, throwing a strand of hair from her shoulders. "I see. I like your idea of combining the demonic ball with jumping to hit from above." Naruto's thoughts. It's good that it helps them. I myself am pleased to share my experience. Koneko listened silently, but sometimes she nodded. Sometimes she glanced sideways at Naruto, as if she wanted to say something. But she kept everything inside. Kaneko's thoughts. Naruto. He is getting closer and closer to the girls, and I. Asia stood nearby, admiring how Naruto quickly mastered the role of teacher. Warm feelings were beating in her soul, too. Asia's thoughts. He's so kind. I want him to do well. The training ended in a friendly atmosphere. Seeing everyone getting along so well, even if with a hint of jealousy, Naruto felt the harem atmosphere again, although he tried not to discuss it out loud. The day of the festival had arrived, Seraph Leviathan was organizing it in another dimension, specially prepared for large events, with spacious halls, balls and diplomatic pavilions. Team Gremory, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Naruto, as well as the invited Asia, Zenobia and Irina, all gathered at the teleportation magic circle. "Are you ready?" Rias asked, looking at her companions. Everyone nodded. Rias herself was wearing a spectacular ball gown, emphasizing her beauty and status. Akeno chose an option with elements of a Japanese kimono and piquant cutouts. Koneko in an elegant but laconic dress that suited her. Asia, in a simple but cute dress of a light green shade. Zenobia and Irina preferred more European long dresses, at the insistence of Irina. Kiba, in an elegant suit. Naruto felt a little awkward in the formal tailcoat with elements of devilish symbols, but it still suited him. Naruto's thoughts. Wow, all the girls are simply dazzling. It's hard not to be embarrassed. When everyone checked their readiness, Rias activated the circle, and they were transferred to the great pavilion of another dimension, a huge complex decorated with magical structures, where representatives of different factions were already crowded. Finding themselves there, the squad saw a spacious lobby with columns and crystal chandeliers. Delegates were walking everywhere, angels dressed in white, some of them with snow-white wings, fallen angels in black cloaks, but without signs of hostility, devils in luxurious outfits, representatives of the yokai, some gods and valkyries, who came on behalf of Odin or other pantheons. "Wow!" Naruto whispered. "I've never seen such a motley gathering." Kiba smiled reservedly. "Welcome to the top league of diplomacy." Suddenly, Seraph Leviathan, Mao, Sona's sister, flew up to them. She was dressed in an extravagant magical girl outfit, typical of her style. She exclaimed cheerfully, "Rias-chan! Hooray, you're here! And what an interesting lineup you have." She hugged Rias, who tensed slightly, since Seraph was a hurricane of energy, then turned to Akeno, Kiba, and the others. "Welcome, it's good to see you. Enjoy the party, and don't worry, security is top-notch here." "At least, we hope so," she added slyly. Rias bowed. "Thank you, Seraph. I hope everything goes smoothly. We appreciate your invitation." Seraph led the guests into the central hall, explaining how everything was set up: pavilions for diplomatic meetings, a ballroom for the main celebration, a separate area for the cultural program. Naruto's eyes were dazzled by the opulence, but he tried to behave decently. Familiar faces wandered around the hall. Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, was chatting with Michael, the representative of the angels. They nodded in greeting upon seeing Rias's team. Sona Shirtori and her student council appeared a little later, exchanging formal bows with the other devils. Vala Lucifer was not yet visible, but perhaps he was somewhere around. Or he did not wish to participate in diplomacy. Akeno, upon seeing Azazel, became a little tense. After all, he is her father-teacher, in the canonical sense, but limited herself to polite nods. Koneko walked slightly behind Rias with restraint. Irina and Zenobia looked at the angelic delegations with interest. Irina's thoughts. "Oh, so many angels. And Michael-sama is here. I want to say hello." Asia, also a former novice, timidly suggested to Naruto. "Maybe we should go say hello to Michael? I haven't interacted with angels in a long time." "Okay, go ahead," he agreed, turning to Rias. "Do you mind if we stay on the other side for a while?" Rias nodded. "Of course. Just don't do anything nasty. I'll be in the central hall." Asia and Irina exchanged bows with Michael, a tall, noble man with white wings, as they approached the group of angels. Michael smiled softly at Asia. "It's been a while since I've seen you, Asia. I'm glad you're happy and finding peace with the devils. Your heart is full of kindness. Asia was embarrassed. Thank you, Michael-sama. I really appreciate your support. Michael looked at Naruto. And this is the same Naruto Uzumaki, I suppose? There are many rumors about you, a shadow force, and now you're Rias's pawn? Yes, Naruto nodded, feeling a little solemn. But I'm from another world and I want to help maintain the peace here. Michael smiled kindly. Your sincerity is commendable. I hope you can become a bridge between the factions. And the angels are always ready to discuss any help with you. Naruto's thoughts. How noble. He really shines with kindness. At that moment, a young angel, possibly one of Michael's subordinates, flew up to them, looking suspiciously at Naruto. He narrowed his eyes. So this is the devil man who has the heretical power? Hm. Michael looked sternly. Don't say that. We don't consider his power heresy. He is an ally. The angel grimaced, but held back his comment. Asia visibly tensed up, but Naruto patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's okay, humans, and angels, don't have to trust me right away. Asia smiled warmly. Thank you for understanding. Asia's thoughts. He's so tactful, well done. Once the formal greetings were over, Naruto and Asia moved to the side table with drinks to let Michael tend to the other guests. Later, a representative of the yokai, a phoenix girl, one of the mythical creatures, approached Naruto and Irina, who had already joined in. She bowed and spoke about the possibility of cooperation. Naruto did not know how to respond, but Irina took on the diplomatic part, smiling and saying that they were ready to communicate. A delegation from Asgard also showed up for the celebration, several Valkyries and, possibly, a representative of Rosweiss, if she already knows Rias in this version. They greeted each other briefly and exchanged pleasantries. Naruto looked at the Valkyries with curiosity. They look like Scandinavian warriors, but with a magical aura. In one of the side halls, Naruto and Irina encountered a group of fallen angels, loudly discussing something. They fell silent upon seeing the new arrivals, but some of them had a look of dislike in their eyes, perhaps recognizing Irina as a former exorcist and Naruto as a devil with unusual powers. So, are you from Team Gremory? One of the fallen asked, recognizing the symbol on Naruto's clothes. Be careful. Not all of the fallen have forgotten that you recently killed several of us. Probably a reference to the battle with Gregorias. Naruto frowned. They attacked us, and we were only defending ourselves. I hope you're not planning on starting a feud at the festival. He just chuckled, turning to his comrades. Not here, of course. But keep in mind that the fallen have their pride too. Irina tensed slightly, ready for a fight, but Naruto gestured, calm down. The fallen, turning up their noses, left, not wanting to disrupt the event. Naruto's thoughts. So not everything is so smooth. We must remain vigilant. The evening came, and the main part of the festival moved to a large ballroom decorated with magical lamps, with exquisite music. Couples waltzed, representatives of different factions held conversations, devouring light snacks. Rias, in a stunning dress, and Akeno, in an elegant outfit with elements of Japanese style, were the center of attention of many devils and guests. Kiba and Koneko were at a distance. Koneko, of course, is not much of a dancer, but she stood next to Kiba so as not to feel lonely. Naruto, inexperienced in ballroom dancing, stayed closer to the wall, feeling a little shy, and if they ask me to dance, I don't know how. But suddenly Rias approached him, holding out her hand. Let me ask you to dance, Naruto. He opened his eyes. I honestly don't know how to waltz. Rias smiled softly. I will teach you. It's not difficult. Come on, let's try. His heart leapt. Pulling himself together, he took her hand, and Rias led him to the center of the room. They moved slowly to the sounds of the orchestra. Naruto tried not to step on her feet, mimicking the simple steps she whispered. "Relax," Rias said quietly, pressing herself slightly against him. "Feel the rhythm." Naruto's thoughts. "She's so close, smells of something floral, and my heart is already jumping out." So, they slowly circled. People around looked, someone smiled. "Look, the Gremory princess is dancing with a young devil of an unusual appearance." Naruto was starting to get high, when suddenly the second melody changed, and Akeno came out onto the dance floor. "Rias, can I dance with Naruto too? He's my comrade too." Rias chuckled. "Okay, just keep in mind, he's a newbie. Don't tease him too much." Akeno playfully raised an eyebrow. "What are you saying? I'll be a good girl." She took Naruto by the arm, led him aside, and the music began. Akeno moved a little faster, more gracefully, and our hero barely had the courage to follow. But she only laughed happily. "Look, it's not that difficult, right?" "Yes, but my head is spinning a little," he replied, trying to keep up the pace. Akeno's eyes were shining. Akeno's thoughts. How cutely he gets embarrassed. "I like this kind of dance, where you can feel the warmth of your partner." A little later, one of the organizers suggested a short change of partners, so that all the guests could dance and get to know each other. A voice rang out, announcing, "Gentlemen, change of partners." Irina immediately jumped up to Naruto, happily demanding her turn. Zenovia, although less of a fan of dancing, succumbed to the general flow and also approached. Asia timidly reached out, but was afraid to intrude, but Irina pulled her by the hand. "Let's go together." Koneko seemed to be denying it, but when she noticed that all the girls were coming to Naruto in turn, she also seemed to straighten up, but still did not dare to invite him. As a result, Naruto found himself literally in the center of the harem whirlwind. Irina managed to dance a light rhythm with him, laughing and holding his hands. Zenovia, a little more reservedly, but this experience was new to her, and she admitted that the steps are hard, but Naruto prompted. Asia also spun around with him to a short melody, red as a tomato. Naruto's thoughts. What chaos. But it's nice. The main thing is not to fall over from stress. At some point, Koneko, sitting a little to the side, apparently felt awkward because everyone was taking turns dancing with Naruto. But she is shy by nature. Naruto, noticing her gaze, took a step himself. "Koneko, don't you want to try?" I don't know how," she muttered quietly, lowering her eyes. "I didn't know how either," he grinned. "But Rias and the others taught me." "Shall we go?" Koneko hesitated, then stood up. The music was slow, so they began to move almost in place, swaying slightly. Naruto held her hand gently. She looked tense, but then relaxed a little. "Thank you," she whispered barely audibly. Koneko's thoughts. "I never thought that dancing could be so warm. Maybe it's really worth being active sometimes." Thus, Naruto danced with all the key girls in just one evening. Many guests looked at him with surprise or smiled. Someone whispered, "What charisma and popularity this young devil has." Naruto himself felt like a barely alive spinner, but a happy one. In addition to the main heroines, Kuroka, Koneko's older sister, who was connected to Valley, could also drop by the festival. Seeing Naruto among the girls, she grinned playfully. "Ho ho, Naruto, isn't that too much? So many beautiful women." He flared up. "It's not my fault. It's just the general atmosphere." "Okay, don't make excuses," she narrowed her eyes slyly. "It would be better to invite me to dance some other time." "And maybe," he squeezed out. Valley also appeared somewhere in the distance, but did not approach. he was only perhaps watching Naruto spin in the female circle. Vala's smile could be slightly mocking, but calm. It seemed that everything was going surprisingly smoothly. However, closer to midnight, when the atmosphere in the hall was relaxed, some were talking, some were still dancing, some had already gone to the buffet tables, Naruto's system suddenly gave an alarming beep. System. Anomalous dark magic activity detected within a radius of 500 m. Threat, medium-high. Source, unknown. What? Naruto whispered, tensing up. He quickly looked around for Rias. She, sensing something was wrong, perhaps she had her own danger syndrome, approached him. Do you feel it too? It seems like the magical barrier outside is shaking. Rias's thoughts. Did someone really dare to attack the festival? Azazel, Michael, and Seraphil all three raised the alarm as well, noticing something was wrong. Soon, explosions were heard from afar. The loudspeaker announced, "Attention, a small group of intruders has entered the territory. All guests, remain calm." Your ass. Kiba cursed, approaching Naruto and Rias. Some extremists again? Seraphil reported that the guards had already rushed to intercept the intruders at the west wing. But they might need the support of strong fighters. Let's go, Rias said shortly. Let's not let them ruin the party. Having gathered Rias's squad, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Naruto, and several other allies, Irina, Zenovia, Asia, ran out into the street. There, near the west wing, they saw several torn guards, and in the center, 3 individuals in black cloaks with symbols reminiscent of the Chaos Brigade. Dark energy was swirling around them. Look, Kiba whispered, their emblems look like the snakes of Ophis. Rias frowned. Those rebels again. We have to stop them. One of the figures, noticing the squad, raised its arms and fired a massive volley of fire magic. Koneko and Kiba quickly dodged, Naruto used Shadow Dash as cover, and Rias countered with her destructive wave. Akeno struck with lightning from above, but the enemies were agile. The first cloaked enemy jumped back with frightening speed, countering with a spear of light, with a touch of dragon aura. The second used an illusion spell, disorienting some of the guards. The third seemed to be conducting a ritual to break through the portal and let in more reinforcements. Naruto's thoughts. Dangerous. If they open the portal, more terrorists will flood in. Rias, catching on, shouted. We have to disrupt their ritual. Understood. Naruto replied, rushing forward. Irina and Zenovia also attacked the enemies, crossing blades with the first cloak. He turned out to be a skilled swordsman, parrying their blows. Kiba arrived in time, and a 3-way battle began. Koneko aimed at the second one, who was molding illusions, and Akeno at the third one, driving away lightning so that he could not open a portal. But the third one stubbornly continued his whispering spell, surrounding himself with a black vortex. Naruto waited for the right moment and released Shadow Soldier, strengthening it with dark chakra so that it would distract the third mage, and he himself went from the side. But then he was knocked down by a fire beam from the first opponent. He deftly maneuvered even in a fight with Irina and Zenovia, shooting at Naruto. Cough! Uzumaki cried out, feeling a strong burn on his shoulder. The system blinked, life level 60%. Asia was scared. Naruto-san. But she could not get closer yet, the flames were too hot there. Rias, enraged, attacked the cloaker first from the flank. Her destructive magic almost tore his cloak. He jumped back, breathing heavily, revealing a young face with a fanatical grimace. Shit, I didn't expect that all the tops are here. But we'll make it, Ophis will give us a chance. And then a purple glow flared up behind the third mage. It seemed that the portal was almost opening. Akeno doubled the lightning, trying to knock down the spell. The discharge current passed through the curtain, the mage howled, but continued to pump energy. "Naruto, finish him off!" Rias shouted. Naruto, clenching his fists, activated the shadow curtain and rushed towards the mage. Through the roar of flames and lightning, he managed to break out onto the platform near the portal. The opponent tried to attack him with shadow blades, but Naruto, gathering chakra into a fist, pulled off a move reminiscent of demonic enhanced Rasengan, and hit the mage right in the chest. KH. The mage flew back, losing concentration. The sparkling portal slammed shut, leaving only ripples in the air. The remaining two terrorists, seeing that the ritual had been disrupted, tried to escape. But Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, and Koneko had them in a box. One tried to break the teleport amulet, but Irina cut off his hand with her sword. The second was trapped by Akeno's illusions, which cleverly shifted the focus. "That's it," Rias sighed, seeing them fall. "We got them." The third, heavily wounded by Naruto's blow, also couldn't activate the emergency exit. The festival security came running and secured them with magic chains. Rias and Seraphol gathered around the captured terrorists and tried to interrogate them. One of the prisoners, with a disfigured hand, hissed angrily, but refused to talk. The second, covered in blood, grinned. "Huh, you still won't be able to stop the Serpent of Infinity. We are just pawns, and when Ophis calls upon her true power, you will all fall." Seraphol frowned. "So Ophis is involved? Or are you just hiding behind her name?" The prisoner let out a mad laugh, but then coughed, wincing in pain. His speech became slurred. The third was silent, carefully hiding his eyes. Michael, who had also approached, shook his head. "It looks like they are a fanatical squad of the Chaos Brigade, using a piece of Ophis's power. Perhaps imposters. But it's dangerous," Seraphol announced. "I'm taking them into custody. We will continue the interrogation under the conditions of the Mao court. I hope they will tell us something." Naruto's thoughts. Once again, it turns out that the backstage is big. But at least the festival is saved. Looking at her wounded comrades, Rias smiled with relief. "We did it." On the other hand, everyone understood that the Chaos Brigade was ready to strike at any moment, and Ophis and the other strongest beings had not yet come to the forefront. After eliminating the threat, the festival continued, although many guests were in shock. Seraphol asked not to stir up panic and thanked the security, as well as Rias's team for their bravery. On a small stage in the main hall, Seraphol took the microphone and announced, "Friends, the incident has been localized. Thank you to Rias Gremory's team and her allies. None of the high-ranking guests were hurt. The event continues." The guests breathed a sigh of relief, and applause rang out. Azazel, Michael, and some devils nodded to the team in gratitude. Rias, feeling admiring glances directed at her, was pleased herself. Naruto stood modestly to the side, trying not to attract attention, but one of the devils approached him, for example, to shake his hand. "Well done, young man, you knocked out the magic caster well." Naruto's thoughts. "I'm starting to gain popularity. Oh, it's hard." Already late at night, when there were few guests left, Rias and Naruto went out onto the balcony of the pavilion to take a break from the noise. The starry sky shimmered, the air was cool. "Well, Naruto, how did you like the festival?" Rias asked quietly. "Not bad," he replied, leaning on the railing. "Even though there was a scuffle, overall I'm glad we protected the people. And there were a lot of, fun moments." He remembered the dancing. Rias nodded, smiling slightly. "Yeah, we'll never forget that day. Thank you for being there for us. I'm proud of you and the team." Naruto's thoughts. Her smile was warm. They were silent for a while. Suddenly Rias touched his arm lightly. "You know," she said quietly, "I keep thinking more and more, you came from another world, but you've already done so much for us. And the more time goes by, the more I realize how much I want you to stay by our side. Not just as a pawn and a friend, but," she trailed off, embarrassed. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. He knew that there were already special feelings between them, even in the presence of the rest of the harem. But he didn't know what to say. Rias's eyes were full of tenderness. He began. But then he heard footsteps. Akeno looked out onto the balcony. "Oh, did I interrupt again?" she asked half-jokingly. Sorry. I just wanted to let you know, everyone is going to teleport home." Rias sighed quietly, removing her hand. "I see, we're going. Let's talk later." Naruto nodded in agreement. He felt that there was some kind of unspoken feeling left in his soul, but it was better to return now before the group got lost. Naruto's thoughts. Rias. Perhaps our connection is growing. But what about the other girls that I also care about? Things are getting complicated. The team and allies returned through the teleport late at night. Tired, but glad that the festival took place without major casualties. Kiba, Koneko, Zenovia, Irina, everyone went to rest. Asia also said that she would lie down, she needed to regain her strength. Akeno disappeared somewhere, maybe she was taking a bath. Naruto, remaining in the corridor, touched his chest, feeling tired and the system pulsating slightly. An interface appeared before his eyes. System. Congratulations, terrorist attack prevented. Plus 60 XP. Current experience, 190/300. Quest, reach level 3, 110 XP remaining. Cool, I'm already close to level 3, he whispered to himself. But his thoughts were more occupied with the relationships that were starting, Rias openly hinting at feelings, Akeno clearly flirting, Asia sincerely attached, Irina and Zenovia reaching out, Koneko showing a quiet disposition. In addition, Kuroka, Valley and the others are somewhere. But there is also the global threat of the Chaos Brigade, ophis. Naruto's thoughts. It seems that I am the epicenter in this reality, and everything is spinning around me. Am I ready for this? He sighed and headed to his room. It was clear that the day had been tough, and there were likely to be even bigger challenges ahead. Chapter 7. New Horizons, preparing for the tournament and the system at its limit. A week had passed since the team returned from the festival. Naruto had been recovering from his injuries and attending school sporadically. In the morning, he went out onto the balcony of the Gremory mansion to get some fresh air. A light breeze swayed the trees in the garden. The sun's rays illuminated the paved path. It seemed that everything was quiet and peaceful. Naruto's thoughts. Finally, some peace. But, something tells me that this calm will not last long. Somewhere deep inside, I feel that a new push is coming soon. He opened the system panel, mentally calling on the interface. System. Level 2, experience, 190/300. 110 remaining. It is recommended to continue active training, battles, or quests. Note, a new skill branch may be unlocked to advance to level 3. So, still 110 EXP. Naruto muttered. We need either a fight or special quests. At that moment, Asia's voice came from the hallway. Naruto-san. Breakfast is ready. Rias-sama asks everyone to gather. He walked into the living room, where Rias, Akeno, Koneko, Kiba, as well as Zenovia and Irina were already sitting. On the table were plates with fried eggs, toast, and juice. Everyone looked slightly worried, or at least focused. Rias, taking a sip of tea, addressed everyone. We have received news from Serafal-sama. One of the terrorists captured at the festival was interrogated, and he allegedly let it slip about the beginning of a new round of the Chaos Brigade. He says that a certain leader, perhaps not Valley himself, but another person, is gathering forces. Kiba frowned. Is there really a major attack? Zenobia narrowed her eyes coldly. The Chaos Brigade is a multitude of cells. It's hard to catch them all. Akeno tilted her head. So the last attack wasn't enough for them. Alright, let's be prepared. Irina exclaimed. If this means that civilians will be affected again, we need to work together with the church and other factions. Koneko quietly added. Yeah, let's hedge our bets. Naruto was also listening attentively. Naruto's thoughts. All this suggests that there will be no peace. Rias sighed. At the very least, we have time to prepare. Sarah Fall wrote that they don't expect any serious movement for the next couple of weeks. However, let's not relax. She turned her gaze to Naruto. By the way, I've applied for the raiding tournament. In 2 weeks, there will be a qualifying round, where we will fight one of the middle-level devil families. It will be a short match, but official. A smile adorned her face. Naruto, as my pawn, you will play a key role. Let's do some more training so you can fully utilize the Shadow system. Naruto's thoughts. Great idea. This could give me a lot of battle experience and advance me to level 3. I agree, he answered confidently. The others also supported the idea, wanting to test themselves and the new tactics. That evening, after a long day of training, Naruto decided to take a walk in the mansion's garden. The sun was already setting, red-orange glare gliding across the trees. Asia came out to meet him, clearly looking for him. Naruto-san, she said quietly, can I talk to you? Of course, he smiled softly. What happened? Asia lowered her eyes. We are all preparing for the tournament, and even though I'm not a devil, I still want to be useful. I think I should help you more actively in battle, not only with healing, but also, maybe practice supporting with magic? Naruto's thoughts. Poor thing, she feels left out. He touched her shoulder. Asia, your healing power is already a huge help. But if you want something else, let's think about how to strengthen your angel potential. Maybe we should ask Irina or Michael for training? Her eyes sparkled happily. Really? Oh, that would be great. I don't want to fall behind. Naruto rummaged through his thoughts and replied. Sure, let's try. In the meantime, we can have some small joint training sessions on precision or defensive magic. After all, your sacred gift, Twilight Healing, can sometimes be adapted to a protective barrier against dark spells. Asia nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Naruto-san. You always support me. She suddenly became embarrassed, realizing the closeness, and stepped back a little. Naruto smiled softly, feeling a pleasant warmth in his soul. Naruto's thoughts. Asia is one of the kindest girls I know. She shouldn't worry about her non-combat role. Asia suddenly hugged him impulsively, blushing slightly, but quickly let go. Sorry. I just wanted to thank you. He was confused. It's fine. I'm glad. Both of their hearts were beating faster. But both of them realized that this moment was too personal, and they smiled shyly, parting ways. The harem mood grew stronger. The next day arrived. At the meeting of the Occult Research Club, Rias revealed who their opponent would be in the first round of the official raiding tournament. We have a match against the Barithian family, a middle-class family, not very titled, but they have good statistics in small games. Their king is Lord Edward Barithian. He has a team of 8 servants, including 2 knights and 1 strong queen. Kiba shook his head enthusiastically. Great, I've been wanting a real opponent for a long time. Koneko snorted briefly. I hope it will be interesting. Akeno smiled. Let's see how they counter our combinations. Rias turned to Naruto. The format will be classic: capture the opponent's king or destroy the entire team. It is expected that the game will take place in a special arena, recreated as a city landscape. Got it, Naruto nodded. Do I have to work as a generalist again? Yes, Rias confirmed. Your role: move quickly, strike weak servants, help Kiba and Koneko. And then attack the king if the chance presents itself. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, then I'll roll over them with shadow jumps. Irina, Zenobia and Asia, not being Rias's servants, are not officially participating in the tournament, but will support and help off the field. To prepare for the match, Rias rented a small training arena, where the team could imitate the conditions of the raiding game. They dragged magical decorations, buildings, shelters. They had several sparring matches. Kiba and Koneko practiced reconnaissance and a quick attack on the flank. Akeno practiced point lightning to avoid hitting her allies. Rias practiced a joint spell with Naruto. She stabilized the space, and he delivered a shadow ball strike. The key feature was that Naruto was now developing a new technique, which he called shadow strangulation, rank F, using shadow manipulation to bind the enemy for a short time. But it required a lot of concentration and so far only worked on weak enemies or if the enemy was distracted. Naruto's thoughts. If I can hold the key servant, Rias or Kiba will finish him off. Great. For several days, they perfected their attack and defense schemes. Everyone, including Naruto, was motivated to win the official match. After all, this was not just training, but Rias Gremory's reputation was on the line. At the same time, Naruto's personal life was becoming more and more complicated. He tried to communicate with all the girls, to maintain friendliness. But the pressure from their side grew. Irina often called for additional exercises. Show me that throwing jutsu again. Zenobia wanted to discuss tactics in the evenings. Asia made tea. Akeno provoked him with ambiguous hints, and Rias sometimes hinted at deeper feelings. Koneko, although reserved, began to invite him to evening tea parties more often under the pretext of watching anime. In her canon, this is possible. Naruto's thoughts. I have mixed feelings in my soul. I'm happy, but I'm also afraid of hurting someone's heart. How to deal with so many wonderful girls? The system, however, did not provide new harem quests, but Naruto himself felt responsible. In the evenings, he even consulted with Kiba, who, however, laughed and joked, "Figure it out yourself, I'm not an expert in harems," and with Asia, but she was also one of the participants in the undefined circle. And so, the time had come. Rias had received confirmation that the match with the Barithian family would take place tonight. The team, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Naruto, plus 2 other servants that Rias had long had, we can mention Gasper or Rosweiss, if they appear in this version, headed to the special raiding game arena. Asia and the rest of her friends stayed in the spectator hall to cheer. Naruto's thoughts. It's time to show what I'm capable of and get those coveted experience points. The huge arena was controlled by the judging council, magically copied, city blocks with skyscrapers and courtyards. The broadcast was broadcast to potential spectators from the Devils, and possibly other factions. So, the announcer's voice said, "Today's match, Gremory Rias vs Barithian Edward. The winner is the one who incapacitates the opponent's king." Team Gremory appeared in the northwest corner of the map, Team Barithian in the southeast. The mechanisms of the ranked game were activated. Each squad can use tactical movements, hiding behind buildings, setting up ambushes, etc. Rias gave the command through the magical link. Kiba, Koneko, you are reconnaissance on the left flank. Akeno is support from above. Naruto, you are with me, we go along the main street, but carefully. Gasper, or another character, covers the rear. Naruto and Rias carefully moved forward, moving from cover to cover. Soon, one of Barithian's servants appeared. their knight, a fast guy with 2 blades. He attacked quickly. He threw out a wave of swords aimed at Rias. Naruto rushed forward, meeting the knight with a shadow dash. Clash of weapons. The enemy blocked the shadow soldier, who appeared from the side, but did not expect Naruto's demonic ball. However, the knight was quick and dodged, counterattacking. Naruto received a slight scratch on his side, but he held on. Rias unleashed a volley of destruction, cutting off his escape route. The knight was trapped, Naruto from the rear, Rias from the front. He tried to jump up, but Akeno threw lightning from the sky, knocking him aside. Naruto's shadow curtain allowed him to quickly change position, and he hit his opponent in the back with a chakra fist. He fell, incapacitated. Barishan servant, out, the judge's voice rang out. Naruto's thoughts. 1 down, not bad. Plus XP, I wonder if the system counted? Noticing the system screen, he caught a glimpse of the inscription. Plus 10 XP. Current score, 200 out of 300 inch. Almost 100 left for level 3. Meanwhile, Kiba and Koneko caught 2 pawns and a rook of Barithian, and a battle ensued. Judging from the lines transmitted through the communication, Kiba fought well, but the enemy's rook had great strength and pushed them to the backyard. Koneko, although strong, could not push through the wall on her own. Akeno, help them. Rias ordered. Akeno flew up, breaking away from Naruto and moving to the other flank. And then another enemy servant appeared from around the corner, followed by the Queen of Barithian, a girl with a powerful magical aura of ice. She glanced at Rias. Gremory, it is nice to meet you. I hope you are ready. Ice spikes immediately rained down, threatening to pierce the space. Naruto managed to dart to the side, covering Rias with Shadow Soldier. Rias responded with her power of destruction, colliding with waves. Sparks of ice and purple energy sparkled in the air. Naruto, take care of her assistant, I will try to break through the Queen. Rias shouted. The assistant turned out to be Barithian's bishop, a mage subordinate to the Queen. Naruto summoned a second shadow soldier and attacked the elephant, using a combination of melee attacks and a demonic ball. It fired ice arrows, hitting Naruto in the shoulder, but Uzumaki switched to Shadow Dash and hit the enemy in the stomach. The elephant staggered. Then the soldier added a black shadow to the side, and the enemy collapsed. Barishan's servant is eliminated, the judge's voice echoed. Another plus 5 XP, a trifle, but nice. But the enemy's Queen did not waste time. She released a powerful blizzard, enveloping Rias and Naruto in a snowstorm. Rias resisted, but it was not easy for her, since the Queen was close in strength to Akeno. Naruto tried to wedge himself in, but a wall of ice appeared between him and Rias, cutting him off. "St," he exclaimed, seeing Rias left alone. He punched a part of the wall with the ball, but it was too late. The Queen had already launched a tornado of ice at Rias. The girl screamed, falling to her knee. Her hand was partially frozen. Rias. Naruto rushed. But then the Queen activated a special move. A giant ice bird rushed at Naruto. He rolled, received a flash of frost, his whole body tingled. Realizing that he couldn't handle it head-on, Naruto decided to use a new tactic. Naruto's thoughts. Maybe Shadow Choke will distract her. He tried to concentrate, splashed dark chakra into the shadows around the Queen. The shadows began to crawl out onto her legs, trying to pull them together. The Queen shuddered, feeling the cold grip, was distracted for a second, destroying the dark threads with ice. But that moment was enough. Rias rose, released a wave of destruction, and the Ice Queen flew back a good 5 meters. Cough, the enemy coughed, noticeably wounded, but still standing. She tried to grab the talisman, perhaps the balance breaker mode in their cannon. But Rias did not give her a chance. the second volley, more powerful, broke through her defense. The queen fell, disappeared in a flash of system teleport, meaning out of the game. Phew, Rias breathed heavily, with traces of frost on her hair. Thank you, Naruto, for the distraction. Happy to help, he replied, bending his frostbitten hand with difficulty. Plus 15 XP to the system. Now he has 2300. Another 80 to level 3. That left Lord Edward Baratheon himself, the king of the team, and probably one or two of his servants. Rias found out through the communication that Kiba, Koneko and Akeno had already destroyed the rest. So the king was left alone. The judge announced that Baratheon was sitting at the top of a skyscraper, surrounded by a magical barrier. Everyone over there, Rias ordered. When they reached the skyscraper, they saw Baratheon, a tall, dark-haired man in a formal devil costume, standing on the roof among the runes that gave him a boost. It seemed he intended to sell his life dearly. "Hello, Gremory," he muttered. "I thought I would fight to the end. But I see you've defeated all my servants. I'll have to fight alone." Rias raised her magic. But he was the first to release a wave of fire, blocking their path. Akeno threw lightning, and he put up a shield. Kiba tried to break through, but Baratheon threw him back with a wind spell. Koneko threw a piece of concrete, the Baron parried. Gritting his teeth, Naruto summoned a double soldier, threw them into a frontal attack. Baratheon was distracted for a moment, and at that moment Rias fired destruction at his defense. It cracked, but withstood, jumping back. It was clear that he had high endurance. "Not that easy," Kiba grumbled. Naruto's thoughts. "We need a big blow. Let's try to tie up Shadow Strangulation." Naruto wanted to go for a combination move, but Baratheon, seeing his maneuver, released a flash of plasma that could tear Naruto apart. The guy darted to the side, getting a burn on his leg. The system beeped, 30% life. It started to hurt. Asia couldn't get any closer, it was too dangerous. But Irina appeared nearby, watching from the sidelines, since she wasn't officially participating, but the magic court didn't forbid helping. In canon, usually the supporters can't interfere, but for the sake of tension, it's possible that Irina tried to shout. "Naruto, catch!" She threw a small, angel amulet that provided short-term healing. The guy grabbed it and felt the pain subside a little. Now he was back in action. "Thank you," Naruto shouted, surprised that the judges hadn't forbidden it. Perhaps such liberties are partially allowed at the qualifying stage. Rias decided to deal the decisive blow. She ordered Koneko and Kiba to distract Baratheon, and Naruto to assemble powerful shadow ball. Akeno was also preparing lightning from the sky. Team attack. Kiba and Koneko rushed at the king, forcing him to fight back with his sword in close combat. Akeno fired lightning wall from above. Baratheon somehow managed to put up a shield, but his strength was already running out. Rias fired a purple blast at the right moment, causing the king's barrier to crack and creak. Naruto concentrated, mixing demonic chakra with shadow, creating a large ball almost the size of a football. All that was left was a precise hit. Baratheon realized that the situation was critical. He gathered the last reserves of magic, ready to counterattack. But Kiba, risking his life, plunged his blade into the king's leg, and Koneko punched him in the side. He staggered. "Now!" Rias shouted. Naruto rushed forward with Shadow Dash and put all his energy into the ball, Shadow Demon Bomb. There was a loud explosion, the ball crashed into Baratheon's chest, knocking out his shield and finally breaking his resistance. The king flew back several meters, and then crumbled into aura, meaning out of the game. The king of Baratheon has been defeated. Rias Gremory's team has won, the announcer declared, and fanfares rang out over the arena. The rating game field went dark. Rias's team returned to the courtroom, where the judges officially confirmed the result. Lord Barithian, although he lost, congratulated Rias, acknowledging her strength, although he felt disappointed. The spectators in the stands applauded. Naruto's system flashed. System. Plus 40 XP for defeating the enemy king. Current experience, 260/300. 40 XP left until level 3. Inside, he was jubilant. Naruto's thoughts. Just a little bit more and I'll become level 3. I'm sure I'll get new skills. Rias was incredibly pleased. Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, everyone was smiling, feeling like they'd played a great game. Asia, Irina, Zenovia happily waved at them from the stands. Congratulations. The announcer announced, Team Gremory has advanced to the next round of the preliminaries. Late in the evening, they returned to the Gremory mansion, where they had a small celebration in a small circle. On the table were delicious dishes, prepared in part by Asia and the assistants. Everyone was happy. This was Naruto's first official victory in the raiding game. Kiba raised a toast, to our team and to our new colleague, Naruto. Akeno laughed. Teasing Naruto, our hero tonight, which made his ears burn. Rias smiled quietly, occasionally glancing at Naruto, as if to say, thank you for helping me win. Koneko sat modestly, occasionally putting sweets under Naruto's nose. You deserve it. Irina and Zenovia, as invited friends, congratulated him. Irina mentioned more than once how cool he made the final blow. Asia, of course, was the happiest of all. Naruto's thoughts. Happiness surrounds me. But what next? Inhaling, he felt the system inside him pulsate. He was only 40 points away from level 3. Either another battle or some kind of quest. Later, when everyone had gone to their rooms, Naruto also secluded himself, feeling that the system was moving inside him more than usual. He closed his eyes, immersed himself in the consciousness where he usually communicated with Kurama, if you take into account the bijou from his world. Small one, Kurama grumbled, you have new, suspicious, activity here. Is this your system, trying to break through to a new level? Yeah, Naruto answered in his thoughts. I feel like there's just a little bit left. But suddenly an additional whisper sounded, like another voice, similar to an electronic or female one, but distorted. Master, the boundary of evolution is approaching. Be prepared. Who is it? Naruto shuddered, looking into the space of his mind. Naruto's thoughts. Does the system really have its own spirit? The voice died down, giving no explanation. Kurama also caught something. Be careful, small one. This thing is not from your world and not from DxD. Some kind of alien force. I'll be on guard, Naruto replied decisively. Around the same night, Naruto went out to the kitchen to get a drink of water and ran into Akeno, who had also come in for a snack. Seeing him, she smiled. Hey, hero of the day, can't sleep? Yeah, something's stirring inside, he admitted. And you? Akeno looked away. I just wanted some milk. And also, she gently sat down on a chair, indicating for him to sit next to her. Listen, Naruto, sometimes I feel like she hesitated, put too much pressure on you with my jokes and flirting. I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable. He blushed. Well, it's awkward at times, but, honestly, I don't mind. You're important to me. Even though I don't always know how to react. She smiled with the corners of her lips. That makes me happy. You know, I'm still figuring myself out too. But you've already taken an important place in my heart. Can I expect an answer when the time comes? Naruto's heart quickened. I can't give a clear answer right now because there are a lot of things. But I value you a lot. Akeno understood that the harem was forming, and that Naruto couldn't just choose one. But these words were enough for her to stroke his cheek with a warm smile. Okay, then I'll just enjoy the moments together. Until you choose where your feelings are stronger. They sat like that in the silence of the kitchen for a few minutes, feeling a quiet closeness between them. The next morning, Naruto woke up to the ringing signal of the system. A screen appeared before his eyes. System. New side quest. A lone, dead caller, DE rank, has been spotted in a suburban cemetery. Destroy or capture to prevent the undead from appearing. Reward, plus 40 XP, or more. Penalty, possible attack on residents. Naruto jumped up. Oh. 40 XP is just what I need to reach level 3. He figured it might not be difficult, since it was DE rank. But it was better not to underestimate it. Could I call someone from the team? Or should I quickly go myself? Naruto's thoughts. If it was ED rank, maybe I could handle it alone. But I had to be careful. He quickly got ready and went out into the hallway. There he met Kiba. Kiba asked where he was going. Naruto explained, the cemetery, the system gave me a quest. Kiba suggested, should I call someone else? But Naruto thought he didn't want to disturb everyone, and said he could handle it himself, since the threat level was low. Kiba didn't really mind, but he told him to be careful. Arriving at the cemetery in the suburbs, where few people went during the day, Naruto felt a faint dark aura. There were 2 zombies wandering among the gravestones, and a necromancer stood near the central crypt, a thin man in a black hood, muttering something. Hey, you! Naruto shouted loudly, causing the zombies to turn around. Stop resurrecting the dead, or you'll get it. The necromancer raised his head with a dumbfounded look. Who are you? The devil? Haha, I'm not on your way. These lands are mine. He threw a handful of green stones, and a couple more ghouls burst out of the ground. Naruto tensed, calling a shadow soldier. The shadow rushed at the ghouls, and a fight began. The necromancer tried to cast a spell to strengthen them. Naruto's thoughts. It strongly resembles those monsters in Gregorius's lab. But the system says DE rank, it should be manageable. The zombies and ghouls climbed on the soldier, trying to tear him apart. Naruto launched a demonic ball, blowing 2 of them to pieces, finishing off the rest of the soldiers. The necromancer gasped, seeing that his undead were being easily destroyed. He tried to run behind the crypt, but Naruto, using Shadow Curtain, rushed in front of him. Now, stop! The guy barked, clenching his fist. If you surrender, I can let you live. Shit, the necromancer looked around, realized that he had no chance. Nevertheless, in despair, he activated the last dark scroll. A skeleton crawled out of the ground, the Lord of Bones. But Naruto was already ready, a flash of the shadow ball into the skeleton's head, it crumbled. The necromancer, deprived of his last defense, cursed everything and tried to snatch the dagger. Naruto kicked his hand, disarming him. Then he stunned him with the edge of his palm. The necromancer fell unconscious. Naruto's thoughts. That's it. The system commented. System. Quest completed. Plus 40 XP. Total 260 plus 40 is equal to 300. Level 3 reached. Transition to a new rank. Adaptation in progress. Yes. Naruto exclaimed out loud, almost jumping. Finally, level 3. While Naruto was rejoicing, everything suddenly went cloudy in his head. System. Checking the body. Activating new branches. Warning, temporary loss of consciousness is possible. He staggered, dropping the necromancer's body. The fog clouded his mind. He felt as if he had fallen into a dark void, where he could hear the echo of that strange, female voice. Congratulations on your promotion, Master. You will now have access to High Summoning and Shadow Portal. Beware, for the stronger you become, the stronger your magical trace. Who are you? He mentally shouted. What is the Shadow Portal? But the voice died down, leaving only a new tab in the interface. System. Level 3 active. New skills. High Summoning Soldier, rank E allows you to summon an elite Shadow Warrior with more powerful stats. Shadow Portal, F allows you to open a portal into the shadows at a short distance. Stats, +5 strength, +5 dexterity, +5 mana. Current stats have increased. Naruto shuddered, coming to his senses. His heart was pounding, his head was buzzing, but joy was overwhelming. Naruto's thoughts. Wow! I now have new skills and pumped up parameters. This is powerful. He staggered out of the cemetery, dragging the tied-up necromancer behind him. He called Kiba, and he helped take the criminal to the local security department. In the evening, Naruto appeared at the mansion where Rias, Akeno, Kiba and the others had gathered. They saw his happy face. Hey, he said in a joyful tone, guys, I've risen to the 3rd level of the system. Rias with interest. Wow! Do you feel anything new? Yes, he explained about the High Summoning Soldier and the Shadow Portal. Kiba whistled impressedly, Akeno perked up, and Koneko looked at him with curiosity. Portal? Can you teleport at a short distance? Yeah, I guess so. And the summoning of an elite soldier, stronger and smarter than the average one, Naruto added proudly. Rias's thoughts. He's growing so fast. Incredible. Congratulations, Rias said, touching his shoulder. This will help us in the next stage of the tournament. And not only that. Akeno smiled. Well, let's look forward to your new tricks. I'm glad you're progressing so much. Naruto, blushing, thanked them for their support. Chapter 8, A New Enemy, New Revelations, and the Coming Storm. The morning after defeating the Barithian clan and reaching level 3, Naruto, Uzumaki, woke up in his room at the Gremory mansion. His body ached with a pleasant fatigue, from the high energy expenditure the day before. However, he felt an unusual lightness. As if the system had made an internal restructuring. Naruto's thoughts. Now I'm level 3. What if new facets of power appeared that weren't directly mentioned in the skill descriptions? He rubbed his face, opened the system window in his mind. System. Level 3. Active skills. Summon Shadow Soldier, F. Soldier Supreme Summon, E, New. Shadow Portal, F, New. Shadow Dash Attack, F. Dark Chakra, F. Self-Recovery, F. Abilities, Enhanced Stats, Strength +5, Dexterity +5, Mana +5. Testing of new skills is recommended. Not bad, he muttered. It will be great to test out the Supreme Summon, maybe I'll get a smarter Shadow General? At that moment, the door opened slightly and Asia appeared. Naruto-san, good morning. Are you okay? Naruto smiled. Yes, I'm fine. I'll go up for breakfast now. Asia quietly added. We all want to congratulate you once again on reaching level 3. And Rias-sama said that today we'll take a rest, without any heavy training. After all, there was a tough match yesterday. Naruto's thoughts. Relax? Sounds tempting. But I want to test out my new skills. Understood. Okay, I'll be there soon, he responded. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, and a little later Irina and Zenobia, as friends and allies, gathered in the living room. Everyone looked cheerful. There was a fresh breakfast on the table, omelette, salads, toasts and drinks. Rias smiled, feeling the aftertaste of victory. Akeno was also in a good mood, teasing the embarrassed Naruto. Koneko ate silently, but occasionally glanced in his direction, as if she wanted to say something. Irina and Zenobia once again thanked Naruto for the spectacular game. Asia poured juice for everyone, beaming with joy. So, Rias began, we are expecting the second stage of the tournament in about a week. We need to find out who the lottery will bring us together with. But, as I said, today we are going to have a little relaxation. Naruto, you especially need rest, because a sharp jump to level 3 could have exhausted you. Naruto smiled. Well, I'm grateful, of course, but I'd like to train with the high summoning some more. I want to test the elite shadow warrior. Kiba supported. I don't mind having a mini sparring. At least in the evening, if not today, then tomorrow. Akeno nodded. Great idea. I'm also curious about this pumped-up soldier. Rias did not object. Okay, but don't overdo it. We also have plans. We want to attend a small event at the Devils, a reception in honor of the winners of the first round. You can usually make new acquaintances there, informally. Naruto's thoughts. Another social reception? Oh well, I'll have to go. An hour after breakfast, Naruto went out into the courtyard of the mansion, feeling slightly excited. He wanted to test the shadow portal. After all, the description said that it allows you to open a short passage through the space of shadows. He called Kiba, Koneko, and Asia as witnesses and insurance. They were all standing near the corner of the garden, where the shadow of the building provided a nice contrast. The idea is, Naruto explained, that I can open a portal from one shadow to another at a distance of up to 20 meters, that's F rank for now. I'll try to go through the wall. He concentrated, releasing dark chakra into the ground. The shadow beneath his feet vibrated for a moment, then an oval opening appeared in the floor, shimmering with smoke. Another opening appeared in the wall about a meter above. Wow, Kiba breathed out. So you can now crawl through this gap and exit through the other one? Naruto took a hesitant step. His foot fell into the black mouth. The feeling was slightly eerie. Like entering viscous water. But he took a step further, and suddenly found himself at the wall, climbing out of the second opening, landing on the ground. Wow! Naruto whistled. It worked. Asia clapped happily. Great, Naruto-san, that's super cool. You can make unexpected movements in battle. Koneko muttered with a hint of respect. Yeah, that really helps with surprise attacks. Kiba smiled. Try doing the same at a distance of 20 meters, we'll check the limits. Naruto repeated, trying to open a portal to a more distant shadow near the fence. Concentrating, he felt that the energy consumption was higher, but he still managed to form one. The second opening was in the shadow under the tree. He took a step and successfully moved again. But after that, his breathing quickened, he felt tired. Naruto's thoughts. It eats up a lot of mana. But the potential is huge. Kiba patted him on the shoulder. Excellent. Just don't overdo it. In a real fight, this could save a life. Naruto agreed and, catching his breath, thanked them for their help. Then it was time to test the Soldier's Supreme Summon, E. Kiba prepared a wooden dummy with a protective barrier to see how the elite shadow broke the resistance. Naruto stood in the center of the courtyard, gathered more energy than usual, and mentally said, Supreme Summon. The shadow at his feet began to absorb the light. From it slowly rose a figure similar to the previous soldiers, but larger, with more detailed armor, as if he were a real elite warrior. The aura from him was felt stronger. Wow! Asia breathed out, looking at the dark outline, shimmering with purple patterns. Kiba watched professionally. Let's test it on the dummy. Order the attack. Naruto gave a mental order. The soldier rushed towards the dummy. The movement is smooth and fast. The impact of the shadow blade on the barrier caused a crack. The dummy cracked. Another blow and the barrier fell, and the target itself received a deep cut. In 2 or 3 seconds, the dummy made of protective materials crumbled. Wow! Kiba muttered. This is really at the level of a strong servant. Naruto's thoughts. Great, such support in battle is invaluable. However, Naruto felt how quickly his mana was depleted. After half a minute of holding the supreme soldier, he began to breathe faster, and the soldier dissipated. That is, for now, the summoning time is limited. I see, he said, wiping his forehead. We need to train endurance. But this is already great. Asia jumped up to heal the slight heaviness and fatigue so that Naruto would not overexert himself. Koneko briefly noted. A useful upgrade. In the next battle, you will surprise the enemy. Naruto, inspired, agreed. Of course. Just great. The next day, a letter arrived from one of the High Devils, perhaps a lord from Surzek's circle of acquaintances or something similar. It announced a dinner party for the teams that won in the first round. Rias decided to take advantage of the opportunity to strengthen ties and find out what to expect from the next opponent. Let's all go together, she decided. Let's take Naruto, Kiba, Akeno, Koneko. Asia, do you want to come too? Asia was embarrassed. I am not sure, after all, I am not a devil. It's okay, Rias smiled. You are our friend, and many know you as our ally. Irina and Zenovia also expressed their desire, but Rias clarified that this is a purely devilish party, and extra angels/exorcists can cause tension. Zenovia, although neutral, agreed to stay. Irina complained, but understood. Naruto's thoughts. Another aristocratic party? Well, maybe there will be new information. In the evening, the team teleported to the Dower estate, one of the influential, but not high-ranking families. Luxurious halls decorated in the style of classical, devilish Renaissance were chosen for the event: marble columns, illusion chandeliers, a string orchestra. Devils in formal suits and dresses were everywhere, discussing the results of the first round of the tournament. Rias, with the air of an experienced aristocrat, behaved confidently. Akeno walked next to her, smiling radiantly at the guests. Kiba and Koneko were slightly in the shadows. Naruto, although already accustomed to such gatherings, still felt a slight tension. They looked at him with curiosity. After all, he was a pawn with a strange power. Some devils greeted Rias as Surzek's sister with respect. Someone asked about the potential of her new pawn, Naruto. Others looked mockingly or wary. Naruto tried to remain calm, answering general questions politely. Asia, slightly hiding behind his back, smiled awkwardly. Sometimes devils looked down on her, a man in the devil's court, but Asia ignored them, carefully maintaining goodwill. In the hall, Naruto and Rias unexpectedly ran into representatives of the Phoenix family, the ones associated with Razor Phoenix, who was Rias's rival in canon, and his younger sister Ravel. Perhaps things are a little different here, but it is possible that they have an interest. Oh, Rias Gremory, said the elegant young man from the Phoenix side, it's been a long time since those stories. I heard you won the first match brilliantly. And who is that next to you? Rias introduced Naruto. My pawn, Uzumaki Naruto. The young man looked at him with a sharp gaze. Yeah. Rumors say that you have unusual strength. Be careful, because in the next round you may face someone much stronger than Barithian. I see, Naruto replied. Thanks for the warning. Naruto's thoughts. The Phoenix family, they have regeneration, fire magic. They may become an enemy in the tournament in the future. They exchanged formal pleasantries and parted ways. Rias quietly remarked, "Well, if we're brought together with the phoenixes at some point. It won't be easy. But we'll manage." A little later, at the buffet table, Ravel Phoenix, if the author wishes to introduce her, appeared, young but proud. She noticed Naruto and approached him. "Are you the pawn of Rias that people are talking about? You look unusual for a devil." "I'm Ravel Phoenix." Naruto, slightly embarrassed, introduced himself. Nice to meet you." "Yes, I'm from another world, but here." Ravel looked at him curiously. "Interesting. I have the talent to recognize the power of flames and regeneration, but you are completely different. I sense a dark shadow, but not an evil one. Perhaps it would be interesting to talk to you in more detail." At that moment, Asia approached them, pouring a drink for Naruto. "Naruto-san, you." She saw Ravel and broke off her sentence, pausing. Ravel slightly raised an eyebrow. Hello. You're not a devil, right? Feeling holy?" Asia was embarrassed. "I'm Asia Argento, just helping out. I'm a friend of Naruto-san and Rias's team." A slight spark of jealousy ran between them, Ravel with an appraising look, Asia with nervousness. Naruto felt the tension. Naruto's thoughts. This harem triangle again. Better to avoid awkwardness as soon as possible. In the end, he and Ravel parted on a polite note. But Naruto noticed that Asia looked slightly worried, and then quietly asked, "Naruto-san, that girl, did she treat you strangely?" "Don't worry," he waved it off. "I guess she was just curious." Asia nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. Towards the end of the evening, when the guests had already dispersed slightly, Seraph Leviathan and Azazel appeared in the hall, looking for Rias and her team for a private conversation. They gathered in one of the side rooms. "We have bad news," Seraphol began in a serious tone. "Remember the Chaos Brigade fanatics who were captured at the festival? We continued interrogating them. It seems they've uncovered part of the plans. Someone from the Heroes faction may be teaming up with Vala's group and some fallen radicals." Azazel added, frowning. "Valley is an unpredictable guy, but he's unlikely to slavishly obey anyone. More likely, there's another center of power, which could involve Ophis. Or they're trying to break through to her." Rias's thoughts. "I see, so the danger is increasing." Akeno asked. "So another wave of attacks is coming soon?" Azazel nodded. "We don't have an exact time frame, but since the terrorists were trying to disrupt the festival, it's possible their next goal is a larger-scale attack to destabilize the peace agreements." Seraphol turned to Naruto. "And by the way, your name was mentioned. One of the fanatics said that the Shadow Monarch, that's you, has attracted the attention of the higher powers in the Chaos Brigade. They want to seize your power." Naruto tensed up. "Oh shit. So I should expect a hunt for my system?" Seraphol nodded. "Unfortunately, yes. So be careful. We will increase surveillance of Kuo City for our part." Naruto's thoughts. "That's it. The system's voice warned me that I was becoming more noticeable. That meant that ill-wishers would be specifically looking for me." Rias clenched her fists. "It's okay, we will protect Naruto. And he's not weak, he can fight back himself." Seraphol smiled. "Of course I believe you. But forewarned is forearmed." Returning to her place, Rias gathered the team, Kiba, Akeno, Koneko, Naruto, and Asia, informally. She told them about Seraphol and Azazel's words. Constructive solution. Strengthen the internal security of the Kuo school and the mansion. Naruto, and the others, should wear special, protective amulets to prevent enemies from suddenly teleporting. If the Chaos Brigade or the Hero faction begin to operate in the city, they must react as quickly as possible. Kiba suggested organizing night patrols. Akeno nodded, adding that it would be better to establish contact with Sona Shirtorai so that the school council could help. Naruto agreed, but mentally thought, it is unlikely to hinder a strong enemy, but at least something. Rias asked everyone not to panic. Let's continue preparing for the tournament. And if enemies appear, we will meet them. Late in the evening, Naruto went out onto the porch of the mansion to think about the news about the threats. There he suddenly met Koneko, who for some reason was also standing, looking at the moon. Seeing him, she nodded silently. "Hello, Koneko," he said quietly, standing next to her. "Is something bothering you?" She looked away. "A little. I don't like the idea of the Chaos Brigade attacking you in particular. And she hesitated, don't want to lose another person dear to me." There was excitement in her voice. Naruto felt a wave of warmth. "Thank you, I appreciate your concern. But as you can see, I'm not that weak. Besides, I have all of you." Koneko sighed, visibly softening. "Yes, I understand. It's just that sometimes I think about how quickly you joined our lives. Sometimes I'm afraid that if something happens, I'll be hurt." The words sounded so sincere that Naruto closed his eyes, feeling a tremor. He reached out and carefully placed his hand on her shoulder. "Koneko, we are together. I value your friendship too." Her face turned slightly pink, but she didn't pull away. A few seconds of silence, the night wind swayed their hair. Koneko quietly added, "Thank you. I'll be there if anything happens." Then she quietly left, leaving Naruto with a calm heart, but even more confused in his feelings. And Koneko has become so close, how will I choose who to give my heart to, he thought. The next day, at Kuohai, Irina and Zenovia, who had come to have a short conversation with Asia, intercepted Naruto in the hallway. "Hey," Irina said, "we heard about new threats. Maybe you need more support?" "Zenovia and I are ready to help, after all, we are also interested in protecting the city," Zenovia added. "And by the way, we have swords and skills." Suddenly, the Chaos Brigade shows up, and we will be nearby. Naruto was embarrassed. "Yeah, of course, you can join in at any time. But formally, I am on Rias's team, and you are not devils. How will that work?" Irina laughed. "We have an unofficial alliance between the church and the Gremory, don't forget. Just say so if you need help." Irina immediately bit her lips slightly, coming closer and whispering. "And I wanted, well, maybe someday, if there is time, we can just take a walk together or go somewhere. Because we have the same training." Zenovia snorted. "And with me too. I need advice on hand-to-hand techniques." Naruto's thoughts. "I clearly feel that we both want more personal communication, and not just fights." He smiled, trying not to blush. "Of course, we'll come to an agreement. Thank you for your support." Irina flashed a joyful smile, and Zenovia nodded, giving her gaze a stern but warm tone. Soon fate decided, in the second round of the raiding tournament, Rias's team will meet the Lamoelle clan. This is a fairly well-known family, with victories over several mid-high level opponents. Lamoelle, Rias read the dossier. Their king, Lady Cassandra Lamoelle, is famous for her air magic and elemental summons. She has strong servants, especially the queen and knight. Kiba, stretching his shoulders, said cheerfully, "Great, it will be an interesting fight. We need to prepare tactics against the elementals." Akeno suggested. "Let Naruto, with his shadow portal, quickly approach their mages. I can support with lightning, and Rias can use her destructive power." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can break through the portal to the rear. But we need to avoid traps. Rias smiled. Then we have 6 days before the match. Let's practice. I hope everything goes well. In the following days, the team practiced a new tactic. Naruto opens a shadow portal between Rias's position and the desired point in order to organize quick maneuvers, for example, moving Kiba or Koneko behind the enemy. Supreme Soldier will be used for sudden breakthroughs. Akeno and Rias prepared a joint spell, Lightning Destruction, to break through the elemental's mass defense if necessary. Gasper, if included in this version, helped by testing out different variations of the time stop, but the details vary by author. Naruto noticed that the system didn't give him new tasks, apparently focused on the upcoming tournament. The voice inside did not appear, although he felt the growing power of his dark chakra. 2 days before the match, late at night, Naruto, returning from the store, felt a strange presence. A figure flashed in the alley, which, upon seeing him, darted away. He rushed after it, using a shadow dash attack. The figure turned out to be a man in a cloak, holding a short spear with engravings. "Stop!" Naruto shouted. "Who are you?" He turned around. I wonder, so you are the Shadow King? I was tasked with checking if you are really that strong." His eyes burned with fanatical determination. "I am a follower of the hero faction." "The hero faction? Are you in league with the Chaos Brigade?" "Nonsense." He snorted. "We only want to overthrow the tyranny of devils, angels, gods. Humans will rule." With these words, he attacked with a spear of light. Naruto jumped back, created a shadow soldier, which took the blow, but was partially pierced. Apparently, the spear is anti-demonic. "Okay, let there be a fight," Naruto muttered, feeling a surge of adrenaline. He concentrated the Supreme Soldier, who rushed at the enemy. The man showed high speed, damaging the shadow figure, but still had trouble against the elite summoning. Naruto added Dark Chakra to his ball, hit from the side, and the enemy flew back, spitting out blood. "Cough, shit," the man hissed, "looks like the rumors were true. Okay, I'll retreat for now." He grabbed the amulet and disappeared in a flash. Naruto didn't have time to stop. Naruto's thoughts. Leaving again. So the hero faction is also targeting me, and the entire DxD world. The day of the second match has arrived. Rias and her team, Naruto, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, maybe 1 to 2 more servants, arrived at the raiding games hall. There they announced, the fight will take place in the scenery of wooded area with a lake and towers. The opponent is Lamoelle. They have 8 servants, led by the king Lady Cassandra. Naruto felt a fighting spirit inside him. Naruto's thoughts. Let's go. Let's show our new strength. The system flashed and said, Quest, defeat Team Lamoelle. Reward, plus 50 XP. Naruto figured that this would give 310/300, that is, he would get 10 on top, but in any case, it was interesting. The commentator gave the signal, the arena came to life. Rias's team appeared in the north of the forest, Team Lamoelle, in the south. According to information, Lamoelle has strong elementals of air, water and fire, summoned by servants. Kiba and Koneko took on the role of scouts, as usual. Akeno hovers above the trees, ready to release lightning. Naruto, together with Rias, goes to the center, where they expect to encounter the main force. Soon, the magic sensors gave a signal, 3 servants of Lamoelle are attacking through the western flank. Kiba and Koneko met them, engaging in combat. In the east, there are 2 more. Akeno flew there. So, Lady Cassandra remains in the center with a couple of strong guards. Let's go, Rias nodded to Naruto. And they soon came to a clearing at the foot of the hill. There, a guard was already waiting, Queen Lamoelle, who possessed earth magic, and another bishop. Cassandra herself was not visible, perhaps she was standing further away, summoning elementals. Careful, Rias warned. But Queen Lamuel did not give them time. With a wave of her hand, she raised stone spikes from the ground, flying at them. Naruto dodged, summoning a soldier, a regular one, so as not to waste a lot of energy. The shadow rushed forward, entering a clinch with the bishop. And Naruto activated Shadow Curtain to get behind the queen. She, sensing the movement, released another portion of spikes, but Rias countered with destruction, giving Naruto a chance to sneak up. As soon as he prepared the ball, roots burst out from under the ground, grabbing his legs. Shit! He howled, feeling that he was stuck. The queen smirked. Got you. But Naruto, without losing his composure, opened a shadow portal nearby. The roots had no portal count. He instantly fell into the hole and emerged behind the queen. She gasped, not expecting this. She received a demonic ball in the back, flew back, growling in pain. Ah! She grabbed her side, splashing out another wave of earth. But then Rias hit her with a charged volley from above. The queen was no longer able to defend herself and disappeared, dropped out. The elephant, seeing that he was alone, tried to run. The shadow soldier, normal, held him back, and Naruto finished him off with a volley. In total, 2 were eliminated. Naruto's thoughts. Easier than I thought. But where is Cassandra herself? Rias felt the air shaking. Kiba reported over the radio, a mistress with 3 summoned elementals has appeared in the center of the hill. It seemed that Cassandra was concentrating on creating strong spirits of air, water, and electricity. Naruto and Rias moved there. They saw that Kiba, Koneko, and Akeno were already fighting huge, elemental spirits. One was blowing a powerful gust of wind, another was striking with lightning, and the third was pouring waves. Cassandra was hovering in the middle, directing them. We need to knock out Cassandra herself, Rias guessed. Akeno, hanging in the air, was throwing her lightning, but a duel with an electric elemental is dangerous for both sides. Kiba was busy with the air spirit. Koneko was stuck in a whirlpool. Naruto realized that the portal was a chance to quickly get to Cassandra. Rias, cover me. He created a wide shadow portal at his feet and tried to open an exit near Cassandra, but turbulence got in the way. He had to get closer. Hiding behind the rocks, he found a point where he could bring out an opening of shadows within a radius of 10 meters from Cassandra. Yes, he whispered. He launched the shadow portal, emerging right behind the mage. Cassandra gasped, noticing a flash of dark smoke. She tried to back away, but Naruto instantly released the highest soldier. He hit her hard in the side. Cassandra screamed, although she continued to maintain control over the elementals. Then Naruto added suffocating shadows, pulling her hands together, even if only for a second. The task is to break concentration. Cassandra glowed with a blue halo, trying to disperse the shadows, but this was enough for the elementals to lose their clear order. They staggered, weakened. Akeno, he shouted. Akeno, sensing the decline of the electric spirit, powerfully struck with lightning, destroying the elemental. Kiba and Koneko dealt with the air and water while they were staggering. Shit! Cassandra screamed, breaking out of the shadows. But then Rias entered the action, throwing a destructive wave right at point-blank range. Cassandra did not have time to restore the shield, received a full charge, flew away and disappeared, eliminated from the battle. King Lamol is eliminated, thundered the announcer. Victory for Rias Gremory's team. The air exploded with applause. The scoreboard showed the result. Naruto's thoughts. Hooray, victory again. Celebratory fanfares were heard around. The judge announced that Rias Gremory was moving on to the tournament. Looking up, everyone saw the crowd cheering in the stands. Naruto checked the system. System. Plus 50 XP. Current score, 310/. Congratulations. You have surpassed the level. The accumulated points are transferred to the development reserve. Wow, he muttered. It seems I have surpassed level 3, but the system hasn't announced level 4. That's strange. Perhaps the conditions for reaching level 4 are different. But a feeling of satisfaction overwhelmed Naruto, since the team had won again. Rias hugged him and said, "Excellent work, Naruto." The surprise portal worked perfectly. The others also came up, praising each other. Koneko remained calm, but it was clear that she was happy. Kiba chuckled, "We did well." Akeno, clinging to Naruto, whispered, "Well done, hero." Naruto's thoughts. Great. But what next? The team returned to the real world, where they were greeted by their friends and allies. Irina, Zenobia, Asia were overjoyed by the new victory. Naruto felt that he was doing better and better, the system was flourishing. But there was a vague feeling, the Chaos Brigade did not disappear, the hero faction was also targeting him. Rias and Akeno discussed that perhaps an even stronger opponent could await them further. After all, the level was rising. Kiba and Koneko were preparing themselves to face more sophisticated tactics from their opponents. Naruto looked into the system and saw 310/. It seemed that levels higher than 3 required some special conditions. On a quiet evening, before going to bed, he again felt the ringing, like a call from within. He closed his eyes, and in his mental space he saw a black field with stars. There, a certain figure of the shadows was silently hovering, something like a female silhouette. King of Shadows, you are growing, but your fate is intertwined with even darker forces. Beware of those who are eager to absorb your power. Naruto wanted to ask who she was, but the vision dissipated. Naruto's thoughts. So, I am only on the threshold of the next stage. And the stronger I become, the more enemies will appear. But I will not give up. He looked out the window at the moon, remembering his friends, the harem girl, and the team. From now on, he is ready for any trials, because nearby are those who are dear to him, and whom he, in turn, also takes care of. Chapter 8 ends here. Chapter 9. Ghosts of the Past, the brink of level 4, and the awakening of a new threat. 3 days had passed since the victory over the Lamol clan. All this time, Naruto tried to feel for a way to move on to level 4, or at least understand what the in the experience bar meant. However, the system stubbornly remained silent, occasionally giving short errors or noise. Early in the morning, Naruto woke up with a dull pain in his temples. He tried to call up the interface. System. Error. Transition, not available. Search for the key. The words appeared in jagged letters, and then disappeared. His heart began to pound. Naruto's thoughts. Key? What other key? Then a short, hallucinatory image flashed before his eyes, like a giant shadow standing behind his back. And a quiet, effeminate whisper, "Find the way to the throne of shadows." Hey! He screamed, sitting up on the bed and clutching his head. Kurama, given his inner presence, growled quietly. "Kid, I feel the distortion too. The system is acting up. I can't figure out what it needs." Naruto was breathing heavily. "Well, we need to figure out how to get to the 4th level. If it's the Shadow Throne or the key, maybe there are some quests." No answer. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, deciding that he needed to talk to Rias and the others. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, and Koneko were already sitting in the living room of the mansion. Asia was bringing breakfast nearby. Seeing Naruto's worried look, Rias tilted her head. "Did something happen?" Naruto sat down and told how the system would crash in the morning, errors would appear, and a certain key would be required. He also mentioned a creepy vision. Interesting, Akeno drawled. Usually everything goes smoothly for you. So now you need a special trigger. Kiba spread his hands. Well, I don't have any experience, but in games it happens that in order to open a new level, you need to complete a quest or get a certain artifact. Rias thought. Maybe it really is a quest. But where should we look? Maybe we have some leads? Azazel mentioned the Cows Brigade's interest in your power. Maybe they have some of the knowledge? Koneko said dryly. That sounds risky. Asking your enemies for help? Asia quietly suggested. What if we ask Michael or the libraries of the Devil Council? Your system isn't from this world, but maybe there are similar references. Naruto thought. Yes, we could ask Rias or Sona Shirtorai to ask. The devils have large archives of magic. Or the archangels have ancient records. Rias stretched and concluded. Okay. Let's try using our sources. And for now, don't overexert yourself, so as not to injure yourself due to the system malfunctioning. Naruto's thoughts. Understood. We must proceed carefully. But I feel that remaining passive is not an option. That same day, Sona Shirtorai, the council president, came to see Rias, discussing school affairs and the tournament. Hearing about Naruto's problem, Sona suggested. Can we look in our student council archives? They contain copies of some magical documents, and my family, Shirtorai, has some scrolls, too. Rias thought. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We can also look up some old tomes in the demon libraries. Maybe there will be legends about the Shadow King or something like that there. Naruto nodded gratefully. Thank you. Any leads would be welcome. Sona adjusted her glasses. If I find anything interesting, I'll let you know. A few more days passed. The tournament organizers announced the results of the draw. In the third round, Rias' team would face the Taramis clan, known for their powerful dragon artifacts. This could have been a much more serious test. The Taramis clan was famous for having one of their servants with a sacred dragon artifact, not on the level of divine dividing, but something close, and another with the ability to curse an opponent. Their king, Lady Mariel Taramis, was experienced in combat and had participated in major raiding games more than once. We need to be careful, Rias warned the team. Our tactic with the shadow portal may work, but they have the means to detect spatial anomalies. Kiba narrowed his eyes. So Naruto risks getting trapped if he tries to open a portal behind their backs. Koneko added. Then we need to distract their sensor. Akeno smiled. I can create a lightning curtain to temporarily block their devices. Naruto agreed. Good idea. I'll be ready. The day before the match, Rias called Naruto to the Kuo High School library, where she was gathered with Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki. They found some ancient tome, which mentioned the Shadow Throne and the King of Shadows in ancient legends of different worlds. It said that in some mysterious dimension, the Abyss of Shadows, the throne is kept, access to which was gained only by one chosen one. In order to fully control this power, they say, a certain key is needed, which awakens the deep potential. Vague phrases were mentioned, key from the blood of the dragon or merging with the spirit of the abyss. Reading, Naruto felt a chill. The system had already hinted at the throne, and here he actually came across similar terms. So, I need to find the key? But where? He said out loud, looking at the scanty lines. Sona, adjusting his glasses. It looks like this is a legend, we do not have a clear recipe. But if you are the chosen one for the shadow power, perhaps the key will come up in your destiny, especially if dragons or something similar are involved. Rias frowned. Dragons. The DXD world is full of dragons. There is Valley, White, Draig, Red, Great Red, Ophis. Who knows? Naruto sighed. I don't know, but I have to be prepared. Valley or Ophis might be somehow connected, since they are dragon beings. In the end, they decided to gather more information for now, and Naruto was asked to be as careful as possible so as not to fall into the trap of the Chaos Brigade's dragon plans. The day of the third round arrived. Rias's team appeared on the raiding game arena again, this time with the decorations of a castle courtyard and the surrounding squares. The Taramis clan, led by Mariel Taramis, occupied the opposite side. They have 7 servants, a pair of knights, 1 queen, 2 rooks, a bishop and a pawn. The signal to start sounded, and the game began. The scheme was similar, Kiba with Koneko on reconnaissance, Akeno on top, Naruto with Rias, the main group. But after a few minutes they encountered a surprise. Knight Taramis held a magic blade in his hand, emitting a roar of dragon power, and the rook wore a shield capable of absorbing demonic blows. Rias hissed, seeing how her destructive magic was absorbed by the shield. Is this the dragon seal? Naruto called an ordinary soldier, but the knight melted the shadow with his blade, like a red-hot blade. They had to release the higher soldier. He entered the wheelhouse, managing to push back the knight. Meanwhile, Rias changed tactics, showering the rook with a series of scattered shots, forcing it to use up its shield charge. Asia, not officially involved, watched from the side, nervously. Akeno was throwing lightning bolts from above, trying to break through the defense. Kiba and Koneko were fighting Taramosa's queen and bishop on the other flank. Naruto thought, now's the time to use the shadow portal plus distraction combination. He gave a sign to Akeno. She released Storm Curtain, disorienting the enemy. Naruto stood behind the wall, opened a portal that went out behind the shield bearer. He jumped out with a ball in his hands, hit it, knocking the shield out of his hands. The rook howled, having been wounded, and Rias finished him off with a volley. The enemy disappeared, out. Excellent! Rias shouted. The knight who remained nearby was still resisting, waving his dragon blade. But Akeno had already swooped down, aiming a bolt of lightning. The knight tried to block, but in combination with the supreme soldier, who struck from the side, he was defeated. Taramo's servants have been knocked out. The judge declared. Naruto's thoughts. The path to the king, Mariel, is open. Having cleared out the servants, the team moved to the central tower, where Mariel Taramis was holed up. There they were met by a real dragon bestiary. Mariel summoned a huge magical beast, receiving an astral projection of the dragon, which roared, releasing deadly flashes of fire. Kiba and Koneko, having arrived in time, knocked out part of the guards with their combined efforts, but the dragon remained powerful. Naruto released the supreme soldier on the dragon. It grabbed its wing with a shadow blade. The dragon roared, twisted away. Akeno launched lightning, the dragon twitched, but continued to act. Rias tried to destroy the magical frame of the beast, but Mariel skillfully held the spell. What to do? Kiba shouted, dodging another fire breath. Rias gestured. Naruto, give me another portal. Break through to Mariel. If you neutralize it, the dragon will disappear. Got it. He answered, shuddering under the heat of the flames. But Mariel had already expected such tricks, placing detection barriers around herself. Naruto had to be more sophisticated. He created a false portal in one place to distract, and opened the real one on the side. Hidden by the shadow of the destroyed wall. He invested a large portion of mana, overcoming the heat and interference. As soon as the passage opened, he stepped in an instant, coming out right behind Mariel. She shuddered. Damn it! She turned around, releasing a sharp burst of magic. Naruto received part of the blow to the shoulder, hissing in pain. But he managed to hit Mariel's hands with a shadow ball, and she lost the rhythm of the spell. The dragon went into convulsions, having lost a clear supply, it crumbled. Kiba and Koneko, along with Akeno, fell upon Mariel from all sides, swords, blows, lightning, until she collapsed, surrendering to the teleport of the defeated system. King Taramus has been eliminated. The referee announced. Rias Gremory's team has won. The final fanfare sounded and the arena went dark. Third win in a row. At that moment, Naruto looked at the system, expecting to receive his reward. The referee also announced, Team Gremory is awarded a win, they have 3 wins, they are advancing to the high bracket. It was about the fact that a few more matches would be enough to reach the final round of the qualifying round. Naruto's display lit up. System. Quest completed, plus 50 XP. Current score, 360/. Development reserve, plus 50. Warning, accumulation is in progress, but the key to the Throne of Shadows is required. Level 4 is locked. Crap, he exhaled, reading this key again. His heart ached with disappointment, because he already had enough experience, but the system did not increase his level. But what can you do? You'll have to find a way out. Rias, not knowing the details, only asked. Something wrong? Just like that. The system won't let me go higher, it says I need a certain key, he admitted. Rias's face darkened. We'll keep looking. The main thing is that we won. He nodded, deciding not to be upset, because winning was also wonderful. The next day, when the official business of the tournament allowed him to take a short rest, Irina and Asia dared to invite Naruto for a walk around the city. Allegedly wanted to buy gifts and food. Naruto was embarrassed, but decided that it would be nice for him to get some fresh air, too. Irina wanted to visit a store with nun trinkets, a reminder of the church. Asia wanted a magic shop where you can buy medicinal ingredients. Both arranged a date for 3 for Naruto. He quickly realized that the situation was comical. But he gave in, after all, both girls were dear to him. On the way, Irina chatted happily, and periodically took Naruto's arm, reminding him how great he was at fighting and that she had long wanted to spend time outside of battle. Asia smiled, although she sometimes felt embarrassed, noticing how openly Irina pressed herself against him. In a mystical trinkets shop, while Irina was asking about the holy ornaments, Asia quietly asked Naruto. Are you sure you're not tired? I know that it looks like we're hugging you. He blushed. No, it's fine. It's just awkward. But I'm glad you're with me. She smiled slightly, seemingly quite happy. However, when they left, they were met by a stranger, or a spy, of the hero faction, who quickly disappeared into the crowd. Naruto was wary, waiting for another attack, but nothing happened. Naruto's thoughts. Does it look like you're being followed? I should tell Rias. However, Irina noticed his concern. Is everything okay? Yeah. I imagined something. Well, let's not ruin the walk. The idyll was slightly marred by tension, but they spent the rest of the day walking around the park, talking about a variety of things. For Naruto, it was a respite from the constant fighting and secrets of the system. And Irina and Asia were clearly enjoying being close to him. That same evening, back at the mansion, Naruto ran into Akeno. She was standing in the hallway, apparently having heard about Naruto's walk with Irina and Asia. With a sly smile, she asked. Well, how did you like the walk? Irina and Asia, right? Maybe you'll take me on a similar date soon? He hesitated. Well, why not, if you want. Akeno came closer, a playful sparkle in her eyes. Of course, I want to. Just keep in mind that I like more, intriguing places, not just stores. Maybe we should go to some onsen, hot springs? Or is that too bold? Naruto blushed. Onsen? Yes, he remembered all the hot moments that could arise there. Maybe, somehow. Akeno laughed softly. Okay, don't torture yourself. I'll be happy with any format, as long as it's just the two of us. Decide for yourself. She kissed him on the cheek, too quickly for him to react, and disappeared, leaving the guy with burning ears. Naruto's thoughts. All these girls. How can I maintain my balance? Another day passed. Naruto went out into the garden in the evening, trying to calm the chaos in his head. Suddenly, a flash of white wings appeared in front of him. Vala Lucifer appeared with a mocking look on his face. Hello, he said. I heard you've already won 3 matches in the tournament. Good streak. Naruto tensed. What do you want, Valley? He waved his hand. Nothing special. I just wanted to make sure that you're growing in strength. They say your system has developed to the 3rd level? I wonder when you'll reach the 4th. I don't know myself, Naruto muttered. Vala smirked. You'll have to face tougher enemies if you want to awaken the higher stages. Sometimes growth in power comes through deadly battles. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to challenge me to a fight? Not yet, Vala refused. But perhaps we will soon have to face each other in the tournament arena. Or, when the Chaos Brigade begins their next action, I will appear too. Be careful not to die, Shadow King. I need a worthy opponent. And, with a flash of white wings, Vala disappeared. Naruto clenched his fists, those mysterious words again. Rias, having learned of Vala's visit, was worried. If Vala is hanging around nearby, it means that the Chaos Brigade is really preparing something. Or he himself has something in mind. And he has been warned that Naruto can become a tasty morsel for the enemies. Akeno nodded sadly. Vala is strong, and if he decides to attack, it will not be easy. But he seems to be more free-living than truly evil. Naruto sighed. I'm starting to get tired of all this politics. I just want to develop my strength and protect those who are dear to me. Rias smiled. That's exactly why we are here. Don't worry, we can do this together. Even though they spoke calmly, there was tension in the air. Soon, Azazel sent a message. I have received intelligence. Part of the Chaos Brigade, possibly under the auspices of the hero faction, is planning an invasion of a certain treasure trove near Kuo City. If you stumble upon them, be careful. Rias gathered the team. They decided that this was top priority. We cannot allow terrorists to get hold of rare artifacts. They prepared for a potential clash outside the tournament. Kiba and Koneko, a fast mobile group. Naruto with Akeno and Rias, the attacking corps. Asia plus Irina plus Zenovia, not officially part of the team, but allied, can help from the outside. Following a tip from Azazel, they discovered an ancient warehouse museum, where, according to rumors, one of the dragon artifacts was stored. At night, the team moved there, planning to set up an ambush. Naruto was worried, because it was a risk of direct contact with the Chaos Brigade. Rias and Akeno remained confident. Kiba and Koneko took up positions at the entrance. Asia and Irina, Zenovia guarded the perimeter. After a couple of hours of patiently waiting on the approaches, a group in black cloaks really did arrive, 4 in total. 2 were familiar from the descriptions of the terrorists, 2 were new. They were trying to break the magic seal on the museum door. The plan is to not let them enter, and if they start a fight, capture them alive if possible, Rias commanded. Kiba gave the signal, and the squad attacked, hoping to quickly overwhelm the enemies. But the terrorists were no slouch. One with a spear of light, probably the same guy Naruto saw, the second, a mage with dark spells, the third, a yokai girl. The fourth, an unknown person with a strong dragon aura. A fight broke out right in the lobby of the ancient building, where the terrorists finally broke through. Kiba and Koneko distracted the yokai and the mage, Akeno tried to restrain the dragon fighter, and Naruto and Rias dealt with the spearman. The spearman, recognizing Naruto, grinned, "Ha, you again. I, Hector, am more prepared this time." Rias threw destruction, but the enemy deftly dodged. Naruto went for a combination of Supreme Soldier plus Shadow Dash. But Hector set a trap in advance. The spear glowed, generating an anti-magic barrier that weakened the summoning by 50%. The soldier was barely holding on. Naruto cursed. "My shadows can't break through this barrier." Rias tried to destroy the barrier by force, but Hector manipulated the spear, managing to counterattack. The girl received a glancing wound on her shoulder. The spearman bared his teeth and pressed on. "The Chaos Brigade won't stop until they get your power, Shadow King." Naruto's thoughts. "Are they trying to capture me again? It won't work." He remembered the shadow portal. He tried to open the portal behind Hector, but the anti-magic barrier seemed to be making it difficult. It was malfunctioning. He needed something else. "Okay." Naruto muttered, gathering chakra in his hand. "Then I'll attack head-on." He charged the shadow ball, putting more energy into it. Hector threw out a spear of light, the two streams collided, a flash of light and shadow. The shockwave threw both of them back. Naruto was thrown into a column. Hector fell to his knees, but rose abruptly. "Ha! Your power is impressive, but not perfect," he shouted, waving his spear. Rias didn't stand aside. She released a combo volley, a cloud of destruction plus a small, dark lightning. Did Akeno help too? Hector blocked part of it, but was stunned. "Now!" Rias shouted. Naruto gathered all his strength, high summoning, second attempt. This time the summoned soldier appeared from the side. Although weakened by the barrier, he still delivered a piercing blow to Hector's shoulder. He hissed, stepped back, the spear trembled. "Cough, bastards!" He exhaled, and at that moment Naruto, using the dash, hit the spearman in the back of the head with the hilt of the ghostly blade, stunning him. Hector collapsed, the spear scattered into sparks. Phew! Naruto slid down the wall, feeling wildly tired. Rias sighed in relief. "Great, you did it. I'll tie him up with magic chains." Meanwhile, Kiba, Koneko, and Akeno were fighting the others. The yokai girl was very agile, causing chaos with illusions, and the mage was shooting dark beams. The man with the dragon aura could release something like dragon flames, not as strong as real dragons, but enough to restrain Akeno. Asia and Irina, Zenobia guarded the entrance. But the yokai girl at some point made a dash to the inner halls, perhaps to steal the dragon item lying there. Irina and Zenobia noticed, rushed after her. A short fight ensued at the display case. The enemy girl quickly broke the glass, grabbed some kind of stone with a dragon. Zenobia attacked, but missed. The yokai dodged with a cat-like movement. "Put it down!" Irina shouted, sending a beam of light. The enemy caught part of the blow, screamed, but did not release the artifact, activating the amulet. The shadow slid, and she teleported away, escaping with the loot. Zenobia cursed, chopping the air. "Gone." Irina clenched her fists. So, the Chaos Brigade still got hold of the dragon stone. Bad. Meanwhile, the mage and the dragon man were here, seeing that the task was completed, and were probably trying to leave as well. Koneko and Kiba detained the mage, but the dragon man broke into a frantic attack, and was injured in the process, but still managed to break his emergency amulet and disappeared. Half the team fled. Koneko breathed heavily. Rias, having gathered everyone, realized that they had captured two of the enemies, the spearman Hector and the mage, but the yokai girl and the dragon man had escaped, taking with them a rare artifact. Naruto's thoughts. It seems we were unable to completely prevent the theft. The remaining terrorists had escaped, but Naruto and his friends had achieved a partial victory by capturing Hector and another mage. The dragon heritage artifact had been stolen, which had become a cause for concern. Rias gave orders to hand over the prisoners to guards, Azazel or other forces. Zenobia and Irina are very disappointed that they couldn't stop the yokai. Naruto realizes that the dragon something has surfaced again. Could it be related to the key to the throne? When they returned to the mansion, everyone was exhausted. Asia was treating their wounds, Kiba had a cut, Koneko had bruises, and Naruto had a burn on his shoulder from the spear. Akeno got off with minor scratches. Rias was slightly injured, but thanks to magical healing, she is already fine. A day after the battle, Azazel and Seraphil organized a debriefing of the prisoners in a safe place. Rias, Naruto, and a couple of other devil representatives came to attend. Hector, the spearman, sat bound by magical chains, his face gloomy. "What do you want from us?" he said with disdain. Azazel calmly replied. "To find out why you stole the dragon stone from the museum." "What is the purpose of the Cows Brigade?" Hector snorted. "We're just following orders from our elders. The dragon relics, it's all part of a grand ritual to awaken the true power and overthrow the false deities." "What ritual?" Seraphil asked. "Do you work for Ophis?" Ophis is just a symbol," Hector replied. "Our own faction is more important to us." "Yes, some are working with the dragons, including Valley. But," he bit his tongue, "I won't say too much." Rias added, joining in. "You mentioned that you wanted the power of the Shadow King, that is, Naruto. For what purpose?" Hector's eyes flashed. "Your system is a unique thing that doesn't belong to this world. Our leaders believe that if we extract it and subjugate it, we will be able to gain unlimited shadow summoning, and perhaps even control ancient shadow portals. This will strengthen the Cows Brigade in the battle for humanity's freedom and the overthrow of angels and devils." Naruto shuddered. "So they want to literally rip out my power?" "Yes," the prisoner smirked. "However, perhaps you will join us? Together, we will create a new era." "Never." Naruto snapped harshly, clenching his fists. Naruto's thoughts. "Shit, this is serious. We need to be on our guard." Azazel realized that he wouldn't get any more information. He ordered the guards to take Hector away. Seraphil sighed. "So it's obvious, they're collecting dragon relics to strengthen the ritual. And Naruto is potentially part of their plan if they manage to snatch the system. We need to warn everyone." Rias looked at Naruto with concern. "Be careful, I'll ask Kiba and Koneko to accompany you more often while the tournament is going on." He agreed, feeling a bitter premonition of new battles. Returning to the mansion, Rias asked Naruto to stay in the living room. When everyone left, she came closer. "Look, Naruto, I understand that you often get involved in dangerous situations on your own. But now that it's clear that the enemies are hunting for your power, I forbid you to go alone. Promise me you'll always take someone from the team." Naruto saw the deep worry in her eyes. "Okay. I don't want you to worry. I'll call Kiba or someone." She smiled slightly, relieved. "Thank you. I don't want to lose you." Her voice wavered, as if to hint at how much she cared about him. His heart fluttered. "I don't want to lose you either. Plus, He paused. "I'm just happy that I found family and friends here." Rias took a half step forward, their eyes meeting. For a moment it seemed like a kiss was about to happen. But Rias, embarrassed, only covered his hand with hers. We'll have to face a strong opponent in the tournament soon. I hope we win together. And then, we'll talk about personal things. Naruto nodded, realizing that the serious conversation was postponed. Perhaps until the tournament finals. Or until the decisive clash. Events were spinning. 3 victories in the tournament, approaching the semi-finals. The Chaos Brigade stole the Dragon Stone, continuing the hunt for Naruto's system. It was confirmed that Naruto needed special conditions to reach level 4, the key to the Throne of Shadows. The harem relationships were in full swing, each of the girls was showing more and more feelings, and Naruto didn't know how not to offend anyone. Late in the evening, he was sitting on the balcony of the mansion again, gazing at the starry sky. Koneko or Akeno, the author can choose any scene, quietly approached him from behind. Let's say it was Akeno, quietly placing her hand on his shoulder. Are you still chewing over the events? Yeah, he sighed. I'm thinking about the fact that we are only at the beginning of the journey. I want to become stronger not only for the tournament, but to protect all of you if a stronger enemy comes. Akeno sat down next to him. I'm sure you can do it. You never give up, right? He remembered Naruto's covenant from his home world, never retreat. And he smiled. That's right, I just can't do it any other way. So they sat for some time in silence, feeling a warm closeness. Somewhere in the depths of consciousness, the system was dormant, but weak interference broke through from time to time, hinting at the coming awakening of level 4 and new surges of power. At the same time, the question arose, what is this key, and is it connected with the Dragon Stone stolen by terrorists? Chapter 10. On the threshold of the storm, dragon schemes and the search for the key. In a remote dungeon, where cold stone walls were outlined in the dim light of torches, 2 figures discussed the relics they had found. With each passing second, the magical flame of the torches jumped on their hoods, revealing cruel smiles and worried looks. Not everything is collected yet, hissed the yokai girl, with cat ears and green eyes. But we're close to restoring the key. Heh, the man with the scroll and the dragon seal on his hand replied. We just need to finish combining the pieces. And then find or lure out the Shadow Monarch himself. They both exchanged glances when a groan from prisoners was heard somewhere in the depths of the corridor. The corridors of the dungeon seemed to be riddled with cells and catacombs where the members of the Chaos Brigade performed their dark rituals. Just one strike, and this system will be ours, the man concluded in a whisper. However, we must take into account that the Gremory and their pawn are acting decisively. The yokai's voice was filled with malicious irony. We've already seen how stubborn he is. But without the complete key, he won't rise to the 4th level. That means he has no chance against us. With that, they extinguished the torch and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the cold walls to creak from the wind that penetrated through the cracks. Soon, the dull groan died down, and silence reigned in its place. But it was already felt that the Chaos Brigade was breathing down Naruto's, Uzumaki, back. The early morning sun was filtering through the heavy curtains, painting the Gremory mansion's living room in soft golden tones. Rias sat at the large table, leafing through the latest lists of tournament participants. Akeno, Kiba, Koneko were seated nearby, and Naruto, Uzumaki, stood nearby, sipping juice and trying to fight off sleep. Asia was bustling about nearby, setting the table for breakfast. Irina and Zenobia had also dropped by that day, the former cheerful, the latter a little gloomy, but both happy with the team's success. So, we've already won 4 times, Rias said loudly, putting down the papers. There are either semi-finals or quarter-finals left, depending on the number of participants, then the finals are possible. We have a good chance, but our opponents promise to be stronger. Kiba bowed his head. As far as I understand, the bracket could bring us together with one of the strongest clans. Perhaps with Phoenix himself, or someone like Ravel if she was participating. Akeno nodded. Or maybe not, it hasn't been confirmed yet. We're waiting for the council's decision. Naruto smiled. It's so great that we've come this far. I feel like I'm riding a wave of success. But, he looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, I'm worried about the system. My level 3 has long since reached its limit, my points are already approaching 400, and there's no progress beyond that. Everyone's expressions visibly darkened as this problem continued to hang over them. Koneko said briefly. We'll search for the key. And we won't let the Cows Brigade get ahead of us. Rias added more firmly. That's right. Let's go step by step. We've already learned that the dragon pieces are scattered, and some have been stolen by the enemy. But if we continue searching, we might be able to find the main piece first. Naruto glanced at his hands, sliding his fingers along his forearm, where he felt a slight tingling of the system. Naruto's thoughts. Hold on. The main thing is not to lose faith. Rias and the others are with me. Having finished their discussion, everyone dispersed. Naruto, going out into the corridor, noticed Asia, Irina and Zenovia, who were already whispering to each other. He felt a draft of jealousy in the air. Too often lately he walked with one or the other. Approaching, he caught a fragment of the dialogue. Irina, but we do not want to pressure him. Zenovia, yes, but waiting for everything to be decided by itself is strange. Soon we will have to choose. Asia, quietly, but there is no need to quarrel. We are friends after all. Naruto was a little embarrassed. He realized that this conversation was about him. He coughed. Are you here? The three girls jumped, everyone blushed. Irina forced a smile. Oh, Naruto-kun. We were here, about common matters. Don't worry. Zenovia looked away. Yes, we were just talking about training. Asia quickly changed the subject. Naruto-san, are you going to search for new dragon tracks today? Can we help? The guy scratched the back of his head. I guess I'll have to coordinate with Rias. We have plans for the evening. But if anything happens, I'll call, thanks. All three nodded in relief, but there was a silent tension in the air. Each of the girls wanted to spend more time with him. Naruto felt inner warmth, but also guilt. How to untangle this love knot? Naruto's thoughts. Oh, when will this confrontation end? Although I am glad that they are all kind and do not fight each other directly. A couple of days later, the tournament council published, in the next round, be it the quarterfinals or semifinals, it is specified that 8 teams remain. Rias's team will face the Glenor clan. These devils are famous for their subtle illusion magic and time control, not at the level of Gasper, but still. According to rumors, they have a servant with a special, sacred artifact of time. King, Lord Vale Glenor. Servants: 1. Queen, Master of Illusions, Rooks, Defense, Knights, Speed, Pawns, etc. Rias called an emergency meeting. Glenor often uses spatial and temporal illusions to confuse their opponents. Our tactics with Shadow Portal, Naruto, may conflict with or even be neutralized by their time. Akeno asked. So Naruto could get caught in a time loop if he's not careful? Rias nodded. Yes. We need to think of a way to bypass their illusions. Maybe we can help Naruto with shadow markers? As the king, I can sense his position. Kiba suggested. We also need to use Koneko, who can recognize auras. Illusions may be fake, but Koneko can sense true energy. Naruto, though tense, said resolutely. Okay, in any case, we can't give up. I will try not to fall into the time trap. Asia, looking anxiously, added. I will be prepared if any of you get injured by magic. Everyone understood that the next battle would be difficult. A few days before the match, the team tried to practice the scheme against illusion techniques. The emphasis was on Koneko and Kiba quickly identifying fakes, Naruto using shadow curtain and portal, but not falling into time traps. Akeno practiced shooting with lightning to destroy deceptions. Rias developed a signal: if she sees a strong illusion, she sends an impulse via the royal connection to all servants. Naruto thought that the system sometimes helps him scan space. Maybe during the battle he will be able to feel the difference. He tried shadow meditation, focusing on the flow of darkness inside himself in order to see pure mana. Although the success was average, the team still felt that they were at least a little prepared for Glennar surprises. Naruto's thoughts. The main thing is not to get confused if they suddenly get caught in a time loop. You have to believe in your friends. One evening, Akeno finally reminded Naruto of her desire to go with him somewhere alone. And she suggested a relatively safe option, the city baths, a shared SPA complex, not exactly an onsen, but similar. In the evening, when Naruto had nothing to do, she arranged for them to leave the mansion together. Asia, upon learning this, blushed and quietly remained silent. Irina and Zenobia exchanged glances with slight jealousy, but decided not to interfere. Rias smiled slyly, as if understanding that Akeno also wanted her 5 minutes of intimacy with Naruto. Naruto was a little worried: how will I be in the baths? I hope nothing super awkward happens. But Akeno smiled along the way, took his hand, chatted about the tournament and shared childhood memories. Details. When they entered the SPA complex, they were greeted warmly by the staff. After all, Akeno sometimes dropped in there. They took off their shoes and were given baskets for their clothes. Of course, they then went to separate changing rooms, since the format was not completely mixed. But after washing and changing into light robes, they met in the recreation area, not in the pool itself yet, but in the common hall for a foot massage. I thought it would be awkward, Naruto admitted, lowering his feet into a wooden container with warm water and herbs. Oh, come on, Akeno answered, laughing, we're just relaxing. Of course, I like to tease, but everything is within the bounds of decency. The warm bath was relaxing, the stench of the medicinal herbs hit your nose. They talked about how Naruto dreamed of becoming Hokage as a child, if he opened up to her about his world. Akeno listened with interest, occasionally asking clarifying questions. At some point, they talked about the fact that the system was unstable. Akeno became serious. I noticed that sometimes you suffer from headaches when dragon energy is nearby or when the system tries to scan the space. Maybe it is dangerous? Naruto frowned. Yes, but it is bearable for now. If I do not have the key, the progress will stop. So suffering is inevitable. Akeno gently touched his shoulder. The main thing is not to overexert yourself. We are close. Then they moved to small pools, with separate areas, but near the same partition. Calm atmosphere, steam rose up, lanterns on the walls flickered. Akeno settled behind the partition, the female part, and sometimes joked that, like, don't peek. Naruto, red as a tomato, tried to distract himself by looking at the ceiling. But he still felt a pleasant warmth from the realization that Akeno chose him that evening. When they came out an hour later, both were flushed, but satisfied. Akeno snuggled into his arm on the way back, whispering softly at the end. Thank you for the evening. I really enjoy these moments with you. I hope it wasn't too awkward. Naruto smiled, hiding the heat in his cheeks. It's okay. I'm glad I could give you some time to relax. They returned to the mansion a little later. The whole team had already gone to bed. Akeno, saying goodbye, left a short kiss on his cheek. The guy's blood boiled again, but he suppressed his embarrassment. Having wished him good night, they went to their rooms. Naruto's thoughts. This is getting more and more difficult. The harem is already itching, but I can't reject their feelings. I will try for everyone. In the morning, Asia, having learned about the details of Naruto and Akeno's date, became embarrassed, but remained silent, internally cursing her shyness. Irina listened to someone whisper that they went to the SPA, became slightly despondent, because she also wanted the same with him. Zenobia, although calmer, also felt a pang of jealousy. But neither of them started making a scene. It is clear that the girls are trying to maintain a friendly atmosphere, each believing that Naruto is not a stranger, and that the situation will be resolved eventually. Asia's thoughts. I need to be braver. But for now, I'll just support him as much as I can. Finally, the day of the new fight has arrived. The organizers have announced that the fight with the Glenor clan will take place in the Mirror Maze, a space filled with walls of reflections, illusory corridors. An ideal field for those who master the magic of illusions and time. Apparently, the opponents have gained an advantage. Commentator: today we will see the confrontation between Rias Gremory and Vale Glenor. Both teams have already advanced far in the tournament. Who will win in the Mirror Maze? The stands are full of spectators. Among them are Sona Shirtorai, Azazel, possibly Michael. Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Kuroka, everyone is rooting for the Gremory. Rias's team, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Naruto, plus 1 to 2 more servants, appeared in one corner of the rental. Glenor was in the opposite corner. The gong sounded, the game began. Upon entering the corridors of the labyrinth, the Gremory team immediately encountered distortions. Reflections of Naruto, Kiba, Akeno flashed in the walls, sometimes they saw duplicates. At the same time, 2 of Glenor's servants, let's say, knights, attacked through the reflections, suddenly appearing from the mirror. Kiba managed to parry one sword thrust. Koneko also parried a punch. The servants used temporary slowdowns. One made a short burst of slowdown, which caused Kiba to hesitate for half a second. The second tried to throw a dagger at Rias. But Akeno destroyed the dagger with lightning. Naruto tried a shadow dash to close the distance, but the surrounding mirrors interfered with focusing. Still, he managed to sneak up from the side and hit one of the knights with a shadow ball in the side. The servant flew back. Rias finished him off with a volley, the knight disappeared. The second servant, seeing this, started to run. Koneko caught up, broke his stance with a knee strike, and he also disappeared. Phew, Kiba wiped away the sweat. Mirrors create colossal discomfort. Naruto's thoughts. And this is only the beginning. What will happen when we get to the King of Glenora? As they moved further, they saw the shimmering of the walls around them intensify, and the air began to warp, as if someone was slowing down time. The Queen Glenora appeared, a woman in a light cloak with a magic staff around which silver clocks danced. She created a half-stop zone in which Kiba and Koneko stopped, moving more slowly. And here is our prey, the Queen grinned, turning to Rias and Naruto. May I play with your time? Rias fired destruction, but it seemed to be stuck in a distorted space. Akeno tried to discharge the lightning, but the Queen partially blocked it, slowing the lightning itself. St. Akeno cursed. Naruto realized that he had to do something. Shadow portal? But it was probably subject to distortion too. He tried, but felt the portal break, heating up from the time turbulence. The Queen smiled. Your tricks are useless here. This labyrinth is under our control. She snapped her fingers, and copies appeared in the mirrors, like doubles of Naruto and Rias, who were moving, confusing him. Naruto began to lose his bearings. Koneko and Kiba barely moved, unable to help. Akeno, straining her will, called out to Naruto. Let's try to destroy the mirror walls. Rias, help. Rias realized that if part of the structure was destroyed, the time effect would weaken. The two of them concentrated, sending a combo of destruction plus lightning at one of the walls. The wall split, fragments of the illusion fell, the queen's field trembled. Kiba and Koneko came to their senses a little, moving faster. Naruto took advantage of the moment. He summoned Supreme Soldier, putting in dark chakra to protect him from the time freeze. The soldier rushed at the queen. She tried to stop him with a spell, but the soldier broke through, striking. The queen squealed, having received a wound in the side. Ugh, she hissed. You will regret it. As if trying to get away, she activated the rewind of time a couple of seconds back to restore the position. But Rias had already read her maneuver, again striking a destructive volley at the same point. The queen pressed herself against the wall, having received a fatal, in terms of the game, attack. With a groan, she disappeared. Queen Glenor is eliminated, the judge announced. Naruto's thoughts. Phew, that was tough. If not for the combination of Rias and Akeno's powers, we would have been cornered. Having broken through the labyrinth, the team came out to a spacious, mirror platform. Lord Glenor of Vale stood there, a tall man with a mysterious watch on his neck and a staff. Reflections hovered all around him, swaying with silver runes. He seemed to have mastered the key magic of time and reflection. Greetings, Rias Gremory, he bowed with a slight mockery. You must be tired? I saw you destroy my corridors. Very rudely. Rias, smiling reservedly. Sorry, but there was no other way. We will win. He pursed his lips for a moment and sighed. It's a shame we have to fight to the death. But these are the rules. He snapped his fingers and activated the time barrier, sending ripples through the air. The arena system flickered softly, indicating that the king's special field had been created. Akeno felt her movement slow down sharply. Kiba and Koneko also felt the viscosity. Naruto tensed, seeing that he couldn't quickly use Shadow Dash. Rias tried to break through the field with destruction, but it simply absorbed the clot, as if taking it into a time pocket. While exclaimed. My special magic. Everything here fades away, and I am free. Surrender. Suddenly, the system signaled in Naruto's head. Unstable chrono aura. Attempt to create a shadow portal? The risk is high. Agree? Yes/no. Yes, he shouted mentally, realizing that there was no other chance. Creating a portal in the distorted time, Naruto felt how parallel sparks hit his consciousness. But the system stubbornly maintained the stability of the shadows. The portal appeared at his feet, although it seemed cloudy. Another exit was next to Vale, behind his back. No, the king cried out, seeing the anomaly. He carefully raised his staff, trying to freeze the portal. But Naruto fell into the hole, and, albeit slower than usual, still came out behind. Vale turned his head, but did not have time to react. Naruto put all his chakra into the shadow ball, hit the king on the back. He groaned, the time barrier trembled. Kiba and Koneko felt that they could move, rushed to attack. Akeno launched a discharge. Rias hit destruction from above. All four attacks fell on Vale almost synchronously, sweeping away his defense. The king collapsed, his body showered with arena light. King Glenor has been eliminated, the referee announced. Rias Gremory's team has won. The arena went dark, and the team returned to their original location. Applause, the spectators cheered. The system announced. Plus 70 XP for Naruto, 5th battle, already a later stage. Now the score, 490/. But the transition to the 4th level is still blocked. Everyone was breathing heavily, Rias with a burnt sleeve, Akeno exhausted, Kiba and Koneko with scratches. And Naruto felt a severe headache from trying to port in frozen time. Nevertheless, they successfully won their 5th victory and advanced to the finals, or semi-finals, if they need another battle. Officially, their status in the tournament is already at its peak. Naruto's thoughts. On one hand, I'm happy. On the other hand, the system does not allow the transition, and the Chaos Brigade is raging behind the scenes. Shortly after the victory, when the team had just retired to the rest room, couriers rushed to them, alarm. The Chaos Brigade has attacked the storage of devil relics, where some fragments of dragon bones were located. Apparently, this is one of the places Rias and Naruto recently looked into. But then they did not take everything, considering the fragments insignificant. The gist: the enemy broke through and stole everything that was stored there, maybe another 5 to 10% of the dragon parts. Rias clenched her fists furiously. So, while we were fighting in the tournament, they raided. Kiba, it seems like the enemy deliberately chose the moment when we were busy. Naruto felt a stab in his heart. The Chaos Brigade is forcing the assembly. The system was silent, only a feeling was pressing in his head. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, they're getting closer to 100%. What if they beat us to it and open the throne before me? At the scene, later, they met several surviving guards who described that among the stolen fragments was a dragon plate. According to rumors, this plate contained the core of power, about 15% of a powerful spirit. If so, then the enemies could already raise their share to 40 or 50%. Akeno gritted her teeth. We could have taken it ourselves, but we decided that the fragment was too small. Asia looked down sadly. Sorry we didn't make it in time. Naruto was on edge. Koneko tried to calm him down, saying, we're not all powerful, the enemy is cunning too. Rias summed it up. It looks like if we don't intercept a couple more large fragments, we risk falling behind. We need to urgently look for information on the location of the large parts, maybe the horn or the heart of the dragon. In the evening, Naruto stood in the garden, pondering his situation. Rias approached, also clearly worried. I heard you've been suffering from headaches again, she asked softly. Yes, this is the system reacting to the enemy's successes. As if it senses that they are collecting the key, he smiled wryly. Rias carefully took his hand. I don't want to pressure, but I have to tell you. You already know that you are very important to me. Not just as a pawn and a warrior, but, as a man I have feelings for. She blushed, but did not back away from his gaze. Naruto's heart pounded. Rias, yes, you are also very dear to me. But, he hesitated, remembering Akeno, Asia, Irina and Zenovia, Koneko. She read the confusion in his eyes. I understand. There are others who love you. I do not want to be hostile to them, I just ask, do not ignore my feelings. If the day comes when I have to choose, I will not stand aside. He only squeezed her hand in response, feeling the soft warmth. Okay. I appreciate your sincerity. They stood in trembling silence until a light night breeze blew coolness over their faces. That same night, when Naruto left for his room, Asia was waiting for him at the door in the hallway. Blushing, she said. Naruto-san. I'm sorry to bother you. Can I talk? Of course, he opened the door to the guest room and invited them in. Asia sat quietly on the edge of the sofa, bowing her head. I saw you getting closer to Rias and to Akeno. Irina and Zenovia are nearby too. I'm afraid of being left behind. I'm afraid that I'm just a healer, no one special. She sobbed, tears glistening in her eyes. Naruto felt his heart squeeze with pity and tenderness. Asia, no, you're not, no one. Without you, we would have died long ago. You saved my life and many others. I really appreciate you. she whispered. And I love you. I mean, you're precious to me. Sorry if this is too direct. I just don't want to keep quiet. Naruto gently hugged her, stroking her back. Asia quietly snuggled into him, feeling warm and safe. Naruto's thoughts. How much pain she has inside. I have to find a way to protect everyone without hurting their feelings. When the tears subsided, she raised her head, smiling slightly. Thank you, Naruto-san. I'll try to be braver. He nodded. Hold on. We're together. They stood like that for another minute before Asia quietly left, saying, good night. Naruto was left alone, his heart pounding with emotion. It was late at night when Naruto woke up with a nagging pain in his chest. The system displayed. System. Warning, enemies have become stronger. Chance of encountering enemy power, 60%. Master is accumulating 490/ points. Without the key, transition is impossible. Remaining time until the critical point is unknown. Be vigilant. Oh, he groaned, leaning back against the pillow. Kurama, if he was inside, might have been grumbling, your body is at its limit, little one, don't overexert yourself. But Naruto only nodded, gritting his teeth. Naruto's thoughts. If the Cow's brigade gathers a few more pieces, they'll start the ritual. Could I at least find the central fragment, the dragon's heart? I could only hope that the necessary clues would emerge during the tournament finals or soon after. The final results came in the next morning. In the finals, or the next round, Rias's team will face the Phoenix clan, if that's what the author wants, or another strong clan, we can call it Maxwell or Balfagor, depending on preference. In the Razor canon, Phoenix was already Rias's opponent, but in this fanfic, we can expand on that. Let's say it's Raven Phoenix, Razor's cousin, who has Phoenix flames and the ability to regenerate. Rias gritted her teeth. Well, if it really is the Phoenix family, we'll have to deal with their resurrection. This is more difficult than everything before. Kiba agreed. Yes, the Phoenix flames are almost indestructible. If we don't act quickly, they will regenerate. Naruto remembered. But we have Rias's destruction and my shadow magic that can destroy. Maybe a portal will help. As long as they don't regenerate endlessly. Akeno sighed. The main thing is not to get caught in their heat, as the Phoenix can burn away shadows. Everyone realized that the final game would be the hardest test. Let's say Revel Phoenix, Razor's sister, sent a short letter to Rias, congratulations on reaching the finals, I look forward to meeting you. It will be interesting to see what you are capable of. Don't worry, we haven't decided who will take you on yet, but, perhaps I will participate as well. Best wishes. Rias read aloud, pursing her lips in disdain. They seem confident in themselves. Well, we'll show them. Naruto listened and tensed up a little, feeling that the Phoenixes would not give in without a fight. Besides, they might have their own interest in the system, like all the great devils. Naruto's thoughts. It seems like the toughest fight is ahead, and I'm not ready for level 4 yet. Shortly before the finals, Sona Shirtori dropped by to visit, holding a scroll in her hands. I just received data from my family. We have old records about the ancient dragon's heart lying in the ruins on the border. They say it could be the largest fragment of the key, as much as 40 to 50%. Everyone gasped, 40 to 50%? This is exactly what Naruto needs to immediately approach 100%. But the Chaos Brigade will probably be interested as well. Sona clarified. Unfortunately, this place is quite dangerous, and the documents say that there are barriers there that were built during the old Mao's reign. It's not easy to approach. Rias frowned. So that's another risk. But if we can get the dragon's heart, perhaps Naruto will have enough essence to reach level 4. And then he will be able to withstand any attacks. Naruto felt a flash of hope inside. Naruto's thoughts. If I get this fragment, collect about 60 to 70%, and maybe even all 100%, then I can remove the block. However, Sona warned. Just hurry. It is unknown if the enemy agents have already gone there. In the evening, the Gremory team gathered in full group: Rias, Naruto, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, maybe 1 to 2 more. Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Sona, Tsubaki are present. Discussing. One option: immediately fly to these ruins, try to get the dragon's heart. Another: prepare for the finals of the tournament with Phoenix, or whoever, and not risk their strength. Third: split up, some to search, some prepare for the match. Dangerous. Rias made a difficult decision. We still have 5 days until the finals. I propose, Naruto and a small group, Kiba, Akeno, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia. We'll go to the ruins. The rest of us and I will stay here to complete the formalities. If everything goes smoothly, you will return with a powerful fragment. And if not, we will back you up if we can. Naruto gulped. I am ready. But it is a risk, the Chaos Brigade may attack. Koneko said quietly. But if everything works out, your system will be unlocked. And then we will win the finals without any problems. Asia would have stayed with Rias, or vice versa, but she is clearly worried about Naruto. Irina and Zenobia enthusiastically, we will help. With this they concluded that tomorrow the squad will move to the border, to the ruins where the dragon's heart is probably stored. And the finals of the tournament await them in a few days. Naruto's thoughts. I hope this works. And then I will become level 4. Or, if the Chaos Brigade gets ahead of us, everything is lost. Chapter 11. The quest for the dragon's heart, the battle with chaos, the harem knot solution, and the fateful appearance of the ophis. The evening sun was setting, painting the sky in crimson and gold tones. Silence reigned in the garden of the Gremory mansion. Only the quiet rustle of footsteps disturbed the peace. Naruto, Uzumaki, walked out onto the terrace, clutching a small fragment of the dragon scale, a legacy from previous searches, in his fist. Inside, he felt a bitter mixture of feelings. Joy for winning the tournament. Anxiety for the fate of the system and the fact that the Chaos Brigade was collecting relics faster. Embarrassment due to the many girls who clearly had feelings for him. Rias appeared at the door, quietly said. You're heading to the ruins tomorrow, right? Naruto nodded. Yes, we decided that Kiba, Koneko, Akeno, Irina, and Zenobia will all go with me to get the dragon's heart. If we're lucky, we'll get a large piece of the key. Rias bit her lip. Be extremely careful. I'll try to quickly settle the tournament formalities and join if I have time. But I can't guarantee it. She came closer, her gaze warm with sympathy. Naruto, remember, don't risk yourself unless absolutely necessary. We've warned you many times already, you like to take everything on yourself. He looked into her eyes, noticing genuine concern in them. Okay. I'll listen to the command. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of my stubbornness. Rias placed her hand on his shoulder. Both of their hearts squeezed in a quiet, almost inexpressible desire to hug each other, but they restrained themselves. Tomorrow would be a difficult day, they needed to conserve their strength. The following gathered in the spacious courtyard of the mansion the next morning. Naruto, Uzumaki, in a comfortable battle suit with the Gremory devil mark. Kiba, with a sword over his shoulder and a determined look. Koneko, in light equipment to maintain maneuverability. Akeno, in a characteristic black cloak over her school uniform, a mysterious smile. Irina and Zenobia, who came from the positions of former exorcists and Asia's friends. Both are eager to actively help. Possibly, Gasper or someone else, but at the author's discretion. Rias stood before them, crossing her arms over her chest. Remember, your goal is to find the dragon's heart in the ancient ruins on the border, and if possible, protect it from the Chaos Brigade. Don't get into a fight to the death if there are too many of them, it's better to retreat and call for backup. Kiba pressed his fist to his heart, saying seriously. We understand, but we hope we can handle it. Asia, slightly blushing, turned to Naruto. I will stay here. I will help Rias with organizational matters. If you need treatment, call me, I will come through the portal, possibly by transferring Akeno. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Asia. Take care of yourself. Irina and Zenobia spoke quietly. Irina, it's okay, together we are not a bad force. And Akeno is a powerful mage. Zenobia, yeah, and Koneko can sense the yokai, if cat-dragon hybrids show up there. As the last words of encouragement were spoken, Rias activated the teleportation magic circle by swiping her hand through the air. Be careful. Come back alive, and with that F-King relic. The magic circle shimmered around the 6 fighters, and in an instant, they disappeared in a blinding light. Rias stood by the gate, her chest tightening with excitement. After teleporting, the team found themselves on the northeastern border of the Devil's Domain. A desolate plain with rocks, decrepit trees, and the remains of walls. The wind howled, and the sky was covered with gray clouds, as if foreshadowing a storm. Ugh, Irina shuddered. It's gloomy here. Kiba looked around. According to the map, we need to go a couple of miles east. There will be a canyon where the ruins of a dragon temple are hidden. Naruto inhaled the cool air. Naruto's thoughts. System, I hope we find what we need. The system panel responded only, weak dragon aura registered -2%. The main signal is blocked by distance. Akeno shone a magic lantern. It was still daytime, but dusk could quickly fall in these parts. Koneko walked forward, listening intently. There don't seem to be any enemy footsteps nearby, but I sense a hidden yokai presence in the distance. Zenobia and Irina stayed close, ready for battle, their swords at their sides. Everyone walked slowly towards the canyon, looking around tensely. After an hour of walking, the team approached the entrance to the gorge. High cliffs with sharp protrusions created a narrow passage. Kiba warned, a perfect place for an ambush. Everyone agreed. They spread out, Koneko and him in front, Naruto and Akeno in the middle, Irina and Zenobia a little behind, ready to cover the rear. Sliding through the first meters of the canyon, they heard a whistle. 3 spears of light shot out from behind the rocks, not angelic, but similar to fake ones. Kiba managed to deflect one, Koneko dodged, the second spear flew at Akeno, she deflected it with a bolt of lightning. Naruto raised Shadow Soldier, normal, which also caught some of the damage. Enemies! Zenobia shouted. Sure enough, 4 cloaked figures appeared on the ledges, the Chaos Brigade? Or the hero faction? Judging by the symbols, a mixed group. They immediately rushed to attack, 2 with spears, 1 with dark magic, 1, a beastman, probably a yokai wolf. Kiba and Koneko took on 1 spearman and the beastman, frontal melee. Irina and Zenobia rushed at the second spearman, trying to take out his ranged attacks. Akeno aimed at the mage, but he deftly set up barriers. Naruto summoned the Supreme Soldier and swung the Shadow Ball. There was a roar as the ball exploded the rockfall, forcing the mage to jump down. Akeno threw lightning from above, the mage screamed, burning himself, but pulled out an amulet, releasing a volley of dark magic, knocking Akeno aside. She flew off, painfully hitting the stone. Shit! Naruto flared up, instantly jumping to her. Akeno, although wounded, quickly got up, clenching her teeth, I'm fine. Meanwhile, the soldier grabbed the mage, piercing him with a shadow blade. The mage hissed, crumbled with an energy teleport, or is it the rating system? Perhaps in a normal fight, killed to death. But the Chaos Brigade can have an emergency escape. One way or another, the enemy disappeared. At this time, Irina and Zenobia delivered a series of sword blows to the second spearman. He jumped back, was wounded in the thigh. He tried to escape, but Koneko, having dealt with the wolf, threw a stone at his back, knocking him off balance. Kiba flew up and finished him off. He disappeared. The beastman, wolf, also flew away. The rest either escaped or were eliminated. Phew, Akeno breathed, rubbing her bruised shoulder. They're clearly approaching the temple. Koneko wiped the blood from her lip. So the Chaos Brigade is already here. We need to hurry. Once they passed the canyon, a majestic, albeit half-ruined archway appeared before their eyes, leading to a platform where a partially collapsed temple was visible, columns and carvings of dragons on the walls. A dense aura of ancient magic was felt. Wow, Naruto whispered, looking at the bas-reliefs. Many dragons, intertwined in battle with someone, perhaps gods or demons. Akeno waved her hand. I can sense a powerful seal here. Probably built in to protect the dragon's heart. Zenobia nodded. And it seems to be partially damaged, maybe by time or enemy actions. We need to check. Everyone entered the courtyard. There was a circular seal on the floor, emitting a faint turquoise light. Koneko came closer, but suddenly a reflection flashed from the seal. 6 ghostly dragon figures flew out from it, attacking everyone. Apparently, a security mechanism. Kiba and Koneko entered the fight. These ghosts, although intangible, are capable of causing damage. Irina and Zenobia turned on, trying to disperse the ghosts with their sacred swords. Akeno launched lightning, but the ghosts split into 2, only weakening slightly. Naruto realized there were a lot of them. He summoned a high soldier and threw out a couple of shadow balls. He managed to destroy 2 ghosts. They scattered in flashes. But 4 more attacked, forcing the team to retreat. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, and we're not even in the tomb itself yet. Then Akeno remembered her spirit purification ritual, which she could use, if she had a holy/fallen mixture. Together with Irina, they created pure light mixed with demonic energy, a semblance of exorcism of ghostly entities. The ghosts hissed and dissolved. The security mechanisms fell silent. Phew, Akeno puffed, wiping sweat from her forehead. Not bad work in a duet with Irina-chan. Irina smiled. Great, that worked out. I didn't think our powers would combine so well. Koneko looked at the ruins. Is the way clear now? Kiba nodded. It looks like it is. We can go inside. Making their way through the half-collapsed corridors, they came out into a huge hall with columns covered in carvings. In the center was a stone platform. Faint sparks were hovering above it. Along the walls were dragon statues, many of them destroyed. In the corner was an altar. On the floor were faded inscriptions in an ancient language. Irina, touching the statues. I never thought I'd see something like this, an entire dragon civilization. Zenobia nodded, feeling the stones. It looks like the dragon's heart really did rest here. Or is resting here. Look, there's a platform in the center, apparently underneath it. Akeno scanned with magic. I sense an underground chamber, perhaps that's where the fragment lies. But how do I get there? Koneko sniffed the air. I hear someone else, possibly an enemy. Be careful. Naruto shone his shadow lantern, improvised demonic energy. Naruto's thoughts. System, do you see anything? The interface lit up, Dragon's aura -40% compatibility, greatly weakened. So it's here. He said out loud. Kiba found a lever by the wall. He pulled it. The plate in the center moved, opening a staircase down. Everyone perked up, but then a rustling sound came from the side columns. Two people in cloaks came out of the passage, a yokai girl, different, not the one they fought before, and some half-dragon man with horns on his forehead. It looks like the Chaos Brigade has arrived. Well, the half-dragon snorted, squinting at Naruto. Look, the Shadow King himself has come. Great. We won't waste any time. He threw a black ball at the floor, summoned creatures burst out, fangdrakes, miniature dragon monsters with sharp teeth. Charge! Kiba commanded, swinging his sword. Koneko and him took on some of the small creatures. Irina and Zenovia entered the fight with the yokai girl who was trying to conjure dark fire. Akeno flew above the columns, releasing lightning to support. Naruto aimed at the half-dragon, calling on the Supreme Soldier. But the enemy was strong, raised his scaled hand, parried the soldier's blow, and released a stream of flame at Naruto. The guy barely managed to move his body, burning his elbow. Blood dripped onto the stones. Ugh, he cursed, trying out the shadow ball. The half-dragon parried it with his claw, flying back a couple of meters, but was almost unharmed. What the? Naruto was surprised, feeling the enemy's power. At the same second, Akeno threw a discharge from above at the half-dragon. He roared loudly, staggered, but did not fall. At least, he was wounded. Kiba, having dealt with two Fang dragons, jumped up, striking the enemy in the side with his blade. The half-dragon waved him off, but received a cut. Koneko punched him from behind, knocking the wind out of him. He collapsed, bleeding, disappearing, possibly fatal. The yokai girl tried to run to the stairs to get to the heart first, but Irina and Zenovia blocked the way. A few sword strikes, and the enemy was defeated. The creatures dispersed. There was a moment of silence. It seems there was only a small group of the Chaos Brigade here, Kiba stated. They didn't succeed. Everyone caught their breath. Naruto pressed his palm to the wound on his elbow. Asia wasn't here, but maybe Irina cast a small healing with her angel light. Are you feeling better? He nodded. Yes, thank you. The group looked at the open hatch with the steps down. A cold breeze blew from there, and a powerful magical aura could be felt. Akeno lit an energy ball. Be careful, there may be more traps. They descended a stone staircase that wound about 30 to 40 meters deep. At the end was a spacious room with a massive double door engraved with an image of a giant dragon holding a shining ball in its paws. It looks like this is the mystery of the dragon's heart, Irina suggested. Koneko listened. Inside. I can hear a faint beating. Like a pulse. Naruto's system immediately came to life inside him, displaying Dragon Essence minus 45%. High compatibility. His heart pounded with joy. If I absorb this fragment, I can reach minus 68%, 23% plus 45%. That's almost close to 100%. Akeno touched the door, but a flash burned her. She pulled her hand back. Ouch. There's strong magical protection here. I need to remove the seal. Kiba examined the edges of the door. Maybe there's a mechanism somewhere? Zenovia suggested. Let's try to combine Rias's power, who stayed home. Or not. But she's not here. We'll have to do it ourselves. Irina remembered, in ancient temples, they often use 4 keys, perhaps statues in the corners? After examining the hall, they indeed found 4 altars, small pedestals with carvings in each corner. One had a symbol of a fire dragon, the second, a wind dragon, the third, water, and the fourth, earth. Did they need to activate them? Akeno took on the wind dragon, pouring in lightning, air. Kiba is the earth dragon, tried demonic energy. Irina is the water dragon, uses holy blessing, Zenobia is the fire dragon, her swords, but not everything is logical. Or Koneko is the earth dragon, since she is closer to the natural power. Let's say Akeno and Irina synchronously used the air lightning and water holy influence, Kiba plus Zenobia/Koneko helped with the others, and Naruto added shadow recharge. With considerable effort, combining energies, sometimes at random, the squad executed 4 bas-reliefs. They lit up, a hum passed through the hall, and runes on the door with the dragon engraving began to blink. A roar, the doors trembled, opening slightly. Koneko snorted with relief. It worked. Kiba straightened his shoulders. Quickly inside. Behind the door was a dark mausoleum hall, in the center of which towered a stone column, on it, a spherical crystal the diameter of a human head, emitting red-violet light. The floor and walls were cracked, smoke sometimes seeped out from there. Perhaps everything here is in an emergency state. Akeno felt a tremor. This is the heart, right? Naruto's system highlighted, dragon essence, 45 to 50%. The guy stepped forward, but immediately the walls shook. The last guard emerged from the recess, a stone, or bone, dragon, semi-material, with an artifact in his chest. A huge head, no eyes, but you can feel the ancient rage. He growled, clicking his bone jaw, releasing streams of poisonous smoke into the air. Watch out! Kiba commanded, raising his sword. Koneko rushed forward, hitting the dragon in the ribs with her paw, but it barely flinched, hissing in a stone voice. Akeno threw lightning, the dragon was stable, only the bones slightly smoked. Irina and Zenobia tried to cut with their swords, but their blades got stuck in the hard shell. Naruto understood that this was an ultra-strong creature. He tried the Supreme Soldier. He plunged the shadow blade into the dragon's leg, but with difficulty passed through the bone armor. The dragon bared his teeth, threw the soldier off with his tail. The system flared, the shadow portal module may be useless. Is it recommended to concentrate the power in one destructive blow? We'll have to take a risk, he muttered. He began to form a combination of dark chakra plus demonic energy plus shadow ball, aiming for a larger size, almost on the level of the one-armed Rasengan from his home world. But in those seconds, the dragon released a poisonous spit. Kiba jumped back, Irina slowed down, feeling a burning sensation in the air. Akeno covered them with a barrier. Koneko was forced to take cover behind a broken column. Zenobia herself burned her hand while holding the sword. The poisonous mucus corroded the stone, the smell of burning in the air. Naruto was compacting the ball with all his fury, but he felt a sharp pain in his hands, the system was vibrating tensely. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He remembered the principle, faster, otherwise the guys will die. Akeno decided to help him, standing next to him, put some lightning and demonic energy into his ball, surrounding it with electric sparks, creating a kind of thunder shadow Rasengan, in terms of analogy. Naruto's hands ached from the overload. The dragon sensed a threat, roared, and rushed at them with an open mouth. Kiba and Zenobia tried to hold it back, striking at its paws. Irina put up a shield of light. Koneko tensed up, with a blow to the jaw she moved the dragon's mouth to the side, receiving a blow from the tail. A moment of opportunity. Now! Akeno shouted. Naruto with a roar jumped forward, lowering a huge, shadow thunderball onto the dragon's neck. The flash blinded the entire room. Explosion. Fire, shadows, lightning mixed, throwing off stone fragments. The roar of the dragon drowned out all sounds. Then there was silence. When the smoke cleared, the guardian was partially destroyed, his head and half of his chest were scattered. Part of his essence was still trying to move, but Zenobia finished him off with a quick, decisive blow of her sword, and he finally crumbled into bones. Everyone stood, gasping for breath, in the crumbling debris of the floor. The dust settled. It worked. Kiba whispered, leaning on his sword. That was brutal. Naruto, your blow. Naruto, kneeling, was breathing with difficulty. His hands seemed to be burning from the backlash of magic. But the main thing was that the guardian was defeated. Koneko came up and helped him up. Alive? Great. Irina smiled weakly. Thank heavens, it's over. Now in the center, on the column, the dragon's heart was flickering. Naruto approached it and touched it. The system immediately activated. System. Large fragment of the key detected, -45 to 50%. Current compatibility 23%. Upon absorption, the total achievable compatibility is -68 to 73%. Begin integration? Yes/no. He whispered in admiration. Yes, yes, and mentally pressed, yes. A bright beam lit up, rushing from the crystal into Naruto's hands. Everyone watched, wary. Would this become dangerous? The crystal cracked, disintegrated into small fragments, which were sucked into Naruto's body. The guy was pierced by pain, he screamed, clutching his chest. Akeno rushed towards him. Naruto? Dark streams were seething in his head. The system howled, on the panel, integration -40%. 50%. 60%. 68%. Success. Naruto barely stayed on his feet, his consciousness twitching, as if the all-consuming flame of the dragon was mixing with the shadow. He was choking, but standing. Then everything went quiet. The system wrote, compatibility 68%. Level 4 is still blocked, 100% required. Shit, he whispered, still not a full key, but already 68%. Kiba and the others didn't understand the whole point of the system levels, but they could see that Naruto had clearly become noticeably stronger. The aura of shadows around him became a little deeper, his eyes sparkled. Akeno helped him catch his breath. Zenobia frowned. Still, 68% is not 100%. Should we look for the rest of the parts? Naruto smiled wryly. Yes. But it's already progress. If the enemies haven't collected more. Koneko clarified. We must not forget that they, the Chaos Brigade, steal things like this. If they already have 50 to 60%, then things are bad. Irina said with determination. Then let's go back and report everything. We must see how to prevent their final ritual. Having gathered, the squad examined the room. The heart had already been absorbed, the remains of the artifacts would not help here. The place was cracking at the seams, probably the entire structure was held together by the guards, now it is collapsing. We need to leave. They quickly got out, a little battered by the trembling walls. At the exit, they again met a couple of small creatures associated with the temple, but quickly got rid of them. As a result, in half an hour they got to the surface, to the hall, where the defeated bodies of enemies, a magician and a yokai, were already lying. They disappeared in the effect of portal shadow or emergency escape. Kiba, looking around. The place is about to collapse. It's time to get out. Akeno created a portal for return, or used the agreement with Rias. Soon everyone left the cursed ruins. In the evening, those who went on the expedition returned to the Gremory mansion. Rias was waiting for them at the gate, with Asia. Both were incredibly worried. Seeing that everyone was more or less intact, they sighed with relief. Well, how is it? Rias asked excitedly, catching Naruto's gaze. Akeno smiled. Successfully, we obtained the dragon heart. Naruto absorbed 40 to 50%, now he has -68% of the ki. Rias gasped. This is wonderful. So, another 32%, and we move on to the 4th level? Naruto nodded, although he noticed. But the enemies are also collecting. Perhaps they are not far behind. Rias clenched her fists. Okay, the main thing now is for you to rest, and then we will decide how to prevent them from completing the ritual. We have the finals of the tournament ahead of us, don't forget. Asia rushed to Naruto, almost crying with joy that he was okay. He smiled, patting her on the back. Late in the evening, when everyone went to their rooms, Naruto could not sleep. He felt a new strength in his body. He went out to the balcony, opened the system panel. Key compatibility, 68%. Level 4, blocked, requires 100%. New side ability, Shadow Armor, F rank, short-term defense. Shadow Armor? He whispered, mentally activating. He felt a black haze forming on his body, like dense energy. It felt heavy, but flexible. Cool. Naruto's thoughts. Although this is not a full level, the new armor will help in the final. And I became stronger. But inside there was a quiet whisper, the Chaos Brigade will soon move on. The Ophis, the hero faction. The system was silent about the timing again, only Kurama's inner voice, if he was here, grumbled, don't forget, little one, that they can attack you and take everything. Naruto sighed heavily, looking at the night sky. In the morning, the entire team, including Rias, Kiba, Akeno, Koneko, Naruto, plus Irina, Zenovia, Asia, gathered in the living room again. Rias announced. The tournament council has approved. In 3 days we have the final battle against the Phoenix clan, or another powerful clan. There will be huge stakes, representatives of the higher devils will be watching us. Kiba is inspired. The decisive moment has come. If we win, we will be at the top of the rankings, plus we will receive colossal support. Koneko muttered. We are honored. But there is also danger. The Phoenix family is capable of resurrection. Akeno grimaced. Yes, if they can restore with fire, we will have to finish them off quickly. Naruto said quietly. If I were level 4. But I will at least try. With my shadow armor and portal, I can attack them even more powerfully. Rias smiled. Your new powers are already good. The main thing is not to risk yourself too much. And don't forget, the Chaos Brigade can take advantage of the chances when we are busy with the finals. Irina and Zenovia, we will cheer for you and keep an eye on the city. Asia looked at Naruto, pressing her hands to her chest. Good luck. We believe in you. Backstage, somewhere in a dark alley, Kuroka, Koneko's sister, related to Valley, ran into Valley. He was leaning against the wall, his white hair shimmering in the moonlight. Kuroka, did you know Naruto got the dragon's heart? He's at 68% now. Valley chuckled, yeah, I heard. Interesting, almost ready for level 4. Too bad it's not 100%. Kuroka, twitching her ears, replied. If the Chaos Brigade gathers the rest of the pieces, they'll have enough to open the Throne of Shadows and intercept the power. And maybe draw Ophis into their game. Vala chuckled, looking at the night sky. Ophis isn't so stupid as to simply submit to them. But who knows, maybe they'll subdue her with cunning. Kuroka sighed. So a big storm is coming. Will you help Naruto? Valley made a vague gesture. I haven't decided yet. I'm more interested in watching his growth. Perhaps I will intervene if a catastrophe threatens everyone. Well, if he dies, then he doesn't deserve to be a great rival. Kuroka rolled her eyes, you're always like this. The shadows swallowed up their figures, leaving the street empty. It was becoming increasingly clear, Valley and his entourage could play a key role in the culmination of the conflict. A scene from the Chaos Brigade's lair, a yokai girl, a dragon man, and mages, they distributed the fragments they had obtained, including the dragon stone, parts of horns, plates, plus 15 to 20% essence. In total, they have about minus 50 to 60%. They need another 40 to 50%. They mutter. We already have enough to launch the intermediate ritual. We can summon the dragon's power, which we will integrate with the power of the Shadow Monarch when we capture him. One of the fanatics suggested. Or we will find Ophis, use her endless energy as a catalyst. Everyone laughed, preparing their magic schemes. It was clear that the action was escalating. If they either caught Naruto or made contact with Ophis, the world would be engulfed in chaos. The day of the tournament finals, or the most important round, had arrived, where Rias's team would face the Phoenix clan. A huge stadium, the stands are full of aristocrats, hired devils, guests of other factions. The commentator loudly announces. Welcome to the finals, or semi-finals. Today Rias Gremory and Phoenix meet. Get ready for an unforgettable spectacle. The VIP box may include Sona Shirtorai, Azazel, Michael, Seraph Leviathan, possibly Rias's brother Surzex. Valley may be somewhere on the sidelines, watching. Naruto, Kiba, Koneko, Akeno, plus 1 to 2 servants plus Rias herself, at the start of the field, which is recreated as a lush, flaming plain. It seems the organizers took into account Phoenix's preferences, because they are of fiery origin. But the Gremory team is no longer afraid of fire, they have experienced worse. On the other half is Raven, or Razor, Phoenix with a bunch of servants, including the Queen, Knights, Rooks, etc. A strong aura of regeneration, surrounded by Phoenix flames. At the referee's signal, the two teams began to fight. The ground around is full of fiery cracks, from which streams of magical flame burst out. Team Phoenix throws the first Knights forward. Two quickly attack Kiba and Koneko. At the same time, if they are wounded, the wounds are quickly healed by fire. Akeno throws lightning from above, but the Fire Knight absorbs part of the discharge, then recovers, burning even brighter. Rias tries to tear one apart with a volley of destruction. The enemy falls, but literally in 2 to 3 seconds the Phoenix flame regenerates the body, and he gets up, although noticeably weakened. Koneko angrily finishes him off, breaking his neck. Only then does he disappear. As part of the tournament, he is sent to the teleport of the defeated. Kiba also faces a difficulty. The Phoenix Knight comes to life after the blow. His head is cut off, causing a sudden exit from the arena. When two knights are knocked out, the referee declares, the Phoenix servants, knights, have been defeated. But that's just the beginning. The Phoenix Rooks, defenders, flaming shields, rush into the center, holding Rias and Akeno back. The Phoenix Queen creates a giant wing of fire, slamming it down onto the court, cutting Naruto and Kiba off from the others. The Phoenix Queen is a woman with fiery hair holding a flaming staff. Upon seeing Naruto, she realizes, this is the very same Shadow King. We can't let him roam around. She releases a series of fire bursts. Naruto dodges, summons the Supreme Soldier. He jumped up, hit her, but she regenerates with the help of the Phoenix Flame, although she loses some of her strength. Shadow Ball. Naruto shouted, releasing a clot. The queen partially blocked it, but her palm was burned, she hissed. Before her eyes, the burn was covered with fire. The Phoenix does not give up. Kiba joined in, trying to hit her in the back with his sword. But she burst into flames, pushing him away with a stream of flame. Naruto jumped up, tried to shadow portal behind his back, but the queen felt the splash, turned around, knocking over a pillar of fire. The portal was torn off. Naruto flew back, rolling on the ground, burned. At that moment, Koneko arrived, hit the queen in the leg, knocking her down. Kiba caught her, slashed her with his sword. The queen lost part of her regeneration, began to barely breathe, but still clung to life. Naruto, clutching his side, stood up with difficulty. The end. He grouped the shadow armor on his hands, creating a fist of darkness, and delivered a short chopping blow to the queen, putting in the rest of his strength. She screamed muffled, crumbled in a bright fiery flame. Queen Phoenix is out. Naruto's thoughts. Phew, if it weren't for teamwork, I wouldn't have managed. On the other side of the field, Rias, Akeno, maybe 1 to 2 more servants, entered the battle with the king himself, Raven Phoenix, or Razor. Enormous wings of fiery feathers, instant regeneration. He laughs, seeing how Rias's blows do not have time to finish him off completely. With each volley of destruction, the phoenix burns, but immediately recovers, although losing magical energy. Rias with a hint of despair, how much more can you? Akeno sends a powerful, heavenly lightning. Again the phoenix burns, but is revived, although it looks paler. Kiba, Koneko, Naruto after the battle with the queen join in. Naruto notices that the phoenix is already tired, because each resurrection spends its reserve. They need to hit all at once. Rias orders, combination. Kiba and Koneko distract the phoenix, jumping around, forcing it to maneuver. Akeno collects thunderstorm barrage. Rias concentrates maximum destruction charge. Naruto activates shadow armor plus shadow ball, possibly combined with thunder power from Akeno. At the right moment, the phoenix spreads its wings, flapping, breathing out a fiery tornado from its muzzle. Kiba and Koneko barely escape. Akeno shoots lightning, Naruto throws a ball, Rias sends destruction. The phoenix jumps, tries to dodge, but only escapes part of it. 3 volleys merge, crash down on it, causing an explosion of light and shadow. Aya! Phoenix screams, engulfed in a destructive whirlwind. His wings evaporate. His body falls, tries to reborn in the flames once more, but doesn't have enough strength. He burns halfway, and his regeneration doesn't have time to reflect such damage. With a heart-rending groan, he disappears, teleporting behind the scenes. King Phoenix has been eliminated. The stadium roars with jubilation. The commentator announces, King Phoenix has been eliminated. Rias Gremory's team wins. Congratulations on winning the tournament. Thunderous applause. In the VIP box, Seraphol laughs joyfully, Azazel nods, Sona smiles, Michael blesses, and perhaps Vala looks on with a cold grin. Everyone understands, Rias and her servants have become the official champions, or finalists, of the rating tournament among young devils. The team, after colossal tension, has relaxed. Naruto staggered, Akeno grabbed his arm. Rias could barely stand on her feet, but her smile was shining. We did it. We have first place. Kiba and Koneko happily hugged, Irina and Zenobia, from the audience, jumped with delight. Asia, having broken through onto the field with the judge's permission, runs to Naruto, almost crying with happiness. You're alive. I saw you kill the phoenix. Naruto's thoughts. Finally. All the efforts paid off. The system showed, plus 80 XP for winning the finals. Total already -570 /. But level 4 remains locked. Naruto cursed mentally, but was also happy, because another step had been taken. An hour later, the award ceremony was held at the stadium. Surzex, if present, or one of the tournament council presented Rias and her team with the victor's crown, or equivalent, and solemnly announced, congratulations to Gremory and her servants on their outstanding success. Rias gave a short speech of thanks, mentioning the contributions of each servant. When she said, and my special contribution is from Naruto, Uzumaki, our pawn, without whose abilities we would not have won, the crowd applauded. Naruto bowed sheepishly. However, in the crowd of greater devils, some were whispering about the system and the Shadow Monarch, and some were looking at them suspiciously. Valley was smirking from afar. Azazel remained neutral, but his expression was worried. It was clear to everyone that new trials lay ahead. The Chaos Brigade would not stand idle. And Naruto had not yet reached his full power. After the ceremony was over, the team returned to the rest area, exhausted. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, all furious, but happy. Irina, Zenobia, Asia surrounded Naruto, congratulating him. Someone may have kissed him on the cheek, someone hugged him. The guy felt the trembling warmth of harem love in his chest, and at the same time, bitterness, because the battle against evil is still ahead. Naruto's thoughts. We are the champions, and now we need to prepare for the most dangerous war with the Chaos Brigade. We need to get the remaining 32% of the key. A dark dungeon. The silhouettes of the Chaos Brigade members stand before a certain altar, on which many dragon relics have already been laid out. The yokai girl, the dragon man, the mages, all remain. The ritual is in full swing. Clumps of dark aura hiss, a huge seal is formed. Their leader, a man or woman with a mysterious appearance, addresses them. We already have almost 70% of the dragon key. If we get another large piece, we can embody the Shadow Throne. Or, even better, intercept the power of Ophis and the monarch. Yes, the subordinates nod. Soon, all the dragon power will be in our hands. A voiceover, perhaps Ophis, quietly whispers. Who dares to encroach on my infinity? But the terrorists do not hear. They are consumed by the desire for power. The echo of Ophis's presence hovers, as if warning, if someone activates the ritual at full power, the dragon goddess may appear, and then the stakes will skyrocket. Naruto stands on the balcony of the mansion, looking at the night sky. In his hands is the champion's amulet, a symbol of victory in the tournament. He feels warm from the knowledge that they showed unity in battle. But his heart is clenched, 64% of the key is his, minus 70% are the enemy's, or vice versa, more accurate numbers. Conflict is near. Suddenly, in his mind, the system gives a short message. System. Warning, significant accumulation of dragon essence detected. Coefficient minus 70%. Probability of collision, high. Prepare for the final test. Without a 100% key, level 4 is unavailable. He shuddered, quietly whispering. It looks like a big war awaits us. We must not retreat. Rias appeared from behind him, gently hugging his shoulders. Naruto, we are together. You are not alone. And everyone, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, is behind you. We will not let the Chaos Brigade achieve their goal. The guy relaxed, closing his eyes, feeling the warmth of the harem, which gives him strength. The wind swayed the strands of hair, the moon shimmered above them. And in this silence, Chapter 11 ends. Chapter 12. Portal to the Throne of Shadows, the final ritual and the choice of the heart. The setting is a mysterious temple, something like a secret lair on the ruins of an old castle in the dimension of devils. Inside is an underground hall where members of the Chaos Brigade live, actively collecting dragon fragments and relics. On the altar, a half-destroyed, spherical stone floats in the air, with red-violet sparks flickering inside. Near it are dark figures in cloaks, several already familiar ones, a yokai girl, a dragon man, magicians, as well as a new leader. We can call him Gideon, for example. Gideon, a tall man with white strands and black eyes, runs his hand over the sphere from which splashes of power come. Gideon's thoughts. Just a little more. He addresses his comrades out loud. We have already collected about 70% of the dragon fragments. There's just a little bit left, and the key will be full. Then we'll activate the Shadow Throne, or whatever they call it. And that legendary system will also become ours. The yokai girl, with cat ears, nods, stroking the amulet in her paws. The yokai girl's thoughts. This power can rewrite the balance of power in the world. Finally, humans and yokai will be freed from the oppression of angels and demons. The dragon man, leaning against the wall, casts a caustic glance. But Naruto, Uzumaki, absorbed the dragon's heart. Now he has 68%. If he gets the remaining 32%, he will open the 4th level. Perhaps he will be stronger than us. Gideon rolls his eyes. Huh, we won't give him such a chance. Soon we will summon someone. Maybe even Ophis will intervene if she feels that we are changing the dragon's essence. And then all that's left for us to do is subdue her power. He laughs contentedly, the flashes from the sphere rhythmically bouncing off the walls. The threat is heating up. We move on to the Gremory mansion. The team that won the tournament battle has returned home. A couple of days have passed in celebration and praise, but everyone is worried. The Chaos Brigade is already at 70%, Naruto at 68%. The gap is minimal, but whoever reaches 100% first will take control of the throne. Rias is in a spacious living room trying to sort through tons of letters and invitations from devilish aristocrats. Congratulations. Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Asia, Irina and Zenovia are sitting next to her, and Naruto is standing by the window, looking at the sunset. Rias's thoughts. I never thought I would feel such a burden. Yes, we are the champions of the tournament, but the fate of the world hangs in the balance. She closes the folder and leans back in her chair. So, Azazel reported that the Chaos Brigade already has enough relics to start the intermediate ritual that summons the energy of the dragons. Can they open the throne now? Kiba, crossing his arms. Maybe they're missing the key part, like the part from Ophis or something. But we don't know the details. Koneko frowns. Kaneko's thoughts. I'd rather immediately find their lair and defeat them, but we don't have much evidence. She says quietly. Yes, we still have no idea where they're hiding. Irina raises her hand. We can look for information from the church. But our archives aren't very rich in information about the Shadow Throne either. Maybe only Archangel Michael knows more, but he's also stuck in negotiations. Zenovia adds. We're looking for any traces of their movements. I'm ready to conduct reconnaissance. Naruto, slightly turning away from the window, says. In the meantime, I'm at 68%. I still need 32% to unlock level 4. Without it, we're taking a risk. I feel like I'm already at my limit at level 3. Naruto's thoughts. Will I be able to protect everyone if the enemies attack right now? Akeno, trying to speak soothingly. But we still have a little less than them, they are at 70%, and we are at 68%. The gap is tiny. The question is where to find the missing 32%. During the meeting, the communication magic circle suddenly activates. Kuroka, Kaneko's older sister, or Valley himself, a transmitted image, appears. Let's say it's Kuroka. Kuroka's thoughts. I'll work as Vala's postman again. She says with a smile. Hello, hello. I have news from Valley. He found a tip that the Chaos Brigade is preparing a ritual in a place called the Dark Dragon Canyon. There, they apparently want to merge the collected fragments and activate the portal to the throne. Rias narrowed her eyes. Dark Dragon Canyon? Quite a dangerous area. Kuroka shrugged. Yes, the place is imbued with ancient dragon magic. Valley will be heading there too, but he doesn't promise to act in concert with you. He's more likely to see if he can fight Ophis or someone else. Koneko, looking at her sister in the illusion, thinks. Kaneko's thoughts. Sister is involved with that dangerous company again, but at least she gives us useful information. She says out loud. Understood. When will they start? Kuroka glanced at the draft. According to our data, in 2 to 3 days. So if you want to break in and ruin their plans, it's best not to delay. The image fades. Kuroka has disappeared. Everyone in the room looks at each other. Then we don't have much time, Rias breathes out. Yes, Kiba confirms. Naruto clenches his fists tightly. Naruto's thoughts. This is a chance to steal the missing 32% from them, or at least disrupt the ritual before it's too late. At another meeting, Rias, having gathered all the key characters, says, "We have to go. If we don't disrupt the ritual in that canyon, they will either reach 100% or open the Throne of Shadows. And then, a catastrophe." Akeno sighs, remembering the previous fights. But that's extremely dangerous. They probably have the main power base, along with the leaders. Kiba suggests an idea. Maybe we should ask Azazel, Michael, Sarah Fall for support? So that we don't have to go in a small group. Rias shakes her head. That would be good, but we have no guarantee that they won't teleport away during a large intervention. Plus, the factions have bureaucracy. By the time they gather their forces, the enemies will have pulled everything off. Kaneko's thoughts. We'll have to take risks in the front lines again. Okay, I don't mind. She says. Then we'll have to storm in a small group. Zenobia and Irina also want to go, saying, "We'll help, our swords and holy magic will come in handy, and your squad has defeated powerful enemies many times before." Asia, worried. "I want to be useful too. But if it's too dangerous." Naruto, with a warm smile. "Don't worry, Asia. We may need your healing powers. But if you feel the risk is too great, you can stay." Asia clenches her fists. Asia's thoughts. "I don't want to hide. But I'm only a healer. I'll decide at the last minute, if you allow me." Rias concluded. "Okay, we'll leave tomorrow morning. We'll take everyone who can contribute, but we don't want to divide the team. I'll go too. If they decide to capture Naruto, I'll be there." There's a look of determination in her eyes to protect her beloved servant and loved one. Everyone nods in agreement. Later that evening, with plans already made, Rias asks Naruto to come to her office. The setting, a soft lamplight, large windows facing the street, where the moonlight draws long shadows. Rias is sitting at her desk, a stack of documents on her lap, but her eyes are absent. She looked up as Naruto entered. Rias's thoughts. We should finally talk to him. About our feelings, about what would happen if we met our deaths tomorrow. "Sit down," she said softly. Naruto sat down opposite her, slightly nervous. Naruto's thoughts. What is so important she wants to tell him? Rias sighed, forcing out. "We're going on a potentially fatal operation tomorrow. I can't put it off any longer. Naruto, you know how I feel about you. I love you as more than just a comrade. And I accept that there are Akeno, Asia, and other girls who are also drawn to you." He blushed, his breathing quickening. "Rias. Let me at least say," she interrupted, "that if something happens tomorrow, I don't want to leave without admitting it. I want to be with you. Even if it means a harem, I'm willing to share you with others, as long as you're here." Rias's eyes were filled with tears, but her voice was firm. Naruto, stunned, felt everything inside him turn over. He remembered the scene with Akeno, Asia's constant care, Irina's support, Zenobia, Kaneko. Naruto's thoughts. My God. She's ready to share? And Akeno was hinting at the same thing. He said with difficulty. "Rias, I don't know how to settle this. But..." Feelings flared up in his chest. "I love you very much, I value everyone else. If you really don't mind, I don't mind a harem, as long as you are in harmony with each other." Rias touched his hand, smiling through her tears. It seems we've all come to terms with the fact that you are too kind to everyone. We girls have decided not to be enemies. Well, life will show what happens next. She stood up, and Naruto stood up too. They moved closer and finally kissed, softly but deeply, releasing the tension that had been building up. The minutes passed as they stood in each other's arms, feeling the warm waves of each other. Naruto's thoughts. Finally, what a relief. Thank you, Rias, for accepting me with all my complexities. They soon broke the kiss, breathing heavily. Rias touched her forehead to his, smiling warmly. Okay. This is our beginning. And tomorrow, we go fight. Naruto nodded. The feelings woven between them formed an invisible barrier of warmth. From that moment on, their bond grew stronger, and the harem agreement was one step closer to reality. The next morning, a large group gathered in the mansion's garden. Rias, Naruto, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, the main team. Asia, Irina, Zenobia, allies. Possibly Gasper or one of the servants, optional. Everyone is ready for battle. Azazel sent 2 fallen agents who also wanted to help, but Rias was hesitant about taking them. In the end, it was decided that the agents would go to cover the perimeter, if necessary. Asia's thoughts. I don't want to fall behind. She declared that she would go. I can treat the wounded. If we don't take me, you might die from severe wounds. I'm not afraid. Everyone appreciated her determination and decided that she should go, but would stay closer to the rear. Having teleported on Kuroka/Vala's tip, the group found themselves at the Dark Dragon Canyon. The place is harsh, high cliffs with scorched vegetation, the whole air is saturated with some kind of ominous aura. Black smoke flows from the crevices. Kiba examined the area. I see tracks on the ground. It looks like a group of 10 to 15 people recently passed by. Koneko, sniffing. Kaneko's thoughts. It smells like yokai, dragon spirit, and something else. That means the enemies are already here. That's right, she answers out loud. We have to hurry. Rias, clenching her fists. Okay. Let's advance. They moved along the ravine, occasionally seeing the torn corpses of small monsters, possibly the spawn of the canyon, which the Cows Brigade had killed along the way. Everything indicated that the enemy had already gone deeper. Naruto's thoughts. My heart is beating. If they complete the ritual there, everything is lost. In one narrow passage, they were met by an ambush, 4 cloaked men, familiar or similar to their previous opponents, armed with spears of light/shadow. Upon seeing the squad, they rushed to attack, shouting, F King Gremory servants. You're interfering again. Kiba and Koneko advanced first. Kiba threw his blade at one, briefly tying up the swordplay. Koneko fought off another with her fists and feet, who launched a spear at her. Irina and Zenobia also attacked, Irina with the sacred sword, Zenobia with the durandal, cutting through the enemy's cloak. Akeno tried to support with lightning from above. Asia stayed behind in case anyone was injured. Naruto and Rias took the center, protecting the flanks. One terrorist tried to cast a spell similar to Abyssal Mist, but Rias blocked it with Destruction, and Naruto finished him off with Shadow Ball. An explosion and screams. The enemy disappeared, as often happens with brigade members using emergency teleportation. A couple more servants disappeared into the fog, realizing that they were no match. The battle lasted for a couple of minutes, ending with the enemy fleeing or being defeated. Naruto's thoughts. This is only a small part. The main forces are deeper. Moving deeper into the canyon, at the crevice leading to the central platform, the squad noticed Kuroka standing on a rock, and Vala nearby, looking around boredly. They waved. Kuroka, oh, you finally came. Great. We've already eliminated a few militants. But the main group is inside the cave where the portal is. Valley, looking at Naruto. Vala's thoughts. Let's see how much he's matured. 68%? Interesting, but still not level 4. He said out loud, condescendingly. I saw that they already entered the cave with a bunch of relics. I think the ritual will begin any minute. If you want, go ahead. I'll stand aside for now and see if it's worth interfering. Rias, raising an eyebrow. You're not going to help? Vala chuckled. Maybe I will, if it's fun. Or if something like Ophis shows up. But until then, rely on yourself. Naruto, although annoyed, decided not to waste his energy on an argument. Naruto's thoughts. He's always like this. But it's better for him to be on our side than on the enemy's. Soon the squad passed a narrow tunnel leading to a huge underground cave with lava flows and magical luminaries built of black stone. In the middle stood an altar surrounded by many runes. On the altar was a sphere with dragon fragments flickering inside. In addition, some chains stretched to piles of bones and scales in the corners. Around -10 to 12 people of the Chaos Brigade, including Gideon, the leader, and familiar ones, a yokai girl, a dragon man, mages, etc. Look, they're here! Exclaimed the yokai girl, noticing the squad. We're late, haha. Gideon, standing at the central point, holds a staff with a dark stone in which 70% sparkles. He glances. Gideon's thoughts. It's good that the process is almost finished. He says loudly. Welcome, Gremory and the Shadow King. Just in time. Look how we gain the power of dragons. The sphere on the altar pulses, with fragments hovering around it in a ring. Naruto feels waves of -70%, making it difficult to breathe. The system hisses, attention, threats. Enemy, key, at 70%. Rias is about to attack. There is nothing more to say, Gideon. We will stop your ritual. Gideon smirks. Try it. We have enough people to delay you. And I will complete the fusion. He raises the staff, begins to whisper the spell. Kiba, Koneko rush towards him, but run into 5 to 6 enemy fighters, a dragon man, mages, 2 yokai, all mixed up. A fierce battle begins. Naruto releases Ultimate Soldier and Shadow Armor, rushes forward. Akeno casts lightning from the sky, Irina and Zenobia attack with swords, Asia trembles in fear, but keeps her distance to heal. Rias tries to break through to Gideon with a volley of destruction, but is stopped by 2 powerful opponents. Rias thinks. Shit, there are many of them, and we don't have much time. The scene blossoms into a chaotic battle. Kiba clashes with a dragon man, a powerful warrior who wields a barrage of flames. Kiba activates his demonic sword power, making the blade longer, like that of a demonic saint. Kiba's thoughts, I remember our tournament, but now it's more real and scary. We must win for Rias and friends. Stage fight, sparks fly, flames burn. Koneko fights a yokai girl, who uses cat tricks, illusions, claws. Kaneko's thoughts, could a sister be like this? No, Kuroka isn't that cruel. But I have my own way. Lightning punches, breaking the enemy's techniques. Irina and Zenobia, one uses holy light, the other uses Durandal. They try to cut off the terrorists' exit. 2 against 3 mages. Irina's thoughts, I hope Naruto is okay. Zenovia's thoughts, if we lose, the world will fall into chaos. I won't let that happen. Akeno flies, throwing thunder or fall bolts into the crowd of enemies, trying to get to the altar. But the 2 mages fidget, counterattacking with light spears. Akeno's thoughts, my lightning is weaker because of the dragon's shared aura? Damn it. Rias tries to get closer to Gideon, releasing destructive waves. She has already taken out a couple of fighters, but another mage and a dragon man stand in the way. Rias's thoughts: we need to hurry. Otherwise, Gideon will finish the ritual. Naruto rushes straight to Gideon, releasing a shadow portal, but is caught by many blocking spells. One mage hits him with a dark spike in the side. The guy yelps in pain, but heals himself with shadow armor. Naruto's thoughts: endure. And so the battle rages, the earth trembles, magical flashes fill the cave with lights. Gideon, despite the chaos, continues to whisper a spell. The sphere on the altar pulses, 70% of the dragon energy gathers into a common pattern. A gap forms in the air, a portal to the throne of shadows. Black and purple flashes, like a half-open door to the abyss. Gideon's thoughts: haha, another minute, and I will be able to touch the forces of the shadows. Naruto is not needed if we establish contact ourselves. He shouts the last words of the ritual. The ground cracks, a squall of dark wind bursts out from the depths of the cave. Everyone recoiled, covering their faces from the dust. The throne of shadows began to shine through, the contours of a huge throne, disappearing into endless darkness. Whispers of mysterious forces are heard. Naruto's system loudly beeps: danger. The enemy is attempting to open access to the throne bypassing the system. It is recommended to stop it immediately. Naruto's thoughts: holy shit, if they get past me, my system might lose its uniqueness. Rias shouts: we can't let that happen, and fires a volley at the altar. But Gideon erects a shield of dark dragon power, deflecting the blow. Kiba and Akeno try to flank, but are held back by the enemies. Just as the portal is about to open, the darkness suddenly begins to thicken in a special way. A black substance drips from the ceiling, and the silhouette of a little girl in a black and purple robe, or a similar Gothic style, appears in space. It is Ophis, the dragon god of infinity. She looks at the painting with an expressionless face. Ophis's thoughts: what kind of people are these? They are using dragon power. Gideon, stunned, stops whispering when he sees Ophis. Several terrorists gasp. Ophis? You came on your own? The girl tilts her head. You're preventing me from finding silence. Why the fusion of the dragon key? This upsets the balance. Gideon tries not to show fear. Oh, great dragon. We only want to use power to overthrow the false order. Join us, and we will help. He doesn't have time to finish. Ophis gives him a cold look. Then she silently raises her hand, from which a snake-like blackness shoots out, piercing Gideon's shield. He flies back, gasping in pain. A couple more terrorists try to attack Ophis, but it's pointless. Their blows pass through her without effect. Ophis's thoughts: humans. They wanted to manipulate the dragon's power. Fools. Naruto and the others are also shocked. But Rias shouts: Ophis, please, don't let them complete the ritual. Ophis slowly looks at Naruto. Ophis's thoughts: I sense something about him. He has a system from outside this world. Interesting. She approaches the portal, where 70% of the dragon fragments are spinning. She stops the rotation with a wave of her hand. Gideon, having collected himself, yells: No! Give it back! We're almost done! And throws a huge black clot. But Ophis dispels it with one glance, then instantly throws Gideon away with a wave of her fingers, breaking his ribs. He groans, falls. 70% of the fragments are floating in the air, and Naruto has -68%. Ophis concentrates for a moment, as if seeing this power in Naruto. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko and the others hold their breath. Rias's thoughts: God, Ophis is capable of destroying the entire world. What will she do? Naruto feels the call of the system. Attention, carrier of infinite dragon energy detected. Mutual integration possible? Risk irreversible. Accept/reject? Naruto's thoughts, what the? Ophis suddenly turns his head to Naruto, asking in a quiet voice without emotion. You want to unite all the fragments? I can sense your ki, not the full one. Why? Naruto braces himself. I want to protect my friends, to prevent the Chaos Brigade from causing chaos. My system requires 100% of the dragon ki. You have infinite power, would you like to help us? Ophis emotionlessly. I don't care. I only wanted to banish those who interfere with my solitude. But if your ki eliminates their plan, she thinks for a moment, perhaps I will share a part of infinity. But can I trust you? Ophis's thoughts. If that person absorbs my power, could he become a threat? But it's better to give it to him than to those fanatics. Rias, trembling, whispers to Naruto. That's very dangerous. Ophis can destroy you if she wants to. Naruto remembers all the battles and Ophis' gentle appearance, which he once read in the chronicles. Gathering his will, he says. I'm not lying. I do not want to abuse the power, only to protect. If you allow, I will take some of your dragon energy to close the throne and prevent the villains. Ophis is silent for a few seconds. Then she raises the handle with the cuffs, and a small snake symbol is formed in space, wriggling in her palm. Okay, she answers shortly. I will give you the infinity snake. Let your ki reach fullness. But remember, if you deceive, I will personally take the power and crush you. Naruto, swallowing. A deal. Ophis directs the snake symbol to Naruto. At the same time, 70% of the ritual fragments that the Chaos Brigade has accumulated also flow as Ophis breaks their control. He already had 68%, now he's adding 70%, but that's over 100%, which could cause an overload. The system lights up. System. Duplicate detected. Balancing. Exceeding 100%. Adapting. Everyone sees Naruto being engulfed in a black and purple vortex, sparks escaping from it. The boy screams in pain, his knees buckling, his body convulsing. Asia almost rushes to him, but Rias stops her, afraid that the flow of dragon energy will burn her. Naruto's thoughts, through agony. It hurts, but I have to endure. The system instantly. Level 4 unlocked. Assignment of Shadow King D rank. New skills. Naruto's appearance is enveloped in dark light, and the Shadow Throne seems to appear behind him for a moment. The silhouette of a throne, where a black figure sits. This is a metaphysical projection of the system. After a few seconds, the flash goes out, Naruto falls to his knees, breathing heavily, but alive. Ophis, clasping his hands, looks on dispassionately. Finished? The system inside Naruto confirms, yes, level 4 is active. New abilities available: Shadow King, Shadow King, Shadow King, Summon Elite Knight, Summon Elite Knight, Summon Elite Knights, Shadow Exchange, Shadow Exchange, Shadow Exchange. Rias watches as Naruto stands up, his eyes blazing with concentration. Rias's thoughts. He looks different, so strong. Just as Naruto recovers, Gideon, the leader, stands up, bleeding, yelling. No, we were supposed to be the ones taking the throne. How dare you, boy? He charges, releasing the last of his black energy, trying to attack Naruto. Naruto, at level 4, or with the Shadow Crown, calmly raises his hand. The Shadow Knight, D rank, an elite summoned Shadow, appears, huge in armor, and intercepts the blow. In almost one movement, the knight pierces Gideon's chest. He chokes on his scream and falls down dead. Naruto's thoughts. How easy. The rest of the terrorists are already suppressed by Ophis's appearance and Naruto's new power. Many run away, some try to attack, but Rias and the team easily finish them off. The yokai girl runs away sobbing, the dragon man spits out blood. The mage throws the amulet for teleportation. The portal to the throne, partially open, Ophis touched and emotionlessly hid it, squeezing the spatial gap like paper. Naruto understands. Naruto's thoughts. She can easily stop such things, what power. When it was all over, Ophis turns to Naruto and says, "Your system has received the key. I no longer need you. I'm leaving." Akeno sighs in relief, because Ophis could have decided to kill everyone. Rias whispers, "Thank you." But Ophis had already disappeared into the distorted space, without hearing the thanks. Ophis's thoughts, possibly off-screen. Interesting. Let's see what he can do with that power. Everyone remains in the cave, tiredly looking around at the rubble of terrorists' bodies. There is no threat from the ritual, the Chaos Brigade retreated in panic. Koneko, wiping away sweat. Looks like we won. Kiba, thank the gods. Finally. Irina and Zenobia are happy that the yokai girl ran away before she could finish anyone off. Asia runs to Naruto to check his wounds. The guy raises his hand, "Everything is fine, I seem to have been healed by the new power." Rias, coming up, touches his shoulder. "Naruto, how are you feeling? You seem different." He, looking into her eyes, smiles a tired smile. "Yes, I feel better." Level 4. The system says that I am now a Shadow King, in the full sense of the word. But, without Ophis and help, it still wouldn't have worked out. The party exited the cave, and outside they met Valley and Kuroka, who were waiting at the entrance, apparently hearing the explosions. Valley, seeing Naruto with a new aura, narrowed his eyes. Valley's thoughts. "Your strength has increased, now I really want to fight." He grins wryly. "Not bad, Shadow King." "Ophis, you say? Well, I'm glad she didn't destroy you. Her interests are unpredictable." Kuroka. "So you absorbed the ritual shards? Great, the Chaos Brigade got what they deserved." Rias coldly. "Thank you for the information. We did our job." Vala looks up at the sky. "Okay, soon, perhaps I'll challenge you to a fight myself to test your strength. Until then." And leaves with Kuroka in his teleport flare. Naruto's thoughts. "It will probably happen, but right now I don't have the strength for duels." Finally, the entire team teleports home, where they are met with the joyful cheers of the mansion servants and, perhaps, Sona Shirtorai with congratulations. The mansion claps joyfully when they see Naruto walking without losses and Rias is safe. Asia tries to heal everyone from the remaining wounds. Akeno throws a small, celebratory dinner. After all, the tournament is won, the ritual is stopped, and Naruto has reached level 4. Everyone is in high spirits, but incredibly tired. Kiba wrinkles his muscles, "I'm exhausted." Koneko purrs softly, gobbling up sweets. Irina and Zenobia thank God that they are alive. Rias relieves the tension from her shoulders, swallowing juice. Rias's thoughts. All that remains is to sort out the final touches. But the main nightmare, the Chaos Brigade, seems to have been defeated. Without a leader and shards, they are not dangerous. The whole mansion is happy, but everyone understands that there may still be isolated terrorist cells, and Valley may start something. But at least there will be no mass ritual anymore. The next day, Naruto wakes up, feeling level 4 more fully. He checks the system. Level 4, Shadow King. Unlocked skills. Night Summon, D rank elite summon of 3 to 5 powerful shadow warriors. Shadow Exchange, F allows you to swap places with the summoned shadow or with anyone within range, limited. Shadow Throne, R grants the ability to temporarily absolute protection and control over shadows in a large area, requires a large expenditure of energy. Progress for level 5, 0/. Hidden. Naruto's thoughts. Wow. I'm now a full-fledged king. He's happy and a little excited. Soon he'll try these tricks out during training, summons 3 knights, something like elite soldiers, performs Shadow Exchange, moving with them like in Shunshin. All his comrades are delighted. Rias looks at this with affection. Rias's thoughts. Here he is, my hero, now he's definitely capable of protecting our home. Akeno jokes, are you going to command all the darkness soon? And Naruto laughs. That's enough for now. Late in the evening, after training, Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, and other candidates if desired, gather in one of the rooms of the mansion where Naruto is not. A quiet conversation arises between them about how to live on, because each of them loves Naruto. Rias, I have spoken. I am ready for him not to be only mine. Do you agree? Akeno, yes. I like his kindness. And I do not mind if this is a common harem. He is important to me, and being jealous of each other. I am tired. Asia, blushing, I will also be happy if I am just here. I do not want to push anyone away. Irina, in my world everything is usually different, but for Naruto's sake I am ready. I will only say that I want to spend time with him. Zenovia calmly, I did not have such feelings in the church. But now I am ready. Since we all agree, then so be it. Koneko, quietly, looking away, if he's happy. I don't mind. As long as it's peaceful between us. So they agree that they won't quarrel, but will create a harem of sorts. It may be funny, but an agreement has been reached. This doesn't mean that there won't be internal jealousy, but they want to make Naruto happy together. Everyone's thoughts. Well, let it be so. The main thing is happiness for everyone. In the end, they smile, realizing that they need to introduce Naruto soon. But the guy is probably ready too. The next morning, Naruto goes out into the garden, admiring the sunrise. His silhouette is illuminated by a warm light. His soul is at peace. The system has stabilized at level 4, the Shadow Throne, in his mind, is subdued. Global threats, Chaos Brigade, have been defeated or broken, although the remnants of their forces are still wandering. Ophis does not show aggression, perhaps she has gone to her abode. Rias quietly approaches from behind, hugs him. Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, and Koneko appear next to him, each sitting nearby, creating a cozy atmosphere of friendship and love. Rias, looking him in the eyes, we all wanted to say that, we're glad you chose us. And we chose you. No matter what happens next, we're together. Akeno, winks slyly, I'll have to answer for the entire harem, Naruto-kun. Asia, smiles shyly, I'm just glad to be here. Irina, promise me you won't forget about us when you get even stronger. Zenovia, I want to continue training, and one more thing. Seriously. Koneko, as long as you don't forget to feed me sweets, and love me too. Naruto, blushing in shock, looks at them. Naruto's thoughts. So this is it, a real harem? I never thought it would be like this, but I'm happy. He takes a deep breath. I don't know if I'll be worthy. But I promise, I won't hurt anyone, I won't leave anyone behind. I love you all, in my own way, and together we'll overcome anything. The girls look at each other, smiling, feeling the weight of expectations lifted. Rias quietly says. Then let us begin a new life, the second era of Gremory and the Shadow Monarch. In the background, the sun's rays glide over them, as if blessing the group. Naruto is now the Shadow King, level 4, the protector of his lovers and friends, the champion of the tournament who is ready for any challenge. The reader sees possible futures, fights with Valley, visits to other worlds, deepening relationships in the harem, new arcs where Ophis may continue to observe or enter into an alliance. And so, Chapter 12 ends. Chapter 13. A new era for the Shadow King, another dimension, family idol, and a call to a new battle. Several days have passed since the grand events in the Dark Dragon Canyon, where Naruto and his friends foiled the Chaos Brigade's plan by interfering with the ritual and collecting the key to a level sufficient for the 4th stage of the system. For the first time in a long time, relative peace reigns in the Devil's Domain. The tournament is over, Rias's team won, the mass threat has been neutralized. And it seems that you can take a break and enjoy a peaceful life. However, there is still a feeling in the air that this is just a lull. Setting: Gremory Mansion. Morning. A light breeze moves the curtains in the open windows, and sleepy voices can be heard in the rooms. Naruto Uzumaki stretches in bed, sunbeams falling on his face through the cracks in the curtains. He is already level 4, but his soul is still not fully accustomed to the new capabilities. Naruto's thoughts. I feel as if every breath is permeated with the energy of the shadows. I can summon the nights with one thought. And the world seems more transparent. The system has calmed down, there are no pains in the head. What a relief. He gets up, feeling how warm and calm it is around. He gets dressed, leaves the room. In the hallway, he runs into Akeno, who is carrying a stack of towels. Oh, good morning, Naruto-kun. Did you sleep like a log? She jokes, squinting slightly. Akeno's thoughts. After all the battles, he deserves to rest. And yet, how cute he is in his confused state. He smiles. Yes, finally without nightmares. Thank you for your concern. Akeno nods towards the dining room. Everyone is already at breakfast, come join us. In the large dining room, Rias, Asia, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia, and Kiba are already seated at the carved table. The serving demons are setting out dishes, fresh bread, salads, meat. The warm atmosphere of a family home is felt everywhere. Rias, seeing Naruto, looks up from her plate and smiles. Good morning. How are you feeling? Rias's thoughts. How nice that he is nearby and alive and well. Naruto sits down next to him, takes a bun. Thank you, everything is fine. I feel unusually light. Asia, embarrassedly giving him juice. Here, drink. If you have any pain, tell me, I will help. Asia's thoughts. What if he has post-traumatic stress disorder? I'm ready to treat. Kiba, after taking a bite of toast, comments. By the way, I heard that the remnants of the Chaos Brigade have gone into hiding. There don't seem to be any mass attacks. For the first time in a long time, a truly calm day or two. Kiba's thoughts. How long will this lull last? Koneko, chewing a sweet pie, in a low voice. Meow. It's a pity that they didn't manage to catch all the enemies. But okay. Koneko's thoughts. I hope a new hell doesn't start. Irina and Zenobia recall, we would have gone to the church for a couple of days, reported on the situation, but we are comfortable here. Naruto smiles. Naruto's thoughts. It's good that they stayed, because we're all a team now. Rias, having finished her coffee, summed up. In any case, we have a legal break. Take advantage of it. Then, if new threats emerge, Azazel or Michael will notify us. After breakfast, Kiba and Koneko went on a short mission to the city to check out rumors about minor demonic problems. And Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia and Naruto stayed in the mansion. The atmosphere became like home, no one is in a hurry. Asia offered to bake pies. Irina and Zenobia volunteered to help. Akeno began compiling reports, Rias went to do paperwork, and Naruto wandered around thoughtfully. Naruto's thoughts. Maybe it's worth training with the new level 4 power? Or helping the girls? Or... In the end, he decided to look into the kitchen, where Asia, Irina and Zenobia were noisily messing around with dough. Naruto enters to find Irina and Zenobia arguing over flour proportions. Asia holds the bowl hesitantly, muttering, "We don't have enough eggs." Naruto smiles, "Maybe I can help? I have a little experience in cooking, ramen, although I'm not much of a baker." Irina's thoughts, "Oh, he's offering to help, how sweet." She says out loud, "Yeah, go ahead, we still need to knead the dough." Zenobia smirks. "Just don't mix up the sugar and salt." Zenovia's thoughts, "He's so diligent, I wonder what his cooking skills are like." Asia, happy. "Great, we'll get it done faster together. I want to make it in time for tea break." They fuss about, laughing, occasionally bumping into each other. Naruto helps out a bit, sifting the flour, mixing the dough, almost knocking the bowl over. Irina manages to catch him. Asia's thoughts, "How nice it is to work together, like a real family." Irina's thoughts, "I want days like this to happen more often." In the end, everything ends up with a sea of flour on the clothes, but the pies are put in the oven. Everyone laughs, remembering the funny stories. Naruto wipes away the sweat, looking at the happy faces of his friends. While the pies are baking, Akeno comes up to Naruto and takes him aside to the balcony. Akeno, smiling slyly, "I heard you have new skills. Can you tell me more?" Akeno's thoughts, "I want to know how strong he is now. And, try something together?" Naruto, embarrassed. "Well, yes, I can summon a whole squad of knights from the shadows. And Shadow Throne is a complete control ability, but the energy consumption is huge. And Shadow Exchange allows me to change positions with someone." Akeno raises an eyebrow. "With someone? So you can suddenly appear next to me?" Naruto nods. "Provided that it is within the radius and if the person does not resist." Akeno's thoughts, how can this be used for personal gain? He, like suddenly moving to him. She laughs slightly absent-mindedly. "Excellent. I think it will be a trump card on the battlefield. Just don't overuse it in personal situations, okay?" Naruto, seriously. "Of course not, although if I need to save someone, I will be glad." They laugh together. Akeno suddenly carefully presses herself against him, with a quiet whisper. "I haven't said it out loud yet, but I also agree to share you with the others. And I value you very much, my hero." Naruto's thoughts, his heart almost jumps out. He swallows. "Akeno, I love you very much, thank you for accepting my complexity." Their embrace is warm, not letting go of each other for a long time. Then, hearing Irina's cry, "The pies are ready," they part laughing. After dinner, Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko and Naruto himself are comfortably settling into the living room, enjoying pies, baked by the girls. Kiba is absent, busy with his own affairs. There is some kind of frivolous warmth in the air. They talk about trifles, laugh. Suddenly, Rias takes out a small card and says, "Here is a description of the plans for the future. On the one hand, we have new horizons in the world of devils, we are invited to the highest meetings. On the other hand, we want to relax quietly, just be friends, and family." Rias's thoughts, family. "Yes, we are more than a team already." Koneko takes a bite of pie. "Spare me. I also want to rest, but if monsters attack again." Zenobia with a serious look. "I think we need a minimum mission to protect our city, Kuo School, help the residents. And there is no big war yet." Irina confirms. Yes, there's silence in the church too, no one is reporting any major troubles. Perhaps it really is a temporary truce. Akeno, her eyes sparkling, suddenly changes the subject. About our common, she looks at Naruto, the girls and I decided to voice something, right? The others exchange awkward glances. Asia blushes, Irina giggles, Rias nods. Naruto raises his eyebrows. Naruto's thoughts, what are they talking about? Rias takes the floor. Naruto, we've all already discussed that each of us cares about you. And we decided. She sighs, looking at Akeno, who nods, that we agree to the harem format. We just ask that you be honest with everyone and not let anyone feel forgotten. Naruto opens his mouth, shocked. Naruto's thoughts, they really agreed on this? He says, his voice shaking slightly. Girls. I am so grateful that you didn't fight. I promise that I will try to pay attention to everyone equally, that I won't hurt anyone. And I love each and every one of you. Asia wipes away tears of joy, Irina applauds enthusiastically, Zenobia smiles calmly, Koneko quietly mutters, finally. Akeno and Rias exchange glances, smiling in relief. A wave of tenderness reigns in the room, as if a new stage in their relationship. Although it is funny, this is the culmination of the harem line. Of course, not without future clashes and jealousy, but now everything is official. In the evening, when everyone was resting, news came from Azazel. I invite you to a small meeting with representatives of other pantheons. The place is neutral territory. Perhaps, interworld enemies, EXE, Ragnarok and other global topics will be discussed. I want Naruto with the 4th level to come too. Rias's thoughts. We just rested, and they are already calling. She gathers the team, says. We have an invitation. Azazel says that they are planning to discuss external threats, maybe from other dimensions. It seems that the calm will not last long. Naruto sighs. Let's say we come. We are now heroes, and I am the Shadow King. Perhaps they want to see my power. Koneko snorts. I hope this won't drag on. I don't want to get involved in another war. Everyone shrugs. Irina points out. Michael will probably be there too. Okay, we'll see. So they decide to go to an interworld meeting in a few days. At the same time, Naruto wants to test the Shadow Throne, a new extreme ability of the 4th level. To do this, he leaves for a special training ground outside the city. Rias and Kiba accompany him. Kiba summons training dummies, and Rias puts up a barrier to prevent the surrounding area from being destroyed. Naruto activates the Shadow Throne, a black throne is briefly visible behind him, from which a powerful burst of energy emanates, subjugating all the shadows around him. Naruto's thoughts. What a feeling. It's like I can feel all the dark areas on the field. Inside the field, the dummies are shaking, the shadows at their feet are distorting, and Naruto can manipulate these shadows with his willpower, causing the dummies to break. It's similar to a puppet or gravity attack. Kiba is amazed. Incredible. It's like you're a shadow god. Rias is also surprised. But don't overexert yourself. It's obvious that the energy expenditure is enormous. Naruto feels a burning sensation, feeling that the Shadow Throne can't be maintained for long. He soon collapses the move, falling to his knee, gasping for breath. Naruto's thoughts, yeah, it's a backup ultimate. Can't be used too often. Rias picks up, looking worried. Take care of yourself. If you have to fight at a meeting or something, don't lay out all your cards at once. He nods in agreement, a wave of fatigue rolls through his body. Returning home, Naruto feels that the harem, Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, are showing extra care. Someone cooked dinner, someone offered a shoulder massage to relieve the tension from the shadow throne. Akeno, smiling slyly, I know how to give a relaxing massage. Naruto-kun, let me? Akeno's thoughts, alone with him, heh. Naruto with blushing cheeks. Yeah, but maybe not now, everyone is watching. Rias laughs. You can go to the massage parlor. Don't worry, we'll take turns. Rias's thoughts, it's funny to see him blush at our frankness. Asia smiles vaguely, Irina and Zenobia snort. Koneko only mutters, I want a massage too. The atmosphere is filled with light jokes and hints of more, close, communication. Naruto understands that he has seriously entered the harem life. Naruto's thoughts. Apparently, the calmness allows us to open up about our relationships for now. The next day, Michael, through Irina, sends an invitation. In 3 days, the Interplanetary Gods Conference will be held, dedicated to new threats, including those from the EXE dimension. We request Rias's team, especially Uzumaki Naruto, to attend. Rias reads it out loud, everyone exclaims in surprise. Kiba and Koneko do not understand what EXE is. Akeno recalls that in the extra existence canon, it is a parallel, super-hostile reality. Akeno's thoughts, so, big politics. Seraph, Azazel, Michael, maybe even the Norse gods. Irina explains. According to the church, someone from EXE made breakthroughs into our world in the past. Perhaps now he is raising his head again. They say that the creatures there are terribly strong. Naruto, frowning. But we just finished one war. Do we really have to get into another mess? Rias throws up her hands. There is no official war, it is just a conference. But they want to see you as a new force. After all, the 4th level of the Shadow Monarch is a unique phenomenon. Rias's thoughts, perhaps we will be drawn even deeper into worldly politics. The team decides, they will go together, listen to what they say. After all, Ophis can also be mentioned, and Valley will most likely be there. Before leaving for the meeting, in a few days, a funny situation occurs in the mansion. Asia, Irina, Zenobia and Koneko simultaneously call Naruto to practice, each with their own reasons. Asia, I want to practice healing techniques on the move, I need a partner. Irina, I wanted Naruto-kun to help with throws, he promised to show a couple of techniques. Zenobia, and I want to check out joint sword combinations. Koneko, and I wanted him to help me carry sports equipment. A kind of comical chaos results. Rias and Akeno, sitting next to each other, laugh. Rias's thoughts. Here it is, a harem in practice. Naruto blushes, not knowing how to choose. He suggests. Maybe we have a joint sparring, and I will take turns spending time. Everyone agrees, even if they mumble. The conflict is settled, the harem maintains balance. Rias smiles to herself, feeling that the idea of sharing Naruto worked. The day comes when Naruto and the team, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia, are teleported to the neutral zone, set up for the conference. There, a huge hall is erected in the magical dimension, where various representatives have gathered, Azazel, fallen angels, Michael, angels, Seraph Leviathan and other Mao, devils, Odin or Ryasidi, if Norse/yokai are involved, possibly Valley, etc. Naruto's thoughts. Wow! Even more big shots than at the Unification Festival. Rias goes to Seraph, talking about formal matters. Akeno and Irina quietly talk to Michael, asking about the current situation. Kiba and Koneko are watching to make sure there are no sudden provocations. At some point, Azazel calls out to Naruto. Hey, kid! Come here, there are interesting people who want to talk to you. Azazel leads Naruto to an unknown person, or entity, let's call him Ragnvald, Xe's messenger, who has a futuristic artifact. He looks at Naruto appraisingly. So, you are the Shadow King? Rumors are that you have collected dragon power and have some kind of system from the outside. Ragnvald's thoughts, I wonder if we can lure him over to Xy's side? He smirks coldly. Tell me, will you be ready to protect this world if even more dangerous creatures come from our dimension? Naruto answers firmly. I am always ready to protect if someone threatens my friends and loved ones. Ragnvald grunts in satisfaction. Ragnvald's thoughts, maybe he really is an ally against Xy's monsters. Good. Let's remember your words. I hope that when the time comes, we will be able to count on your strength. Naruto tenses up slightly. Naruto's thoughts, I hope I won't have to fight EXE anytime soon. In the corridor, Naruto bumps into Valley, who is leaning against a column with his arms crossed. Your progress is impressive, the white-haired youth says. I saw your shadow throne. I wonder how it compares to my divine dividing. Vala's thoughts, I really want to check who is stronger, the white dragon or the Shadow King? Naruto sighs. Valley, I don't want a meaningless fight. But if you really need it, maybe we can spar sometime? Valley grins. Sparring? Seriously? Okay, let's set a time. If you are truly worthy of my interest. Naruto tenses up internally, but nods. Naruto's thoughts, Valley is not an enemy, but he is not an ally either. Okay, I'll agree, as long as it doesn't distract from peace. At the end of the meeting, where Azazel, Michael, Seraphil and EXE/Scandinavian representatives speak, they publicly state that the world of DXD is not currently threatened by an immediate global conflict, but in the long term EXE may unfold, and then all factions should unite. Naruto, as the Shadow King and the tournament champion, formally receives the recognition of the Devil Council, the right to participate in the highest meetings. Rias's thoughts, my servant is now respected. Pride overflows. Naruto's thoughts, too solemn. Oh well, as long as it helps protect my friends. The conference ends, opening the ground for future global plots. The team returns to the mansion. They feel calmer, there is no major conflict yet, only prospects. In the evening, everyone gathers again for dinner, shares impressions of the meeting, laughs at the primness of some gods. Kiba jokes, remembering how one Valkyrie looked back at the Shadow King with curiosity. Akeno teases Naruto, oh, soon you will become so famous that all the girls in the world will want to join your harem. Naruto shyly waves his hand. Rias considers new possibilities. Asia and Koneko laugh in a low voice, we have already taken all the slots here. Naruto's thoughts, everyone is so cheerful. I'm glad that we live without war now. Later that night, Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, each in her own way, try to pick up Naruto for a conversation. A small comical episode occurs, each wants to be with him. In the end, they decide to have a mini-party in the living room, where everyone sits on soft sofas, hugging or touching each other. Without overt eroticism, but strongly hints at intimacy. Rias, smiling, this is our first harem evening meeting. Akeno, covering her lips, so cute. He, surrounded by us, is like a king, albeit the Shadow King. Asia, blushing, can I pet you? Irina jokes, careful, don't strangle him, girls. Zenovia, the main thing is, don't break the furniture. Koneko, meow. Naruto sits in the center, giving everyone attention, hugs, warm words, embarrassed, but happy. Naruto's thoughts. It seems that I am the happiest target of love. I will try to justify the trust. The next morning, Naruto wakes up in his room, feeling a pleasant ache. After all, the girls have woken him up at night for hugs more than once. He opens the system and suddenly a quest appears. System. New side quest, visit and explore the World of Shadow Dragons, an additional dimension. Reward, leveling up 4th level abilities, revealing new skills. Interested? Yes/no. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Naruto's thoughts. World of Shadow Dragons? What the? Another mysterious place? He understands, perhaps this is level 4 development, but he does not dare to click yes yet. Too many worries. However, he remembers that the system opens new paths. He tells Rias and the others about it. They are surprised, but decide not to rush. That same day, Sona Shirtorai comes with a bouquet, congratulating Naruto as the honorable new champion and the king of shadows. They arrange a small celebration inside the occult research club. At Kuo High classmates, acquaintances, Sona and her servants. Everyone drinks juice, eats cake, remembering the old years when Naruto first came to this world. Sun's thoughts, it's incredible how quickly he achieved his status, starting from an unknown outsider. Naruto, embarrassed by the public praise. Thank you, but I just wanted to protect the city and my friends. Rias looks at him with warm eyes. Rias's thoughts, he's so modest after all, I love it. Everyone applauds, Koneko purrs from her piece of cake, Kiba laughs, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. After all the festivities and warm gatherings at school, the realization sets in, Naruto the hero has finally found a peaceful life, at least for now. The Chaos Brigade has been defeated, the tournament is over, and he has achieved level 4. Irina and Zenobia mention that they may soon return to the church for a short while to share news. Asia is volunteering at the treatment center. Koneko wants to spend more time doing housework and baking. Kiba is improving as a knight, maybe opening a fencing school. Akeno jokes that she needs to maintain order and make sure Naruto doesn't fall into the abyss with his power. Rias concludes. We're living a normal life for now. But Naruto, does your system point to the Shadow Dragon world? When you decide to go there, call me. I want to be with you. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, I don't want to go alone. And maybe this will be a new adventure for everyone. He nods, the joy of unity burning in his soul. It's evening. Naruto is back on the balcony. The moonlight glides across his face. He thinks about the past, about how he started out with no status or level, about the battles when he almost died, about the tournament, about Ophis, who gave him a piece of infinity. And, of course, about the girls who have now become his lovers. Naruto's thoughts. Everything has changed so quickly. I am the Shadow King, living with wonderful people. We have a harem. But also new horizons, the Shadow Dragon world, maybe EXE, other dimensions. I'm ready to protect them all. A quiet rustle is heard from behind, Rias comes out, hugs them from behind, pressing close. Her voice is gentle. Looking into the distance again, huh? My hero. Naruto covers her hands with his. I was just thinking about the future. And, you know, there is no fear. As long as we are together, I am ready for anything. Rias's thoughts. He has grown so much. And I am happy to be here. She kisses his neck, he turns around, responds with a short kiss on the lips. Below, you can see how Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, and the others, are also wandering around the garden, stealing glances at them, smiling, understanding, this is only the beginning of a shared life. Naruto hugs Rias tighter, his gaze sweeping the starry sky. The system is silent, giving only a quiet confidence in the heart, the limit of the 4th level has been reached, the 5th or more is ahead. But that's another story. Chapter 14. The Shadow King, New Challenges and Family Happiness, Start to a Great Journey. A week has passed since the last faction, conference, and the calming down of the Chaos Brigade. During this time, Naruto, Uzumaki, has already fully mastered the role of the Shadow King, level 4. His life and spirit levels have been restored, and he feels physically better than ever. The atmosphere in the Gremory mansion is relaxed, almost like a family idyll. Setting, early in the morning, in the quiet courtyard of the mansion. A fresh breeze blew, the sky was covered with light clouds. Naruto sits on the grass in the lotus position, shadows gently gliding around him. Looking closely, one can see the Shadow Knights, translucent warriors in black armor, whom he summons for training. Naruto's thoughts. Let's practice summoning control. I wonder if I can now summon different types of knights, not just ordinary soldiers. He looks at the system interface in front of him. System. Shadow King, LV4. Available. Summon Knights, D rank. Shadow Exchange, F. Shadow Throne, R. Shadow Armor, E. Experience to next level? Naruto's thoughts. There are no indications of level 5 yet. Oh well. The main thing is that everything is stable here. Footsteps are heard from behind. Koneko appears with a glass of milk, clutching a small bag to her chest. Good morning, Naruto. I thought you were hungry. She places the glass next to her, slightly curling her ears. Kaneko's thoughts. He always needs energy for such training. It's good that I don't sleep as long as others. Naruto smiles gratefully. Thank you, Koneko. How are you doing? She lowers her gaze. Fine. I kept an eye out last night to see if there were any dark forces, but it seems calm. Naruto's thoughts. She's so caring, even though she hides it. He drinks the milk, treats himself to the sweet bun she brought. A warm silence reigns between them, while Kaneko's tail twitches, or she doesn't have a tail, but she has ears. In the end, Naruto, full of energy, continues to summon Shadow Knights, and Koneko watches, occasionally adjusting his stance. It all looks like a small family moment. Later, the whole team gathers in the dining room: Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, plus Kiba, who has just returned from somewhere. On the table are warm bread, fruit salads, tea, and coffee. Naruto sits down, having washed up after training. Akeno, with a sly smile, hands him coffee, and Irina simultaneously reaches out to hand him sugar. Their hands cross, and both shudder, laughing briefly. Akeno's thoughts: it's funny how everything is accepted naturally, that we share the care of him. Irina's thoughts: we need to be friendly, without jealousy. We have a common husband, right? Rias, noticing this, smiles, takes the toast, and asks. So, plans for today? Who's doing what? Kiba replied that he needed to sort out some things at school, checking club documents. Koneko was going to the store. Zenovia suggested Naruto to practice hand-to-hand combat together, and Irina suggested a joint trip to the church temple. A dilemma was brewing again, Asia whispering that she would also like to go for a walk with Naruto. Rias and Akeno exchanged glances with a smile, realizing that the schedule was being divided again. Rias's thoughts: we'll have to somehow manage our time so that we don't quarrel. Naruto, blushing slightly. We'll train with Zenovia after lunch, and I'll help Irina tonight. Tomorrow I can go for a walk with Asia. And then there's the night when I can be with. He was embarrassed when he saw all the girls giggling. Kiba only looked away to keep from laughing. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, harem life is tough, but I'm happy that we can joke around like this and plan everything out in the open. Around noon, Rias suggests, we need to update our wardrobe. There's a rumor that there's going to be an evening ball soon to celebrate the end of the tournament. Girls, should we go buy some new dresses? Naruto, will you come with us? Naruto. Really? You want me to recommend a style for you? Akeno sighs languidly. Of course, your opinion is important. Or don't you want to see us trying on pretty dresses? Akeno's thoughts, and then we'll see new underwear, heh. Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko are also excited, they want something new. Some want something more modest, some more daring. Kiba waves them off, saying he'll go on patrol. Rias clarifies, it'll be fun, don't be afraid, we won't make you carry hundreds of bags, we have magical storage facilities. Naruto smiles reservedly, although he's embarrassed inside. But he agrees. Naruto's thoughts. Well, another harem quest, shopping. Let's move to the city's shopping center. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko and Naruto go from one store to another. The girls try on dresses of different styles, from elegant evening dresses to playful cocktail dresses. Naruto sits in the lounge area, looking around, while one after another they come out, asking, well, how are they? Rias looks stunning in a deep red dress with a plunging neckline. Rias's thoughts, I love red, it matches my hair and family color. Naruto blushes and praises. Akeno chooses a black, form-fitting dress with a slit on the leg and a low neckline. Akeno's thoughts, let me tickle his fancy. Naruto is slightly speechless and says, very beautiful. Akeno is pleased. Asia prefers a soft blue dress, more modest but cute. Asia's thoughts, Naruto-san, I hope you find me cute. Naruto notes, it suits you like an angel. Irina tries on a white, slightly revealing one, thinking, isn't white too angelic? Irina's thoughts, but since I am from the church, white is my color. Naruto approves, very beautiful, just like a holy bride. She laughs. Zenobia goes for something blue/purple, more practical but with a sleek design. Zenovia's thoughts, I don't want it to be over the top, but still feminine. Naruto says, it flatters your figure perfectly, Zenobia. Koneko crosses her arms and grumbles that she is not comfortable in dresses, but they still choose a cute short white dress with lace for her. Kaneko's thoughts, well, okay, as long as Naruto likes it. He leaves, embarrassed. Naruto is delighted, says, very cute. It suits you. She snorts, blushing. So the shopping goes on in light, humorous accents. Naruto tries to honestly praise each one, avoiding any unintentional offense. The girls see how sincerely charmed he is with them, which strengthens their harem spirit. Naruto's thoughts. I hope my pocket won't be empty. Although Rias is rich, probably all the purchases are at her expense. Upon returning in the evening, everyone is tired, but happy. The girls disperse to their rooms, admiring their new clothes. Naruto, in his room, decided to check the system, to find out if there are any new quests or signals about threats. The system shows Level 4, Shadow King, is active. Progress to Level 5, hidden. Potential mission, explore the world of shadow dragons, acquire the crown of absolute darkness, special quest. Side quests. Naruto scratches his head. Naruto's thoughts. I read that I can go to the Shadow Dragon world for further leveling up. But we just calmed down, I don't want to drag everyone into new battles. Maybe I'll wait until there is no direct threat. The atmosphere is even more relaxed at dinner. Kiba jokes that they will soon be holding dress shows. Akeno laughs, saying that the girls are planning on having a photo shoot, and Naruto will be the photographer. Everyone laughs loudly. Rias, by the way, Naruto, I would like you to help me with checking the club documents at school tomorrow. We have 2 new members, newcomers to the school. We need to register them. Naruto nods in agreement, okay, I'll be happy to help. Naruto's thoughts, finally, a routine, peaceful life. Asia mentions that a strange patient recently showed up at the clinic, where she volunteers, muttering something about a dragon soul. But everyone thought it was nonsense. No signs of threats. Asia's thoughts, maybe the person is just influenced by rumors. Koneko dozed on a chair, tired from her hikes. Irina and Zenobia were having an active conversation about some new kind of sword. Naruto was sitting in the center, feeling the harmony and warmth he had been waiting for. Late at night, Naruto was in his room, immersed in a light doze. Suddenly, the system started an alarming beep, signal from the Shadow Dragon world detected. Balance disturbance? Proceed. Naruto's thoughts, waking up. What else? What disturbance? Status opens. Signal, dark dragons from a parallel space are requesting the king for help. Or is someone awakening the powers of the upside down? He clutches his head, seriously. But a time portal is depicted that can open for Naruto to visit this world. Naruto's thoughts, maybe this is a trap. But if the world of shadow dragons is really suffering, I, as the Shadow King, can help them. Not knowing what to do, he decides to wake Rias, or at least ask someone. Naruto knocks on Rias's door. She, half asleep, lets him in. They sit on her bed, talking quietly so as not to make a noise. Naruto explains that the system has detected a call from the Shadow Dragon world. Some balance has been disrupted. Like, the fourth level of king implies a role there, to protect or lead the shadow. Rias, rubbing her eyes, that sounds strange. But if this is part of your power, maybe you need to respond? Rias's thoughts. I'm afraid this might be a trap. Naruto, maybe we should talk to the others tomorrow, decide if it's worth going? I don't want to rush into a new dimension without preparation. Rias nods. Of course. Don't go alone, we'll decide together. But, if this is really your duty as the Shadow King, you might have to. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, I'll wait until the morning. He calms down and stays with her. Rias offers to lie down next to him, just to calm him down. They fall asleep in each other's arms, showing their new trust. The next morning, Naruto tells everyone about the summoning from the Shadow World. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Asia, Irina, Zenobia are gathered in the living room. Kiba frowns, so there is a parallel dimension of shadow dragons that reacts to your position as a king? And there are problems there? Akeno, if so, it is part of the legacy of your system. Perhaps they need help. Irina, but that sounds dangerous. What if the creatures there are hostile? Naruto shrugs. The system says that the balance is broken and they need the king's hand. I can ignore it, but then there might be consequences for my power. Naruto's thoughts, maybe I'll lose some of my power or experience instability. Rias, then we should probably go. But is it crazy to drag the entire team to an unknown world? Koneko in a low voice. I won't let you go alone. Kaneko's thoughts, I want to protect him like he protects us. Akeno and Asia also say that they will accompany. Zenobia and Irina remember that they have business at the church, but they can postpone it if necessary. Kiba is worried, but ready. Rias raises her hand. Then let's decide this, if the Shadow Dragon world is safe to move to, we will all go together. But first, let's at least try to find out what kind of world it is. Who should we ask? Rias's thoughts, maybe Sona or Azazel has information. Everyone agrees to find out the information before jumping into the portal. Rias and Naruto, with a couple of friends, go to Kuo High School, where Sona Shirtorai, friend and rival, may have magical archives. Sona greets them in the council in a presidential manner. Sona adjusts her glasses. Shadow Dragon World? I don't remember. Sona's thoughts, this is the first time I've heard of something like this. But maybe there are references in the Sidori libraries. Tsubaki, Sona's queen, hands over an old scroll that mentioned some shadow dragon spirits in other dimensions. But there's little information, only guesses that only the Dark Lord can get there. Sona, thinking. It seems to be closely related to your system. Regular devil archives won't tell you much. Maybe Azazel will have something? Or Michael, they investigated the shadow gaps in the past. Naruto sighs. Got it, thank you. If you find anything, let me know. Naruto's thoughts, so I'll have to ask the angels or the fallen. Naruto, with Rias and Akeno, then teleport to the Gregory, fallen angel, headquarters, where Azazel often goes. They are greeted by a friendly commander. Upon learning about the Shadow Dragon world, he makes a smirking face. Azazel, I read something like that in ancient manuscripts, but I didn't think it was real. They say that there are secondary dragon entities connected to the underside of the underground layer of magic. Azazel's thoughts, this guy, is getting further and further into the epicenter of legends. I'll help you as much as I can, but I don't have a clear path. Try using the system, it might open a portal itself if the condition is met. I can only back you up, just in case. Rias asks. So you don't mind if we go exploring? Azazel shrugs. Why resist? Just be careful, otherwise, if trouble occurs, we'll have to pull you out. By the way, Valley is interested, he might follow if he hears that dragons live there. Rias's thoughts, Valley again. Sticking his nose into everything. Well, better this way than being an enemy. Naruto thanks, okay, we'll be in touch. I hope nothing critical happens. Having gathered, if possible, the entire team, Naruto announces in the mansion. Since we haven't found anything super dangerous, and the system is calling, let's take a risk. If the Shadow Dragon world is in trouble, I, as the Shadow King, will help them. And you? He becomes embarrassed, wouldn't mind coming with me? Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia, Asia, if you want, all confirm, yes, we will go. Rias's thoughts, I don't want to let him go into dangerous worlds alone anymore. Naruto calls system, selects summon from the world of shadow dragons, accept. The window writes. Create a portal. Specify who is with you. It includes everyone who wished. The system warns, the transition is unstable, it is recommended to prepare protective amulets. Asia gives everyone a protective talisman, Akeno puts up a group barrier. Thus, in the main hall of the mansion, they stand in a circle, Naruto activates the shadow portal, large. Dense darkness spills out, forming a gate with a black arch heart's beat. Kaneko's thoughts, first time in such an adventure. But it's good that we are together. Irina's thoughts, Lord, protect us. Zenovia's thoughts, will it be similar to the biblical hell caves? Rias's thoughts, Naruto, I hope you don't get lost in this dimension. Let's go. Naruto commands. They boldly stepped into the portal and disappeared into the abyss. The hall was plunged into silence. The transition lasted for a few seconds, the feeling of falling into icy water. The team fell onto the gray stone ground. Around them is a gloomy landscape, a dark sky without stars, rocky plains with jagged cliffs, a light purple haze everywhere. The wind howls, bringing the sound of distant groans. Naruto's thoughts. Here it is, the atmosphere is really saturated with shadows. I feel a resonance with the system. His system shows, location, World of Shadow Dragons. Status, imbalance/threat, Dragon Wars, 70% of the territory is devastated. Rias's thoughts, it's so creepy here. Koneko feels the air. It's cool, and there's almost no smell of life. The darkness is strange. Akeno summons a light flashlight of lightning, sees stone blocks, perhaps the ruins of some buildings. Kiba notices a path leading to the tower. Advancing, the party meets a creature resembling a dragon man in black armor, with horns on his head and glowing purple eyes. He raises his hand. "Who are you?" "Oh, King of Shadows, we felt you coming." Dragon's thoughts, finally, a legendary king who can save our world from being torn apart. Naruto stops, taking a neutral pose. "Yes, the system brought me." "What's going on?" The dragon, let's call him Krieg, tells that for many centuries this world has been torn apart by dark dragons of several clans, fighting for the right to possess the Shadow Throne. But, according to the prophecy, only the King of Shadows from the outside will be able to unite them or stop them. Now, individual clans have started the final war, plunging the world to the brink of destruction. Krieg's thoughts, I hope he doesn't refuse. Naruto clenches his fists. I didn't know that the Shadow Throne had its own history. But since I am now formally the king, what do you expect from me? Krieg, kneeling. Please help us stop the slaughter. If you sit on the real Shadow Throne in Umbra Castle, your power will become absolute. But some clans do not want to obey. Naruto's thoughts. Yeah, I got involved in a new war. But I can't abandon them. Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenovia, Asia exchange glances. Rias's thoughts, since the help seekers themselves are asking. We can't leave. Irina's thoughts, we were promised that we would just check. But okay. Everyone agrees to accompany Naruto to Umbra Castle, where the true throne is located. Maybe they can resolve the conflict there. Krieg leads them through the lands, warning them of possible attacks from hostile clans. Kaneko's thoughts, we've entered a new battlefield. But I'm with him, nothing scary. Asia swallows, shaking, but trusts in her friends. Traveling through the formidable plains, the party walks for several hours, encountering wild shadow beasts, demon wolves, which they defeat without much trouble. Kiba and Zenovia are on the front lines, Naruto and Akeno provide cover, Asia treats minor wounds. Soon, Krieg remarks, careful, I detect the Morak clan. And indeed, several anthropomorphic dragons, you can call them dragogrels, appear, armed with dark spears. A short skirmish ensues, the Gremory team again effectively defends itself. Naruto tries, night summoning, D-rank summons 5 dark knights, who easily push back the enemies. Rias finishes by firing a volley of destruction. The enemies retreat, shouting that the new king has arrived. Naruto's thoughts. So the warring clans already know everything, they will interfere. In the evening they stop for a rest under a high cliff. They light a small magical fire, Asia/Akeno create a barrier from the poisonous wind. Krieg explains the details. In the world of shadow dragons, there are dozens of clans, the main 5 are in constant feud. No one wants to submit to the other. But according to legend, if the king from outside takes the Shadow Throne, all clans are forced to recognize his rule. And then peace will come. However, the Morak clan and the Zalgar clan are especially aggressive, they can attack en masse. Rias listens, frowning. Rias's thoughts, where have we ended up? We just wanted to help Naruto, and now they are offering us to become the rulers of the entire world? Irina whispers to Naruto. It seems that this is more serious than we thought. Are you ready for the role of monarch? Naruto laughs nervously. I can't even imagine what it means to rule. But if it takes something to stop the bloodshed, I'll try to do something. On the second day of the journey, the team reaches a plateau where Umbra Castle should be located, a large black fortress on a hill surrounded by fog. But at that moment, -20 to 30 Dracoid warriors, probably from the Morak clan and the Zalgar clan, attack from 2 flanks. Krieg squeals. So many of them. Are these a combined force? They want to kill the king before he takes the throne. A fierce battle begins. Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia hold one side, Rias and Akeno, the other, Asia in the middle, ready to heal. Naruto calls on the Shadow Throne. This is a very strong ability, but the energy consumption is enormous. Is this considered justified? Rias shouts, Naruto, we need to roll them quickly, there are too many of them. Naruto understands that the Shadow Throne can force all shadow creatures to obey. Because they are shadow dragons. But could he use it without taking the Umbra Throne yet? System, it is possible, but unstable. Naruto's thoughts. Okay, I'll try. He activates the Shadow Throne. An image of a black throne appears above him, the aura spreads. Some weak enemies become afraid, they tremble. But the Morok and Zalgar clans have strong warriors, resisting. However, some of the enemies are paralyzed, after which Kiba and Koneko finish them off. Akeno and Rias defeat the second group. Irina and Zenobia cut down the rest. Asia heals her comrades. Result, after several minutes of terrifying combat, the enemies are defeated or fleeing, the ground is covered in dark blood. Naruto's thoughts. Phew, everyone needs help. I'm so tired. The Shadow Throne goes out, Naruto falls down exhausted. The girls rush to him, supporting him. Asia, here, healing. Rias, more likely, he's losing consciousness. Naruto is momentarily plunged into black, fainting flashes. When Naruto comes to, he sees Krieg and his dragon companions leading the team to the massive gates of Umbra Castle. Towers carved from gloomy obsidian rise above them, belted with bluish flames. Two large black dragons, apparently animal-like, are guarding the approaches, but at the sight of Naruto, and the aura he emits, they fall to their knees, growling in their own language. It seems they recognize him. Kaneko's thoughts. Amazing, he actually inspires submission in these creatures? Krieg is happy. King, the castle is open for you. Inside is the central hall with the Shadow Throne, which holds the power of our world. Naruto takes an uncertain step. Well, let's go. I hope there are no traps there. Rias and the others follow, alert. Inside is a massive throne room, tall columns carved into the shape of dragons, a black marble floor, blue lights dancing on the walls. In the center stands a stone throne, shrouded in mist. The concentrated power of the shadows can be felt. Naruto approaches timidly, the system within him vibrating. System. Power node Umbra Throne is ready to synchronize. Accept/reject? Naruto's thoughts, so, this is probably the final step in recognizing me as a full-fledged ruler? Rias holds his shoulder. We are here. If something goes wrong, we will drag you away. He smiled, nodded gratefully, took the last step and sat on the throne. The mist immediately wove around his feet, as if accepting. The room trembled, the light of the darkness flared. Naruto felt an additional setting of the system turn on in his soul, Shadow King, Lord Umbra. For a moment, he sees a projection of the world, a network of rivers, fortresses, battlefields, dragon clans scattered everywhere. Naruto's thoughts, in ecstasy I see them. I feel them. From the depths of consciousness, the system says, local control, active. Ability to declare decree, peace. Naruto, catching the thought, says out loud, through a trance, all clans, stop feuding. I order, a wave of power rushes through space, like a magical command. Somewhere in the distance, dragon warriors, ready for battle, are engulfed in a shadow resonance, put down their weapons in amazement. The team watches as dark flashes around the throne shine, and Naruto sits with a tense face, but without pain. Gradually everything becomes quiet, the fog recedes, Naruto stands up, swaying, but intact. The entire aura of the throne room relaxes, as if waiting for the coronation. Rias's thoughts, unbelievable. It all happened. Krieg and his comrades fall to their knees, bowing. Long live the Shadow King who united us. Naruto, confused. Thank you. I hope there will be peace now. A couple more hours pass, Krieg and the other representatives come to the throne room, sign a treaty or magical oath of non-aggression with Naruto. Rias and the team advise how to formalize it. Naruto pledges not to interfere in daily life, only to ensure that the feud will end. The clans are encouraged to develop their lands, but recognize Naruto as the supreme king, who can appear again if the peace is broken. Naruto's thoughts. I am like a figure above everyone. Strange, but since it helped. Koneko whispers, now this world hangs on you too. Irina laughs. Well, the king can handle it. With everything settled, Naruto asks the system to create a portal back. A dark archway opens in the throne room, the team bids farewell to Krieg and his people. They bow in gratitude. The Gremory squad leaves, disappearing into the portal. The transition is abrupt, but a moment later everyone is back in the Gremory mansion hall, magical symbols on the floor. Naruto slightly loses his balance, but Rias catches him, laughing. Rias's thoughts, let's go to dinner, we deserve some peace. Kiba, Koneko, Akeno and the others are all talking, wow, it worked after all. Asia offers to treat the wounds, someone got scratched. Irina jokes, is he the king of two worlds now? Everyone laughs. Naruto's thoughts. The king of two worlds. It's funny and scary. But well, since fate decided so, I'll live on, protecting everyone. This is where the journey to the Shadow Dragon world ends with a victory without bloodshed, just a little bit of fighting. Ahead, probably, is a new stage of Naruto's development as a king. Evening of the same day. Naruto is on the balcony of the mansion, Rias is nearby. The other girls are also nearby. The aroma of dinner comes from the kitchen. The stars light up in the sky. Everyone understands, the Shadow Dragon world has found a truce, the Chaos Brigade is no longer a threat, the tournament is won. Naruto's thoughts. That's it. I'm the new king there. Our life is well established here. So, it's time to enjoy the little things. He looks at Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, everyone nearby. In his soul there is a poignant feeling of happiness, warm care. They are already a harem without jealousy, he is ready to pay attention to each one. And each one is ready to share the future with him. You know, he says tenderly, thank you for being with me. Be it battles, traveling to another world, I am not afraid of anything as long as you are with me. Rias smiles touchingly. And we are not afraid, because we have you. Our support, the King of Shadows. Akeno picks up. Yes, and our beloved man. Sly smile. Irina laughs, maybe we should have a picnic tomorrow? Asia claps her hands, oh, that's great, I've wanted to go somewhere together for so long. Zenovia seriously, I'll grab some grilled meat. Koneko briefly, and lots of sweets. Naruto is touched, he sees a spark of adoration in each of their eyes. Kiba, passing by, does not disturb, only with a knowing grin, moves on. Naruto's thoughts. Yes, I am ready for this life. And if something comes, we will meet together. In the sky, the moon is filled with silver, and below are the happy faces of the heroes who have found harmony and strength. So chapter 14 comes to an end, leaving a hint of new challenges, EXE or other worlds, that may arise soon, but for now, peace, love, family happiness and the king's path to further improvement, level 5. Chapter 15. Silence before the new arc, harem moments, everyday missions and a premonition of world dirt. Another couple of weeks have passed since Naruto, Uzumaki, and his team returned from the world of Shadow Dragons, where he established himself as the king and stopped the internecine slaughter. An idol rare for the DxD world reigns around. Rias and her servants are mostly busy with their usual concerns, devil contracts, small errands for the Gremory clan, caring for the Kuo school. Naruto, who has the 4th level of the system, still does not see the beacons to the 5th level. But he is not eager for new battles. He can finally rest a little in the company of his lovers. Early morning. On the 2nd floor of the mansion, the sound of water, Naruto left the room, getting ready to take a shower, but bumps into Irina in the hallway. Irina, rosy-cheeked, in pajamas. "Ah, Naruto-kun, good morning. Are you taking a shower?" Irina's thoughts, this embarrassment again, because we have a common harem, and sometimes someone goes together. He blushes. Yeah. And you?" Irina shrugs, smiling. "Maybe we should go together." Jokingly, "Okay, just kidding. I'll wait." At that moment, Asia appears from around the corner, also with a towel. "Oh, are you taking a shower too?" "I wanted to take a shower after my run." Asia's thoughts, oops, awkward situation. They exchange glances, laughing awkwardly. Suddenly Koneko comes out of the shower, already in a robe, twitching her ears. "You're free. But the water is still hot, be careful." Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, deciding to give in to the girls. "Girls, go first, I'll wait." Irina and Asia, blushing, begin, No, we'll wait." A light comedic argument ensues, until Koneko pushes Naruto towards the door. "It's easier for you to go, so they don't rush. Come on." Everyone laughs, and Naruto, shaking his head, goes in, mentally ironizing. Naruto's thoughts. A harem is not only romance, but also constant cues. Going down for breakfast, Naruto sees Rias and Akeno already leafing through papers. Asia brings tea, Irina and Zenovia talk about training, Koneko chews a bun, Kiba is seen outside the window, apparently returned from a night mission. Rias, leafing through papers, "We have a few things to do today. We need to draw up a few contracts with the villagers, some minor help. Check the status of the occult science club at school, prepare a report," Sona demands. In the evening, there's an invitation to dinner from an influential devil, Lord Artemy. He wants to meet our team after winning the tournament. Akeno adds. "Yes, Lord Artemy is not an enemy, he's just curious. I hope there won't be any conflicts." Naruto remembers. "And I was planning on helping with the contracts. I also promised Zenovia a sparring match." Asia. "If you're going to spar, let me be nearby, you never know, maybe there are injuries." Asia's thoughts, "I want to be useful and closer to him." Everyone nods in agreement, describing who will go where. Irina and Koneko will go to check on a client, there may be ghosts there. Kiba will stay to patrol the school's area. Rias and Akeno will take care of the paperwork. Naruto, Zenovia and Asia, contracts plus training. Later in the city, Naruto, Zenovia and Asia arrive on a visit to an old gentleman who has drawn up a contract with the devils. Essentially, he asked for help with household chores. The old man lives in a small house and meets the guys. Old man, squinting cutely, "Oh, hello, I didn't expect such young people." Old man's thoughts, they seem very friendly. Zenovia, "We heard you needed help with the garden and..." The old man is embarrassed. "Yes, I want to surprise my wife, who I haven't seen for a long time. I wanted to decorate the garden with lanterns, but I can't do it myself." Naruto, smiling. "No problem, we'll help decorate. Asia can put up magical lanterns if needed." Naruto's thoughts. How nice it is to help people in peaceful times, without dragon battles. They work in the garden for several hours, hanging lanterns, watering flowers, creating a nice atmosphere. Asia uses her healing power to revive the wilting roses. Zenobia uses her physical strength, carrying heavy pots. Naruto has gotten the hang of design, arranging everything aesthetically. The old man is touched. "You are so kind. I didn't expect this from the devils." Old man's thoughts, they are not scary at all. By evening everything is ready. The old man thanks, crumples the letter in his hands. "Thank you, now my wife will come and see. You are great." Asya sends a kind smile. "We are happy to help. Contact us." Asia's thoughts, how nice to see happy faces, without war. Naruto looks at her, warmly thinking. Naruto's thoughts, she's so gentle, she likes it. Having finished the job, the three leave, having received gratitude and small treats. After the mission, on the way home, Zenobia reminds them about sparring. They go into the backyard of the mansion, or training hall, to hack and slash with a sword and practice hand-to-hand combat. Naruto, taking off his jacket, arms himself with a wooden training sword, or his shadow katana. Zenobia takes a wooden version of the durandal. They get into a fighting stance. Zenobia, ready? I won't regret it. I want to test your reflexes after the 4th level. Zenovia's thoughts, let's see how fast he is. Asia stands to the side, ready with a heel. Koneko might watch nearby, boredly munching on a cookie. Or Irina. Rias and Akeno are busy with their own things. The training begins. Zenobia quickly attacks, alternating punches and lunges. Naruto parries, slides, shadow dash. It feels like he has become more agile than before. Sometimes he turns on shadow exchange, switching places with the summoned Shadow Knight, briefly, confusing Zenobia. Zenovia's thoughts, he disappeared and appeared from behind? Several minutes of beautiful fencing. At the end, Naruto suddenly throws himself at the soldier, appears behind Zenobia, presses the sword to her neck. Looks like I won. Zenobia exhales, wiping away sweat. Phew. You're strong. In a real fight, I would have already lost. Zenovia's thoughts, it's nice that he's growing. But I want to catch up too. They smile in a friendly manner. Asia applauds. Such a peaceful scene. Naruto helps Zenobia cool down, throws a towel. She thanks briefly. During dinner, Kiba mentions, I've heard rumors that the hero faction, those who survived the Chaos Brigade, may be moving near the borders again. But it seems like nothing serious. Rias shrugs. Let them. If anything, Azazel will let you know. Rias's thoughts, I hope they won't cause much harm. But we must be on our guard. Naruto with a smile. Well, let them try. We've already become stronger. And me. Naruto's thoughts, even if something comes up, we have strength and friends. A new morning dawns. Naruto wakes up in Rias's room, perhaps he fell asleep after a romantic evening. Rias is next to him, snuggled up to him. He feels her breathing peacefully. Is Akeno on the other end? Or Asia? Depends on what level of shared sleepover the girls already practice. Let's say, only Rias, the author chooses. Naruto's thoughts, it seems like I'm spending more and more nights with her. But the others have complaints too. He quietly disentangles himself so as not to wake her. But Rias whispers. Where to? It's still early. Naruto, blushing. I want to train before breakfast. Thanks for yesterday. She, opening her eyes, smiles. Rias's thoughts, he's so caring. Okay, let him go. Waves his hand sleepily, come back for breakfast. I'll get up later. Naruto leaves, feeling a happy warmth in his chest. Before lunch, Akeno finds Naruto in the hallway. Akeno, Hey, Naruto-kun, do you have a minute? I'd like to have some tea together. Akeno's thoughts, and it's time to chat about relationships. They retire to a small living room, where Akeno brews green tea. They sit opposite each other at a low table. Naruto feels pleasantly excited. Akeno looks very feminine in the daylight, a quiet smile. Akeno hands over the cups. Tell me, how are you in general? I see that you are smiling, but inside, maybe you are worried? Akeno's thoughts, I want to know if he has any inner anxiety after battles or from the harem. Naruto gratefully. No, everything is fine. I'm glad that we are finally living in peace. Yes, the harem situation is difficult, but you support me. Akeno narrows his eyes. And we are glad. By the way. Leans forward, whispers, when are we going to have a personal night meeting, HM? Rias often intercepts you. He is embarrassed, blushing. Naruto's thoughts, well, harem. We need to plan somehow. Sure, sorry, when the time is right, you can call. I don't mind. Akeno laughs contentedly. Great. I'll arrange everything. They drink tea in a friendly flirtatious atmosphere until Naruto clears his throat. Naruto's thoughts, what a blessing that there are no scandals. Akeno then strokes his hand, kisses him briefly on the cheek, go ahead, the girls are waiting for you. He leaves, his heart pounding. Later, Irina and Zenovia, seeing that they have a free evening, ask Naruto to go with them on a short walk, a kind of hiking trip, to the outskirts of the city, where there is a beautiful view. Naruto, although tired, agrees. Okay, since I promised, I'd be happy to. Both girls are inspired. Irina's thoughts, finally, the three of us, without the rest of the harem. The two of them, or rather, the three of them, reach a hillock, sit down on a fallen tree, and watch the sunset. Zenovia opens a flask of tea and pours it out. Irina takes out sandwiches. Naruto thanks her, feeling cozy. Irina, looking at him softly, tell me, Naruto, do you regret ending up in this world? The system, the fights, the harem. Irina's thoughts, I want to know his true feelings. He smiles. At first, it was scary and confusing. But now I'm happy to be here. I have you all. Zenovia approvingly. That's right. And we're glad that you're our friend, and more than a friend. They laugh, and at that moment, something warm can be felt between them. Irina dares to ask. Maybe, you'll hug us? Embarrassed smile. Naruto is slightly taken aback, but smiles, well, of course. He sits down between them, hugging them by the shoulders. Both girls press themselves together, feeling the warmth. The sunset turns crimson, reflected in their eyes. Irina's thoughts, I missed this moment. Zenovia's thoughts, this is it, calm happiness, without battles. Back in the evening, Irina and Zenovia are happy, Naruto is also beaming. The other girls joke, you seem to have recharged yourself with romance? They snort coquettishly. Akeno, oh, I'm jealous. Rias, it's okay, friend. Tomorrow is your turn. Asia and Koneko laugh. Thus, a peaceful atmosphere reigns in the mansion. Kiba sighs to the side, you are the sisters of joy. I'm leaving patrol. Everyone laughs. Naruto's thoughts. How lucky I am that everyone lives in harmony. The next day, Rias receives a call from Michael. He says, new signals from EXE have appeared. It is not dangerous yet, but we are wary. We may soon convene an extended council. Get ready. Rias's thoughts, so there is movement after all. Azazel also contacts, confirming that there is a possible skirmish with the invading EXE creatures somewhere on the border of Asgard or another pantheon. It hasn't been decided yet, but Naruto as a rare power could be the key. Rias, realizing this, gathers her team. It seems we may be invited to a major expedition if EXE is a real threat. Hopefully not soon, but we are facing a new frontier. Naruto, listening. Naruto's thoughts, another global threat. Maybe it's fate. We can't rest forever. He nods. I understand. If you need me, I'll take part, because I can't abandon our world. The harem, girls, support him, although they understand the risk. Everyone decides to continue living for now, but to keep their ears open. Kiba brings news that Valley asked him, is Naruto ready for a friendly match? He wants to test the Shadow Throne against Divine Dividing. Rias is skeptical. Valley is always looking for ways to entertain himself with fights. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto shrugs. I suppose we can spar, if we don't get too carried away. I wonder whose strength is superior, the Shadow King or the White Dragon? Naruto's thoughts, I don't want to start a feud, but if it's a friendly match, we can try. The team agrees that they can, but they should be fearless. Akeno jokes, I'll bet on you, Naruto-kun. Koneko, but Valley is very strong, don't relax. Kiba, if anything happens, we'll cover you. Late in the day, Valley does indeed appear near the mansion, challenging Naruto to a short sparring match, not to the death, but a test. Rias's team, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenobia, Asia, comes out to the backyard. Valley, in his white and silver Divine Dividing armor, squints happily. Valley's thoughts, I see Naruto has really become stronger. He asks Naruto to show him the Shadow Throne. Naruto agrees, but warns. I don't want any destruction. Let's put up barriers. Akeno and Rias deployed a magic dome to keep the blows from going beyond the courtyard. They stand opposite each other. Valley activates White Wings, prepares Divide, the ability to weaken the opponent's power. Naruto summons Shadow Armor, E, plus Summon Knights, D. Has 5 to 6 summoned shadows surrounding him. Signal, Valley instantly rushes in, attacks at breakneck speed. The Shadow Knights try to parry, but Valley easily divides some of their power, breaking several. Naruto counterattacks with Shadow Dash, throws a Shadow Ball. Valley dodges, releasing a white beam. Naruto is transported by Shadow Exchange, with one knight, appears behind Valley, strikes, but Valley reflexively puts up a shield. Sparks. Valley's thoughts, good. I feel like it's faster than before. But still not up to my level. Naruto tries to turn on the Shadow Throne, feeling an incredible expenditure of strength. Valley, seeing this, laughs. Save it for later. If you go beyond the limit, you'll blow up your yard. Naruto stops, realizing that this is just a friendly match. A couple more exchanges of blows until Valley divide part of Naruto's shadow armor, weakening his defense, and hits him in the side. Naruto flies away, falls, but manages to summon Supreme Knight, who intercepts the finishing blow. Valley stops, lowers his wings. Enough. I see that you've grown, but you're not my equal yet. However, I'm afraid that if you take a couple more steps of development, you can catch up. Valley's thoughts, I'm fascinated by his potential. Maybe he'll be worthy soon. Naruto stands up, breathing heavily. Phew, well, thanks. That was a good workout. Naruto's thoughts, Valley is clearly stronger in a duel, but I have my team's support. The team claps, Asia runs to treat Naruto, Kiba smiles. Well done. And without destruction. Valley takes off his armor, grins. Next time, you can get even closer. For now, he looks at Naruto with a sparkle in his eyes, I'm glad I'm not disappointed. And, waving his hand, he goes into the teleport, kuroka, maybe, was nearby. Rias removes the barrier with a sigh of relief. Rias's thoughts. Well, at least without crippling wounds. That's already good. At night in the mansion, Rias and Akeno, or someone else, decide to thank Naruto for his courage in the sparring, perhaps by giving him an aroma bath. A comical romantic scene. Naruto is embarrassed, and the girls, 2 to 3, around, heating up the water, throwing fragrant salts, laugh at how red he turns. Naruto's thoughts, God, this is a real test. They don't go into overt erotica, but there's enough shyness and tenderness that hints at their trust in each other. Naruto is at a loss, and Rias smiles and asks, "Relax, my king." Rias's thoughts, I want to give him peace. And Akeno too. Thus, the end of the day is colored in a harem comedy tone. The next day, Rias receives a magical dispatch from Michael/Seraphil. There is information that representatives of EXE want to meet with the Shadow King in person, perhaps for cooperation or a test of strength. We are still checking. Rias's thoughts, so a new arc is calling us. After discussing it as a team, they come to the conclusion, if EXE appears, perhaps another important meeting will take place. Naruto, taking into account his previous experience, agrees to prepare, but without panic. Kiba, they are probably curious. I hope they are not aggressive. Akeno, if anything, we are ready to repel an attack. Or conduct negotiations. Naruto, okay, we will keep in touch with Seraphil and Michael. Rias, will you decide on diplomacy? In the afternoon, Naruto and Rias stroll through the garden, admiring the flowers that Asia and Irina planted. Koneko waters, Kiba helps with the garden, Akeno supervises, Zenovia takes care of the sports field. The team has moved on to rural chores, enjoying the peace. Naruto's thoughts, this looks so much like a perfect family. Rias, clinging to him, sighs. For the first time, we have so much peace. But I feel that this peace will not last forever. Naruto kisses her temple. It's okay. We are ready for any battle, right? And now we have the Shadow Dragon world, where I can call on reinforcements if necessary. Rias's thoughts. Yeah, he really has become strong. I love his determination. They stop at the flower garden, where Asia smiles, look, the flowers have bloomed. Irina and Zenovia smile back, Koneko purrs, Kiba jokes. Such a harem bouquet is turning out. Everyone laughs, and Naruto feels the warmth of the environment, in which a harem is something natural. In the evening, Rias decides to arrange a feast in the small hall of the mansion. The table is set with dishes, wine, for adults, juices for the rest. The team is all together, including Kiba, who doesn't usually drink, but here's a toast, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, Akeno, and Naruto and Rias as hosts. Maybe Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki came as guests if you want to expand the circle. Rias makes a toast, to our peace, to winning the tournament, to Naruto's new status as the Shadow King, and to the bright future that awaits us. Kanpai. Rias's thoughts, since everything is getting better, why not celebrate? Everyone raises their glasses, knocks them together, and lets out a loud, hooray. A feeling of friendship and family. Naruto is a little embarrassed, but happy to have so many close friends. Akeno manages to lightly touch his knee under the table, winking. Asia smiles widely. Irina and Zenovia exchange glances, nodding cheerfully. Koneko eats the snacks. Kiba jokes that this house is already an abode of fun. Late in the evening, when the guests have left, Naruto and Rias are sitting on the couch in one of the living rooms, the dim light of the lamp, the silence of the mansion. In the distance, Akeno and Irina's laughter can be heard, they must have gone to rest. Rias snuggles into Naruto's shoulder. Rias, with a warm smile, I've been wanting to talk for a long time. How do you like living with such a harem family? don't you get tired? Rias's thoughts, maybe it's hard for him to please everyone. Naruto, wrapping his arm around her waist. To be honest, I'm a little tired of the attention, but I'm happy. Because you're all dear in your own way. And there are no quarrels, that's great. Rias, smiling softly. We're glad you're happy. I hope if EXE or someone else comes, we can endure it together. And, she's embarrassed, I want you to know, you're my favorite man. Even though I agree to share you, I'm still the first, right? He laughs, pressing his forehead to hers. Of course, it was with you that I first. Naruto's thoughts, she's the first one to accept me in this world. They kiss, feeling a wave of tenderness. Rias closes her eyes, whispering, "Stay tonight." Naruto nods in agreement, once again surrendering to the romantic moment. The harem doesn't mind, everyone understands that Rias has a special place. In the morning, as usual, Naruto leaves Rias's room with a smile. Bumps into Akeno and Asia in the hallway. Akeno, in a low voice, with a playful intonation, well, you look pleased, huh? Maybe tomorrow is my turn. Akeno's thoughts, we must keep up with Rias. Asia timidly, I would also like some time, Naruto-san, alone. Naruto, naturally, blushes, promises that he will spend the next few days with each of them. The girls smile, pleased, seeing his consent. Irina, Zenobia and Koneko are also nearby, looking with interest, some joke. Naruto's thoughts. Planning sleepovers is what is difficult in a harem. Everyone laughs, without offense. The harem is blooming. On the same day, Kiba reports that a joint letter has arrived from Michael and Azazel. The Global Pantheon Congress is coming in a month, where the threat of EXE and other issues will be discussed. Rias's team is asked to prepare. Valley, Ophis, and various forces may be invited. Rias reads and chuckles. Rias's thoughts, looks like the next arc is negotiating with the gods and EXE. She tells the entire team. We have a month to prepare. There is no major war going on right now, but anything could come up at this Congress. Naruto, as the Shadow King, you could be a key figure, especially when it comes to dragons. Naruto agrees, we have a month to prepare. Naruto's thoughts, okay, the main thing is not to rush, we have time to think everything over. He is internally prepared for even more global events, although he enjoys the peace. In the evening, Asia and Irina suggest taking a family photo of the entire team, including the harem. Everyone agrees for the sake of memory. Kiba sets up a tripod, or Akeno controls the camera with a magic thing. Composition: Rias, leader; Naruto, Shadow King; Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, Kiba. They hug in one group, someone is laughing, Koneko on Naruto's lap. Rias on the left, Akeno on the right, Asia, Irina, Zenobia around, Kiba behind everyone. Click. The photo is ready. Everyone looks at the screen, laughs, sees happy faces. Naruto's thoughts. This is what I call a real family. Chapter 16. Echoes of calm, a premonition of the Congress and new sparks in the harem. A few more days have passed since the mini-duel of Naruto, Shadow King, and Valley. The entire Gremory team is enjoying a relatively peaceful period, only occasionally dealing with routine demonic contracts. Rias is spinning between the Gremory bureaucracy in her studies, Kiba is patrolling the school, Akeno is helping with magic reports, Asia continues to treat minor wounds and work as a volunteer, Irina and Zenobia are keeping an eye on the city's unusual affairs, Koneko prefers quiet days, watching anime while munching on sweets. Naruto is the Shadow King, who has decided not to delve further into the world of shadow dragons for now, because everything there is stable after the recent events. The sun has just touched the marble floors. In the living room of the mansion, the entire team is sitting around a table set with cups of tea and plates with morning snacks. Rias, yawning slightly, flips through the list of requests from the townspeople who need help from devils. Rias, looking at the paper. There are a couple of interesting requests today. A certain student wants to attract good luck in love, basic magic consultation. At one cafe, the owner complains about strange shadows, frightening customers, possibly ghosts. An animal lover asks for help in training. He suspects that his puppy has demonic roots. She voices, looking at the team. Akeno with a smile, apparently, everything is quite small. Can we split up? Kiba, I can handle the cafe and the shadows, I have experience in catching ghostly entities. Irina, puppy training? Sounds fun, I can go with Zenobia. Let's use our angelic combat approach, although it's strange. Zenobia shrugged, if there's no serious threat, we'll handle it. Naruto listens, hiding a smirk. Naruto's thoughts, after the large-scale battles for the fate of the world, such small tasks even seem fun. Rias turns to him and Asia. You two could go to that student's love consultation. Asia is a soft talker, Naruto, you can give her advice as a guy, maybe it will help her. Asia, blushing, me? But I'm clumsy in love myself, although in a harem. Asia's thoughts, well, I'll try. Naruto smiles. Why not? Maybe we can give you some advice. Rias is satisfied, then it's decided. Let's go on our missions and be back by evening. At the university next to Kuo High, there is a student who called for help through devil channels. Asia and Naruto come to her, and she is surprised. The girl, let's call her Mio. Oh. I didn't expect such cute helpers. Mio's thoughts, wow, the guy is good, and the girl is cute. They sit down in her modest dorm room and ask her what's wrong. Mio confesses, I like this guy at school, but I'm too shy to approach him. I want to use devil magic to attract his attention. Asia, blushing slightly, well, sincerity is better in love than magical coercion. Maybe you should try talking. Or maybe we can boost your confidence a little. Asia's thoughts, isn't it bad to force a person? Naruto agrees. Yes, there is no need to use zombification or anything harsh. We can give you a lucky charm that will support you at the right moment, but the rest is your heart. Naruto's thoughts, the harem taught me, the main thing is openness of feelings. Mio hesitates, asking if it will definitely work. Asia assures that a confident smile and a sincere approach are best, and a small talisman against devils will only add a drop of luck. Mio brightens, thank you. You are not forcing me to go against the guy's will, on the contrary. You help me to be braver. I agree. Naruto, having given the talisman, it can imitate some weak rune of charm enhancement, wishes success. Mio blushes and thanks, promising to call if something goes wrong. Asia's thoughts, it's so great to help people in love. I hope she succeeds. After the mission, Asia and Naruto walk home, carrying small purchases. The day is clear, the wind is light. Asia suddenly freezes, looking at the sky, and quietly says, Asia, Naruto-san, when I was helping that girl, I thought that I myself was once afraid to confess my feelings. Asia's thoughts, after all, I went from a modest girl to a member of the harem. Naruto stops. And, now you don't regret opening up to us all? Asia, slightly blushing, not a bit. I'm very happy that we have a peaceful harem. Even though I get jealous sometimes, I try to live in harmony. Naruto's thoughts, what a relief. He puts the bag on the bench, gently takes her hand. I'm also happy that you're here. You're a bright person, Asia. She smiles, a little teary-eyed. Asia's thoughts, how kind he is. They hug gently. Passers-by may look with curiosity, but they don't care. They stand like that for a while. Then they continue home, carrying a pleasant warmth in their souls. In the evening, the team gathers again in the living room. Kiba reports, there were no ghosts in the cafe, just broken lamps that cast shadows. But I helped replace them, and at the same time removed a clot of small poltergeist. Irina and Zenobia laugh, training the demon puppy went great. It turned out that he is a half-familiar kind of familiar. We explained to the owner how to communicate with him. Rias is pleased, wonderful. All the tasks are completed, and there are no complaints. They say that Naruto and Asia helped a student in love. Everyone jokes, like, cool, she will soon get married. The whole team has dinner, enjoying a quiet evening. The next day, an official letter arrives from Seraphol Leviathan, one of the Mao, which says, in a week, we will have a pre-meeting at the demonic castle, preparing for the Pantheon Congress. Your team is expected. Subject, coordination of positions on EXE, dragons, and other issues. Rias, after reading Rias's thoughts, this is the first step towards the global gathering. She announces to the entire team. So, in a week we are leaving for the demonic castle for the preliminary meeting. Seraphol will be there, perhaps representatives of other noble clans. Naruto, they are waiting for you too. Naruto. Listening. Well, okay. I hope there will be no boring politics there. Naruto's thoughts, but I'll have to play the role of the Shadow King. Akeno egged on. Shall we prepare appropriate clothing, costumes? Girls, how about those dresses you bought? Irina laughed, by the way, yes, it's time to show them off. Koneko quietly, meow. I don't like balls. But I'll go. Rias and Naruto retired to the small living room, laying out papers. Akeno was also present. They discussed, at the meeting, there will probably be questions about how Naruto plans to use the Shadow Dragon world. After all, it's possible that some of the devils are afraid of the new power. Akeno, we can say that that world is isolated, and Naruto is only maintaining peace there. He's not a threat to anyone. Rias, yes, that's right. But perhaps lords like Artemi will want to share or control. Naruto shakes his head, I won't let them interfere. It's my responsibility. Naruto's thoughts, I'll stand my ground, I won't let politicians use the shadow dragons. They have developed a joint position. Akeno writes down the theses, we do not agree to hand over this world to external control. Any help only through the King of Shadows. Period. Akeno's thoughts, it's better to say it right away. Rias concludes. Good. We'll wait for the meeting, we'll discuss everything there. There are a few things left. But overall, it's ready. At the same time, Irina, Zenobia, Asia, and Koneko discuss how there aren't enough single nights in the mansion anymore, someone always spends the night with Naruto, and joke. Maybe we should make one big room? They laugh, realizing the absurdity. Irina, laughing, are we going to be 6 in one bed? That's too much. Zenobia, but sometimes it's logical, so as not to fight over the right to spend the night. Although it's a bit cramped. Asia, blushing, I'm so embarrassed. Koneko, maybe we should go by schedule? Kaneko's thoughts, I don't want to make a fuss about it. Schedule? They decide, as long as there's a schedule, whoever wants to can negotiate. They don't need a big bedroom yet. They laugh at themselves, imagining comical situations. A couple of days before the pre-meeting at Seraphol, Rias reminds, Lord Artemi is an influential devil, a noble, wanted to meet Team Gremory after their victory in the tournament. Tonight is a dinner party at his mansion. Akeno, slyly, should we dress up in those dresses? Rias, of course. A serious reception. Naruto will wear his formal suit, with the Gremory crest. The girls will wear evening dresses. Everyone is happy, because it's been a long time since they've been to an aristocratic dinner. Only Koneko grumbles, a long dress again. But she agrees. Naruto is slightly worried, I hope it won't be pretentious. Naruto's thoughts, too much of a parade. But okay, that's part of being a devil. It's evening. The team, Rias, Akeno, Naruto, Kiba, Koneko, Asia, Irina, Zenovia, gather at the magic circle. The girls are all wearing stunning dresses. Rias, luxurious red. Akeno, black with a slit. Asia, modest blue. Irina, white with gold motifs. Zenovia, purple. Koneko, short white. Kiba in an elegant suit. Naruto in a formal tailcoat. Everyone looks impressive. They activate the teleporter and appear in the bright hall of Artemis' mansion. The hall of the mansion is furnished in the style of High Devilish Renaissance, marble, statues, portraits on the walls. Accompanied by violins, Lord Artemis greets the guests, a middle-aged man in a black and gold waistcoat, welcoming, but with a hint of aristocratic arrogance. Artemis greets them in a friendly manner. Oh, Miss Rias, your team is magnificent. And this is your famous Shadow King, Naruto Uzumaki? Nice to meet you. Artemis thoughts, it would be interesting to see if he really is that strong. Naruto bows, greeting politely. Nice to meet you. We honor your reception. The Lord leads them to the guest hall. The table is set with treats, wine, snacks. The rest of the guests are some devils of the middle gender. Everyone looks at Naruto and company with interest. Rias's thoughts, I hope there will be no mean questions. During dinner, Lord Artemis asks, how did the Gremory team win the tournament? What is the strength of the Shadow King? Is it true that Naruto owns an entire world of shadow dragons? Rias tactfully answers, we won through teamwork. Naruto received the system from another world. Yes, he maintains peace in one parallel space, but it is isolated, does not threaten anyone. Naruto modestly adds, I do not seek conquests, only protect the inhabitants there. Artemis thoughts, he's quite peaceful. Well, it seems he doesn't threaten the interests of the devils. The guests make noise, raising their glasses to success. Akeno, Irina, Asia and the other girls receive compliments, their beauty and strength are noted with delight. Koneko nods lazily, not liking excessive attention. After dinner, Lord Artemis suggests a small ball. Music plays. Rias invites Naruto to dance, and they go out onto the floor. The surrounding tables part, a light waltz is played. Naruto's thoughts, I'm in the center again, but at least I can dance a little, thanks to Rias and Akeno's previous lessons. Rias leads, whispering. Relax, it's okay. They don't bite. Smiles. Naruto smiles back, dancing, trying not to step on the hem of her dress. Then Akeno intercepts, laughing, your turn with me. And spins him around. Asia timidly asks for one dance. Irina also manages to do it. Zenovia is more reserved, but she also wants a couple of steps. Koneko declares that she doesn't like waltzes, but in the end she also spins around with him 3 times to quiet music. Blushing. Koneko's thoughts, I don't want to be left out. The guests look on with affection, and some whisper, he's lucky to have so many girls. Lord Artemis smiles, pleased that the evening is going well. At the end of the evening, Lord Artemis solemnly declares, I appreciate Team Gremory and your contribution to the world. When the Pantheon Congress convenes, I will support you if questions arise about the Shadow King. Artemis thoughts, it's beneficial to have an alliance with such heroes. Rias thanks him on behalf of everyone, and Naruto, embarrassed, but sincere, shakes his hand. Thus, the dinner ends, and the guests disperse. The team teleports home, a little tired, but happy. Akeno jokes, dancing with everyone, Naruto-kun, aren't you tired? Akeno's thoughts, haha, he was spinning all evening, well done. Naruto blushes, a little, but it was fun. Already back at the mansion, night time. Naruto in his room feels a sharp beep from the system. Shadow imbalance detected on the outskirts of the DXD world. Source, unknown. Threat level, medium. Possible trace of the hero faction or EXE admixture. Recommend checking. Naruto's thoughts, damn it. Is something brewing? He grabs his jacket, goes out into the hallway, knocks on Rias's room. She opens the door slightly, in her nightgown. Rias, what happened? Naruto, the system has detected a violation somewhere on the border of the domain. We need to reconnoiter. Rias immediately gathers the others, although it is already night, everyone is sleepy. But Kiba, Akeno, Irina, Zenovia, Asia, Koneko listen. Kiba, do you want to go right now? Naruto, if the threat is small, we will check quickly. Maybe there are small remnants of terrorists or an EXE spy. Akeno, we are with you. They finally decide, Naruto, Kiba, Akeno, Koneko, Irina, Zenovia move out, Asia is left behind so as not to risk the night. Rias also wants to, but she is very tired from the reception. Or vice versa, Rias also goes, depending on desire. Let's say Rias also goes, not wanting to let Naruto go alone. Soon the squad, 5 to 6 people, teleports to a remote forest area on the border of the Devil's domain. Night, the moon under the clouds, trees of a dark mass. Naruto's system leads to a violation point. Soon they see a small camp, -7 to 8 people in cloaks, familiar symbols of the hero faction. They are discussing something near a truck with boxes, obviously going to sabotage. Hearing footsteps, one shouts, "Who's there?" A short fight ensues. Kiba knocks 2 of them out of their weapons with his sword, Koneko punches one, Akeno throws lightning, Rias, if she's with them, hits with a volley. Naruto summons Shadow Knights, D. The terrorists try to resist, one has a spear of light, the other has a bomb. But Team Gremory destroys them without much trouble. Naruto's thoughts, there's nothing to compare to the battles of the past. At the end, one of the heroes, let's call him Rice, heavily wounded, yells, "You think it's over? We'll find allies from EXE to overthrow both angels and devils." Rias, angrily, the same speech again. You don't learn. He tries to activate the teleport, Kiba tries to stop him, but Rice disappears, as do a couple more. The rest, 2 to 3, are captured. Rias's thoughts, so the hero faction is really looking for a connection with EXE? It's dangerous. Naruto looks over the boxes, sees explosives, magic crystals. Koneko wrinkles her nose, they could have blown up the village. It's good that they prevented it. They decide to call the guards, Azazel or Mao guards, to interrogate the prisoners. Rias reports that everything is fine, they can return. Returning late at night, the team, out of breath, but happy with their success, gathered in the living room. Rias, after drinking water, says, "The hero faction really hasn't calmed down. Are they trying to establish contact with EXE? We should inform Sarah Fall and Michael." Akeno, most likely, this will become a topic at the Congress. It's good that we intercepted their group. Naruto chewed his lips. Naruto's thoughts, yes, something big is coming. But we are ready. Everyone decides. Tomorrow they will write a report on what happened and hand the prisoners over to the guards. Asia treats her comrades' minor wounds. In the morning, Rias receives letters from Mao, the prisoners will be interrogated, details are being clarified, thank you. We hope the hero faction won't do anything big. The Congress is in 4 to 5 days, get ready. Rias's thoughts, well, it's all heading towards a big meeting. As I thought. Rias announces to the team that in a few days they will be heading to the location designated by Sarah Fall, where the Congress will be held, possibly in Asgard or the neutral Tower of the Gods. Kiba, Akeno, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, Asia are all ready. Naruto realizes. Naruto's thoughts, it's time to prove yourself as the Shadow King in global diplomacy. Realizing that they will soon leave, the girls, Rias, Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, suggest, as mentioned, to have a small, family picnic in the surrounding area. Naruto supports the idea. On the chosen day, everything is prepared, baskets with food, sweets, drinks. Blankets are laid out on a green meadow near the river. Kiba runs to help carry things, then goes about his business, leaving the harem and Naruto to enjoy their hours together. Rias, in a summer dress, lays out plates, Akeno opens a bottle of juice, Koneko sits aside, munching on cookies, Asia pours lemonade, Irina and Zenobia laugh and tease each other, who will eat sandwiches faster. Naruto looks at them all with a warm feeling. Naruto's thoughts, a blessed moment. I hope to remember these moments of peace. During the picnic they laugh, discuss funny situations from the past, how Naruto danced for the first time, how Irina mixed up the magic words, how Koneko once ate the whole box of cookies. And of course, they remember the difficult battles that seem far away. Rias puts her head on Naruto's shoulder, whispering, "Don't forget these moments, even if a storm breaks out in the future." Rias's thoughts, let these memories give him the strength to fight in any world. Akeno jokes, romantics. But yes, I agree. The others laugh, and the entire meadow is drowned in smiles, reflecting the family's happiness. After the picnic, some of them wanted to take a nap during the day. Koneko lay down under a tree, Asia and Irina covered themselves with a blanket, closed their eyes. Zenobia, who doesn't like to nap, sat down next to them, reading a book. Rias and Akeno sit and quietly talk about something. Akeno's thoughts, what a blessing that the harem lives in harmony, without hostility. Naruto walks around the clearing, picks flowers, takes a wildflower bouquet somewhere, and decides to give it to the girls. Finally, approaching the seated Rias, he hands it over. "Here, take this, it's for you. The clearing itself gave it to you. There's enough for everyone." Rias laughs, "Thank you." The girls accept the bouquet with joy, Irina and Asia look on in admiration. Akeno slyly, "You're a romantic, king." Naruto's thoughts, even if it's a small gesture, I love seeing them happy. Evening. Mansion. Everyone has gathered in the hall, near the magic circle, with their luggage. Sarah Fall has sent a teleport point, "Come to our demonic castle, where the pre-meeting for the Pantheon Congress will begin tomorrow." Rias in her strict but elegant outfit. Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko are also dressed up, either the official devil uniform or beautiful dresses, depending on the format. Kiba is in a black suit. Naruto is in a neat tailcoat with the Gremory symbol, although he is slightly embarrassed. They load things, suits, documents, gifts, into the magic circle. Kiba activates the panel. Rias turns to Naruto. "Ready? There is a serious event ahead, where there will be high-ranking officials. I will have to show my competence." Rias's thoughts, I am sure that he can handle it, but I am worried. Naruto, sighing deeply. "Ready. Just please don't make me give boring speeches." Laughs. Akeno giggles, "Well, of course. Maybe we will have to. But we will help." Asia enthusiastically, "I will be there, if anything." Irina and Zenobia are also mentally prepared. Koneko is silent, but confirms with a nod. Naruto's thoughts, okay, I have my family. Everything will work out. By the light of the magic runes, they all stand in a circle, and the portal flashes. Flash, the team disappears from the mansion, going on another adventure. The mansion gets dark, the servants close the doors, feeling a little empty without their owners. But in the new place, the castle under Seraphol, another round is already unfolding, discussions about the future of EXE, Shadow Dragons, the faction of heroes. Naruto, as the Shadow King, becomes a key figure, capable of influencing the fate of several worlds. And around him is a harem of faithful, loving girls, ready to share any hardships and joys. Chapter 17, The Demonic Castle, Diplomatic Challenges, and Romantic Sparks in the Politics. The glittering magic rune beneath their feet fades away as Naruto, Uzumaki, and his entire team, Rias Gremory, Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenovia, Asia, appear on the platform of a tall castle that rises in the demonic space. Dark turrets, wrapped in spirals of magic patterns, rise up into the sky. In front is a massive gate with the symbol of Leviathan, Seraphol. Naruto's thoughts. Here we are. What a huge castle. I wonder how they will receive us. Rias, shaking off the hem of her elegant suit, looks around. Beautiful, huh? Seraphol knows how to choose places for official receptions. They say this is her spare residence. Rias's thoughts, I hope everything goes smoothly. Akeno giggles slightly. I see snowflake flags, Seraphol loves the magical girl style. Maybe the inside is to her taste too. Koneko lazily drawls, meow. Okay, let's go in, it's cold in here. Irina and Zenovia look around for danger. Kiba is ready to keep his sword to himself. Asia stands closer to Naruto, slightly worried. Soon the gates swing open with a loud thud, and a pair of servants, demonic guards, run out and bow. Welcome guests. Milady Seraphol awaits you in the Great Hall. As the team enters, Naruto blinks, seeing the contrast. The corridors are decorated with ice patterns, pink banners with stars and hearts, typical Seraphol magical girl decor. At the same time, the black marble structures indicate demonic grandeur. Naruto's thoughts, ice castle and cute anime combo. Unexpected. Irina laughs, wow. The outside of the castle looked gloomy, but the inside was like, sweet world. Koneko snorts, hiding her grin, Seraphol. Leviathan. Akeno laughs too, yeah, her style doesn't change. The guards lead them through the halls until they reach the large doors with snowflake carvings. There, the guards open a passage to the spacious throne room, bathed in a pink icy glow. In the middle stands Seraphol Leviathan in her Mahushoujo style, a short dress, a snowflake magic staff, a happy smile. Seraphol squeals when he sees Rias. Rias-chan. You're here. Hooray. He runs up and hugs Rias, who moves away slightly, embarrassed, but smiles. Rias's thoughts, hasn't changed, still the same energizer. Seraphol switches to Naruto. Oh, and you, our Shadow King. Hello hello. Waving his hands. Seraphol's thoughts, I wonder what he's like up close. Naruto bows politely. Pleased to meet you, Seraphol-sama. Thank you for the invitation. Seraphol rubs his hair impulsively, in the manner of dishwashing. Oh, enough with the formality. You're almost like Rias-chan's friends to me. Akeno and Asia smile, Kiba holds back a chuckle, and Koneko raises an eyebrow. They sit at a large table, surrounded by a glowing crystal that broadcasts the main topics to Seraphol. Preparations for the Pantheon Congress, scheduled for the coming days, located in the Tower of Worlds, or another neutral dimension. Participants, angels, Michael, Fallen, Azazel, devils, Seraphol, possibly Surzex, a number of other pantheons, Norse, Hindu, Japanese, etc. Main issue: emerging threats from EXE, the remnants of the hero faction, dragon issues, Valley, Naruto as the Shadow King, etc. The Devil's position: they want to show a unified power, a new star, Rias's team, Naruto with the system. Seraphil says. So, Rias-chan, I expect you to be one of the key delegations. You have a victory in the tournament behind you, you settled the situation with the Chaos Brigade, you have the Shadow King. This is great for the Devil's image. Seraphil's thoughts: it's especially important that Naruto doesn't appear as a threat to others. Rias sighs. Okay, we will do everything to maintain the common peace. But, of course, we must defend Naruto's rights so that no one demands control over his shadow world. Seraphil smiles. I believe that no one is so stupid as to go against you, Rias, and the King of Shadows, smirk. But still, there are cunning manipulators. Naruto's thoughts: I see, we must prepare for underhanded games. After a businesslike conversation, Seraphil, without changing her style, announces, and now, a small celebration. I have prepared a treat, rooms for the night. I want you to relax. The Gremory team exchanges glances, realizing that Seraphil loves fun. As soon as they enter the adjacent room, they see that tables are already set with desserts, drinks, and the decor is in the Meiho Shoujo spirit: pink balls, snowflakes, garlands. Akeno laughs, what a colorful setting. Asia admires, like a party. Seraphil winks. Well, let's enjoy it. After all, tomorrow morning is the official pre-meeting where the other Devil Lords will be. And today is an intimate evening. Naruto's thoughts: she's just like a child, but her power is great. It's evening. Everyone is in a decorated hall. Seraphil activates some kind of magic karaoke, a cheerful melody begins to play. Rias blushes slightly, Akeno and Irina try to sing with excitement. Koneko mutters darkly, not liking public singing, but Seraphil persuades her. Kaneko's thoughts: well, if everyone sings. Naruto is also drawn in, remembering his life from another world, where he knew some songs. The atmosphere becomes cheerful, half childish. Kiba chuckles, holding a glass of wine. Zenobia tries to understand the words, slightly breaking down, but laughs. Seraphil beams. Cool. I love to create chaos fun before serious events. Seraphil's thoughts: let them relax, because tomorrow is politics. Asia is happy, it seems that this is our first time at such a girly carnival. It's good that Naruto is here too. In the midst of the party, Rias and Naruto go to the balcony, admiring the night sky above the demonic castle. Akeno and Asia talk in the corner, laughing. Irina and Zenobia try demonic desserts. Koneko sits next to Kiba, discussing something in a quiet voice. Rias, taking a breath of cool air, softly says to Naruto. There will be many lords tomorrow who may want to speak with you separately. If you feel pressure, call me. Naruto smiles. Thank you. I can handle it, but I would appreciate some support. Rias's thoughts: he has become more confident, but I still want to protect him from the treacherous politicians. They hug for a moment, Rias presses herself against him, giving him a short kiss. Naruto's thoughts: how warm. When the ball is over, the guests have gone to their rooms, and Akeno and Naruto are standing next to each other in the hallway, each carrying a glass of juice. Akeno sips seductively. Akeno, whispering, you know, Naruto-kun, it's a moonlit night out here. Maybe we should take a walk around the gallery? Naruto agrees, although he feels embarrassed. Their walk takes them to a side balcony, where Akeno leans against the railing. Akeno's thoughts: I won't miss the opportunity to have some romance, since we have the same schedule. She turns around, catching his eye. I'm glad we have a moment alone again. How do you feel after all this trouble? Naruto ironically. Tired, to be honest. But happy that we can relax. Akeno gently takes his hand. You know, I miss the nights when we could just hug without prying eyes. Winks. He smiles, blushing slightly. Naruto's thoughts, oh, Akeno. Can we arrange it? Today? Akeno nods, smiling contentedly. If I had the password to your schedule. Laughs, otherwise the girls will get jealous. Naruto justifies himself. Well, we try to negotiate so that everyone is happy. Akeno giggles, hugging him around the waist. In the end, they stand like this for a few minutes, under the moonlight, in a quiet romantic moment. Then they decide that Akeno will intercept his nighttime today. Morning comes. Seraphol gathers the delegation in the Great Hall. Besides Rias's team, with Naruto, there are also some other devil lords, possibly Graphia as an advisor, one of the Citri, not necessarily Sona, a few other people, depending on the author. Seraphol, appearing in a more formal outfit, though still retaining the magical girl style, announces. Friends, today we have a pre-meeting. We need to form a unified vision so that we devils can speak in unison at the Pantheon Congress. We will also discuss the topic of the Shadow King and the world of shadow dragons. Seraphol's thoughts, the main thing is that Naruto is not bombarded with stupid questions. Rias, in her elegant suit, holds Naruto's hand, what's not embarrassing, leads him to the central table. Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Irina, Zenovia, Asia are slightly behind. Several devil lords are sitting at the oval table. Lord Ragus, a stern look. Lady Carmilla, a refined woman. A couple of advisors. They exchange formal bows with Rias and Naruto. Seraphol begins. So, the first point, Shadow King Naruto and his world of shadow dragons. What questions? Lord Ragus stands up. We heard that this world is huge, there are many dragon forces there. Can it supply warriors if a war with EXE breaks out? Or is it a private corner? Naruto, slightly tense. My world, the dragons there were in strife, I reconciled them. They do not seek to participate in other people's conflicts. But if the question of protection from common enemies arises, perhaps I can ask them for help. However, I do not promise to supply soldiers as a resource. Naruto's thoughts, I don't want my world to become cannon fodder. Lady Carmilla snorts. So you are not ready to share your power? How to deal with global threats then? Rias is decisive. Forgive me, but the dragons there are a free people. Naruto is only their nominal king to keep the peace. Forcing them is against his principles. Lord Ragus wrinkles his nose. I see, we will have to take into account. Okay. Seraphol sums up with a smile. Good, so we cannot count on mass legions. But maybe Naruto as the Shadow King personally is a valuable ally, and part of his shadow army, summoning knights? The main thing is that there is no threat from his world, it is neutral. Seraphol's thoughts, since we have made it clear that Naruto is not going to conquer, and will not use the world as a factory of troops, everyone is calm. Next point, EXE. Seraphol reports that there are signals that the remnants of the hero faction are actually in contact with some EXE outcasts, trying to share technology against the common divine world. There is little information yet, but the Congress will deal with this. Naruto from experience. We have already encountered a group of heroes planning an explosion. They mentioned EXE. We must be on our guard. Lord Ragus shakes his head. If this is true, the Congress will have to demand tougher measures. After all, if EXE infiltrates our world. Rias sighs, I agree, we will act together for protection. Rias's thoughts, a new threat. Okay, the main thing is a common front. A couple of hours of general debate, Sarah Fall concludes. Thank you all. We will develop a common project of positions. Now, if everything is clear, we are done for today. Tomorrow we leave for the Congress site, or in a couple of days. Rest. Rias's team exhales and rises from their seats. Kiba frowns, I hate long meetings. Kiba's thoughts, I'm used to the sword, not diplomacy. Koneko yawns too. Akeno laughs, let's go get lunch, guys. Naruto agrees. Naruto's thoughts, the most important thing is that everyone agrees that I'm not a threat. Good. Seraphal Castle has luxury guest quarters, rooms with velvet curtains, soft beds. However, there's a small snag, the harem room. Seraphal has allocated several rooms, for Rias, Akeno, Koneko, Irina, Zenovia, Asia, and Naruto. Usually a male room. But they still want to get closer. Irina's thoughts, oh, how I wish we didn't all cross paths at once. Rias, smiling, okay, officially Naruto is in one room, we are in others. But in the evening we will decide who will look where. Akeno winks. Naruto, my grief. Everyone laughs, making a joke of drawing lots. Koneko snorts, meow, we can't all at once. It's cramped to sleep. More general laughter. Naruto's thoughts, it's good that everyone is taking it calmly. In the evening, Seraphal calls Rias and Naruto, a minor problem has arisen, a baron I know complained about evil spirits on the outskirts of the castle. Can you check? Rias, of course. What kind of evil spirits? Seraphal, it seems like minor, spectral entities. Not your opponents, but they still interfere with the baron's servants' work at night. If it's not too much trouble, you can also scout out the area. Naruto smiles, no problem. We love such minor tasks. Naruto's thoughts, ghosts again. What can you do? Seraph thanks, saying, this is also a rehearsal. If you officially serve Mao, such tasks are not uncommon. In a dark corner of the castle courtyards, Naruto, Rias, Irina, Zenovia, set out to look for those specters. Koneko, Kiba, Akeno, Asia stayed to rest or are busy with other things. With lanterns, magic, they wander through the corridors, basements. Irina, whispering, strange, it's cold here. Zenovia, I see shadows. Soon they hear a rustle, two specters, translucent formless creatures, crawl out from around the corner. Rias instantly charges, destruction, Naruto releases a shadow soldier, normal. The spectra try to slip through the walls, but Irina and Zenovia with swords of light, simplified, block. A couple of blows, the ghosts crumble into smoke. Naruto's thoughts, easy. Suddenly, a few more, the darkness is moving. Rias blows everyone away with a powerful volley. Zenovia and Irina finish off the rest. Rias's thoughts, really small creatures. Done. Naruto sighed, yeah, nothing serious. As it turned out, it all took about 10 minutes. Before leaving, Naruto notices a cloaked figure in one of the corridors. And it disappears, noticing him. Rias is wary, a guard? Or a spy? Everyone runs after her. When they press her, it turns out, a young girl, let's call her Sheila, trembling, admits, I'm from the hero faction, but I ran away. I wanted to give up, you are Gremory, right? Naruto's thoughts, wow, a defector. Rias, clenching her fist. And what are you doing in Seraphal Castle? Why didn't you choose a quiet place? Sheila cries, I was threatened, ordered to commit sabotage, but I don't want to. I found out that you were here, and I decided to find you, to ask for protection. Irina and Zenovia exchange glances, catching the sincerity. Naruto, gloomily. Naruto's thoughts, maybe it's a trap? but it looks sincere. Rias advises, let's go to Seraphol. We'll hand you over to our guard, we'll help you if you've truly repented. But don't you dare lie. Sheila, yes, I'll tell you everything. They lead her to the central hall of the castle. Hearing Sheila's story, Seraphol frowned. So they really are planning to cause trouble at the Pantheon Congress? If only we knew the details. Sheila, trembling, says. I was told that there is a leader named Rice, who is negotiating with unknown beings, probably EXE, about an attack to disrupt the Congress. The date? I don't know. But they say within the next few weeks. Seraphol's thoughts, dangerous. Rias and Naruto exchange glances. Then we need to warn all the leaders. Seraphol nods, already taking the communication crystal. Seraphol orders the guards, surround the castle with maximum security. The girl, under protection, interrogate gently, find out more. By the morning of the next day, Seraphol, Rias and Naruto hold an urgent meeting with the local guards of Mao. They decide. Strengthen the security of the path leading to the Congress site, so that the extremist heroes cannot carry out a terrorist attack. Notify Azazel, Michael and others for coordination. At the Congress itself, stick together. Be ready. Naruto's thoughts, again, we will have to be ready for battle. Rias, seeing how Naruto darkens, whispers encouragement. Everything is fine, we can handle it. The main thing is that we are warned. A couple of days before leaving for the Congress, the team spends time in Seraphol Castle, where they wait for a joint portal so that all the devil delegations can move to a neutral dimension at once. They spend time on small training, harem episodes, preparing outfits. Akeno and Irina review formal dresses together, laughing at how to avoid duplicating colors. Asia recalls etiquette. Zenobia asks about the rules, how to greet the gods of Asgard. Koneko walks around, sighing, boring diplomacy again. Kiba patrols the castle from time to time. Naruto helps Rias with paperwork, examples of formal speeches. Naruto's thoughts, more bureaucracy than in her own Hokage office. In the evening, Naruto finds Rias on the castle balcony, looking at the moonlit sky. He approaches her, touches her shoulder. Rias turns around, quietly, I'm just thinking. The Congress is an important milestone. If EXE is really moving, a new war could break out. Rias's thoughts, I don't want another massacre, but reality is harsh. Naruto squeezes her hand. If anything happens, I will defend you. I have the world of shadow dragons, my summons. I will not let the enemy forces destroy our world. Rias with a warm smile. I know. And we are together. A few seconds of silence, then Naruto with a slight movement hugs her around the waist, and Rias presses herself against him. Naruto's thoughts, I'll be there no matter what happens. They stand like this for a while, feeling confident in each other. In the morning, everything is ready. Seraphol, like Mao, has gathered the devil delegation, the lords, the advisors, Rias and her team, with Naruto. The portals to the Tower of Worlds, a neutral dimension where the Pantheon Congress will take place, are prepared. The great day has arrived. Seraphol in his usual manner, well, are you all here? Have you stocked up on costumes, artifacts, are you mentally prepared? The Gremory team confirms. The lords encourage each other. On the site, a huge magic circle glowing with blue symbols of unification. Rias reassures Naruto that everything will be fine. Akeno, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Koneko, Kiba froze, waiting for the signal. Slightly excited. Naruto's thoughts, my first global meeting of worlds. Seraphol solemnly raises his staff. Forward, devils. To show that we are united and ready for any challenge. Commencing teleportation. Chapter 18, Hot Springs. After a long and intense first day of the Pantheon Congress, which was marked by speeches, debates, and a surprise attack by the radical hero faction, Seraphol Leviathan decides to offer the participants an evening of rest in the famous hot springs of the World Tower. These are not just any hot springs, they are filled with magical water that has healing and relaxing properties. Seraphol, with a beaming smile and an energetic voice. Friends, after such a busy day, you all need to get some rest. Our hot springs are the perfect place to relax. The water here has magical properties that will help restore your strength and relieve stress. Rias Gremory, as the head hostess of the team, agrees to the proposal, knowing how important rest is for maintaining team spirit and personal relationships. Rias's thoughts: after all this has happened, our team deserves some rest. This is also a great opportunity to strengthen our bonds. Naruto, although feeling a little embarrassed at the thought of being surrounded by all the girls of the harem in a relaxed atmosphere, understands the importance of this proposal and agrees. Naruto's thoughts: are all the girls going together? This is too much. But maybe this is a chance to understand them better. A few hours before arriving at the hot springs, the girls gather together in one of the large rooms of the World Tower. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation and a little nervousness. Rias Gremory, red-haired devil princess, headmistress of the team. Guys, everyone needs some rest. Naruto deserves it after everything he did today. Let's just relax and spend time together. Akeno Himejima, Rias' seductive and playful queen. Yes, Rias-chan. I'm a little tired too. Especially after those attacks. Winks at Naruto, causing Asia Argento to blush. Koneko Tojo, silent and serious cat girl. Don't make so much noise, Akeno. Naruto isn't the type to lose his head. Snorts, but her eyes sparkle with amusement. Asia Argento, former novice, very gentle and kind. I hope this evening will help us all relax and recharge our batteries. Zenobia Quarta, knight, straight and strong swordswoman. Yes, we all need some rest. But let's not forget about the tasks ahead. Irina Sito, Zenovia's friend, an active minister of the church. It's important that we support each other. Today was a stressful day, and we all need rest. Rosweiss, former Valkyrie, serious and slightly clumsy. I hope that I can find my place here among all of you. Smiles awkwardly, blushing slightly. Ravel Phoenix, young lady of the Phoenix family, smart and practical. I have prepared some games for us to have fun and take our minds off stress. I hope you enjoy it. Kuroka Tojo, Kaneko's older sister, a more brazen Nico girl, fallen Nikomata. Well, if there's something interesting, I definitely won't miss it. Smiles, winking at Koneko. Sona Shirtorai, from School Council. I'm glad to be here too. This is a great way to strengthen our bonds. Tsubaki Shinra, from Student Council. Everything is ready for the evening. I hope everything goes smoothly. Ophis, mysterious dragoness, god of infinity, naive but kind. I'm looking forward to how we'll spend this evening together. It'll be interesting. Seraphol Leviathan, Mao and Sona's sister. Let's enjoy this evening. I've prepared something special for all of us. When everyone arrives at the hot springs, they find that the place is perfect for relaxation. The water glows a soft blue, creating an atmosphere of calm and tranquility. Magic barriers protect from prying eyes, ensuring privacy and safety. Seraphol Leviathan leads everyone to the water, showing them how to activate magical barriers. Rias Gremory helps each of the girls get ready, carefully laying out towels and setting up comfortable seating areas. Naruto watches everyone, feeling slightly embarrassed, realizing that this evening could change his relationship with the harem. Naruto's thoughts: how did I even end up in this situation? But maybe this is a chance to understand each of them better. Everyone enters the water, enjoying the warmth and magical properties of the springs. The atmosphere is filled with light conversations, laughter, and the joy of relaxing together. Rias Gremory sits next to Naruto, keeping up the conversation and showing concern. Akeno Himejima plays with water, creating small splashes of water, attracting the attention of Naruto and the other girls. Koneko Tojo remains composed, watching the events unfold with a slight smile. Asia Argento talks quietly with Irina Shido, discussing her plans for the future and sharing her worries. Zenobia Quarta demonstrates her power by creating small magical barriers around the group, ensuring safety and order. Rosweiss tries to remain serious, but her awkwardness makes everyone smile. Ravel Phoenix organizes light games to entertain the team and relieve tension. Kuroka Tojo teases Koneko, causing her to laugh and relax. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra help organize the evening's entertainment, creating a cozy atmosphere. Ophis, a mysterious dragoness, watches everyone with interest, ready to intervene if necessary. Seraphil Leviathan actively participates in the organization, doing everything possible to ensure that the evening is as pleasant as possible for everyone. Ravel Phoenix suggests playing a magic game that allows each participant to demonstrate their abilities and interact with each other in a relaxed atmosphere. Ravel explains the rules of the game. We will create small magical illusions that will help us understand each other better. It will be fun and interesting. Everyone agrees, and the game begins. Each girl takes turns creating her own illusion, reflecting her character and abilities. Akeno Himejima creates the illusion of a fun beach evening, inviting everyone to join her in dancing. Koneko Tojo creates the illusion of a night forest, demonstrating her fighting skills and agility. Asia Argento creates the illusion of a blooming garden filled with magical flowers and gentle music. Zenobia Quarta creates the illusion of a fortress protected by magical barriers, demonstrating her power. Rosweiss creates the illusion of a majestic Valkyrie, raising the team's morale. Ravel Phoenix creates the illusion of a strategic battlefield, demonstrating his analytical skills. Kuroka Tojo creates the illusion of a nightclub, adding an element of fun and playfulness. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra create an illusion of an academic council together, demonstrating their organizational skills. The Office creates the illusion of an endless sky with dragons, emphasizing its connection with infinity. Seraphil Leviathan creates the illusion of a magical ball, inviting everyone to dance. Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta create a joint illusion of a church service, emphasizing their spirituality and connection. Naruto decides to participate by creating an illusion of his home world, demonstrating his abilities as the Shadow King. During the game, several romantic and spicy moments arise. Akeno Himejima raises a glass of magical drink and makes a toast to Naruto, causing him to look both embarrassed and smile at the same time. Kuroka Tojo secretly approaches Naruto, whispering in his ear, causing him to become embarrassed and blush slightly. Asia Argento takes Naruto's hand, quietly saying, "You're always here for us. Thank you." Rias Gremory watches the events unfold, feeling proud of her team and caring for Naruto. Zenobia Quarta takes the time to have a short conversation with Naruto, expressing her support and trust. Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta have a small duet, demonstrating their closeness and understanding. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra create a cozy corner for quiet conversations, watching the team with a smile. Ophis finds a moment to show her naivety and kindness by offering Naruto and the other girls help and support. Seraphil Leviathan actively participates in entertainment events, adding a touch of fun and magic to the evening. During the fun, several comical situations arise. Rosweiss attempts to use magic to create fire figures, but accidentally causes a small fire, which is quickly put out thanks to the others' help. Koneko Tojo accidentally collides with Kuroka Tojo, causing a hilarious scene that ends with them laughing together. Akiya Argento and Ravel Phoenix begin competing to create the most beautiful magical illusions, resulting in amazing and breathtaking spectacles. Sona Shirtorai accidentally plays magical music that makes everyone dance, including Ophis, who despite her clumsiness, tries to dance along with the others. After several hours of fun and entertainment, the team comes back together feeling more united and ready to take on the upcoming challenges of Congress. Rias Gremory says, "I'm glad we were able to spend this evening together. It strengthened our team and our bond." Naruto replies, looking at each of the girls with gratitude. "Thank you all. Without your support, I couldn't have done it. We are together, and that is our strength." Akeno Himejima winks at Naruto, adding, "And let that power be used only to protect the world and our loved ones." Ravel Phoenix smiles. "We are ready for tomorrow. The main thing is to stay united and support each other." The next day, the team wakes up feeling rested and full of energy. Everyone goes about their business, preparing for the upcoming Congress meeting. Rias Gremory checks documents and plans a strategy for the team's defense. Naruto undergoes short training sessions to maintain his combat readiness. Akeno Himejima helps Rias with preparing her presentations and discusses the day's plan with the other girls. Koneko Tojo checks her combat tools and magical artifacts in preparation for possible threats. Asia Argento and Irina Shido prepare healing drugs and magic potions in case of injuries. Zenobia Quarta practices her combat moves, honing her sword skills. Ross Weiss ponders possible strategic moves, trying to anticipate the actions of his opponents. Ravel Phoenix analyzes information on potential threats, collecting data for the team. Kuroka Tojo is on reconnaissance missions, trying to learn more about the movements of the hero faction in EXE. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra prepare information materials and communicate with other delegations. The office tests its magical abilities, preparing for unexpected situations. Seraphil Leviathan makes final preparations, ensuring that everything is in place for a successful meeting. At mid-morning, all delegations begin to gather in the central hall of the Tower of Worlds. The atmosphere is tense, but at the same time full of determination and desire for peace. Michael, the chief angel, and Azazel, the chief fallen one, greet each other, discussing plans for the day. Representatives of the Norse pantheon, such as Odin and Thor, greet other gods, demonstrating their power and authority. Japanese yokai and Hindu gods represent their cultures and traditions, adding variety and color to the Congress. EXE envoys, including Zerg, are present with caution, preparing for possible negotiations and interactions. After the opening speeches and formalities, the main part of the meeting begins. The main topics include discussion of threats to EXE, defense strategies, and the role of the various pantheons in maintaining peace. Rias Gremory and Naruto take center stage in the Devil delegation, preparing for their speeches and discussions. Akeno Himejima assists Rias with her presentation, emphasizing the importance of unity and cooperation. Koneko Tojo remains on standby, keeping a close eye on what is happening and preparing for possible actions. Asia Argento and Irina Shido prepare healing magic and support for the team. Zenobia Quarta actively participates in the discussions, offering her battle strategies and defensive ideas. Ross Weiss tries to bring order to the debate, despite his clumsiness and serious nature. Ravel Phoenix analyzes the speeches of other delegations in preparation for possible negotiations. Kuroka Tojo uses his influence and connections to gather information on the movements of the hero faction and EXE. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra assist in organizing information and communication between the delegations. Ophis, a mysterious dragon, watches the proceedings, ready to intervene if necessary. Seraphil Leviathan actively participates in the negotiations, demonstrating his diplomatic skills and magical abilities. The main focus of the meeting is to discuss the threat posed by EXE. Representatives of various pantheons expressed their opinions and suggestions for counteraction. Michael, Angel. We must unite our forces and create a common defense strategy. EXE poses a serious threat to all worlds. Azazel, Fallen. We've already encountered their attack today. We need to strengthen our barriers and conduct reconnaissance. Rias Gremory, Devil. Our experience in fighting the Chaos Brigade can be useful. We are ready to offer our resources and support. Ravel Phoenix, Phoenix Family. We can provide information on XE's weaknesses and help develop countermeasures. Koneko Tojo, Devil. If EXE is planning a massive attack, we need to prepare our defenses in advance and conduct training exercises. Kuroka Tojo, Devil. I can help with information gathering and reconnaissance. My past as a fallen Nikomata may be useful. Ophis, Dragon. We can use dragon magic to strengthen our defensive barriers and create magical traps. In the middle of the meeting, Zerg, an EXE envoy, suddenly appears and decides to contribute to the discussion. Zerg, EXE Messenger. We have come to bring peace, not war. Some of us wish to find common ground and cooperation with your pantheons. We understand the seriousness of the situation and are ready to offer our resources to combat the true threats. Rias Gremory, Warning. That's good news, but how can we trust EXE after the recent attacks? Zerg, Soothingly. We, as an organization, are divided. Some of us want peaceful cooperation, others, aggressive actions. We propose to start a dialogue and define common goals. Naruto's thoughts, this is a chance to prevent war, but we must be careful. The delegations begin to discuss XE's proposal, divided between trust and distrust. Michael, Angel. We need to conduct a thorough study and establish clear terms of cooperation. Azazel, Fallen. We can start by training together and exchanging information. This will help us understand each other better. Rias Gremory, Devil. I agree. Let's start small and see how the situation develops. Ravel Phoenix, Phoenix Family. We must be vigilant and not allow EXE to use us for their own purposes. Koneko Tojo, Devil. Do not forget about our readiness for battle. We will not allow attacks on our world. Kuroka Tojo, Devil. I can help verify XE's intentions and identify possible threats. Ophis, Dragon. We can use dragon magic to create protective barriers and monitor XE's actions. After much discussion and debate, the delegations come to a common decision to begin negotiations and establish a trusting relationship with EXE, under the condition of strict control and transparency of actions. Seraphil Leviathan, Devil. We are willing to try. This is a chance to prevent war and keep peace for all pantheons. Rias Gremory, Devil. Then let's start by establishing the rules of cooperation and information exchange. Zerg, EXE Messenger. Thank you for your trust. We will not disappoint you. After the official meetings and successful negotiations, Seraph Leviathan organizes an evening banquet to celebrate the agreements reached. It is a great opportunity for Rias's team and Naruto's harem to spend time together, strengthen their bonds, and enjoy a well-deserved rest. All participants are gathered in a large banquet hall, decorated with magical candles, flowers, and lanterns. The atmosphere is filled with joy and fun. Rias Gremory, head hostess of the team. Welcome to our banquet. I hope you are all ready to enjoy this evening. Naruto, Shadow King. Thank you, Rias-chan. Everyone looks amazing. Akeno Himejima approaches Naruto with a glass of champagne. To our Shadow King. May he always be as strong and brave as he is. Kuroka Tojo winks at Naruto, gently touching his hand. And for him not to forget about his girls. Laughs. Koneko Tojo sits silently next to Naruto, watching the events with a serious expression, but her eyes sparkle with amusement. Asia Argento smiles softly as she approaches Naruto. "You're always here for us. Thank you for everything." Zenobia Quarta turns on her magic, creating glowing stars around the table, adding a magical touch to the atmosphere. "May our union be as strong as these stars." Irina Cito and Zenobia Quarta perform a dance duet, showing their closeness and harmony. Ross Weiss accidentally spills some wine on herself, causing everyone present to laugh. "Oh, sorry. I think I got too carried away with the dance." Ravel Phoenix has a conversation with Kuroka Tojo, discussing strategies and plans for the future, but still finding time for light jokes and smiles. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra help organize entertainment events, adding coziness and comfort to all guests. The office watches everything that happens with interest, sometimes intervening to help or simply maintain the atmosphere. Seraphil Leviathan actively participates in the conversation, telling funny stories and sharing his impressions of the past negotiations. Akeno Himejima and Rias Gremory spend some time together, discussing their future plans and sharing their dreams. Naruto spends time with each of the girls, enjoying their company and support. Some highlights. Akeno playfully tugs on Naruto's hair, causing him to become embarrassed and smile. Asia Argento speaks quietly to Naruto, expressing her concern and affection. Zenobia Quarta shows off her fighting skills by participating in a mini sparring tournament, where Naruto helps her perfect her techniques. Koneko Tojo competes with Kuroka by showing off her agility and strength. Irina Shaido and Zenobia Quarta spend time together, discussing their duties and roles in the team. Ross Weiss tries to participate in conversations despite her clumsiness, which brings laughter and support from the others. Ravel Phoenix helps everyone organize games and entertainment, demonstrating her organizational skills. Ophis engages in conversation with the others, showing his kindness and naivety, which adds harmony to the atmosphere. After several hours of fun and entertainment, the evening comes to an end. The girls begin to disperse to their rooms, but remain by Naruto's side, supporting him and showing their affection. Rias Gremory walks up to Naruto. "You did great today, Naruto-kun. We're all proud of you." Akeno Himejima gently touches his shoulder. "Yes, you are our hero." Koneko Tojo says quietly. "Good evening." Asia Argento looks at him with concern. "You deserve this rest." Zenobia Quarta adds confidently. "We are always here for you." Irina Cito smiles. "I hope this helps you recover." Ross Weiss waves after them, dropping the glass of water again comically. "See you tomorrow." Ravel Phoenix says goodbye, promising to help with the planning. "See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun." Kuroka Tojo winks and says, "Good night, our king." Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra quietly say goodbye, wishing them sweet dreams. Ophis, Dragon, smiles tenderly and says, "Good night, Naruto-kun." Seraphil Leviathan remains in the hall, watching the proceedings, pleased with the evening. "Great work, team. We are strong together." After all the girls have left, Naruto is left alone in the large hot springs hall, feeling the warmth of the evening and realizing how much he values his team and harem. Naruto's thoughts. "They are all so different, but each one of them is important to me. Together, we are stronger than we are alone." He takes into account each of the girls, their unique abilities and personalities, realizing that their support and love makes him even stronger. The next day, the team wakes up refreshed and rested, preparing for the upcoming meetings and new challenges of the Pantheon Congress. Rias Gremory holds a short meeting to discuss the day's plans. "Today we will be participating in discussions and presentations. Be prepared for any questions and remain prepared." Naruto agrees, feeling confident. "We can do this. We have each other." Akeno Himejima winks. And a little magic, of course. Koneko Tojo remains composed, but her eyes sparkle with readiness. Everything will be fine. Asia Argento and Irina Shido prepare the necessary magic potions and medicines in case of need. Zenobia Quarta trains with a sword, honing her skills. Rosweiss tries to awkwardly help with the organization, causing the others to laugh lightly. Ravel Phoenix analyzes information and prepares strategic plans. Kuroka Tojo checks the magical devices and prepares for possible reconnaissance. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra organize information support for the team. The office oversees the preparations, ready to intervene if necessary. Seraphil Leviathan confidently leads the team, demonstrating his leadership qualities. Forward, team. Today we will show what devils are capable of in alliance with other pantheons. Chapter 18 ends on an optimistic note. Naruto's harem team, strengthened from their previous trials and time spent together, prepares for the new challenges of the Pantheon Congress. The harem line has evolved, with each of the girls given their own unique role and attention, strengthening their bonds and creating a harmonious and strong team. Rias's thoughts. We are ready for any challenge. Together we are stronger. Naruto's thoughts. With such support, I feel invincible. Onward to new heights. Chapter 19, Formal Ceremonies and a New Life. After successfully holding the pre-meeting for the Pantheon Congress, Rias' team, including Naruto and his full harem of 13 girls, prepare for the formal ceremonies that will mark the beginning of a new era for them. The morning arrives, filled with excitement and anticipation. Naruto's thoughts. This day marks a new stage. The formal ceremonies, the new recognition, all of it is exciting, but I feel supported by the harem. In the luxurious quarters of the harem mansion, all of the girls are working hard, preparing for the big day. Rias Gremory looks through the documents and guest list, checking the list of those attending the ceremony. Rias's thoughts. I need to double-check everything. Naruto is the most important thing to me right now, and I want everything to go perfectly. Akeno Himejima, in her elegant dress, helps Rias arrange the decorations of the hall, gently touching her shoulder. Akeno's thoughts. I hope he notices my touch today. I'm willing to do anything to make him feel special. Koneko Tojo methodically prepares her combat tools to be prepared for any unexpected situation while remaining calm and focused. Kaneko's thoughts. Let everything go smoothly. If the need arises, I will help as always. Asia Argento tenderly tends the plants in the garden, picking flowers to decorate the hall. Her smile shines with kindness. Asia's thoughts. These flowers will make the atmosphere even more cozy. I hope Naruto will appreciate it. Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shido work together, discussing the final details of training and defensive strategies that may be needed at the Congress. Zenovia's thoughts. With a team like this, we can definitely handle any challenge. Irina's thoughts. It is important to support each other. Together we are stronger. Rosweiss accidentally spills some tea on the documents, apologizing and causing laughter from those around her. Rosweiss' thoughts. My clumsiness again. But perhaps it helps to ease the tension. Ravel Phoenix makes final adjustments to the plan for the upcoming meeting, exchanging ideas with the other girls. Ravel's thoughts. Strategic thinking is important. But for now, I'm happy to be part of this family. Kuroka Tojo maintains a cheerful atmosphere, joking with Koneko and the others, and her charm helps everyone feel comfortable. Kuroki's thoughts. It's so peaceful here. It's so nice to be around them. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra review their plans and rehearse their performances in preparation for meetings with the other delegations. Sona's thoughts. Peaceful? It's good for everyone, especially for us. Seraphil Leviathan oversees the overall organization, ensuring that nothing interferes with the upcoming event. Seraphil's thoughts. I hope this day went without any surprises. Everything should go according to plan. Ophis, the dragon, humbly approaches Naruto, handing him a small amulet as a sign of support. Ophis's thoughts. I want him to feel safe. This amulet can help. Naruto gratefully accepts the amulet, feeling the warmth and care from Ophis and the entire team. The entire harem team gathers for breakfast. The dining room is decorated with flowers, in a festive mood. Rias greets everyone, giving out wishes for the new day. The girls sit around the table, smiling and sharing light conversations. Naruto feels like the center of attention, but tries to act modestly. Naruto's thoughts. So much support and love. I am grateful to them all. At this moment, Ophis approaches, quietly adding, "Have a nice day, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiles sheepishly, replying, "Thank you, Ophis." Everyone begins to eat breakfast. The atmosphere is light and family-like, everyone talks about their plans for the day. Several key moments occurred during breakfast. Rias shares her plans for the coming day at the Congress, discusses with the girls how they will prepare to receive the delegations. Rias's thoughts. It is important that I can focus on leading, and that they support me. Akeno and Ravel discuss the final preparations and share light jokes, making everyone laugh. Koneko reacts instantly to any noise, remaining on guard, while rarely smiling. Her seriousness gives stability. Asia quietly talks with Irina about plans to treat possible wounds from external attacks, caring for the health of the team. Zenobia, with a serious expression, discusses strategic points with Roywell and the other participants in the discussion, keeping order. The plenary session begins in the central hall of the World Tower. The various representatives of the pantheons take their seats. The atmosphere is solemn, but tense. Rias and Naruto sit next to each other in the representative row of the Devil delegation. Next to them are Akeno, Koneko, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Rosweiss, Ravel Phoenix, Kuroka, Sona Shirtorai, Tsubaki Shinra, Seraph Leviathan, and Ophis. Naruto's thoughts. With this group, I almost feel like a king. But there are so many faces. Michael begins his speech about joining forces in the face of EXE. The atmosphere of the discussions becomes tense. Every word sounds formal, but Rias constantly feels the support of the harem, especially Akeno and Asia, who smile quietly at him during the breaks. During the session, Rias and Naruto actively interact with the representatives of the other worlds. Of course, Rias does the diplomatic talking, and Naruto does the little embellishments, showing off his power by secretly summoning Shadow Knights behind the scenes of the meeting to give his allies confidence. Seraphil reports the positive reception of the Devil delegation, complimenting the group. Ophis approaches Naruto from time to time, whispering teasing and encouraging words, adding mystery and warmth. Ophis's thoughts. He's growing. I wonder how he'll handle the challenges ahead. There are many informal conversations and meetings between meetings. Akeno whispers to Rias about the evening's entertainment plans while watching the man smiling thoughtfully in the shadows. Koneko and Kuroka discuss their tactics and exchange jokes, causing laughter. Asia and Irina chat together about how much they enjoy working as a team, sharing stories of past battles and love. Zenobia and Rosweiss spend their time in strategic discussion, but Rosweiss periodically drops serious documents, causing light laughter. Ravel helps the sisters with technical issues, adding practical advice. The office watches, occasionally approaching each of the girls, giving them short moments of personal attention. Naruto's thoughts. How wonderful this feeling of unity is, all around me. But there's so much important work ahead. The meeting gradually ends, and Seraphil announces that the plenary session has been a success. All that remains is to prepare for the meeting with the Pantheon Congress. Seraphil Leviathan. Thank you all for the productive debate. Now that we've established our position on EXE and discussed the main issues, it's time to gather and prepare for the Congress. Rias takes the floor in front of the team. Our next objective is the Pantheon Congress. It's an opportunity to show our unity and strength, and to convince the other factions of our willingness to cooperate. Rias's thoughts. I feel confident in our team. With Naruto and our allies, we can handle any challenge. Naruto nods, looking at his friends. We are together. I see that our harem has become a real family. This gives me strength. In the evening, before leaving for the Congress, the entire harem team gathers in a cozy room of the mansion for a final meeting. Rias speaks quietly to Naruto. Tomorrow is an important day. Remember, we are here for you. Akeno whispers. Well, King, you promised to give us time. Koneko stands a little closer to him, nodding in support. Asia takes Naruto's hand, expressing her affection. Zenobia and Irina smile, showing their confidence. Rosweiss approaches cautiously and says, I'll be there, even if I trip or something. Ravel Phoenix and Kuroka, along with Sona and Tsubaki, discuss the final details, but periodically check in to make sure Naruto is okay. Ophis, watching everything that was happening, quietly approaches the group of girls and touches Rias' shoulder, as if to say, everything will be okay. Naruto's thoughts. All these women around me. I'm grateful for their support and love. They make me stronger. At that moment, he sees the girls exchanging glances and smiling. The atmosphere is filled with love and mutual understanding, but there is also a slight tension due to the upcoming events. Finally, the moment arrives for the team to leave for the Pantheon Congress. Everyone gathers at the magic circle that Seraphal activated to teleport. Seraphal Leviathan with a wide smile. You are all magnificent. Remember that we are one. Let's meet at the Congress and show our strength and wisdom. Naruto looks at each of the girls. Thank you, all of you. Together, we are invincible. The girls take turns nodding, smiling, and throwing encouraging words at him. Rias's thoughts. I believe in him and in our team. Tomorrow will be a new step on our path. The team activates the portal and together they disappear in a shining swirl of magic, heading to the site of the Pantheon Congress. Chapter 20. Epilogue. 20 years have passed since Naruto and his harem won the final battle against the forces of EXE. The world of DXD has changed, the boundaries between worlds have become more permeable, magic has developed, and the races have learned to cooperate. Naruto's mansion is a true symbol of this new world. It stands at the intersection of the boundaries between worlds, surrounded by magical gardens and guarded by Naruto's shadow army. Naruto's 13 wives live here with him, each of whom has found her place in the new world and continues to play an important role. Naruto's mansion is a place where the destinies of humans, demons, angels and yokai intersect. It has become not only a home for the family, but also a place for training new recruits, diplomatic meetings and celebrations. Rias Gremory runs the life of the mansion like a true mistress. She organizes the training schedule, family meetings and receives diplomats. Rias's thoughts. I was once afraid that I would lose everything that was dear to me. But Naruto gave me the confidence and strength to move forward. Akeno Himejima remains the soul of the family. She helps Naruto cope with his emotions and maintain a balance between his role as the Shadow King and his husband. Akeno's thoughts. I'm happy to be by his side. He makes me stronger, and I make him stronger. Koneko Tojo and Kuroka are jointly responsible for protecting the mansion. Koneko remains serious and focused, while Kuroka brings a lighter, more playful side to the process. Koneko's thoughts. I will protect this house. This is my family. Kuroka's thoughts. Koneko has become softer. But I can see how much she loves Naruto. It's wonderful. Asia Argento has become a true master of magical healing. She takes care of the health of her family and students, adding an atmosphere of kindness to the house. Asia's thoughts. Every day, I thank Naruto for giving me a second chance. Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shido manage the training halls. They help the students develop their physical strength and combat skills, while remaining loyal friends. Zenovia's thoughts. Strength isn't just about combat skills. It's about being able to protect those you care about. Irina's thoughts. Every day with Naruto and our family makes me happier. Rosweiss handles foreign diplomacy. She often leaves to represent the family in negotiations, but she always comes home happily. Rosweiss' thoughts. This house is a place where I can be myself. I'm always welcome here. Ravel Phoenix leads strategic planning. She helps Naruto analyze external threats and solve problems with minimal losses. Ravel's thoughts. My place is here, by his side. I'm happy that I can be of use. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra run the academy that was established on the mansion's grounds. They train young mages in a strict but caring atmosphere. Sona's thoughts. Education is the key to peace. We are raising a new generation of protectors. Tsubaki's thoughts. I am proud that we are creating not only a family, but also a new world. Seraphal Leviathan brings joy to the mansion. She organizes parties and maintains a positive attitude in the family. Seraphal's thoughts. I feel truly happy with Naruto. Ophis watches over everything, maintaining order with her unique magic. Her presence remains calm, yet meaningful. Ophis's thoughts. The silence I sought is now always with me. This house is my fortress. Every evening, the family gathers around a large table. Naruto listens as his wives share their thoughts, jokes, and plans for the future. Akeno gently touches Naruto's hand, whispering, "You have always been our king. But to us, you are also the most precious person." Rias smiles, raising her glass. To us. To our family. Kuroka adds with a smile. And to Naruto, who can handle us all. The children run around the hall, play with the shadow soldiers, laugh and enjoy life. Over time, Naruto and his wives have children. Each child inherited the best traits of their parents: strength, magic and kindness. Rias raises the twins with bright fiery hair, teaching them to be leaders. Asia takes care of the younger ones, passing on her knowledge to them. Koneko and Kuroka teach the children physical skills and martial arts. Ophis watches them with a smile, sometimes intervening to help. Naruto's thoughts. This is true happiness. I have the family I always wanted. In the last scene, the whole family gathers in the garden at sunset. The children play, the wives smile, and Naruto looks at them with warmth and love. Rias, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder, whispers, "We have come a long way. But now we have everything we dreamed of." Naruto hugs his wives, smiling. "You are my strength. We have built a new world." Naruto's thoughts. I became the Shadow King, but most importantly, I found my place in this world. We created a world where you can be happy. The end of my story.